Traversing to the world of Harry Potter while equipped with a simplified system, the protagonist initially believed that this system would guide him along the path of urban affluence and wealth. However, a letter delivered by an owl dramatically altered his aspirations. It revealed that he was not destined for the urban realm, but rather the enchanting world of magic. Clutching the letter and gazing at the remarkably familiar emblem on the envelope, he glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall, plunging into contemplation. Although he had despised the genre of nanny literature in his previous life, he found no aversion to the idea of others acting as his guardians. Yet, at this particular juncture, regrettably, he realized he could not rely on the trio of protagonists for support and would have to cling to the influence of their parents instead. Unexpectedly, he found that rather than merely relying on others, he had become the most formidable figure himself. Chapter 1. Platform. Clarence Stewart, male, aged 11, stood amidst the bustling crowd of King's Cross Station, positioned before the third pillar nestled between platforms 9 and 10. He completely disregarded the passers-by on either side, whose astonished yet admiring gazes, mingled with hints of malice, flickered upon him. With an expression that conveyed an indescribable mix of emotions, he surveyed the seemingly mundane pillar before him, casting his eyes around once more before returning to the pillar, inwardly musing in trepidation whether he truly needed to collide with it. Despite having previously witnessed his guide, a professor, perform what was deemed magic, and having been escorted to Diagon Alley, place only visible to wizards where he procured numerous items necessary for his schooling, he still felt a sense of unreality, a disconnection from authenticity. Clarence remained unaware that this sensation stemmed from his soul's traversal, or perhaps from the abrupt revelation of the existence of wizards and magic, which shattered his long-held worldview. Indeed, Clarence was a traveler from another realm. The reasons for his crossing need not be elaborated upon, save for the fact that his previous existence had met a definitive end. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself transformed into an infant, tightly swaddled in a thin piece of fabric under a bleak sky that continued to release delicate snowflakes. Regrettably, he had been placed upon the icy ground, devoid of any human presence, feeling the biting snowflakes melt against his skin, siphoning away his warmth. Realizing that if he did not create a commotion to draw attention to his plight, he would soon become a mere popsicle, he began to wail. Fortunately, it was not long before someone discovered him and carried him into the warmth of a house. Subsequently, he was taken in by an orphanage. Indeed, his story began in the melodramatic fashion of being abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage. Although this opening may seem rather unremarkable, the silver lining lies in the presence of the kind-hearted matron of the orphanage who took him in. Despite the oppressive societal conditions that rendered the orphanage's finances inadequate, she exerted every effort to provide care. Even though the building itself was dilapidated, with crumbling walls, shattered windows, and rusted door frames, she endeavored to make repairs as best as she could. In such dire circumstances, the rations for each individual were meager, yet, for the children with modest appetites, it sufficed to stave off hunger. However, this was only sufficient for the children, as several adults resided in the orphanage as well. Clarence lived within this orphanage, where, although joy was scarce, he was fortunate enough to be shielded from a more distressing experiences common in other institutions, such as food shortages or instances of bullying and ostracism. The sole source of joy for Clarence stemmed from the extraordinary ability he had acquired upon his arrival, his golden finger, known as the simplification system. This system granted him a daily increment of 1 simplification point, which could be utilized to distill all skills he had observed and that were displayed on the system interface into a more manageable form. Knowledge, too, fell under the category of skills and was systematically represented on the panel. While there existed a personal attributes panel, the simplification points could not be applied to modify these attributes. Through various experiments, however, he discovered that certain skills, once simplified and practiced diligently, could enhance his attribute values. In essence, everything Clarence learned was cataloged on the system skills panel, and by employing simplification points, he could refine these into skill. Continuous practice of these simplified skills would lead to their gradual advancement. Indeed, by persistently honing these skills and accumulating proficiency, he could elevate them upon reaching a requisite experience threshold. Furthermore, upgraded skills would furnish Clarence with fresh knowledge, directly enriching his mind and enabling his body to adapt instinctively. He speculated that this mechanism of the simplification system might be the reason behind the enhancement of personal attributes that could not be simplified. Although this system presented him with a few challenges, he was not a mere child. Rather, he approached life with the perspective of an adult. Thus, these complications did not trouble him excessively and were easily navigated or preemptively avoided. Additionally, Clarence discovered that, apart from the daily accumulation of fundamental simplification points, there were alternative avenues to acquire them. For instance, by imparting knowledge to others, he would receive simplification points as feedback once the individual comprehended the material. The number of points awarded would correlate with the learner's grasp and understanding of the taught knowledge. For instance, consider the teaching of the concept of 112 once an individual comprehends this. Their feedback to Clarence will be limited to a mere 1 simplified point. However, should they grasp the underlying principle of why 11 equates to 2, the number of simplified points they can provide will undoubtedly increase in accordance with their level of understanding. Initially, Clarence was oblivious to the true nature of the world, one that harbored wizards and magic. Thus he deemed the daily allocation of a singular simplified point by the system as sufficient for his needs. Upon commencing his education, or rather, during the lessons imparted by the venerable headmaster to the children, Clarence endeavored to distill the curricula of that societal era into skills. Subjects such as mathematics, geography, physics, chemistry, biology, as well as painting, calligraphy, and music were all meticulously simplified. Once mathematics was transformed into a skill, it necessitated the seamless counting from 1 to 10 without interruption or error upon completion. This would yield an increase in his mathematical proficiency experience points. Of course, silent contemplation sufficed. It was not imperative to vocalize the numbers, as adherence to the mechanism of skill experience acquisition, namely, the act of counting from 1 to 10 would suffice to earn experience points. Regarding skill experience, Clarence conducted various experiments and discovered that the total remained fixed at 100 points, unaltered by level advancements. Even when ascending from level 0 to level 1, the required experience consistently amounted to 100 points. Upon accumulating the requisite experience, the skill would automatically upgrade, imparting the entirety of level 1 mathematical knowledge into his consciousness. Through experimentation, Clarence surmised that perhaps the knowledge imparted by the system did not solely reside within the confines of the brain, it seemed to extend into the realm of the soul. However, lacking the means to explore this domain, he could not validate this hypothesis. This revelation arose from the fact that the knowledge assimilated by Clarence felt instinctual, akin to the innate act of eating or drinking, as if he possessed an inherent capability. Consequently, he perceived that the knowledge received might not be confined to his cerebral faculties, but could indeed touch upon the realm of the soul. Regardless of whether it pertains to the brain or the soul, it ultimately serves Clarence well, as he currently lacks the ability to observe the realm of the soul. He deems it unnecessary to dwell on such thoughts. Following the simplification of numerous skills, it remains uncertain whether it is an issue of the system's mechanics. Certain skills, once simplified, can be amalgamated if interrelated, allowing for the expenditure of simplified points to forge new skills. For instance, the skills of physics, chemistry, and biology could be merged to create a singular science skill. Meanwhile, the realms of painting, calligraphy, and music could coalesce into an art skill. As for the method of acquiring experience for these composite skills, there was no significant alteration. It remained within the realm of acceptability for Clarence. Beyond the transformation of these subjects into skills, culinary arts and similar disciplines were also simplified. The culinary skills he acquired, along with the experience he amassed, paradoxically provided him with a sense of comfort. All he needed was to eat and drink, and the more pleasurable the experience, the greater the knowledge he gained. It seemed that the mechanism of acquiring skill experience was rather intricate. Thus, Clarence lived in the orphanage until he reached the age of 11. Shortly after celebrating his 11th birthday, he received a rather unusual letter. After all, the letter was delivered by an owl, which naturally added to its uniqueness. To put it simply, this creature had the potential to inflict harm. If anyone else were present in the room, the owl's sudden entrance through the window would surely incite panic. At that moment, Clarence felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he had simplified his combat and weapon skills, he had little practical experience. The few instances he had engaged in combat involved children not much older than himself. Against unruly children, he would never lose, even without the aid of the simplification system. However, he had never encountered an owl, especially one of adult stature. Yet, upon seeing the letter clutched in the owl's talons, Clarence's initial panic dissipated, replaced by a deep-seated unease and a foreboding sense of dread. The arrival of the letter via owl evoked a peculiar familiarity, particularly when he opened it and discovered its contents, confirming his ominous premonition. His first thought was, what in the world is this? Am I being drawn into the realm of Harry Potter? His second impulse was to pack his belongings and flee, but before he could even begin to gather his clothes, it struck him. He possessed the simplification system. Moreover, with the assistance of this system, once he entered the magical world and encountered magic, Clarence could quickly amass sufficient strength for self-preservation. While he might not stand a chance against someone of Dumbledore's caliber, dealing with the remnants of Voldemort's soul should pose no insurmountable challenge. However, he soon recalled that it was, in fact, the year 1971 in this case. Not only would he be unable to evade the narrative, but he would also be unable to rely on the trio of protagonists, and might even have to confront Voldemort and his Death Eaters directly. Yet, if one were to consider where the safest haven might lie in the wizarding world amidst the rise of Voldemort and his followers, it would undoubtedly be Hogwarts, the only magical school of its kind, of course. This could also be interpreted as a testament to Dumbledore, universally acknowledged as the greatest wizard of his time, sometimes referred to as the original White Wizard, and currently serving as the headmaster of Hogwarts. His presence at Hogwarts deterred Voldemort and his Death Eaters from invading. Although this might be an idealized plan, even in less favorable circumstances, with the aid of the simplification system and 7 years of dedicated study, Clarence would likely be able to hold his own against Voldemort, or at the very least, ensure his survival. Due to his lack of exposure to the magical realm and sorcery at that time, Clarence could only conservatively assume that, with the aid of the system, he would accumulate knowledge and skills over a period of 7 years, ensuring that he would be able to safeguard his own life. This cautious belief was shattered when he was guided by the enigmatic Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration instructor and head of Gryffindor, into Diagon Alley, thereby officially entering the magical world and encountering magical tomes. According to the system panel, the simplification points required for a basic spell were minimal, indicating that after 7 years of diligent study, he would not merely be able to hold his own against Voldemort. Even a confrontation with the combined might of Dumbledore and Grindelwald would be within his grasp, with the worst-case scenario being a stalemate. The simplest spell demanded merely 2 simplification points, a target he could easily amass within just 2 days. That, of course, Clarence did not presume that advanced spells would require only 2 points for simplification. However, he remembered that beyond the daily gifts from a system, he could also acquire additional simplification points by imparting knowledge to others. Furthermore, once the system skills were upgraded, they would provide him with all the knowledge within the current skill level, making it a breeze to educate his peers. With an increase in simplification points, he would be able to simplify a greater number of spells and enchantments, leading to a meteoric rise in his prowess. Armed with such confidence, Clarence was brimming with self-assurance, nearly to the point of bursting to AS for the matter of finances. With an 11th level culinary skill and the wisdom accrued from 2 lifetimes, if he could not elevate the orphanage to prosperity and attain a comfortable living, it would be better to perish than to continue. Though the system panel merely indicated that his culinary skills were at a novice level, Clarence's proficiency was already comparable to that of a professional chef. Utilizing his culinary talents, Clarence produced an abundance of pastries, cookies, and candies in the orphanage, which the children sold, thereby establishing a relatively stable source of income for the institution. Since he showcased his culinary prowess, teaching the other bright children and advising the elderly director on the idea of creating confections for sale, he not only opened a new revenue stream for the orphanage but also secured a source of pocket money for himself. Though referred to as pocket money, Clarence, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, understood that it was essentially his salary for his efforts in confection making. Otherwise, why would only the few capable of creating such delights receive any spending money? The savings accumulated over the years were considerable. Although there were restrictions on exchanging for magical currency at Gringotts, Clarence was at least able to afford brand new books and clothing without relying on the scholarships provided by Hogwarts, and even had a bit left over for additional purchases. Indeed, books in a magical world were genuinely quite expensive. All had been distilled into mere skills, and on the very first day of school, Clarence had relentlessly elevated them to level 10. Beyond his practical experience in magical combat, he had yet to officially enroll nonetheless. In terms of accumulating magical knowledge and its practical application, he had subtly reached a level akin to that of 4th or 5th year students. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, and the true measure of his capabilities would only be revealed through extensive comparisons. At this moment, standing before the pillar, despite having mastered a considerable number of spells, Clarence found himself hesitating whether to collide with it. Would that not be rather unbecoming? For in the future, should any young wizard inquire about his feelings and experiences upon first arriving at Hogwarts, how could Clarence respond? Would he admit that he once hesitated before crashing into a pillar? Or would he prefer to recount how he, a novice who would one day surpass even Dumbledore and Grindelwald, was momentarily thwarted by a mere column? How utterly embarrassing. Clarence buried his face in his hands. Just then, as he concealed his visage, a cold yet youthful voice broke through the air behind him. "Excuse me, sir or madam. Though I cannot fathom what you are so foolishly contemplating while standing here, could you kindly step aside? You are obstructing the way." "Ah, my apologies. I am truly sorry. I was just unsure of how to, enter," Clarence stammered, realizing he had been blocking the passageway only after the voice had prompted him to acknowledge it. Upon turning to face the speaker, he noticed that the individual was half a head shorter than himself. The clothing they wore had evidently been tailored from adult garments into a smaller size, appearing quite ill-fitting yet remarkably clean. despite having been washed or faded. Q. The child's pallid complexion suggested malnutrition, and their frail body instilled a sense of worry in Clarence, as he feared that even a gentle breeze might whisk the delicate boy away. While Clarence assessed the stranger, the boy was likewise scrutinizing him. Upon seeing Clarence turn around, the child, though still a youth, was struck by a sense of awe. Perhaps he did not even comprehend the meaning of such astonishment. How to articulate it? Clarence's appearance seemed to resonate perfectly with the boy's heart. Each feature, when viewed in isolation, captivated his gaze, and when combined, they drew attention. Irresistibly, in truth, it was not merely that Clarence's looks aligned with the boy's preferences, rather, his visage was universally appealing, suggesting that anyone who beheld him would evoke a similar reaction. This phenomenon was precisely the source of the minor, yet significant troubles associated with the system's streamlining of skills, as articulated by Huzimo, which augmented his personal attributes. The upgrading of skills mandated that the system forcibly instill in him all knowledge pertaining to the upgraded abilities, including their applications, which encompassed a broad spectrum of influences. Set aside all else. Just considering Clarence's physique, it had been considerably affected. Some knowledge, it seems, cannot simply be wielded once learned, for the physical attributes may not reach the requisite level of application. Thus, the system amplifies Clarence's physique, enabling him to achieve a degree of utility. Consequently, his form increasingly diverges from that of an ordinary human, resembling a being in a continuous ascent of evolutionary life, rendering his appearance and demeanor appealing to nearly everyone, including those beyond the realm of humanity. That it is as though he embodies a higher echelon of life forms, possessing an almost lethal allure to lower-tier beings. Even from a purely reproductive perspective, Clarence's presence exudes an irresistible magnetism for life itself. This phenomenon transcends mere physical attraction. It is driven by the instinctual urge of living entities to gravitate towards Clarence for the purpose of procreation. Prior to the age of 11, having yet to encounter magic, Clarence's allure was potent primarily to ordinary individuals. However, upon his introduction to the arcane arts, he began to exude a similarly fatal charm towards wizards and magical beings endowed with power. Much like a succubus, this newfound quality has brought him no small amount of trouble. Fortunately, he is not an ignorant child, but rather a reincarnated soul with the memories and cognitive patterns of an adult, enabling him to preemptively avoid or even directly resolve these predicaments. Upon encountering the child before him, who appeared momentarily entranced by his own reflection, Clarence felt compelled to speak. "Ahem, are you also a student of Hogwarts? Might I inquire if you know the way to enter?" he asked, stepping aside while questioning whether the pillar behind him served as the correct entrance to the Hogwarts Express platform. When faced with the unknown, while it may be foolish to approach without caution, it cannot be denied that, at times, such an approach can yield certain benefits, remarked the peer, presumably a fellow first year, as he confidently stepped into the pillar. P.S. This is not a doppelganger scenario. Not a doppelganger scenario. Not a doppelganger scenario. An important matter stated thrice. Clones are merely tools. Chapter 2. Severe as Snape, Clarence hurriedly mimicked the earlier boy's actions, colliding headlong into a pillar. To his surprise, he encountered little resistance, as though he had passed through a membrane of water. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered himself in a novel environment, although still within a train station. The trains and the people appeared entirely transformed. Notably, the number of children had increased, and the attire of the populace was decidedly peculiar. Indeed, peculiar is the most fitting term, as exemplified by a middle-aged gentleman who donned vintage clothing on his upper half while sporting an incongruous, fashionable long skirt below, clearly feminine in design. Such instances were abundant, warranting the description of the atmosphere as strange. Not far ahead stood the frail boy he had encountered moments before. Clarence, pulling his large suitcase, approached briskly and smiled at the boy. "Thank you. By the way, I'm Clarence Stewart. Just call me Clarence. May I ask your name?" The boy, exuding an air of aloofness, replied, "Severus Snape." Upon hearing that name, Clarence scrutinized the boy more closely. What a remarkable coincidence. He was none other than the future head of Slytherin House and Potions Master, renowned as the youngest potion master, affectionately dubbed the Greasy Bat by students. Clarence, undeterred by the future professor's cold demeanor, considered it perhaps a reflection of his inherent character. Seizing the moment, he remarked, "Severus, let us board the train. With so many people around, we might miss our seats." Though Snape remained silent, his actions conveyed an acknowledgement of Clarence's suggestion. Observing the boy struggle to hoist his suitcase onto the cargo train, Clarence produced his wand and cast a levitation charm upon Snape's luggage. This spell allowed Snape to effortlessly lift the suitcase, even attempting to switch to a single hand with ease. After casting a lingering glance at Clarence, he silently boarded the train with his suitcase in tow. It was not that Snape lacked proficiency in such a fundamental spell. He had practiced it during his studies and had mastered numerous charms, particularly in the realm of potions. However, the levitation spell he had mastered could not lift particularly heavy objects, unlike the spell cast by this newfound peer. It seemed evident that Clarence had delved deeply into the study of the levitation charm, having fully grasped its nuances. Otherwise, he would be limited to the same constraints as Snape, capable of casting the spell successfully but unable to levitate heavier items. Rather than heading directly to the rear of the train in search of an empty compartment, Clarence and Snape strolled past several, peering inside to assess their occupancy or to check if the overhead luggage racks were filled. After traversing a short distance, the pair discovered an unoccupied compartment and, without hesitation, opened the door and entered, easily placing their luggage upon the rack above their seats. Upon taking a seat, Clarence retrieved beverages, cookies, and candies from the backpack he carried, placing them on the small table. "Would you like to try some? I made them myself. They taste delightful." Perhaps it was due to the realization that, unlike before, he could no longer afford the luxury of solitude without considering social interactions at school. Alternatively, it might be that few could bear to refuse Clarence's exquisitely charming visage, especially when his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Thus, Severus, maintaining his usual stoic demeanor, accepted a cookie and savored it slowly. Clarence, ever considerate, poured a glass of milk and handed it to Severus. "Severus, do you know the specifics of what to expect at school?" Severus, being of mixed heritage, had a muggle father and a witch mother. Despite the serious issues within his family, he had been accepted into Hogwarts, even if his mother seemed reluctant to discuss anything pertaining to magic. It was implausible that she had not imparted at least a modicum of knowledge regarding the magical world and the circumstances surrounding Hogwarts. Furthermore, not all first-year witches and wizards were like Clarence, who preferred to stay indoors, engrossed in books and practicing spells. For instance, Severus had frequently visited Diagon Alley prior to this. Thus, even in the absence of maternal guidance, he had managed to glean a considerable amount of information about the magical realm and the impending start of his education at Hogwarts. At that moment, as Severus shared his knowledge with Clarence, the train began to move. Just as they were enjoying their food and discussing Hogwarts, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Turning to look, they found a girl standing outside, peering into the compartment, her gaze primarily fixed on Severus, though she occasionally cast glances at Clarence. The girl had long, silky red hair and striking green eyes. Upon seeing her, Severus's typically expressionless face displayed a flicker of emotion, and without a word to Clarence, he opened the compartment door and invited her in. "Hello, I'm Lily Evans. You can call me Lily. Are you a new friend of Severus?" The girl greeted warmly, introducing herself to the unfamiliar face in the compartment. "Oh, hello, I'm Clarence Stewart. You may also call me Clarence." "Lily, have you known Severus for long?" Clarence politely introduced himself and casually inquired about their relationship. "Yes, we live quite close to each other, so we were acquainted before receiving our acceptance letters." "Clarence, did you meet Severus in Diagon Alley?" "Not in Diagon Alley," he replied, "but he helped me navigate to the station. After all, one would hesitate to collide with an unknown pillar if there was any doubt about its legitimacy as a passage." Clarence's remark seemed rather intriguing, prompting the young girl to nod in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, when I first entered, I was quite hesitant, primarily due to my fear of pain. Ha ha ha." After sharing a light-hearted laugh, Clarence graciously offered Lily the homemade biscuits and candies he had prepared, followed by retrieving a new cup from his bag, pouring in some milk, and placing it on the small dining table. "Earlier, Severus was discussing Hogwarts with me. Since you already know him, Lily, you must be familiar with our school as well." Although Clarence found it peculiar that Lily chose to sit beside him instead of the well-acquainted Snape, he refrained from commenting, respecting her choice of seating. As Lily settled down next to Clarence, she began to nibble on the biscuits while conversing. Upon tasting the delightful treat, her eyes sparkled with delight, clearly indicating how delicious the biscuits were. "Ah, I see you ventured to Diagon Alley again. I've been so engrossed in reading and practicing spells that I haven't had the chance to go myself." The trio engaged in cheerful banter, quickly consuming the majority of the biscuits and candies, leaving not a drop of milk behind. Just as they were enjoying their lively conversation, especially as Lily playfully interacted with Clarence, embracing him and gently holding his hand as if he were a cherished doll, the carriage door was abruptly flung open, startling them with the sudden commotion. However, upon seeing Clarence, the newcomer, a boy of their age, froze, mouth agape, seemingly at a loss for words. This reaction was quite normal, for when Lily had first spotted Clarence through the door, she too had been momentarily taken aback before she knocked. At this moment, the boy stood there, captivated by Clarence's striking features, utterly forgetting whatever he had intended to say, rendered speechless as he stared. The trio paid no mind to the bewildered boy and even surmised the words he had failed to articulate, shaking their heads in unison to indicate they had not seen the friend he was looking for. Noticing the boy's continued state of shock, Clarence felt compelled to speak up, gently prompting him, "We haven't seen the friend you mentioned. However, if he has gone to the restroom, perhaps you should check there? Or maybe he exited and took a wrong turn. You might want to explore the opposite direction. Feeling uncomfortable under the boy's intense gaze, Clarence continued to suggest that his friend might have strayed off course, hoping to encourage him to leave, at least to stop staring at him as if he were prey. All right, thank you for the suggestion. I'm James Potter, by the way. It was evident that James held a favorable impression of Clarence, perhaps influenced by his striking appearance. As he revealed his name, "Hello, Potter. I am Clarence Stewart. You may call me Clarence." "Very well, Clarence," James Potter remarked. "I must continue my search for my lost friend. By the way, allow me to remind you that we are nearing our destination, so do hasten to change your attire." With a final, penetrating glance at Clarence, as if to imprint his image firmly in his memory, James hurriedly departed. Upon hearing James's reminder, Clarence turned to gaze out of the train window, and indeed, dusk had settled as the sun dipped below the horizon. They had been so engrossed in conversation that they had completely lost track of time. Severus, meanwhile, exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly donning his school uniform as if to complete the task in one fluid motion. It appeared that his uniform had been deliberately purchased in a larger size, allowing for continued wear in subsequent years. However, upon seeing Clarence in the process of removing his outerwear, Severus's face flushed crimson, and he promptly exited the compartment, even going so far as to shield the glass on the door. Once he had changed into his uniform, Clarence called Severus back inside, exclaiming in exasperation, "I've already told you, Severus, I am also a boy. Why must you go out of your way to leave?" Severus remained silent, clearly reluctant to delve into that topic. The two sat together for a brief, while before they distinctly felt the train come to a halt. Severus rose and stated, "Let us be off. There is no need to concern ourselves with our luggage, as it will remain in the carriage. The school will see to its transport. By the way, Severus, which house do you think you will be sorted into?" Clarence inquired, following closely behind. "Most likely Slytherin or Ravenclaw." "It will certainly not be Gryffindor or Hufflepuff," Severus replied without hesitation, revealing his anticipated house. "Slytherin, you say? I would prefer to be sorted into Ravenclaw, as I have a profound love for acquiring knowledge," Clarence exclaimed. Indeed, he had benefited significantly from his studies, at the very least. He had acquired a deeper understanding of certain spells through Clarence's guidance. It was undeniable that Severus's talent and intellect were remarkably exceptional, astonishingly so. Through their conversation, Severus learned that Clarence was an orphan, having lived in an orphanage throughout his childhood, which meant he had no knowledge of his parents. Consequently, there was no one to instruct him in the art of magic. Yet, remarkably, he had independently studied and mastered such an extensive range of spells. Even before their formal education had begun, the fact that a young wizard, yet to commence his schooling, had managed to learn so much solely through self-study highlighted the extraordinary nature of his talent and intellect. As he had stated, if he were not to be sorted into Ravenclaw, it would indeed be a curious circumstance. As the pair disembarked alongside the other students, the new first-year wizards were called to gather separately, distinct from the older students who took a different path toward the castle. "First-year students, gather around. Did you all hear me? First-year students, come over here. Oh, he is truly tall." When Clarence and Snape approached, they were struck by the sight of Hagrid, who resembled a giant. It was evident that he was not purely human. If I am not mistaken, he must be a half-blood giant. Snape, observing the giant like Hagrid, did not react with the same astonishment as Clarence, but instead deduced that Hagrid likely had giant blood in his lineage. A half-blood means that this behemoth is not even as tall as a true giant. Indeed, real giants are considerably taller and far more robust, Snape explained. As the two conversed about Hagrid, he continued to call out, "Newly enrolled young wizards, gather around. We shall take a different path to the castle. Hurry up. Once everyone is here, we shall set off." Clarence was about to speak when Lily arrived with a new acquaintance, a shy young girl named Mia Sundyke, whom she had met in her compartment. "Severus, Clarence, so there you are," Lily exclaimed, introducing Mia to the two boys. Mia, being somewhat reserved, greeted Clarence and Snape but fell silent thereafter, occasionally glancing at Clarence and blushing whenever their eyes met, quietly listening to her newfound friend's conversation. Once all the first-year wizards had assembled, Hagrid led them away, holding a large oil lamp. The darkness had descended, and the only source of light was Hagrid's lamp, which was obscured by his enormous frame, rendering it difficult for the young wizards trailing behind to discern the path beneath their feet. They could only feel that they were traversing a steep, narrow path, stumbling along with the group. Some young wizards fell, but quickly scrambled to their feet, fearing they might be left behind. Witnessing this, Clarence, who might have stumbled himself had he not urgently pulled Snape back, could not resist drawing his wand, pointing it skyward to cast a light charm. The glow flickered, illuminating the path ahead, allowing the young wizards to see clearly. Many of them, curious about who had cast the spell, began to look around for the source of the enchantment. Unfortunately, the young wizards were clustered closely together, making it difficult to spot Clarence from a distance. However, those who were nearer, especially the ones beside him, were taken aback upon realizing it was Clarence who had conjured the spell, particularly as the light accentuated his already exquisite features. Hagrid, who was leading the way, turned around in curiosity upon the sudden emergence of a light source and naturally spotted Clarence, who was holding a wand. However, due to the wand obstructing his view, Hagrid could not discern Clarence's features clearly. He merely acknowledged that a young wizard had cast a spell and offered a compliment before continuing to guide the group ahead. Mia and Lily, on the other hand, had surmised the thoughts of the young wizards around them and exchanged silent eye rolls while inching closer to Clarence. As Clarence was preoccupied with maintaining control over the light from his illuminating charm, he was oblivious to the happenings around him, quietly following the procession. When the group reached the end of the path, they were greeted by a scene of utter darkness, save for a tranquil lake that mirrored the night sky. On the opposite shore, a grand castle loomed atop the highlands, its towers piercing the heavens and windows twinkling like stars. They paused at the water's edge, where Hagrid instructed the young wizards to form groups, with no more than 4 individuals per small boat. Once all the young wizards had boarded and Hagrid settled himself alone, a fleet of boats glided across the glassy surface of the lake. After all the young wizards had embarked, Clarence extinguished the glowing orb and stowed his wand. He shared a boat with Snape, Lily, and the newly acquainted Mia. Although other young wizards wished to join them, Snape and Lily's speed prevailed. As the foremost boat, carrying Hagrid, approached the cliff, Hagrid cautioned the young wizards to lower their heads. Clarence and his companions disregarded the warning, as their height rendered them unbothered by the need to duck like Hagrid, who towered over them. Their boat navigated through the ivy-draped entrance of the cliff, leading them into a dark tunnel that seemed to descend into the castle's depths. Eventually, they arrived at an underground dock and ascended onto a surface strewn with gravel and small pebbles. The young wizards disembarked, and after Hagrid verified that no one had been left behind, he led them up a dark tunnel, finally reaching a damp, level patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. Hagrid turned to inquire if all the young wizards had gathered, raising a large oil lamp in one hand while rapping on the castle door with the other. The door swung open to reveal a stern-faced witch-clad in a dark green robe. "All the first years are here, Professor McGonagall." Hagrid promptly relayed his duty of escorting the newcomers upon seeing the serious witch. Professor McGonagall surveyed the young wizards on the steps, her gaze momentarily lingering on Clarence, the most remarkable and striking among them, before addressing Hagrid. "Thank you for your efforts, Hagrid." She then fully opened the castle doors, allowing the young wizards to enter. Professor McGonagall led the young wizards along the stone-paved floor, ultimately arriving at a vacant chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she announced. Then, with a serious demeanor, she continued, "The opening feast will soon commence, but prior to that, we must conduct the sorting ceremony in the Great Hall. This ceremony holds great significance, as it determines the house to which you will belong for the duration of your 7 years at this institution. During your time here, Hogwarts will serve as your home. You will attend classes alongside your fellow housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the common room of your house. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. Each house boasts its own illustrious history and has nurtured exceptional wizards. Throughout your studies, you will strive to earn points for your respective houses in pursuit of glory, while any misconduct will result in the deduction of points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. Therefore, I hope that regardless of which house you are sorted into, you will endeavor to bring pride to your house." Once Professor McGonagall concluded her address, she reminded the young wizards to tidy their attire. Satisfied with their appearance, she turned and pushed open the grand doors of the Great Hall, leading the young wizards inside. Chapter 3. The sorting. As the doors to the Great Hall swung open, the young wizards were greeted by a cacophony of noise emanating from within. Upon entering, they immediately beheld 4 long tables arranged side by side, already filled with students from the 4 houses. At the far end of the hall was the staff table, where the professors sat, and in the center stood a grand golden chair, designated for the headmaster. Seated upon it was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. Clarence's gaze briefly swept over the hall's environment. Even the attention drawn to him by the students and professors, captivated by his appearance, failed to elicit any pause in his demeanor. He paid no heed to Dumbledore's penetrating gaze, laden with complex meaning, as he found himself captivated instead by the enchanted ceiling above, which displayed a mesmerizing starry sky. "If you wish to see it, the library may have what you're looking for. You can search for it later," Snape remarked before lapsing into silence. Beside him stood a tall wooden stool, upon which he placed the pointed wizard's hat he was holding. He then cleared his throat and gestured for the students to quiet down. In truth, there was no need for his reminder. The majority of the students in the hall had fallen into a state of stupor, mesmerized by Clarence's appearance. A few students, unable to catch a glimpse of Clarence, still engaged in conversation. But after Professor McGonagall's deliberate cough served as a signal, the hall fell into complete silence. Once the auditorium fell into a profound silence, Professor McGonagall nodded with satisfaction and unfurled the parchment she held, commencing the sorting ceremony for the young wizards. Each summoned student ascended to the high stool, whereupon the professor placed the tattered sorting hat upon their heads, allowing it to declare their respective houses. In accordance with the narrative known to Clarence, the renowned figures were invariably assigned to their destined houses. Notably, James Potter, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, as well as Lily and Mia, were all sorted into Gryffindor. What was particularly surprising, or rather astonishing to the students of Slytherin, was the sorting of Sirius Black into Gryffindor. The Black surname is not only illustrious within the wizarding world, but is also one of the oldest magical families, being among the sacred 28 of pureblood lineage. Traditionally, most members of this family are sorted into Slytherin. Prior to this day, while some members of the Black family had been sorted into the other three houses, Sirius was the sole exception in being placed in Gryffindor. Moreover, within the realm of pureblood families, the Blacks held notably radical views regarding blood purity, adhering to stringent family traditions that fostered a deep-seated animosity towards any wizard of non-pure blood. Thus, it is evident that Sirius Black's sorting into Gryffindor would evoke considerable astonishment, particularly among those in the know. For acquaintances such as Lucius Malfoy and his sister Narcissa Black, the revelation transcended mere surprise, entering the realm of horror. Clarence, however, felt no particular astonishment or surprise regarding this matter, as his background rendered him unaware of what the Black family represented. He could not comprehend the significance of a young male member of that family being sorted into Gryffindor, and thus, it was entirely normal for him to remain uninformed and unperturbed. Additionally, he was already familiar with the original storyline, aware that Sirius, as Harry Potter's godfather, had indeed been sorted into Gryffindor upon his entrance to Hogwarts, thus rendering the surprise an antiquated notion. When Professor McGonagall called his name, Clarence did not dwell on it further. Instead, he walked to the high stool under the fervent gazes of all students, both male and female, feeling a slight tremor within. Upon sitting, McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head, and before Clarence could respond, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ah, child, you possess a veritable library within your mind. Pray tell, how deeply do you cherish the written word, or is it merely an insatiable thirst for knowledge that drives you? If that is the case, perhaps I know precisely to which house you should be assigned." Upon hearing the results of the sorting, while the students at the four long tables erupted into applause, it was undoubtedly the table of Ravenclaw that exhibited the most fervent enthusiasm. The students at this particular table were quite distinguishable, embodying the notion of the feminine prevailing over the masculine. The resounding applause made it clear to Clarence the location of Ravenclaw House. When Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat and urged him to promptly join the table of Ravenclaw, Clarence finally descended from the high stool, expressed his gratitude to the professor, and made his way towards the house table. As he approached, before he could even search for an available seat, he was enthusiastically ushered down by several exuberant upperclasswomen, who swiftly guided him into a seat. Amidst their animated gestures, they warmly introduced themselves, leaving Clarence overwhelmed, barely able to retain their names in his memory. Perhaps it was the commotion surrounding Clarence that drew attention, prompting Professor McGonagall to cough deliberately as a reminder, thereby indirectly rescuing him from the grasp of those delicate hands. The sorting continued, and following Clarence was Severus Snape, whose assignment to Slytherin came as no surprise. Despite Snape being a half-blood, his mother, Eileen Prince, hailed from a lineage of pure-blood wizards, though not one of the 28 sacred families, yet still undeniably pure-blooded. Thus, if one were to scrutinize closely, Snape could be classified merely as a half-blood, not a wizard of Muggle descent. Lily Evans, on the other hand, was a true Muggle-born witch. As for Clarence himself, being unaware of the identities of this body's parents, he could not ascertain whether either was a wizard, leaving him unable to determine his own blood status, be it half-blood, Muggle, or pure-blood. Nevertheless, Clarence held no concern regarding his lineage. Thus, the distinctions of blood status were of little significance to him. After Snape was sorted, Clarence clapped enthusiastically, though his applause stemmed solely from their friendship. He had similarly cheered for Lily and Mia after their sorting. Just as Professor McGonagall settled into her seat, the headmaster, Dumbledore, rose to deliver a few welcoming words, along with some prohibitions, before casting a spell to summon the house elves from the kitchens below to transport the prepared banquet dishes to the long tables in the Great Hall. He then declared the feast commenced, and students along with professors began to indulge in the repast. Although Clarence endeavored to balance his selections of meat and vegetables, the offerings of the Great Hall were such that he made do with whatever was available. At the very least, this was the customary procedure for Ravenclaw, though he remained uncertain about the practices of the other houses. He could only hope that Dumbledore and the other unfamiliar professors would not discern anything amiss. In truth, there lies a concern that Dumbledore might employ the pensive to unearth some secret from within his own memories. Although it seems improbable that someone of his stature would resort to such magic against a mere young wizard, given his extensive life experience and wisdom, he could discern much from an individual's demeanor and actions, especially from a young wizard whose thoughts are more innocent than those of an adult. Thus, even if Dumbledore were inclined to use the pensive on a young wizard, there would be little need to do so. However, considering the peculiar circumstances surrounding Clarence, one must remain vigilant against such possibilities. As for why he does not study advanced techniques to resist the pensive or even craft false memories, it is evident that such sophisticated magic, which pertains to the mind and memory, is beyond the reach of a novice like Clarence, who has only just ventured into the magical realm without any support. It is not that he lacks the desire to learn the art of memory concealment. Rather, he finds himself devoid of any opportunity to access such elevated magical knowledge. Nevertheless, should there exist even the slightest possibility of Dumbledore employing the pensive on him, Clarence must be cautious, leading him to rely solely on the techniques of the Mind Palace and Memory Palace, which he had come across online in a previous life. During his time in the Great Hall, he dared not let his mind wander and focused intently on these techniques. Fortunately, after the Sorting Hat ceremony, the warm welcome from the older Ravenclaws diverted much of his attention, allowing him to endure until mealtime. The first-year students, led by their prefect, made their way towards the western side of the castle, ascending the spiral staircase until they reached the top, only to be halted by a grand door adorned with a bronze eagle-shaped knocker, which blocked the entrance to the common room. Through the prefect's introduction, the young wizards learned that to enter the common room or their dormitories, they must answer a riddle posed by the eagle-shaped knocker. Clearly, this was a secret that all Hufflepuff students were required to uphold, for at least on the surface. Students from the other three houses had never indicated having entered the Hufflepuff common room. After the prefect concluded his introduction to the door, he did not suggest that the newly admitted young wizards try their hand at answering the riddle, as there were many matters to attend to that evening, and wasting time here could lead to the young wizards arriving late to class the following day. Inside the common room, numerous tables and chairs were arranged alongside bookshelves. Opposite the entrance, a magnificent alcove housed a life-size statue of Rowena Ravenclaw carved from pure white marble, with a door leading to the dormitories above. Additionally, the common room boasted unique decorations and amenities. For instance, a suspended ornament twirled beneath the chandelier, imparting an air of mystery. Moreover, a fireplace shaped like an eagle, crafted from pristine gemstones, reflected the flames in such a way that they appeared to depict an eagle poised for flight. Additionally, there exists a private library, modest in size yet impressive in its collection, rivaling that of a small public library. The prefects took it upon themselves to enlighten the young wizards about this treasure trove, subtly suggesting that a considerable portion of the tomes within were contributed by generations of Ravenclaw students, alongside numerous notes pinned by their predecessors. The implication was unmistakable. The first-year students were encouraged, should they possess the requisite aptitude, to contribute their own books or notes to this private library. While one could argue that some among the first-year students might lack emotional intelligence, it would be folly to claim they were devoid of intellect. Thus, the young wizards comprehended the prefect's insinuation, though none dared to voice it aloud. Subsequently, the prefect presented a list detailing the allocation of dormitories to the young wizards. Once the other students had departed, the prefect confided in Clarence the reason his name had not been mentioned. It transpired that this year's first-year cohort in Ravenclaw had one extra student. Initially, the prefects had deliberated about placing the surplus student in an upper-class dormitory with available beds. However, upon encountering Clarence, particularly noting his androgynous appearance and unique aura, they realized their initial plan was untenable. They had aimed to ensure more accommodations for the incoming freshmen next year by having this additional new student share lodging with the upperclassmen. Yet, Clarence's striking looks would likely incite complications, regardless of whether he resided in the boys' or girls' dormitory. The prefects were particularly concerned that placing Clarence in the boys' dormitory could lead to even greater disturbances. However, it would be unreasonable to assign him to the girls' dormitory solely based on his beauty, as he was, after all, a young boy. Thus, they tacitly accepted Clarence as the extra student, yet allowing him to reside among the upperclassmen was also not feasible. Upperclassmen signified greater maturity, and should any issues arise, it would not only bring disgrace to Ravenclaw, but potentially to all of Hogwarts. Consequently, they contemplated allowing Clarence to dwell alone. Yet the notion of establishing a new dormitory solely for him felt somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, with new students expected next year, he would inevitably be integrated into the same dormitory as the new arrivals. Thus, the prefects found themselves compelled to devise a solution for Clarence's solitary accommodation. During a meal, they deliberated on converting the topmost floor of the common room, previously utilized as a storage space, into a living space for him. Since both prefects had reached a decision and had prepared the attic for Clarence's exclusive use, one might wonder why they did not communicate this directly to him, instead leaving him in suspense until the final revelation. The male prefect primarily wished to inquire about Clarence's thoughts, for it would be illogical to make a decision based solely on someone's appearance. Perhaps Clarence preferred to reside in a dormitory with peers his own age. After all, Children naturally enjoy playing alongside their contemporaries. Furthermore, to prevent any potential resentment among the new students, which might lead to undesirable sentiments, it was prudent to address the matter discreetly, considering that a single accommodation was at stake. If this were announced in front of all the newcomers, the repercussions could be rather unpleasant. Therefore, Clarence was kept until the end to make his own choice. In light of such a decision, Clarence naturally preferred to live alone, as his unique abilities simplified his system, and while the experience points for upgrading skills were derived from rather mundane actions, to the uninformed, they would appear rather peculiar. Previously, he had pondered how to explain his unusual behavior. However, he was spared from this dilemma, as the enthusiastic prefects offered to assist him. When Clarence opted for solitary accommodation, the male prefect said little, merely guiding him to the small attic on the top floor. Coincidentally, as they ascended, the female prefect emerged from the attic, resulting in an unexpected encounter. Grateful for the attentiveness of the prefects, Clarence expressed his appreciation sincerely. Just as he was about to enter the attic, the male prefect called him back and inquired whether he had mastered the counterspell for unlocking or the binding spell. Before Clarence could respond, the female prefect playfully admonished him, asserting that he had yet to attend classes, thus could not possibly know the binding spell. Even the most studious Ravenclaw students would not possess such knowledge prior to their enrollment. As he pondered alternative solutions, Clarence produced his wand and demonstrated the binding spell to the two prefects. Although he could not fathom the reason behind their inquiry into his mastery of these spells, he decided to showcase his skill given their perplexed expressions. Upon witnessing Clarence's adept execution of the binding spell, both prefects were taken aback, eyes wide with astonishment. Particularly the female prefect, who could not resist expressing her admiration. After the initial surprise, the male prefect smiled and explained the rationale behind his earlier questions. It turned out that the attic had previously served as a storage room, intentionally connecting the male and female dormitories, meaning both sides shared this space. However, now that it was designated as Clarence's dormitory, it could easily be accessed by students from both genders. The female dormitory posed no concern, as it was protected by magic preventing male entry. Thus Clarence could not venture there, yet this did not deter the girls from visiting the attic. Let us not even mention the boys. Thus, the male prefect inquired whether Clarence was familiar with these two spells, intending for him to enchant his dormitory door to prevent intrusions while he slumbered or was absent. It was not merely the two prefects overthinking. Rather, Clarence's appearance compelled them to consider such matters extensively. Were no incidents to occur, all would be well. However, should any trouble arise, it would undoubtedly spell a monumental dilemma, leaving no opportunity for discreet resolution. Chapter 4. Attending class. The space within the small attic, though modest, did not feel confining. It was equipped with a private bathroom, wardrobe, bedside table, shoe rack, and a charming bookshelf positioned beside the little fireplace. In front of the hearth stood a desk with a supportive chair, while a cozy sofa accompanied by a matching coffee table completed the arrangement. The linens and bedding on the bed were pristine, and one could catch a hint of the unique scent of grass and sunlight upon drawing near. After organizing his belongings and placing the textbooks needed for the following day's classes into his bag, something that the other freshmen had yet to receive, Clarence possessed his schedule due to the special attention of the head girl, presumably to ensure that the solitary Clarence would not oversleep and be late the next day. Having prepared his books and practiced some simplification skills, Clarence then refreshed himself before retiring for the night. On the following day, adhering to his long-established routine, he awoke early, washed up, and ventured out of the common room with his bag, retracing the route he had taken the previous evening to the Great Hall. At this early hour, the sky had just begun to brighten, and aside from himself, there was not a single soul present in the hall, not even a ghost, in the literal sense, as the spirits of Hogwarts Castle were absent. Seating himself at the Ravenclaw table and gazing at the empty surface, Clarence pondered briefly before tapping the table and declaring, "Please bring me a breakfast." No sooner had he spoken than a substantial and perfectly prepared breakfast materialized before him. "Thank you. Additionally, could I possibly have a warm glass of milk next time?" Before he could even finish his request, a steaming cup of milk appeared beside his plate. In the afternoon, he would attend Transfiguration class with Slytherin, and in the evening, he would join Gryffindor for History of Magic. Upon locating the classroom for Charms, he discovered it already occupied, not only by the Professor of Charms, but also by the head of Ravenclaw House. The male prefect had mentioned Professor Flitwick in the common room the previous night. Though he possessed half-elf lineage, rendering him rather diminutive in stature, one should not underestimate this headmaster. His accomplishments in the realm of charms were remarkable. A master duelist, he had even claimed victory in a dueling championship, marking him as a wizard of considerable prowess. According to the classification of adult wizards' powers within the magical realm, Flitwick belongs to a category that surpasses even the elite Aurors, being a professor of considerable prowess. The magical community categorizes adult wizards into 3 tiers: ordinary adult wizards, Aurors, and elite Aurors. Aurors are akin to detectives in the realm of ordinary society, while elite Aurors represent a level of power that exceeds that of the standard Auror. Above the elite Auror tier lies the esteemed rank of a professor within a magical academy. One might wonder why even the title of a magical academy professor is included in the hierarchy of wizarding power. This is due to the fact that reputable professors often possess extraordinary achievements and mastery in specific fields, thereby surpassing elite Aurors in terms of strength. Ascending further, one encounters the ranks of Grand Wizards and those of Dark Lord caliber, such as Dumbledore and Grindelwald, signifying the kings of magic. However, reaching the level of a Dark Lord does not signify the pinnacle of a wizard's potential. There exist even higher tiers beyond that, which remain beyond the comprehension of someone like Clarence. The classification of adult wizard's power was something Clarence learned just yesterday from Snape during their train journey, as such details are seldom recorded in books. In summary, Professor Flitwick possesses formidable strength, particularly as he is a dueling expert, exceptionally skilled in combat spells. Additionally, Flitwick has only recently begun teaching at Hogwarts, having only become the head of Ravenclaw House last year. Clarence was quite surprised to find someone had arrived at the charms classroom earlier than himself, and that someone was none other than Professor Flitwick. Flitwick, in turn, was equally astonished to see a young wizard arriving so early on the second day of term. Noticing Clarence's height and youthful yet strikingly beautiful face, it dawned on him that this was indeed the new student who had left a profound impression on all the faculty and students at the opening feast the previous night. After the initial surprise, Clarence took the initiative to greet Flitwick, who was busy organizing his materials while engaging in casual conversation. Observing Flitwick struggle to manage his belongings while standing on elevated books, Clarence left his seat and approached the podium, retrieving his wand and casting an inquiring glance toward Flitwick. Whether Flitwick was curious to witness Clarence's magical abilities or had other intentions, he did not deter him, but instead looked on with anticipation. Coincidentally, considering they would have a transfiguration class later that afternoon, Clarence had chosen to practice transfiguration the previous night, successfully elevating his skills to level 11. Although level 11 is merely an introductory stage, each increment of 10 marks a significant milestone, crossing which, while it may not herald monumental enhancement, still promises a notable improvement. At the very least, even if it is merely a level 10 transfiguration, Clarence, though capable of executing highly intricate transformations, finds that the more elaborate the spell, the shorter the duration of its effect. However, upon surpassing level 10 and attaining level 11 transfiguration, he can, provided he wishes and inputs sufficient magical energy, maintain transformations for an extended period. This duration can last a minimum of 3 to 4 years, and should he infuse additional magical power before the spell dissipates entirely, he can further prolong the transformation. At the level 10 threshold, managing such complex transformations for even a day would be considered remarkable. After all, such endeavors require not only magical energy, but also a profound understanding and mastery of the spell itself. It is important to note that Clarence's transformations are not only exceedingly intricate, but also encompass aspects of material conversion and size alteration. Such advanced transformations would typically be introduced to students at the 4th or 5th grade level, marking them as intermediate transfiguration. Moreover, the magical energy required for such complex transformations is substantial, far beyond what a mere first-year student like Clarence could muster. Thus, it is evident that this young wizard is a prodigy, a true genius of the highest caliber. Chapter 5. Class 2. In response to Professor Flitwick's praise, Clarence humbly acknowledged that he still has a long way to go, asserting that he has only reached the preliminary stages of transfiguration. Flitwick, while recognizing that Clarence's skills are indeed at a rudimentary level, could not overlook his age and the circumstances of his upbringing prior to entering Hogwarts. Clarence's appearance left a profound impression on both students and faculty, to the extent that nearly all professors remembered this young wizard, with some even perusing his records out of curiosity, albeit only the copies. Upon learning about Clarence's life before enrollment, Flitwick lamented the fact that he had lived not only in the Muggle world but also as an orphan, having spent his formative years in an orphanage until the age of 11. Given such circumstances, Clarence stands out remarkably among the first-year students, to the point that even Flitwick could not help but express his admiration. Ravenclaw must award you an extra point for your splendid transfiguration. Professor Flitwick playfully winked at Clarence and jested, "Even though I am not your transfiguration professor, I am certain that Minerva would not hesitate to grant you that point if she witnessed your transfiguration skills." He believed that Clarence must have already mastered the levitation charm, for it seemed implausible that someone who could self-learn such a challenging form of transfiguration would struggle with the simplest and most fundamental levitation charm. That would be rather unbalanced in terms of skill development. In truth, Clarence does not exhibit any particular bias in his studies, and he demonstrates remarkable proficiency in the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick subsequently inquired about the size and weight of the objects he could levitate. This line of questioning stemmed from the notion that the ability to levitate larger and heavier items signifies a deeper mastery and understanding of the spell. Upon hearing the question, Clarence appeared somewhat perplexed, admitting that he had not conducted any experiments, and thus was unaware of the extent of his capabilities with the levitation spell. Professor Flivy nodded in understanding, acknowledging that it is indeed rare for wizards to conduct specific tests after mastering such a spell. Finding suitable objects for testing is no small feat. Moreover, there are no definitive standards for testing this spell. Its effectiveness can vary greatly depending on the circumstances, time, and even the magical energy exerted. However, as a professor of charms, he possesses certain techniques to approximate the limits of one's levitation spell. He then selected a feather from a pile, stating that it would serve as a teaching material for the upcoming lesson. Of course, he did not intend for Clarence to cast the spell on the feather. Rather, he performed several unknown incantations on it himself. As there were no visible changes or anomalies, Clarence could only speculate about the effects of these spells. After casting his spells on the feather, Professor Flivy gestured for Clarence to attempt the levitation spell once more. Wingardium Leviosa. Accompanied by the appropriate gestures, Clarence cast the spell on the feather. However, the outcome left him somewhat dumbfounded. While the feather did indeed float, it barely ascended a few centimeters above the surface of the table, as though hindered by an invisible barrier that prevented any further elevation. Stunned by this result, Clarence was at a loss, while Professor Flivy's eyes widened in astonishment. The spells he had cast on the feather were intended to better assess the mastery and depth of understanding of the levitation spell. Even though he had calibrated the magical energy input to the standards of a 3rd or 4th year student, the outcome exceeded his expectations. It could be said that Clarence's ability to perform the levitation spell to such an extent surpassed what would typically be achievable by a student in the 3rd or 4th year, indicating he had already reached the standards of a 5th or 6th year student. Although he had initially tested Clarence based on his apparent proficiency and the effectiveness displayed, Professor Flivy now felt he had underestimated him. I believe your mastery of this spell has reached the level of a 5th or 6th year student. By the way, could you share how you practiced this spell before enrolling? Professor Flivy inquired with a hint of curiosity. Clarence first glanced at his skill panel, where it displayed that his levitation charm had reached level 11 after his practice the previous night. The skill had been on the cusp of an upgrade, and during his practice, he had effortlessly cast it several times, elevating it to the next level. His practice consisted of repeatedly casting the levitation charm on various objects, as outlined in the textbook. This indicated that Clarence possessed remarkable aptitude for spellcasting. Subsequently, the two engaged in an exchange of knowledge within the classroom. Although it was termed an exchange, it was primarily Flivy who guided and instructed Clarence. To his astonishment, when he reopened his skill panel and observed the experience points for the levitation charm, he found that they had surged by a staggering 80 points, combined with the 6 points earned from his practice the night before, resulting in his experience bar being over half full at 86 points. He had not anticipated that receiving guidance from the professor could also augment his skill's experience value. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. His skill panel merely represented a digital manifestation of his data, essentially a set of statistics. Yet, this data fluctuated with his own development. Although the simplified system mechanism compelled feedback of knowledge to enhance his skills upon leveling up, it also implied that he could accrue experience points not solely through practice. Just like in this instance, the insights from a professor with a higher mastery of spellcasting equated to acquiring knowledge through learning, thus correspondingly increasing the experience value of his skills on the panel. This newfound realization astonished Clarence, as he had not delved into textbooks or attended lectures by the old headmaster since simplifying knowledge into skills. He had relied solely on the feedback received from skill upgrades, which had prevented him from recognizing this phenomenon. With this revelation, Clarence's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on Professor Flivy, eager to inquire further. Just as he was about to pose more questions, the classroom door swung open, and a stream of young wizards filed in. Chapter 6. Healing Magic Skills. Once all the first-year students had gathered and settled into their seats, Professor Flivy unexpectedly awarded Clarence 5 points for his impressive demonstration of the levitation charm prior to class. Without even commencing the lesson, Flivy granted points to Clarence and appointed him as a temporary teaching assistant to assist in instructing the other students, which naturally caused a stir among the newcomers. They were either too astonished by the assistant role or indifferent to the homework assignments, thus overlooking the matter of after-class assignments. Consequently, they did not require his assistance and instead focused on diligently noting down the knowledge presented on the blackboard. According to Clarence's expertise in the levitation spell, he naturally harbored his own insights and interpretations, which he diligently recorded in a new notebook. By the time the young wizards had all completed their notes, a significant portion of the class had elapsed. It was then that Flitwick began to instruct them on the proper incantation and wand movements. Once he observed that nearly all the young wizards had taken their notes, he called upon Clarence to approach the podium, where he would correct any mistakes or address any questions that arose. Indeed, Having Clarence as a temporary teaching assistant greatly alleviated Flitwick's burdens, allowing him to teach without the concern of potential errors in instruction. Flitwick had previously noted that, even in the foundational aspects of the spell, Clarence possessed a more comprehensive understanding than himself, thus alleviating any worries about misguidance or unsolvable issues. However, while Clarence was thrilled to acquire numerous simplification points, he also felt a twinge of annoyance due to some students' deliberate mistakes. Why, one might wonder, would the first-year students intentionally err? It was simply their desire for Clarence to linger by their side a little longer, hoping for the opportunity of hands-on guidance. This was particularly evident among the Gryffindor students, such as Lily and James Potter, who seemed to make mistakes on purpose, hoping to lure Clarence over for correction or instruction. This behavior, albeit frustrating for Clarence, did not contribute to his accumulation of simplification points. Yet, despite his irritation, he felt compelled to correct their errors, as he aspired to cultivate an image of being knowledgeable, a benevolent mentor who delighted in assisting his peers. Maintaining this persona would ultimately facilitate his future endeavors in guiding his classmates and acquiring a wealth of simplification points. Thus, he resolved to endure the annoyance. Eventually, Flitwick discerned the situation and deliberately admonished the students, which provided Clarence with some relief. However, the reprieve was short-lived. Unable to contain his exasperation, he found himself hand-holding a Gryffindor boy who, for reasons unknown, whether due to precociousness or youthful exuberance, had started to bleed from the nose. This incident prompted Flitwick to refrain from allowing Clarence to continue as a teaching assistant, fearing that further instruction might lead to even more troublesome occurrences. So, he directed Clarence to escort the nose-bleeding Gryffindor to the infirmary to consult Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Despite his reluctance, Clarence complied with Professor Flitwick's request and assisted the bleeding first year out of the classroom, inquiring of paintings or ghosts along the way until they reached the infirmary, where they encountered Madame Pomfrey as described by Flitwick. After briefly explaining the situation of the nosebleed Gryffindor freshman to the young and lovely Madame Pomfrey, Clarence stood quietly by, observing her as she employed various diagnostic spells with her wand. The examination was swiftly completed, and Madame Pomfrey glanced at Clarence with a peculiar look before remarking, "There is nothing to worry about. It is merely a normal nosebleed, requiring no treatment as it will heal on its own. However, I believe I am Clarence Stewart, but you may simply call me Clarence," he interjected, sensing that she might not know his name. "Very well, Clarence. I think if you could step away, or perhaps not be so close to this young wizard, his nose will heal quite quickly." Madame Pomfrey endeavored to phrase her words delicately, yet the underlying implication left Clarence feeling quite embarrassed. Observing his flustered demeanor, Madame Pomfrey realized her comments may have inadvertently hurt the handsome young wizard, prompting her to clear her throat and say awkwardly, "Never mind. I shall use a healing spell for this young wizard." As Clarence watched Madame Pomfrey cast a spell on the bleeding student, he curiously inquired, "Madame Pomfrey, is the spell you used a healing magic?" "To be precise, I employed a first aid spell, which is indeed a form of healing magic. Unfortunately, the school does not teach it," she explained, perhaps feeling inclined to elaborate due to her earlier remarks. Upon hearing her explanation, Clarence's skill panel reacted, revealing a new skill that remained in an unactivated state, requiring 10 simplification points for activation. Fortunately, he had accrued several simplification points from teaching his classmates in the spellcasting class. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to obtain them. After mentally activating the simplification, an influx of knowledge surged into his mind, momentarily leaving him in a daze. However, Madame Pomfrey, focused elsewhere, did not notice his unusual reaction. Chapter 7. The defense against dark arts shines forth. "Leave the healing to me. You won't be disappointed." This charming phrase, spoken with an endearing tone and vibrant energy, would grant one experience points in healing magic. The amount of experience gained depended on the level of trust others had in the speaker's healing abilities. Thus, upon fulfilling the conditions to utter this phrase, one would receive a basic value of 1 point. If there were bystanders present who held a certain degree of trust in the healing magic, experience points would be awarded in correspondence to that trust. Although one could practice alone or recite quietly in the dormitory, the conditions for acquiring skill and experience necessitate treating the injured, fostering their trust in one's healing magic. This trust is essential for swiftly accumulating experience and advancing. How could this not evoke a sense of embarrassment in Clarence? Whispering to oneself in solitude was already mortifying enough, and to do so in front of others would only amplify his awkwardness. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey had thoroughly healed the Gryffindor student, addressing not only his injuries but also several minor ailments. Clarence's dilemma, or rather, his thoughts, piqued Madame Pomfrey's interest. After all, young witches and wizards, particularly those still in school, are seldom aware of the profession of healing, especially among the lower grades. Even among upper-year students, few aspire to become healers after graduation. In the magical realm, healers hold a position as indispensable and significant as doctors in the Muggle world. However, The majority of magical schools do not offer foundational courses on this profession. This may be due to the daunting challenges associated with entering the field. Those lacking natural aptitude must devote considerable time to study merely to meet the basic requirements of becoming a healer. Consequently, even at Hogwarts, upper-year students rarely set their sights on a career in healing. Upon discovering the Gryffindor student's apparent interest in this noble profession, Madame Pomfrey was eager to encourage him on the path to becoming a true healer. She generously shared the requirements and conditions necessary for pursuing a career in healing, providing him with ample information and even signing a note for him. This note was essential for accessing certain resources in the library, including restricted materials akin to dangerous spell books in the forbidden section. Thus, to peruse these texts, one would need such authorization. With the note in hand, Clarence could approach the librarian, who would assist him in gathering the necessary materials and processing borrowing procedures. After expressing his gratitude, Clarence carefully tucked the note away and assisted the Gryffindor student in leaving the infirmary. Naturally, he chose to accompany someone with whom he could spend more time, leading him to inquire about the paintings and the occasional passing ghost as they made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Unfortunately, upon entering, they found the room devoid of any students. Not even the professor had arrived yet. With no other option, they settled into a seat to wait patiently. And Clarence offered some candies to his Gryffindor companion, hoping to silence the boy, thus allowing him to read and prepare for the upcoming lesson undisturbed. Although Clarence had already memorized the content of all the first-grade textbooks, this did not deter him from revisiting them. However, despite the admirable intention, the few candies he offered to the boy sitting beside him were devoured in no time, failing to occupy the boy's mouth for long. Subsequently, the boy resumed his previous demeanor of hesitance, which, while not affecting Clarence's reading, compelled him to lift his head and inquire what the other wished to express. The boy's curiosity was quite innocent. Besides admiring Clarence's appearance, it was his intrigue that prompted such a look. What exactly intrigued him? It was naturally due to Clarence's remarkably adept performance of the levitation charm during their earlier charms class, where even the professor had enlisted him as a temporary assistant to help instruct the first-year students. Therefore, the essence of his curiosity revolved around whether Clarence had begun studying the spells and magic in the textbooks prior to his enrollment. Such a question held no need for concealment, and Clarence readily nodded, affirming that he had indeed commenced his studies before entering school. Having memorized the entirety of the first-grade curriculum, he responded without a hint of hesitation. Although the circumstances of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class were unique, the professor often deviated from the textbook sequence, opting instead to address any dangerous creatures that might arise, teaching students how to confront or defend against them directly. The knowledge imparted was generally applicable to ordinary dangerous creatures, but when faced with exceptional beings, such as a boggart, which reveals one's deepest fears, standard techniques would not suffice. Instead, one must employ specialized spells, namely the boggart banishing charm, to effectively deal with such entities. After all, this pertains to the realms of the mind and spirit, particularly concerning the critical emotion of fear, which, if mishandled, could incapacitate even the most ordinary young wizard. Thus, it was anticipated that the first-year curriculum would predominantly encompass theoretical knowledge and techniques, without delving into the intricacies of spells and practical applications, especially regarding the understanding and response to dangerous creatures. Chapter 8. Appreciation and Affection. Clarence directly imparted to the Gryffindor boy the essential theoretical knowledge, techniques, and spells required for the first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Highlighting the theoretical aspects sufficed, yet when it came to techniques and spells, mere sitting and instructing would not do. He had to demonstrate them up front, one teaching with diligence and the other listening earnestly. They remained oblivious to the door at the back of the classroom's podium on the second floor, which had quietly opened at some point. The professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts leaned against the doorframe, quietly observing the two young wizards below. The admiration and affection gleaming in his eyes were nearly overflowing. It is entirely natural for teachers to favor diligent students, particularly someone like Clarence, who had already grasped the essence of the entire first-grade curriculum even before classes formally commenced. Such an exceptionally gifted student would undoubtedly endear himself to the professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts. He even resolved that if Clarence maintained his remarkable performance in the latter half of the year, appointing him as a teaching assistant to aid in instructing other students would be a splendid choice. However, this depended on Clarence's continued excellence. As for the curriculum in the first half of the year, the professor envisioned it aligning with Clarence's own expectations, focusing merely on foundational theoretical knowledge. Given the high level of danger associated with the course, especially when utilizing perilous creatures as teaching materials, it was imperative for the young wizards to first master the theoretical aspects before delving into spells and practical applications in the latter half of the year. After the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Clarence gathered with several female classmates who wished to visit the library, intending to study briefly before heading to the Great Hall for lunch. Upon entering the classroom alongside his peers, Clarence's gaze was immediately drawn to the tabby cat perched on the lectern. He pondered whether Professor McGonagall had developed such a habit of early appearances or if this was a customary treat for the first-year students each year. This peculiar habit referred to the animagus transformation into an animal, providing a delightful surprise to new students to pique their interest in transfiguration. Clarence was far too prudent to mimic the protagonist from certain fanfictions of his previous life, feigning ignorance of McGonagall's identity as an animagus and approaching to pet the cat. Although ignorance could be excused, and children naturally adore adorable creatures, even if he did approach, Professor McGonagall would not truly hold it against him. The initial impression would undoubtedly suffer. Moreover, such impulsive behavior would starkly contrast with the persona Clarence had meticulously crafted, making it unnecessary to tarnish his reputation with the Professor of Transfiguration over trivial matters. This time, however, the young wizards exhibited considerably more decorum. For McGonagall was not akin to Flitwick. At least in the presence of such a stern professor, the little ones dared not act as they had in the morning. Consequently, Clarence reaped a multitude of simplification points, his smile lingering on his face until the end of class. He was well aware of the reasons for his elation. Yet to the unknowing eyes of McGonagall, it appeared as though this child genuinely enjoyed teaching others, which delighted her. Thus, she harbored the hope that Clarence would, in time, follow in her footsteps and become a professor at the magical school, ideally at Hogwarts, where she wished to see her students become her colleagues in the future. As for her perception, she sensed that Dumbledore seemed particularly attentive and vigilant regarding this young wizard, leaving McGonagall perplexed and unable to comprehend the reasons behind Dumbledore's behavior. When the evening history of magic class commenced, Clarence, who would typically blend into the crowd, differed from his fellow classmates, particularly the Slytherins, as he did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he engaged in activities akin to the other Ravenclaw students, whether poring over different tomes or diligently completing assignments. It was only when Clarence heard the ghostly professor of history of magic surprisingly pose a question that he instinctively raised his hand. This unexpected occurrence naturally captured the attention of the Ravenclaw students who were still awake, while the Slytherin students remained blissfully asleep, utterly unaware. Upon the conclusion of the class, Clarence astonishingly accrued more than 10 points from the ghostly professor, much to the astonishment of his fellow Ravenclaw students. The first-year wizards, well informed through their elder peers before the history of magic lesson, had been warned of the course's notorious tedium, thus opting to utilize the class time for completing assignments or reading other materials. They had also heard that even the most studious Ravenclaws rarely managed to earn points from this ghostly instructor. The last recorded instance of points being awarded by this spectral professor had occurred a week prior, a time when the new students had only begun to familiarize themselves with the castle's environment and forge new friendships. Notably, Clarence garnered admiration and fondness from nearly all the professors and staff within the castle, aside from Dumbledore, even from those who were typically more aloof. This situation, however, heightened Dumbledore's vigilance, prompting him to instruct the portraits and ghosts within the castle to closely monitor Clarence's every move. Chapter 9. New friends. Even the portraits of past headmasters adorning the walls of the headmaster's office could not fathom Dumbledore's thoughts and actions. Yet, being mere remnants of the past, they could only comply with his directives and keep a watchful eye on Clarence. Unbeknownst to Clarence, and even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned, for his circumstances were not only distinct from those of other wizards, but also markedly different from those of Voldemort in his time. At the very least, the means by which he obtained power were entirely dissimilar. For instance, even mundane household magic, through systematic simplification, could be perfected through practice and training. This implied that Clarence had no need to exhaust himself in seeking out the dark arts, as Voldemort once did, to enhance his own abilities. Furthermore, should he wish to pursue any endeavors, as long as he did not contravene Hogwarts regulations or the laws of the magical community, what could Dumbledore possibly do? To comprehend the title of a white wizard, which stands in contrast to the infamous Dark Lord Grindelwald, one must recognize that Dumbledore would never resort to violence against a young wizard, nor even an adult wizard, provided they are not of the dark arts. His actions would be limited to subduing the individual and handing them over to the Ministry of Magic, allowing the laws of the magical realm to take their course. Thus, as long as Clarence remains within the bounds of propriety, Dumbledore's only recourse would be to monitor him vigilantly, perhaps offering verbal guidance. But he would never harm a student still enrolled in school. After all, how could Voldemort have graduated from Hogwarts unscathed if Dumbledore was oblivious to his true nature? Could it truly be believed that a mere young wizard could deceive one of Dumbledore's caliber, who stood on the same pedestal as Grindelwald? Even when the Chamber of Secrets was first breached, resulting in the tragic demise of a student, Dumbledore harbored suspicions towards Voldemort, yet was hampered by the absence of conclusive evidence to identify the true culprit, ultimately witnessing Hagrid's unjust apprehension. A significant point lies in the wonders of magic. There exist certain spells capable of probing a wizard's innermost thoughts, much like the Patronus charm. True dark wizards cannot conjure a Patronus. for their hearts have been irrevocably tainted by dark magic, plunging them into the abyss. How could one wield such advanced magic, which demands positive emotional energy? In such a state, moreover, various other spells can indirectly reveal a wizard's inner self. Thus, the young Voldemort could never truly mask his essence from Dumbledore. Perhaps he could deceive other professors, but Dumbledore's insight was unparalleled. This also ties into a prevailing notion within the magical community, which wizard would dare claim they have never dabbled in or studied dark magic. Each individual harbors a shadowy side, and even a slight manifestation of such darkness would not attract undue attention, unlike the rarity of Dumbledore himself. In summary, as long as Clarence does not transgress the established rules, Dumbledore would be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. At most, he could only remain vigilant. Yet, one must ponder the efficacy of such vigilance. Dumbledore had once attempted to guard against the young Voldemort, yet the outcome speaks for itself. If we consider that Clarence has garnered the admiration of nearly every professor and staff member aside from Dumbledore, and has acclimated to the castle environment while forging friendships with his peers, it is evident that he is well-liked. Despite spending much of his time either ensconced in the private study of the Ravenclaw common room, perusing books in the library, or practicing his skills in solitude, his striking appearance and crafted persona have endeared him to others, further aided by introductions from Snape and Lily, who acquainted him with students from their respective houses. This led Clarence to forge numerous new friendships, encompassing both Slytherins and Gryffindors, as well as several classmates from his own house, thereby expanding his acquaintance with various Hufflepuff students. His social skills were surprisingly remarkable. Despite the time-consuming nature of such social engagements, Clarence found joy in imparting knowledge to these newfound friends, which enabled him to garner a significant amount of simplified insights. Consequently, he embraced these social activities with enthusiasm. Furthermore, Clarence diligently utilized the system to streamline all the knowledge and magic accessible to him within the library. Particularly, the authorization from Pomfrey granted him access to a wealth of resources and information pertaining to healing magic. This cultivated a favorable impression among his peers and professors, suggesting that he might pursue a career as a healer post-graduation. It has been previously noted that healers in the magical realm are akin to doctors, and facing a doctor, especially one of exceptional skill, commands respect from all walks of life, making them highly esteemed figures. Although he occasionally uttered awkward remarks while treating injured students, his striking appearance rendered such moments forgivable. Thus, many students willingly accepted his treatment, driven by a superficial attraction. Even though it was evident that a first-year student like him would not possess mastery over healing magic, some students intentionally inflicted injuries upon themselves to engage with him, requesting his care upon arriving at the infirmary. However, this peculiar trend soon caught the attention of the heads of their respective houses, who promptly intervened to put an end to it. Clarence's behavior did marginally reduce Dumbledore's vigilance, albeit only slightly. Unbeknownst to him, as he anticipated a tranquil continuation of the school year, he was unexpectedly called aside by the professor following a defense against the dark arts class. Once the other students had departed, the professor elucidated the purpose of his summons. Firstly, he wished to invite Clarence to serve as a teaching assistant in future classes, leveraging his proficiency in various healing spells to provide timely care should any unfortunate incidents arise during lessons. Secondly, motivated by an appreciation for exceptional students, he aspired to teach Clarence advanced defense against the dark arts. He even permitted Clarence to bypass the first-year curriculum to join the upperclassmen, presenting him with a second-year timetable and some old textbooks. This was clearly an opportunity for personalized mentorship, and Clarence, brimming with joy, readily accepted. They even agreed that he would attend special sessions every Saturday and Sunday. This is a privilege typically reserved for first-grade students, who enjoy 2 days of rest each week. However, by the second grade, this respite is reduced to a mere single day. Chapter 10. The first-year teaching assistant. Thus, Clarence became a teaching assistant for the first-year defense against the dark arts class, and during weekends, he would seek out the professor for supplementary lessons, delving into more advanced knowledge. Subsequently, through relentless practice in private, Clarence mastered and simplified a myriad of spells and magical knowledge from the second-year curriculum. As he acquired and streamlined these skills, particularly those from the defense against the dark arts course, the time he devoted to practice multiplied exponentially. To facilitate the simultaneous honing of his various abilities, he was compelled to expend a significant amount of simplification points to categorize and integrate all of his skills. Ultimately, his skill panel was reduced to 3 main categories: offensive skills, defensive skills, and general skills, alongside the foundational knowledge from the 7 subjects available to first-year students, such as transfiguration and charms. Remarkably, Clarence possessed an additional major discipline beyond that of his peers, the skill of healing magic. This distinction brought substantial benefits. The integration of similar types of skills resulted in a notable enhancement of the potency and efficacy of the newly formed abilities due to their interrelatedness. He speculated that as he continued to incorporate more skills in the future, their effectiveness would continually elevate, and the overall enhancement would be synergistic. For instance, in the 3 primary skill categories, performing actions such as waving a wand, drawing circles with it in front of him, or making contact with the wand would yield experience points. Meanwhile, the 7 subject skills, such as potions and herbology, required interaction with beakers and various herbs to gain experience. Naturally, there were also more intricate training methods, characterized not only by their complexity, but also by the sophisticated mechanisms of system judgment. Take, for example, the skills from the defense against the dark arts. The means of acquiring experience necessitated that actions be deemed defensive by the system. What does this imply? It signifies that evading others' gaze, avoiding contact, or even seeking shelter from the elements all counted as defensive actions, allowing his skills to perpetually accumulate experience points. Although the cap for leveling up remained fixed at 100 points, no changes occurred in that regard. However, the integration of numerous similar skills rendered the acquisition of skill value units considerably more challenging. Initially, Clarence gained skill points at a rate of 1 point at a time. Now, the experience values he accrued had diminished to 0.8 or 0.9. He predicted that as he continued to incorporate an increasing array of skills, the units of experience he would obtain might eventually dwindle to 0.01 or even 0.001. However, what brought him solace was the judgment mechanism for acquiring experience in his academic skills, which allowed him to incessantly gain experience points throughout the day. Moreover, the quantity of experience he accumulated fluctuated according to his various actions. After Clarence expended a significant amount of simplified points to integrate and organize all the skills he had mastered thus far, life returned to a semblance of tranquility. Regrettably, this serene existence did not endure for long, as his proficiency in the dark arts defense skill continued to ascend, rendering him increasingly exceptional in this course. Before long, he had adeptly mastered the entirety of the second-year curriculum, prompting the dark arts defense professor to conduct a special assessment during a supplemental session, determining that he was entirely capable of attending classes alongside third-year students. In truth, permitting Clarence to audit classes with the second-year students had already bordered on a breach of protocol. Nonetheless, exceptional students are a rarity at any time, and thus, the unconventional teaching methods for such a bright and outstanding pupil were deemed acceptable. After all, one cannot treat a gifted and accomplished student in the same manner as an average one. Consequently, the other professors merely turned a blind eye to Clarence's attendance in the second-year dark arts defense course, showing no inclination to intervene. However, commencing attendance in the third-year classes was somewhat inappropriate, as the dangers associated with the third-year curriculum were considerably greater. Therefore, to permit Clarence to audit, it was necessary to seek approval from Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, as well as the heads of the other houses, and even obtain the consent of Headmaster Dumbledore. Flitwick and the other heads were well aware of Clarence's exceptional abilities and readily agreed. Yet, when this matter was reported to Dumbledore, he initially declined outright, regardless of the dark arts defense professor's attempts at persuasion. Just when the professor was about to abandon this notion and consider privately instructing Clarence, Dumbledore unexpectedly visited the dark arts defense professor's quarters and granted permission for Clarence to audit the third-year classes. This left the professor somewhat perplexed. However, since the headmaster had acquiesced, he chose not to dwell on it and joyfully informed Clarence that he could now attend classes alongside the third-year students. Yet, merely 2 months had passed when the professor discovered that Clarence had thoroughly mastered all the knowledge of the third year. The dark arts defense professor found himself in a quandary, for at times, having a student who was excessively clever and talented was not necessarily advantageous for the instructor. Meanwhile, other professors, witnessing Clarence's emergence as a teaching assistant in the third-year dark arts defense class, particularly relished the ease and efficiency this assistance afforded them. Subsequently convened after class to conduct brief assessments. Upon recognizing Clarence's remarkable capabilities, it became evident that he could serve as a teaching assistant for my courses. We discussed the prospect of him taking on this role, albeit only for the first-year classes, as it would be unwise to allow him to assist with the second-year curriculum. Naturally, Clarence was delighted to accept the position, as it provided him with a splendid opportunity to instruct students openly and gain invaluable experience. This opportunity was not confined to Hogwarts alone. It even garnered attention among parents outside the institution. Subsequently, Clarence pondered the professor's motives for appointing him as a teaching assistant. He speculated that his outstanding performance in the defense against the dark arts, where he alleviated many minor burdens for the professors, played a significant role. Furthermore, his proficiency in various healing spells, particularly emergency charms, likely caught the professor's regard. After all, the classroom is not devoid of danger, especially during practical spellcasting exercises, where a moment's inattention could lead to student injuries. It is far better to have an assistant proficient in healing magic on hand to provide immediate care than to send an injured student to the infirmary. As Clarence settled into life at Hogwarts and embraced his role as a first-year teaching assistant across various subjects, Particularly in defense against the dark arts for grades 1 through 3, his excellence became conspicuously apparent to both staff and students. The students from the other 3 houses harbored uncomplicated intentions. Even if they had some ulterior motives, they merely wished to befriend Clarence, which was hardly a negative pursuit. However, the situation became more complicated when it involved the students from Slytherin House. Indeed, many, including students from the other 3 houses, harbored misconceptions about Slytherin's pure blood ideology. What does this imply? While Slytherin does value bloodlines, it is not the primary concern. Rather, the foremost priorities are personal gain and honor. In truth, the ideology of bloodlines ranks third. Clarence's performance, innate talent, and prowess unmistakably conveyed to Slytherin students that forging a connection with him would be advantageous. The prospect of integrating Clarence's extraordinary abilities into their family legacies further intensified this desire. This notion was not confined to female students. Many male students also entertained similar thoughts. As for the female students' aspirations, they were understandable given their capabilities, but why did the male students share such sentiments? Were they contemplating introducing sisters or relatives from their families? This notion was hardly intricate or troublesome. For instance, there exist potions for childbirth and transformation spells, which enable wizards of the same gender to produce offspring of shared lineage. After all, this is the realm of Great T, and those familiar with its national circumstances understand the nuances. Even within the magical community of Great T, this notion holds true. Therefore, gender holds little significance for wizards. The perspective of the Slytherin students is quite reasonable. After all, the allure of shared benefits pales in comparison to the prospect of jointly claiming the spoils. This situation has caused considerable trouble for Clarence, particularly since the professors at the school, while not explicitly forbidding student romances, tend to turn a blind eye as long as no chaos or casualties arise. Initially, Clarence was oblivious to this predicament until Severus, a fellow Slytherin, discreetly approached him one day to inform him of the situation. Severus advised him to be wary of certain dubious foods or peculiar magical items, expressing concern that they might be imbued with potions or spells, such as love potions or mind control enchantments. Grateful for Severus's warning, Clarence reciprocated with a selection of homemade candies and snacks, soon dismissing the matter from his mind. It was not that he doubted Severus's caution. Rather, despite Clarence's repeated rejections, the relentless pursuit from certain individuals continued unabated. To maintain his carefully cultivated persona, Clarence found it difficult to resort to more forceful refusals and could only continue to decline politely, complicating matters further. The antics of the Slytherin students began to draw the attention of peers from the other 3 houses, prompting them to join the ranks of suitors. Notably, this group included not only upperclassmen but also younger students, even those in their first year. Remarkably, even among the Ravenclaw students, there were peers of the same age who expressed their affections, though they were gracefully turned down, unlike the Slytherins who persisted in their advances despite rejection. Observing this unfolding scenario, the prefects of Ravenclaw breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite satisfied with their earlier decision to allocate Clarence a dormitory all to himself. Had this arrangement been different, the complications could have escalated significantly. While this situation posed a considerable inconvenience for Clarence, it did not disrupt his academic life to a detrimental extent. He managed to navigate through it adequately. Moreover, as Clarence continued to excel in his role as a teaching assistant, particularly in classes beyond just defense against the dark arts, the other professors began to contemplate whether it was time to introduce more challenging material for him. After all, with his assistance, the first-year courses had become significantly less burdensome. Yet it must be remembered that there were still 2nd to 7th year courses to consider. Thus, whether it was driven by a desire for ease or a genuine admiration for Clarence's talent, the other professors gradually began to impart their advanced knowledge upon him. They even conspired to allocate specific times to provide him with additional guidance. Consequently, by the latter half of the year, Clarence had successfully passed the various assessments from the professors during these special sessions and was appointed as a teaching assistant for the 2nd-year courses. However, merely a few months later, the professors found themselves astonished as they conducted yet another evaluation of Clarence, resulting in his appointment as a teaching assistant for the 3rd-year courses. It is no wonder the professors were taken aback. Clarence's pace in mastering knowledge and spells was astonishingly swift, surpassing their initial estimations of his innate gifts. By the end of the academic year, he had thoroughly grasped all the knowledge and spells of the 3rd-year curriculum, displaying theoretical understanding that rivaled that of his professors. This left the professors confronted with a dilemma similar to that posed by the defense against the dark arts instructor earlier. The question at hand was whether to allow Clarence to begin engaging with the material of the 4th-year courses. The defense against the dark arts professor had, in fact, advanced Clarence's learning significantly ahead of the other professors, yet considering that Headmaster Dumbledore was unlikely to permit Clarence to serve as a teaching assistant for the 4th year, this matter had not been broached. However, in the private sessions, there were no such restrictions, and he had already been taught the entirety of the 4th-year curriculum. Now, The professor was contemplating the timing for an assessment of Clarence, to eventually introduce him to the fifth-year material. Unexpectedly, the other professors approached him, seeking to discuss the prospect of appointing Clarence as the teaching assistant for all core courses of the fourth year. Chapter 12. Electives. This brings us to the prior necessity for the defense against the dark arts professor to seek the consent of the other professors and the headmaster in allowing Clarence to serve as a teaching assistant for the third-year courses. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that when students reached the third year, aside from core courses, there were also elective courses to consider. Naturally, the defense against the dark arts professor could not permit Clarence, who was essentially still a first-year student, to engage with elective courses so prematurely, thus refraining from discussing the matter with him. When faced with this predicament, the other professors shared similar sentiments with the defense against the dark arts professor, all agreeing that Clarence should not be exposed to elective knowledge at such an early stage. However, the time had come for reconsideration. The deliberation revolved around whether to collectively endorse Clarence's appointment as a teaching assistant for the fourth-year core courses or to allow him to begin exploring the knowledge of elective courses, thereby moderating his learning pace. This notion was proposed by the defense against the dark arts professor. Fortunately, the professors at Hogwarts during this period are truly competent individuals, possessing reliable character traits. They would not neglect the growth of their students simply out of a desire to take the easy route. Consequently, after much deliberation, the professors collectively decided to allow Clarence to slow down his learning pace. He need not rush into the role of a teaching assistant for the fourth-year courses. Instead, he could begin to explore the knowledge contained within the elective subjects. Of course, while this was agreed upon, the supplementary lessons would not diminish. This was particularly evident upon learning that the defense against the dark arts professor had already conducted additional sessions covering the fourth-year curriculum. Furthermore, there were considerations for administering a test to determine whether to begin instructing fifth-year material based on the student's performance. This likely contributed to the other professors' determination to continue these extra lessons, not only maintaining their frequency, but also contemplating an acceleration of the pace. This matter unfolded on a particular day of rest when Flitwick personally visited the Ravenclaw common room and made his way to the small attic on the top floor of the dormitory to discuss matters with Clarence. He harbored the intention of introducing him to the elective subject of apparition and planned to take Clarence beyond the castle grounds to personally impart this magic. Even someone of Flitwick's esteemed status must venture outside the bounds of the anti-apparition enchantment to employ such magic. Thus, to learn this spell, it was necessary to temporarily leave the castle's confines. As for why Flitwick wanted Clarence to be among the first to explore apparition, a subject reserved for seventh-year students, it was undoubtedly due to the current troubling state of the wizarding world, particularly since Clarence's role as a teaching assistant in various subjects had garnered him considerable fame within Hogwarts and beyond. During this period, to prevent potential troubles from dark forces, especially the increasingly prominent Death Eater organization, Flitwick felt a personal inclination to teach Clarence a spell that could aid in his escape should danger arise. He was confident that Clarence would swiftly master this magic. Indeed, Clarence did not disappoint him. After the two discreetly departed the castle's boundaries and Flitwick began the instruction, he merely guided Clarence through a few demonstrations, highlighting key points before allowing him to practice the spell independently. To Flitwick's delight, Clarence successfully activated the skill of apparition on his first attempt. His skill panel indicated that he had simplified the process and could gain experience points by walking or running. Witnessing Clarence's immediate success with the spell, Flitwick felt a sense of satisfaction and admiration. It is important to note that this magic is generally reserved for seventh-year students due to its inherent dangers and complexity. In essence, only those in their final year are deemed remotely qualified to engage with this spell, while younger students are considered insufficiently prepared. Yet what of Clarence? At merely the first grade, he has already mastered this magic, and his initial execution proved remarkably successful, devoid of any dismemberment. This indicates his meticulous control over magical energy during the spell's casting. Subsequently, Flitwick observed Clarence performing the spell several times before concluding that he had fully mastered the art of apparition. What remained was merely a matter of proficiency and deeper exploration. Thus, this elective course was deemed entirely complete. To prepare him for potential dangers in the Muggle world, Flitwick imparted a technique that would temporarily obscure the trace left by his wand, enabling him to escape using apparition without concern. However, it was made clear that this technique could only provide a temporary shield and could not eliminate the trace entirely, advising him to refrain from frequently employing this method in the Muggle realm. Flitwick's earnest concern was palpable to Clarence, who felt immensely grateful. The two then engaged in further discussions regarding the elective courses. Flitwick indicated that among the 6 electives, Clarence had successfully completed apparition and need not deliberate further. As for the remaining 2 courses, he need not expend energy on them either. What courses could possibly warrant such a declaration from Flitwick? One was the Muggle Studies course, which Flitwick deemed unworthy of time investment, both from the perspective of the instructor and Clarence himself. The course content was antiquated, resting on knowledge from the last century, failing to keep pace with the rapid advancements of the Muggle world. Given that Clarence had been raised in the Muggle environment, further study proved unnecessary. The other course was divination, which is heavily reliant on innate talent. One either possesses it or does not, and it cannot be mastered through study alone. Therefore, for individuals lacking this gift, delving deeper into the subject would be a futile endeavor, wasting time without any tangible benefit. Chapter 13. Partnering for profit. While Flivvy suggested that deep exploration was unnecessary, he also hinted that if Clarence aspired to achieve superior grades upon graduation, he could enroll in these 3 courses in his 3rd year. To put it plainly, the grades for these courses were relatively easy to manipulate. As long as one followed the textbook, graduation results would not suffer. Thus, courses such as divination and Muggle studies often served as a safety net for students with poorer performance in their 7th year. As for the apparition class, the examination for this subject, aside from a small portion requiring practical application, primarily consists of theoretical assessments. For astute students, there is little to worry about concerning the theoretical component, particularly since the grading remains consistent. After listening to Professor Flitwick's words, Clarence beamed with a delightful smile reminiscent of a charming little fox. Observing this expression on his most favored student, Flitwick couldn't help but smile in return, clearly recognizing that Clarence fully grasped his meaning. As the two approached the castle, Clarence suddenly inquired, "Professor, I have heard from our senior students that you were once the champion of the dueling tournament. I would like to ask about the rules of such competitions and whether young wizards like myself can participate. Of course, my intention in entering this competition is to explore the possibility of earning some money. Given my background in an orphanage, I trust you are somewhat aware of my circumstances. Furthermore, the current international and social issues in the Muggle world have made the situation for orphanages quite dire. I initially thought that Hogwarts might offer scholarships or similar awards. However, being well aware of Clarence's situation, Professor Flitwick understood him completely. He felt no disapproval regarding Clarence's candid expression of wanting to enter the dueling competition primarily for monetary gain. Indeed, aside from the honor and prestige that such competitions could bestow, the rewards for achieving a commendable rank are often the only other incentive. While there are certainly wizards in the magical realm who value honor and reputation, if a dueling tournament were to offer solely those, it would not attract a significant number of participants. After all, one cannot expect individuals struggling to meet their basic needs to prioritize honor and reputation. Those aspirations can only be pursued once one has secured a stable livelihood. Thus, Professor Flitwick felt not only no aversion but also immense pride in Clarence's straightforward declaration of his intent to participate in the dueling tournament for financial reasons. After all, it was clear that his motivation was not for personal gain, but rather to improve the conditions of the orphanage where he was raised. Even though Professor Flitwick wished that Clarence did not have to bear such burdens at a young age, he would not deter him from pursuing this path. He understood that beneath Clarence's charming exterior lay a spirit of tenacity and pride, for he was indeed an exceptionally gifted young prodigy. Even if Flitwick were inclined to make a generous donation to Clarence's orphanage, he would refrain from doing so, for he feared that such an act might jeopardize the bond between them. In this matter, Professor Flitwick found himself unable to intervene directly. His sole recourse was to impart knowledge as a mentor and offer assistance where possible, rather than taking action himself. Understanding this, he refrained from uttering any discouraging words and instead contemplated the upcoming duel competition. In years past, no young wizards were permitted to participate in duel competitions across any magical realm, but recently, various countries have instituted policies to include young practitioners in such contests, aimed at enhancing their overall capabilities. However, this policy is not universally adopted. Some nations' magical communities are aware of it, yet have not enacted similar regulations, particularly in our own country, where such measures remain absent. Nevertheless, there have been reports suggesting that the Ministry of Magic has begun discussions on this topic. If this information holds true, given the pace at which the ministry operates, an announcement could emerge either by the end of this year or early next year. The specific requirements and conditions for young wizards' participation remain unknown, and one must await the ministry's formal declaration. Clarence expressed his disappointment, saying, "So, does that mean I might not get a chance to compete next year?" Although reluctant to dampen his spirits, Flitwick nodded and replied, "Indeed, Clarence. It would be wise to prepare yourself mentally for that possibility. However, if you are interested in dueling, I would be more than willing to teach you some techniques privately. Just because opportunities may not arise next year does not mean they will be absent in the future." Flitwick offered a comforting thought and astutely suggested, "If you find yourself in need of funds, I recall your excellent performance in potions class, which Horace has boasted about on numerous occasions. Therefore, you could consider crafting potions during your free time and selling them in Hogsmeade, or even delivering them directly to various apothecaries in Diagon Alley via Outpost. Those shops are always in search of potions brewed by wizards. Yet, it is important to acknowledge that potions of inferior quality or lacking in renown will fetch a modest price. As for potion ingredients, Most of what you study in potions class is sourced from the Forbidden Forest and the greenhouse within the castle, with only a select few rare and precious ingredients purchased externally. Though Professor Flitwick did not explicitly state his intentions, his implications were clear. And coupled with Clarence's memories from his past life, he surmised that the headmaster was encouraging him to gather potion-making materials from the Forbidden Forest and the greenhouse. As for any potential infractions of school rules, the unspoken understanding was that as long as one was not caught, the risk was negligible. For other young wizards, sneaking into the Forbidden Forest would typically result in nothing more severe than a brief detention or a modest deduction in house points. However, Clarence found himself in a precarious position, for he was under the close scrutiny and watchful eye of Dumbledore, a figure of significant authority. Should he dare to venture clandestinely into the Forbidden Forest, it would undoubtedly come to Dumbledore's attention. If Dumbledore learned of his intentions, which were to gather raw materials for potion-making in pursuit of profit, Clarence would inevitably find himself thwarted in this lucrative endeavor. After all, the Forbidden Forest is a part of the school's property, and the herbs cultivated in the greenhouse are meticulously tended by the professor of herbology. Clarence pondered that while sneaking into the Forbidden Forest was not an option, he could collaborate with other students. He had already identified his partner, none other than Severus Snape, whose own challenging circumstances, combined with his pursuit of potion-making, made him an ideal ally in this venture. In addition, Clarence did not intend to rely solely on the Forbidden Forest and the castle greenhouse for potion ingredients indefinitely. He merely lacked the necessary funds at present. Once his reputation as a potion maker was established, he could command higher prices for his creations, thereby allowing him to purchase raw materials directly and concoct potions for sale. This way, he could earn a processing fee without concerns about sourcing ingredients, rendering any knowledge Dumbledore might have about his operations moot. After all, neither the school regulations nor the laws set forth by the Ministry of Magic prohibit young witches and wizards from brewing potions for profit. Though Clarence's aim to craft potions was primarily for monetary gain, he planned for Snape to discreetly gather the necessary materials from the Forbidden Forest and the greenhouse. This arrangement might seem misaligned with Snape's own motivations in potion making, yet Clarence's proficiency and expertise in this field greatly surpassed Snape's. Thus, collaborating with Snape was undoubtedly the wisest course of action to amass sufficient funds swiftly. Given Snape's intellect, he would surely recognize the most judicious path forward, one that suited their present circumstances. The correspondence was straightforward. Snape agreed to partner in this venture and requested that Clarence focus on brewing potions that were cost-effective yet highly sought after in the market, with exorbitant prices. It seems Snape was also eager to expedite their financial accumulation and alleviate their dependency on the Forbidden Forest and greenhouse for supplies. He requested an official note of permission, effectively sealing any potential avenues for Dumbledore to intervene, leaving him powerless should he discover their dealings. As Clarence gleefully tucked away the note of approval and made his way to the Great Hall for dinner, he remained unaware that Horace had encountered several other professors on the same path, while subconsciously flaunting Clarence's admission into the club he founded. He also sought to demonstrate his diligent efforts in learning by revealing his intention to concoct potions in his solitary dormitory. This revelation elicited contemplative expressions from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, among the others. While McGonagall's thoughts remained unspoken, Flitwick immediately grasped Clarence's purpose upon hearing it, albeit with some confusion regarding why Clarence needed to seek Horace's permission via a note to brew potions in his own quarters, given he could simply brew and sell them privately. Upon entering the Great Hall and observing Dumbledore seated at the very center of the staff table, Flitwick experienced a moment of clarity, as if he understood something profound, yet his expression remained unperturbed. Internally, he sighed, realizing that not only was Dumbledore inexplicably wary of Clarence, but even the child himself seemed to sense something amiss, beginning to take precautions against the headmaster. Despite these thoughts, Flitwick maintained an outward demeanor of normalcy, greeting his colleagues before ascending to his seat. What struck him as peculiar was McGonagall's rather grim countenance. However, reflecting on it, he concluded that she was unaware of Clarence's intentions to profit from selling his potions, and thus could not possibly deduce that the boy was also wary of Dumbledore. Hence, he dismissed his concerns and called for dinner, settling in to enjoy the meal. As for why McGonagall appeared troubled, it was evident that although she did not know the full intricacies of the situation, she was privy to more secrets than Flitwick. Previously, she had sensed Clarence's subtle wariness towards Dumbledore. Therefore, her distress stemmed from her near-correct assumptions regarding the brewing of potions. In truth, she believed that Clarence was astute enough to perceive the peculiarities surrounding him. Perhaps younger students might remain oblivious, but older students, provided they weren't particularly dull or visually impaired, could discern that the portraits and ghosts within the castle seemed to be watching, even monitoring Clarence. Only the headmaster possessed the authority to command these extraordinary entities, indicating that anyone not foolish could recognize that Hogwarts headmaster was, in fact, observing the every move of a first-year wizard. Of course, while this awareness existed, no one would be foolish enough to voice it openly. Instead, they chose to feign ignorance, proceeding as usual. And what of Clarence? Such an astute individual. Could he truly be oblivious to the unusual circumstances and the headmaster's scrutiny and caution towards him? Although Minerva had subtly sensed that Clarence harbored a certain wariness towards Dumbledore, it was only after hearing Horace's account that she fully grasped the extent of Clarence's vigilance and even apprehension regarding Dumbledore. This was certainly not a favorable situation. While she understood that Dumbledore's behavior stemmed from a concern of encountering another Tom Riddle, it was essential to recognize that Riddle was singular, and Clarence was entirely different. Was it truly prudent to treat an innocent young wizard, who had only just embarked on his journey into the magical realm, with such suspicion? The more one guards against something, the more likely it is to manifest. Dumbledore seemed oblivious to the possibility that his very actions could be a significant factor in pushing Clarence towards becoming another Riddle. One might even ponder whether Dumbledore's attitude and cautious behavior towards Riddle had, in fact, set him on a misguided path. Perhaps noticing Minerva's less than favorable expression, Dumbledore inquired with concern. Minerva opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, merely shaking her head to indicate that she felt somewhat unwell, likely due to recent fatigue. Chapter 15. Partnering for profit. Clarence was unaware of the situation among the professors, but even if he were, it would not have concerned him. He had long understood that his humble origins, combined with his exceptional talents, would inevitably draw Dumbledore's keen attention and vigilance. He had even prepared himself psychologically for such scrutiny. Thus he remained unconcerned. Instead, he cheerfully sat down to dinner, and after finishing, he made his way to the Olery, where he sent a letter to Snape via the school owl, informing him that potion brewing and subsequent selling could commence that very night. Upon opening the letter, he discovered a small wooden box, accompanied by a folded note. After a cursory glance, he placed it into his desk drawer. This small box had been enchanted with a spell of seamless expansion, allowing for a space within that exceeded its outward appearance. As for how Snape had acquired this box, Clarence was not particularly curious, even though the Ministry of Magic strictly regulated such items, with severe penalties for those caught using them privately. The underlying truth remained: as long as one was not apprehended, it mattered little. His lack of curiosity stemmed from his awareness that Snape had likely obtained the box from students of Slytherin House. For the vast majority of ordinary wizards, the laws instituted by the ministry were not to be trifled with, but for pure-blood families, such laws were little more than a jest. Thus, procuring such items was remarkably easy for them. Upon lifting the lid of the wooden box, he cast a cursory glance at the materials within and discovered that, as the note had indicated, they were indeed the ingredients required for concocting both the amortentia and the beautification potion. Undoubtedly, these two potions are among the most expensive in any magical marketplace, their prices consistently remaining exorbitant. As he surveyed the raw materials inside the box, Clarence calculated that he could produce approximately 10 vials of each potion, and given his proficiency in potion making, he anticipated that he could yield even more. It occurred to him that it was not just he who was in dire financial straits. Snape must be equally pressed for funds. Otherwise, these materials would not have been delivered tonight. He surmised that Snape had likely been contemplating this venture for some time, gathering ingredients with the intention of either collaborating with him or independently brewing potions for sale. It was reasonable to assume that he had already established channels for distribution. Clarence was not particularly concerned about this. After all, the partnership he had discussed with Snape involved him crafting potions to build a reputation, while Snape would supply the raw materials and manage the sales avenues. The remainder would be left to the division of profits, and he intended to remain uninvolved in anything beyond that. Furthermore, once Clarence garnered acclaim for his potions, he could elevate Snape's status in this field, sparing him the arduous task of starting from scratch. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Setting up 2 cauldrons, he methodically prepared the raw ingredients from the wooden box while tending to the fire. Once the flames reached an appropriate intensity, he began to sequentially introduce the materials for brewing. After more than half an hour, the potions in both cauldrons were complete. He extinguished the flames and began bottling the concoctions. One cauldron yielded enough potion to fill 4 vials, with a small remainder that Clarence decanted into a new bottle. He continued this process until midnight, at which point he had exhausted all the raw materials from the box, counting 2 extra vials in total. Logically, Clarence should have felt elated at the surplus. However, he let out a sigh, for the additional yield fell short of his expectations. Based on his initial calculations, the quantity of raw materials combined with his skill should have resulted in an excess of 3.5 vials. This was the maximum he believed he could achieve with his current potion-making capabilities. Regrettably, it appeared he had overestimated himself. Nevertheless, considering this was his first attempt at brewing these specific potions, some discrepancies in yield were to be anticipated. It was merely a lesson learned from inexperience. With practice, he would be able to hone his skills and approach his full potential. Suppressing his dissatisfaction regarding his brewing proficiency, He carefully repacked the potions into the wooden box and secured the lid, preparing to deliver it to the Orphanage for Snape at dawn. When morning arrived, Snape eagerly opened the box upon receiving it, only to be immediately enveloped by disappointment. For both the quality and quantity of the potions paled in comparison to Clarence's work. With Snape's current proficiency in potion brewing, he faces a dilemma. He can either meet the demand for 2 sets of 10 bottles each, albeit at the cost of diminished quality, or prioritize quality and consequently reduce the quantity produced. He is unable to achieve the remarkable balance that Clarence has, who not only satisfies the quantity requirement, but also maintains superior quality, even yielding a surplus. It is no wonder that Snape, who perceives himself as possessing extraordinary talent in the field of potions, feels a pang of frustration. However, he is not one to be easily disheartened. He swiftly regains his composure, repacking the potions into another box before making his way to the Orphanage, preparing to send the precious potions to the apothecary in Diagon Alley. While the love potion is destined for a unique shop in Nocturne Alley, given this serendipitous encounter, it would be only courteous to exchange greetings and engage in some light conversation. During this exchange, Snape inadvertently divulges his collaboration with Clarence in the brewing and selling of potions. Coincidentally, neither Lily nor Mia are affluent. In fact, their allowances are rather meager. Upon hearing of Snape's partnership with Clarence, they are eager to participate, hoping to earn a bit of pocket money for themselves. However, the initiative lies with Clarence, and Snape cannot unilaterally make decisions. He must first confer with him before deciding whether to include them. It is worth noting that Snape's desire to include them is not solely driven by his special feelings for Lily. While there is some truth to that, his primary motivation remains his ambition to brew potions for sale. Yet, due to the confidential nature of the project, as indicated in Clarence's previous correspondence, he had not considered enlisting any help thus far. Accordingly, he had planned to adhere to Clarence's strategy, supplying the raw materials for Clarence to brew. Now, with Lily and Mia expressing interest in joining, and considering their close relationship as well as their financial constraints, their inclusion seems reasonable. Nevertheless, this remains Snape's personal inclination. The final decision must be discussed with Clarence. Upon receiving Snape's note and perusing its contents, Clarence hesitated for a moment before jotting down a few lines on the back of the note and sending it off with an owl. He contemplated that Lily's potion crafting skills are commendable, and while Mia's brewing technique may not rival Snape and Lily's, she is still quite competent. Thus, allowing them to join the endeavor, particularly to handle the collection of raw materials while he and Snape focus on potion brewing, seems like a favorable arrangement. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that he and Snape shared a mutual understanding, both believing that, given their relationship, clandestinely peddling potions could hardly be deemed a transgression. Thus, they consented to the inclusion of the 2 women. Several days later, Snape sent another message, again within the same little wooden box. However, this time, in addition to the raw materials, there were several stacks of gold galleons. Upon extracting the galleons and making a rough calculation, excluding Snape's share, the total was significantly greater than his initial expectations. This was evidently due to the impeccable quality of the potions he had concocted, which naturally commanded a higher price. Upon inspecting the raw materials in the wooden box, he noted an increased quantity, as he was now required to produce 20 vials of each potion. It seemed that Lily and Mia's contributions had been factored in, drawing from his previous experience, and in a bid to maintain quality while reducing brewing time, Clarence employed various additional techniques. Remarkably, this time, the potion-making process took nearly half the time of the last. Thus, despite the increased quantity, he completed the entire brewing in just over 3 hours, bottling the potions and sending them off in the wooden box. As time unwittingly elapsed, early June arrived, signaling the onset of final examinations. As an exemplary student, Clarence was unperturbed by the impending assessments. His performance remained consistent with past endeavors. However, the one notable distinction between him and other accomplished students was that many pupils from lower years sought his guidance on various queries, predominantly those in the 4th year and below. This phenomenon was evidently a consequence of the persona he had deliberately crafted, which allowed him to garner more simplification points. Clarence exhibited remarkable patience when addressing the inquiries of these students, thereby deepening the impression of his role as a mentor, a person who relished in the act of teaching. It was not until the day of the examinations that Clarence found respite, as no further students approached him for assistance. However, he was taken aback by a surprising occurrence. On the eve of the exams, after guiding the last student, a new unactivated skill appeared on his skill panel. Upon activation, the description of this skill indicated that it was a unique ability designed for instructing others, truly a remarkable pedagogical talent. The skill, titled Instructive Mentor, allowed him to earn experience points for any behavior deemed as teaching or guiding by the system. Moreover, its effect enhanced the comprehension and acceptance of the knowledge he imparted, suggesting that as his level increased, the potency of this effect would also amplify. For professions such as teachers and professors, which inherently involve the guidance of students, This skill is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Although Clarence is not a professor, it holds tremendous significance for him. After all, his method of acquiring simplification points is through imparting knowledge to others, and the quantity of points he receives is determined by the comprehension level of those he teaches. When paired with this extraordinary skill, the synergy is truly remarkable. If he were to pursue a career akin to that of a teacher or professor in the future, one can only imagine the splendid scene that would unfold. As Clarence distractedly gazed at his skill panel while taking his examination, he nonetheless completed it without a single error. Upon the release of the results, he emerged as the top student of his first year. Even the distinguished Lily, a model student, found herself unable to share the first position with Clarence due to a single error in her answer concerning the history of magic, relegating her to second place. Nevertheless, her score surpassed that of the vast majority of first-year students. Of course, this perception was held primarily by the students themselves. From the professor's perspective, the overall performance of the first-year students was significantly higher than that of the previous year. Moreover, this improvement was not confined to the first-year students alone. Students across all grades exhibited similar advancements, with the exception of the upper years. Professors speculated that the remarkable overall enhancement in student performance this year could largely be attributed to Clarence's influence. His meticulous and patient guidance as a teaching assistant during classes played a crucial role, as did the way students surrounded him with queries prior to exams. This was all too clear to the professors. Consequently, they concluded that the credit for this achievement should indeed be bestowed upon Clarence. This realization dispelled any lingering hesitations regarding whether to appoint Clarence as a teaching assistant for higher-level courses. Observing the evident improvement in student outcomes, they resolved to make the decision without further ado. After all, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has faced some challenges regarding its reputation in recent years. Although such topics had never been broached within the school, the professors valued these matters deeply. At the very least, a stronger international reputation for Hogwarts would bolster their confidence when introducing themselves to others. Chapter 17. Gifts in the Orphanage. Upon disembarking, Clarence sought out a secluded spot and utilized apparition to transport himself directly to Diagon Alley. His first stop was the apothecary, where he procured a substantial amount of supplies, followed by a visit to Gringotts, where he exchanged a hefty sum of galleons for cash. He also made sure to purchase an abundance of gifts and books. Burdened with a multitude of gifts that could not conveniently fit into his magically enhanced wallet, one must wonder about this small wallet. Nature had bestowed upon him the invaluable teachings of the esteemed professor of dark magic defense. His inaugural attempt at casting a spell was directed towards a modest wallet, and it was remarkably successful, albeit the interior space proved somewhat limited. However, considering it was his first endeavor, such a result was entirely expected. After Clarence had distributed gifts and snacks to the children, he embraced the headmaster and the other staff members, presenting them with meticulously prepared tokens of appreciation. As the lively group entered the house, Clarence seized the opportunity to hand over a sum of money to the headmaster, explaining that it was amassed from his part-time work during his school years. Naturally, the elderly headmaster was reluctant to accept such generosity, yet after much persuasion from Clarence, who spoke of his school as provision of free tuition, meals, and accommodation, the headmaster finally acquiesced. Consequently, the orphanage's circumstances were significantly more favorable compared to many others, particularly regarding the provision of sufficient meals for everyone. However, the situation concerning the orphanage's facilities and the children's education remained unchanged. Although the funds Clarence provided could enable a few eligible children to attend school, covering merely tuition costs, they would not sustain for many years. Nevertheless, Clarence believed that through his potion-making and subsequent sales, his growing reputation would yield increasing profits sufficient to support the educational needs of the orphanage's children. The headmaster was not astonished that Clarence had earned such a sum merely from part-time work during his studies. After all, when Professor McGonagall had come to escort him, she had demonstrated the wonders of magic and the wizarding world to the headmaster, who was aware of the caliber of school Clarence was attending. While the headmaster was not privy to the specifics of the magical community, he trusted that Clarence would not engage in any wrongdoing, thus feeling reassured regarding the source of the funds. After more than a week of tranquil living at the orphanage, a letter delivered by an owl disrupted the serenity. It was a correspondence from Mia, informing him that she had established contact with Lily and Snape, and they had decided to spend the upcoming time at Mia's home. Located within the magical realm, Mia's home was shared by her parents, both wizards from a mixed lineage of Muggle and wizarding backgrounds, with adult wizards present or residing there. The Ministry's detection of magical traces in the wands of young wizards became muddled, rendering it impossible to ascertain the identity of the spellcaster. This loophole allowed young wizards from magical families to practice magic outside of school. Thus, Mia wished to invite Clarence and his companions to stay at her home until the start of the new term. Of course, a significant motivation behind this invitation was the opportunity to brew potions and sell them, thereby earning a considerable amount of pocket money. It is likely that Snape's agreement to Mia's invitation was born out of similar considerations, leaving only Clarence's side to address. The old headmaster did not hinder him, but instead advised him to take care of himself and not to overexert. After exchanging a farewell embrace with the headmaster, Clarence departed from the orphanage and found a secluded spot to apparate, reappearing in Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, whether due to the influence of Death Eater forces or the fact that the school year had not yet commenced, the alley appeared quite desolate, with few pedestrians and those present hurrying along their way. Not wanting to linger, Clarence hastened towards the leaky cauldron. Upon meeting the pub owner and expressing his desire to use the fireplace, he paid a small fee in flue powder and quietly recited the address of Mia's home. With a flash of green flames, Clarence vanished into the fireplace. He utilized the method indicated in Mia's letter, likely due to some protective enchantment at her home that enabled her to instruct him in this mode of transportation. As Clarence regained clarity of his surroundings, he immediately locked eyes with Mia, who stood before the fireplace. "Hi, Clarence. You arrived so swiftly." Mia shyly averted her gaze before greeting him. Clarence stepped out of the fireplace and cast a cleansing charm with his wand, brushing off the dust that clung to him. "I didn't intend to arrive this quickly. I had planned to linger in Diagon Alley a bit longer. However, the situation there felt rather off, so I hurried right over." After providing this explanation, Clarence inquired about Snape and Lily. Mia then led him to the room arranged for their temporary stay. She had allocated a room for both Clarence and Snape, as her house only had one guest room, necessitating their shared accommodation. Upon entering the guest room, they discovered Snape brewing potions. Upon seeing Clarence, he surprisingly offered a greeting, which was a rarity. Even Lily would typically receive no more than a fleeting glance during his potion making. Chapter 18. A visit. Although Snape's greeting was an unusual occurrence, it was merely a brief acknowledgement before he returned his focus to his potion. Mia and Clarence were unperturbed by his demeanor, having grown accustomed to such behavior during their time at the Slug Club. While helping to tidy the bedding, Mia shared with Clarence a general outline of their upcoming plans. As the school year approached, they would receive the second-year book list and train tickets, after which the four of them would embark on a shopping excursion to Diagon Alley. Eagerly anticipating the start of school on September 1st, their free time would be spent enjoying leisurely activities or practicing spells and magic, ensuring they always had something to occupy their time. Regarding this arrangement, Clarence, much like Snape, voiced no objections and was entirely amenable to Mia's plans. However, regarding Lily, Clarence expressed his concern about her coming alone, questioning whether it was entirely appropriate. After all, the situation in Diagon Alley might be rather precarious. And considering Lily is still a young witch, what would happen if she were to encounter danger? Had Mia's previous letter not mentioned specifically whether Snape and Lily would be coming, Clarence would have sought out Lily first and accompanied her. His apprehension stemmed from the fear that she might venture to the leaky cauldron alone, subsequently wandering through Diagon Alley and putting herself at risk. Upon hearing Clarence's worried words, Mia too began to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Surely not. I've heard my father say that the leaky cauldron is relatively safe, especially in light of the current state of the magical world, as the Ministry of Magic has stationed Aurors there." She continued, My concern is not about Lily going to Diagon Alley. She and I, along with Severus, live in the Muggle world. Moreover, she is likely to be accompanied by family when visiting the leaky cauldron, so I am not worried about that. Rather, it is Clarence who has voiced his genuine fears." After this exchange, not only did Mia appear flustered, but even Snape set aside his potion making, equally troubled as he inquired, "Shall we go fetch her?" Clarence pondered for a moment, then asked Mia whether her home was protected by any magical wards, specifically if she could perform apparition. Mia and Snape exchanged astonished glances at his question, exclaiming in unison, "You can perform apparition?" Clarence replied, "Indeed, Professor Flitwick personally instructed me, concerned that I might face danger in the Muggle world, so I could use it to escape. After diligent practice, I am now capable of transporting others as well, effectively performing a form of group apparition." Clarence then inquired whether Mia's home had any protective spells against apparition. "Not at all," she replied. "If you truly have mastered that spell, you can use it directly. However, my home is concealed by the Fidelius charm, so if you intend to apparate with Lily, you must first inform her of my address." Mia then briefly explained what the Fidelius charm entailed before asking Clarence when he planned to go and fetch Lily. Jotting down her address on a piece of paper, "Let us go after lunch then. Allow Lily to have a meal with her family, and I shall come to collect her," Clarence remarked, glancing at the paper, recognizing that he had visited that area before while selling snacks, although he had never entered that particular neighborhood. Meanwhile, Mia assisted with the preparation of the ingredients, helping Snape, as Clarence did not require her assistance, which would only slow down the brewing process. With his exceptional expertise in potion brewing, Clarence approached the task with remarkable nonchalance, unlike Snape, who required unwavering concentration. He casually added the prepared ingredients into the cauldron, effortlessly engaging in conversation with Mia. As their discussion meandered to the topic of her parents, he inquired about their professions. Thus, they continued to chat while concocting potions, and by midday, Clarence had successfully brewed all the potions he needed. In contrast, Snape had only completed a third of his required quantity. This disparity once again dampened his spirits, but he soon rallied and asked, "Clarence, could you possibly guide me this afternoon during the potion brewing? Your technique for handling materials appears far more efficient, and I noticed you incorporated additional ingredients during the process. I suspect they may serve to shorten the brewing time while ensuring quality." Naturally, Clarence readily agreed, assuring Snape and Mia that he would offer guidance during the afternoon session. As they conversed, the trio tidied up the cauldron and prepared to greet Mia's father in the living room. Observing this scene, Clarence promptly offered his assistance, while Snape chose to remain seated in the living room, content to wait for the meal. Handling potion ingredients was a task he managed with composure. However, when it came to preparing food, the situation was entirely different. Noticing Mia's intent to cook, Clarence curiously inquired whether she was familiar with any household spells or magic. The young girl replied that the women in her family had never learned such spells, relying entirely on her father for their daily meals. While Mia and her mother could manage basic cooking, such as frying eggs, cooking meat, and toasting bread, they were limited in their culinary repertoire. Chapter 19. A visit with the assistance of magic. A sumptuous lunch was prepared in no time and levitated to the dining table in the living room. The meal was a feast for the senses, and the aroma wafting from the kitchen had Mia and Snape seated on the sofa, salivating in anticipation. Just as the three were about to begin their meal, a burst of flames erupted from the living room fireplace, and an adult wizard stepped through, brushing off the dust from his robes. "My dear Mia, I apologize for the delay. Work kept me longer than expected. Have you been starving?" Before he could finish his sentence, the enticing aroma of food caught his attention. He looked up to see Mia seated at the dining table alongside two peers. After enthusiastic introductions, Mia's father, Elrose Sandyke, was revealed to be a Hogwarts alumnus as well, though he had attended Hufflepuff House rather than Gryffindor. In truth, not only was Mia's father not a graduate of Gryffindor, but her mother was not either. It remains a mystery why their daughter was sorted into Gryffindor. Nevertheless, the couple did not seem to mind which house Mia belonged to. Being sorted into Hufflepuff indicated their strong capacity for acceptance, and naturally, they were unconcerned about Mia's house placement. Once Elro took his seat, he remembered to inquire about who had prepared the sumptuous lunch. He knew his daughter well enough to understand that such an elaborate spread was beyond Mia's culinary skills. Upon learning that the meal was prepared by Clarence, particularly given his background as an orphan from the Muggle world, Elro felt it inappropriate to comment further, choosing instead to adopt a more amiable demeanor. However, Elro soon found his thoughts diverted from Clarence, for after tasting a bite of the exquisite food, its delightful flavors captivated him completely. In simpler terms, he was too engrossed in eating to contemplate anything else. This was not solely the case for Mr. Elro. Even Mia and Snape appeared as though they might swallow their tongues in their eagerness to indulge. Observing the continuous rise in his culinary skill experience points, Clarence felt quite pleased. Yet, unlike the other three, he ate with a deliberate grace, exuding elegance. Unfortunately, the trio was too preoccupied with their meals to appreciate his refined dining manner. Once the lunch concluded, the four settled onto the living room sofa for casual conversation. It was only when the time seemed appropriate that Clarence stood up to inform Elro he would go fetch a friend. Without waiting for a response, he performed apparition, instantly vanishing from sight. This spectacle left Elro wide-eyed in astonishment, followed by a puzzled expression as he asked, "Mia, what year is your classmate in?" "Dad, have you forgotten? Clarence, along with Severus, is my peer. Naturally, he is a first-year student," Mia replied, looking at her father with a hint of confusion, wondering if perhaps his age was causing him to forget such matters. She could only chuckle awkwardly and explain, "Dad is merely surprised that first-year students at Hogwarts have begun to learn such advanced and perilous magic as apparition. That is not the case. Rather, Clarence is exceptionally talented." Garnering the admiration of professors, who have even provided him with special instruction, Mia recounted with an expression of admiration for Clarence's achievements. As for Mr. Elro, he had heard his daughter mention this friend before and knew he was impressive, but lacked further specifics. Thus, upon hearing Mia's account, he was left astonished, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Without delving into Mr. Elro's inner thoughts, it is noted that Clarence was transported to the vicinity of Lily's neighborhood shortly after the apparition. He then retrieved a note previously written by Mia and proceeded to search for her. Before long, he arrived outside Lily's home, just in time to see Lily, along with her parents and a little girl, carrying a suitcase. Upon noticing Clarence, Lily expressed her surprise, and after a brief exchange with her parents, she hurried over to inquire about the situation. He provided a brief explanation regarding the peculiar circumstances in Diagon Alley, and conveyed that their group had come to escort her out of concern for her safety, also elucidating the effects of the apparition spell. Subsequently, Lily led Clarence to her parents and sister, introducing him and clarifying the purpose of his visit. When her parents expressed concern regarding the issues in Diagon Alley, Clarence quickly reassured them, stating that their concern for Lily's safety was the sole reason for their visit. To further ease Mr. and Mrs. Evans' worries, Clarence spoke about the security measures at the Ministry of Magic and how Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's guidance, was a safe haven, which brought them some comfort. After addressing various inquiries posed by Mr. and Mrs. Evans, Clarence prepared to perform the apparition spell with Lily and her large suitcase. The destination had been previously shown to her, and they sought an uninhabited area to cast the spell. Without speculating on the emotions of the Evans family and sister upon witnessing their daughter and her classmate vanish in an instant, it is noted that after following Clarence's lead in apparition, Lily opened her eyes to find herself in an unfamiliar living room, where she encountered Mia, Snape, and a smiling adult. After brief introductions between Lily and Mr. Elro, Mia guided her to her room to unpack, leaving Clarence and Snape to continue their conversation with Mr. Elro. Curious about Clarence's future choices following graduation, Mr. Elro inquired about the type of profession he aspired to pursue. Clarence contemplated before articulating his career aspirations, stating that his first choice would be a teaching position, followed by a desire to become a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital. Mr. Elro expressed some bewilderment, asking, "Don't you wish to work at the Ministry of Magic?" However, Clarence firmly shook his head, asserting, "I prefer to impart knowledge to students or to serve as a healer, treating patients at St. Mungo's." Mr. Elro acknowledged the merit of such aspirations, noting that, given Clarence's talents, a professorship was a distinct possibility. Though he remarked that becoming a healer would be quite challenging, he reminisced that his wife, Andrea, had also contemplated becoming a healer after graduating from Hogwarts, aspiring to work at St. Mungo's. However, how shall I put it? The pursuit of a career as a healer is undeniably arduous. Even my wife, who excelled academically during her school years, ultimately did not achieve her aspiration of becoming a healer. Clarence is acutely aware of the challenges articulated by Elro, for, as it stands, the curriculum at the Magical Academy does not encompass courses related to healing magic. Consequently, upon graduation, aspiring healers must undergo several years of rigorous training before they are eligible to take the examinations. The very notion of additional years of training has deterred many, particularly since graduating from Hogwarts signifies the onset of adulthood, accompanied by the inevitable responsibilities of earning a livelihood. Who possesses the luxury of time to engage in further training? Moreover, even after completing the training, there is no guarantee of securing a position as a healer. Thus, this profession is reserved either for those endowed with innate talent or for those hailing from affluent backgrounds, not a viable option for the average wizard. Yet, how rare are the wizards with true talent? While many wizards are indeed wealthy, it begs the question, why would they choose to undertake the demanding work of a healer? This predicament has resulted in a consistently low number of healers. To what extent is this scarcity evident? It is so pronounced that even the Death Eater faction, notorious for their rampant violence, would refrain from senselessly eliminating a healer or launching an attack on St. Mungo's Hospital. Upon reflection, this is quite reasonable. Both Gellert Grindelwald and his followers, as well as Voldemort and his minions, sought dominion over the Wizarding World rather than its annihilation, making it illogical to target the already rare and invaluable healers. I too recognize the formidable obstacles in pursuing a healer's qualification. Yet from the very first year of my studies, I have diligently labored towards this goal, and I have already acquired a commendable proficiency in various healing spells. Oh, have you studied specifically under Madame Pomfrey? Upon hearing Snape's remarks, Mr. Elro found himself at a loss, even contemplating the possibility that Clarence might indeed succeed if he were to apply. However, considering they are merely first-year students, such discussions feel rather premature. Thus, Mr. Elro offered a few well-wishing sentiments before deftly steering the conversation in a different direction. In the ensuing months, Clarence and his companions resided at Mia's home, engaging in play and study, and even assisting Snape with potion materials, which he later sold. Under Clarence's guidance, and with the provision of 3 meals a day, their lives were exceedingly pleasant, almost leading them to forget the passage of time. Were it not for the arrival of an owl from the school bearing their second-year book list and train tickets, they might have entirely overlooked the impending start of the term. With the book list now in hand, Clarence and his friends were eager to waste no time, wishing to promptly venture to Diagon Alley for their purchases and to prepare for the upcoming term. Initially, Mia and Lily had intended for the 4 of them to visit Diagon Alley independently. However, they faced vehement opposition from Snape and Clarence. The two sought to have Mr. Elro accompany them, for having an adult wizard by their side would undoubtedly avert many troubles. Upon hearing Mia's words, Elro wholeheartedly endorsed Snape and Clarence's approach, believing that their presence would significantly mitigate the likelihood of encountering difficulties. On the following morning, the group of 5 utilized the fireplace in the living room to transport themselves to the leaky cauldron. Meanwhile, Clarence stumbled upon an unexpected treasure in the old book section of the bookstore, a fragmentary tome concerning wand-making. While such an incomplete book would be of little use to most, Clarence's possession of a simplification system made it invaluable. Even though the book was flawed, he could distill its essence into a skill, subsequently employing the skill upgrading mechanism to acquire comprehensive and new knowledge about wand creation. This allowed him to refine his abilities and gain further insights into the art of wand making. He successfully crafted new wands for Mia, Lily, Snape, and himself. Although these newly fashioned wands could not compare to those originally used, they were nonetheless functional for casting spells. He also remembered to create one for Mr. Elro, who found it somewhat unwieldy but remained awestruck by Clarence's remarkable aptitude for learning and practical application. Soon, the day of the new school year arrived on September 1st. Chapter 21, second year at the opening feast. Clarence observed as a bystander while the newly enrolled young wizards were sorted into their houses, followed by a sumptuous banquet and the singing of the school song. After listening to the head boys and girls, he understood the reason for their presence. As the head students had advanced to their 6th year, the pressure in their studies had begun to mount. However, this was a phenomenon exclusive to the students of Ravenclaw, as the students from the other 3 houses did not feel such urgency until their 7th year, when they would begin to prepare for their final examinations. Yet, Ravenclaw students had always been known for their diligence, leading to a situation where the 2 head students found it challenging to balance their responsibilities. Traditionally, when Ravenclaw head students felt overwhelmed, they could report to the headmaster, who would then select new head students from the 5th year cohort. However, this year, the 5th year students were primarily focused on the Quidditch matches rather than their studies. Consequently, Professor Flitwick favored those 5th years who were part of the Quidditch team, seemingly intent on maintaining their positions until graduation. This predicament regarding the selection of new head students became quite troublesome. Nonetheless, due to the significance of the head student roles, Professor Flitwick, after careful consideration, suggested that the 2 approach Clarence for assistance. Certainly, it is not merely the intention to appoint the 2nd year student, Clarence, as a head boy. Rather, it is due to his unique circumstances that we wish to adopt a system akin to the hidden head boy concept of Slytherin House. This system addresses the challenge of balancing the responsibilities of both male and female head boys. Slytherin indeed possesses such an unacknowledged structure, wherein each grade, except for the 5th year and above, has a hidden head boy, regardless of gender. The role of the hidden head boy is to assist the head boy, thereby facilitating better management of the younger students. The other 3 houses do not have such a system, not even Ravenclaw. However, given the exceptional circumstances this year, we find ourselves compelled to borrow Slytherin's hidden head boy concept. While it is claimed that Clarence will assume the role of hidden head boy to aid in management, his responsibilities would primarily involve overseeing students below the 5th year. The existing head boys, 1 male and 1 female, would still be able to manage their duties concerning students in the 5th year and above. After some hesitation, Clarence agreed to take on this so-called hidden head boy position, as it would solidify his reputation and allow other students to seek his counsel regarding academic inquiries, thus legitimizing his role further. As for the potential impact of this hidden head boy position on his personal life and academic schedule, it is true that there may be some repercussions. However, these pales in comparison to the benefits he stands to gain. Upon seeing Clarence's agreement, the head boys expressed their delight and commenced to instruct him on the responsibilities and tasks associated with the role. Subsequently, they entrusted him with the duty of leading the newly admitted first-year students the following day, providing him with an opportunity to hone his skills. Once the preparations were complete, he began to practice the necessary skills while contemplating the responsibilities of the hidden head boy. According to the 2 head boys, he would only need to manage students below the 5th year, with the real challenges arising from the newly admitted first-year students. Those in the 2nd year and above are already familiar with the school and require little oversight from the head boy, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, such as altercations or infractions caught by professors. First-year students, however, are in need of guidance as they navigate the unfamiliar environment, especially in learning the routes to various classrooms within the castle. Clarence himself had experienced this during his 1st year. He mused that since his alchemy skill had reached level 5, enabling him to create somewhat more intricate magical items, perhaps he should craft a magical map for the first-year students of Ravenclaw. It would resemble the Marauders map created by James Potter and his friends in the original story. As for when Clarence simplified and activated his alchemy skills or elevated his skill level to 5, that remains an intriguing question. Naturally, after being informed by Professor Flivy that he could engage with elective course content, he took the opportunity to simplify alchemy into a skill. The method of acquiring experience for this skill involved merely coming into contact with any metal. Consequently, he purchased a delicate metal bracelet, which he adorned on his left wrist, allowing him to continuously accrue experience points. Over time, this practice naturally elevated him to level 5. The more he contemplated this method, the more he found it commendable. After practicing the skill for a while longer, he unearthed a substantial stack of parchment and began crafting a magical map using alchemy. He had even settled on a name, appropriating the active point map created by the Band of 4 from the original narrative, as James Potter and his companions were not yet capable of producing such alchemical magical items. After more than 3 hours, Clarence had transformed all the parchment into active point maps. The quantity exceeded the number of new students enrolling in Ravenclaw this year, with extras set aside for the incoming students next year as the number of new enrollments fluctuated annually. Thus, after ensuring he had enough maps for this year's first-year students, he stored the remainder in the drawer of his desk. He then proceeded to brew potions and, when the time was right, washed up and retired to bed. The following morning, he arose early, shouldering his bag and descending to the common room, prepared to wait for the first-year students to emerge. Once all the first years had gathered in the common room, Clarence retrieved the active point maps and class schedules from his bag, distributing them to each student. All right, everyone, please raise your hand if you did not receive a map or schedule. Seeing no hands raised, Clarence continued, now, please take out your wands and point them at the parchment, saying, I require the assistance of the active point map. This is the incantation to activate the map. Furthermore, to conclude its use, express your gratitude with the words, thank you for the assistance, 5-star review. You may now experiment with this. Once the first-year wizards had mastered the usage of the active point map, Clarence elaborated. This magical map was specifically crafted to assist you in becoming more familiar with the school castle environment. The map also possesses an inquiry function. By pointing your wands at it, you can ask questions, and it will reveal routes and more. There are numerous additional features, which I encourage you to explore gradually. Now, please store the map and schedule carefully, for creating another is quite a hassle. All right, everyone, let us proceed to the hall for breakfast, after which I will guide you to your classrooms. With that, Clarence led the group of newcomers out of the common room and toward the hall for breakfast. After their meal, he ushered the first-year students to their classroom, instructing them to remain there and not wander off before he hurriedly departed to attend his own classes. In the ensuing days, Clarence personally guided the freshmen in familiarizing themselves with the majestic castle environment, particularly the routes to their respective classrooms, and everything proceeded without incident. Naturally, Clarence's attentive mentorship evoked envy among the freshmen of the other three houses, for his strikingly handsome appearance only added to the allure of his role. Once Clarence deemed that the newcomers were sufficiently acquainted with their classroom paths, he decided to attend to his own affairs rather than continue accompanying them. However, a minor issue arose, albeit not of great consequence. The predicament stemmed from the enchanted Marauders map possessed by the Ravenclaw freshmen. The other houses' newcomers soon questioned why they lacked access to such a remarkable magical artifact. This curiosity sparked a wave of confusion, as the freshmen from the other houses implored their respective prefects for a similar magical map. It was unreasonable to expect the prefects to constantly escort them, as they too had their own responsibilities and academic agendas. Despite the freshmen having memorized the routes to their classrooms, library, and common rooms, the vastness of the castle left them unfamiliar with many other areas, intensifying their envy of the Ravenclaw students. Yet, the prefects from the other houses could not possibly possess a magical map as exquisite as the one crafted by Clarence. Consequently, they resorted to creating a rudimentary approximation to appease the freshmen. This simplistic and ordinary map failed to satisfy the newcomers, leading to an escalation of the situation that even caught the attention of the professors. Upon investigating the matter, the professors swiftly understood the circumstances and borrowed a Ravenclaw freshman's Marauders map for examination. They discovered its intricate complexity. Aside from the professor who taught the elective alchemy course, only Headmaster Dumbledore and Clarence, the map's creator, could replicate such a marvel. Even Minerva and Flitwick, lacking in-depth knowledge of alchemy, could not reproduce the same map. It would be unreasonable to compel Clarence to create magical maps for the freshmen of the other houses simply because they could not replicate the original. Moreover, it must be noted that students had thrived perfectly well before the advent of such maps. Following stern admonishments from the professors directed at the raucous freshmen, the matter was effectively laid to rest. Nonetheless, the fascination persisted, leading many upperclassmen to express curiosity about the magical map, seeking to borrow it for their own study. Alas, none possessed the ability to replicate it, leaving them to wistfully observe as the first-year Ravenclaws utilized their coveted map. Certainly, there are those astute individuals who sought to persuade Clarence to part with his funds for an enchanted map, only to be met with a direct refusal. The rationale behind this was that such magical maps were designated solely for the first-year students of Ravenclaw, potentially evolving into a unique tradition of the house. How could they possibly be sold to other students? If one possessed the requisite skills, they could very well craft their own magical maps. Indeed, if they had such capabilities, why would they contemplate spending their money on an enchanted map? As Clarence aptly noted, this enchanted map did indeed become a cherished tradition for the first-year students of Ravenclaw. But that is a tale for another time. Not long after the commencement of the academic year, the professors of various core subjects, during private sessions, conducted an array of assessments and subsequently deemed Clarence capable of serving as a teaching assistant for upper-year courses. Beyond the matter of being an assistant, Professor McGonagall believed that Clarence, given his current prowess in the field of transfiguration, had reached a level where he could publish scholarly articles in esteemed academic journals, such as Contemporary Transfiguration. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick, during their private lessons, imparted upon him various rules and techniques of dueling. As for the defense against the dark arts professor, who held a particular fondness for Clarence, he presented him with a note granting access to the restricted section of the library, allowing him to borrow an array of forbidden tomes. Upon hearing this news, Clarence was initially taken aback, unable to fathom how the professor had managed to persuade Dumbledore. Given Dumbledore's vigilance and wariness towards him, it seemed unlikely that he would permit Clarence any opportunity to access the restricted section, let alone study the advanced magics contained within, especially those pertaining to the dark arts. Perhaps sensing the astonishment and confusion etched upon Clarence's face, the professor smiled and reassured him that granting students access to the restricted section was within the purview of the faculty. Even the headmaster could not oppose it, unless he was willing to incur the ire of a professor and risk losing their services. Thus, Clarence was encouraged to explore the restricted section confidently. Though he was cautioned that without complete mastery, it was prudent not to delve into the dark arts, as the consequences could be dire. As the saying goes, heeding advice leads to prosperity, and Clarence was not one to disregard sound counsel. He understood that the professor's warnings were for his own benefit. Hence, even with the newfound privilege to enter the restricted section, he did not immediately seek out the perilous tomes on the dark arts. Indeed, Dumbledore's inability to thwart the defense against the dark arts professor necessitated a compromise, and it was impractical to remove all books related to the dark arts from the restricted section, thereby denying Clarence any chance of access. For if one were to categorize books as pertaining to the dark arts, it would seem necessary to empty the entire restricted section entirely. Dumbledore could not accomplish such feats. Not only is the intent too conspicuous, but even Hogwarts Castle would not permit him to do so. At most, he might remove exceedingly dangerous tomes, such as those akin to secrets of advanced dark magic. In Chapter 23, concerning the restricted section, it was previously mentioned that Clarence's approach to enhancing his abilities diverges significantly from that of others. With the existence of a simplified system, particularly the mechanism for skill upgrades, he is able to acquire comprehensive and profound magical knowledge without the need for traditional study methods. This allows even a commonplace spell, when practiced diligently by Clarence, to increase its level, to wield power comparable to that of dark magic. Yet, what motivates wizards to study dark magic? It primarily stems from the inherent strength of dark magic, which surpasses that of ordinary spells, coupled with the swifter and easier learning curve it offers. The disparity in efficacy is glaringly evident, for various reasons. Individuals are naturally inclined to pursue dark magic rather than invest time in deepening their understanding and practice of ordinary spells. After all, the correlation between effort and reward is profoundly imbalanced. Given the time and energy available, why not directly delve into dark magic? Moreover, while ordinary magic can indeed be enhanced through rigorous study and extensive practice, dark magic possesses the same potential. Thus, under conditions of equal limits, rational individuals will opt for the less demanding path of dark magic rather than squander time on ordinary spells. Although both paths, black and white, ultimately converge at the pinnacle of mastery, the routes taken differ significantly, influencing the difficulty and duration of the journey to that destination. The path of studying dark magic is undoubtedly smoother and more accessible than delving deeply into ordinary magic, which elucidates why wizards, throughout their lives, often engage in the study or even research of dark magic. This holds true for others as well, including Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. However, Clarence stands apart. He possesses the unique ability to traverse either path, black or white, at an accelerated pace via the simplified system, irrespective of the routes he chooses. He remains unconcerned about the speed and difficulty inherent in his journey. Consequently, the question of whether to study dark magic is of little significance to him. Moreover, the inherent backlash associated with dark magic is a concern Clarence has yet to fully mitigate, which explains his restraint in not perusing the dark magic tomes within the restricted section. Nevertheless, he has begun to devise methods to counterbalance or eliminate the drawbacks of studying dark magic. It is not a form of advanced or specialized magic, but rather an attempt to compel the system to generate an unactivated new skill by means of its inherent mechanisms, thereby manifesting a skill that yields the same effects. For instance, the unique skill known as the teacher's instinct does not simply emerge from reading and studying. Instead, it is birthed through his continuous efforts in imparting knowledge to others, which the system subsequently recognizes and manifests as a skill. Clarence seeks to employ a similar approach by relentlessly practicing the guardian charm and engaging with various advanced magics and knowledge that can counteract or dispel negative emotional energies, thereby coercing the system into producing a new skill. This strategy would enable him to study dark magic without trepidation. Otherwise, Clarence would never dare to approach the arcane arts of darkness. After all, The study and practice of dark magic inevitably influence one's character and will through the requisite negative emotional energies. A subtle transformation that is often imperceptible until it is too late, leaving one ensnared in darkness. Clarence possesses a permit allowing him to enter the restricted section freely, and it is remarkable that he has managed to resist the temptation of the tomes containing dark magic knowledge for such an extended period. This restraint does not go unnoticed by Dumbledore, who is constantly observing him. In truth, Dumbledore does not object to others studying dark magic, nor does he entirely prohibit young wizards from accessing its knowledge, provided they can maintain their will and rationality. His reluctance regarding young wizards delving into this realm stems from their inherently weaker wills compared to adult wizards, coupled with their inability to recognize the influence of dark magic upon themselves. At the very least, the self-discipline of young wizards pales in comparison to that of their adult counterparts. Thus, Dumbledore's ongoing surveillance, observing Clarence's prolonged abstention from dark magic texts, brings him a sense of satisfaction, even slightly altering his internal vigilance toward Clarence. However, this shift in perspective is minor, and the watchful eye remains unyielding. As for Clarence, he remains oblivious to this situation. Even if he were aware, it would matter little, as he possesses a simplified system. Currently, in addition to adhering to his meticulously crafted study schedule, he also fulfills the role of a teaching assistant, attending private lessons with various professors at the appointed times. Notably, he learns the rules and techniques of dueling under Professor Flitwick, hones his essay writing skills with Professor McGonagall, and engages with the defense against the dark arts professor to delve into more advanced knowledge. Furthermore, the presence of the Marauders map aids him in assisting first-year students, granting him some leisure time to explore the hidden corners of the castle. This includes the Chamber of Secrets, concealed passageways, and other undiscovered locales, as well as the neighboring village of Hogsmeade. Clarence often traversed the hidden passages within the castle to stealthily venture into the neighboring village of Hogsmeade, where he would procure an assortment of snacks and candies, as well as a substantial quantity of ingredients for potion making. Occasionally, he would find himself at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, assisting Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn in tending to the magical creatures under his care, thus igniting Clarence's passion for this particular subject. The method of honing this skill involved gaining experience points through encounters with any magical creatures. However, the true value of this ability lay not merely in the newfound knowledge acquired upon leveling up, but rather in the enhancement of his affinity for all magical beings. This affinity rendered Clarence remarkably at ease within the Forbidden Forest, to the extent that even the formidable Acromantula, despite their inherent hunger, posed no threat to him. If such creatures displayed a lack of hostility, one could only imagine the ease with which he interacted with the centaurs, who typically shunned contact with wizards and outsiders. Remarkably, even the unicorns residing within the forest, regardless of gender, took a liking to Clarence, willingly engaging with him. It was precisely this rapport that allowed Professor Kettleburn to permit Clarence's assistance, for among magical creatures, many possess lethal dangers, and only those with specialized knowledge are granted such privileges. Chapter 24. The initial publication as Clarence's academic life in the new school year gradually settled into a routine. He began to acclimate to his surroundings. One day, after Professor McGonagall had provided him with supplementary guidance, she called out to him just as he was about to leave. She expressed that he had now mastered the art of writing essays and had also established correspondence with various editors from newspapers and magazines. Therefore, why not consider submitting an article to today's Transfiguration magazine? Clarence hesitated at Professor McGonagall's suggestion, as she had previously hinted at the possibility of writing a paper for publication. However, he had not entertained such thoughts at the time, not out of reluctance, but rather due to his uncertainty regarding which aspect of transfiguration to explore and his lack of proficiency in writing. Thus, he had yet to take any steps in that direction. But, Professor McGonagall, do you truly believe my current abilities are sufficient for submission? Moreover, I am at a loss as to what I should write about, he confessed, observing Clarence's lack of confidence and bewilderment. Professor McGonagall sighed but then offered her guidance. My dear child, do you recall the topic we previously discussed? Clarence blinked, pondering for a moment before recalling the conversation. Was she referring to their prior discussion regarding the correlation between willpower and transfiguration? Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. Indeed. Although there are many papers on similar topics within the magical community, they merely skim the surface and lack a profound analysis. So, Clarence, why not delve into this subject and compose a paper of your own? Child, be a bit more confident. Have you not written several papers for me? I found no faults in those works, so Clarence, you can boldly send this one out. I am certain that the magazine today's Transfiguration will appreciate it. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Clarence slowed his exploration of the castle and devoted all his free time to writing. After several days of diligent revision, a newly polished paper emerged. He meticulously checked it multiple times, ensuring there were no errors before transcribing it again, and then he took it to seek out Professor McGonagall. Upon seeing Clarence's paper, Professor McGonagall was somewhat astonished by his speed, Yet she donned her glasses and began to scrutinize it closely. Engrossed in the content, she became oblivious to Clarence, who initially waited in silence. However, as time passed, noticing her deep focus, he felt a desire to remind her, yet hesitated to interrupt. Thus, he resorted to retrieving a book from the office shelf, reading it slowly. However, upon noticing a sudden increase in his simplification points on his skill panel, Clarence raised his gaze in suspicion towards Professor McGonagall, as she was the only one present capable of providing him with such points. He pondered whether the content of his paper could indeed yield insights even for a witch of her caliber. After waiting for over half an hour, Professor McGonagall finally set the paper down and looked up to see Clarence quietly reading on the sofa, realizing she had become so engrossed that she had forgotten about him. She first apologized and then expressed that his paper was devoid of any issues or errors and could be submitted to the journal without hesitation. However, she desired a bit more refinement, asking Clarence if he could modify the content to make it more accessible. After all, much of the material delved into advanced transfiguration magic that might be incomprehensible to the average wizard. Upon hearing McGonagall's suggestion, Clarence contemplated that if he could indeed make the content more comprehensible, it would allow a greater number of wizards to understand it, thus potentially earning him a substantial amount of simplification points. He promptly nodded, affirming his intention to revise it for greater clarity, and took his leave with the paper. After another 2 days of revision, Clarence returned with an improved version of his paper for Professor McGonagall. This time, it posed no issues, and even McGonagall deemed it perfect. With that, Clarence proceeded to the Orphanage to send out his paper. Just as he and Professor McGonagall eagerly awaited the next issue of Today as Transfiguration to be published, Professor Flitwick unexpectedly arrived at the dormitory seeking him. The reason for seeking him lies in the Ministry of Magic's recent declaration regarding the duel tournament, which permits young wizards to participate, along with the accompanying regulations and requirements for entry. Of course, Professor Flitwick did not overlook the most crucial aspect, the monetary rewards that accompany achieving a ranking in the competition. Perhaps it is due to the unprecedented nature of allowing young wizards to compete that the prize pool for their category has been set exceptionally high. Notably, the reward for the champion of the young wizards group surpasses that of the adult champions, amounting to a staggering 1,000 galleons, while the adult winner receives a mere 800 galleons. Thus, Flitwick sought to inquire whether Clarence would like to partake in this duel tournament. There was no reason for hesitation. Clarence readily nodded in agreement. However, upon checking the schedule, he realized the competition would span several days, and as a student, he had academic obligations to fulfill. In response to this concern, Professor Flitwick smiled and assured him that he would persuade Dumbledore and the other professors to allow his participation, as this was indeed an opportunity to bring honor and prestige to Hogwarts. In fact, the other professors readily agreed to the request without much persuasion, and even Dumbledore, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded in consent, though he reminded Flitwick not to let the tournament interfere with the young wizard's studies. Chapter 25. The duel tournament. Dumbledore's remark left Flitwick somewhat speechless, pondering how Dumbledore seemed to monitor Clarence's progress almost incessantly, yet remained unaware of the academic pace at which Clarence was advancing. As a second-year student, he was already engaging with material meant for fifth-year students. And was there truly any cause for concern? The other professors also supported the duo's request for leave, with Professor McGonagall even volunteering to assume Flitwick's teaching responsibilities. With such eager support from the professors, Flitwick and Clarence could focus on their training without reservations. In fact, to enhance Clarence's chances of winning, Professor Flitwick conducted numerous mock duels with him, though each ended in Clarence's defeat. Nevertheless, the improvement in his dueling techniques and experience was markedly evident, a rapid progression that even Flitwick found difficult to comprehend. However, it was not to say that Clarence was devoid of challenges. A significant issue remained: his complete lack of knowledge in dark magic. Was this not a fortuitous circumstance, as it eliminated the risk of being adversely affected by dark magic? This was not entirely the case. Dark magic encompasses more than just the 3 unforgivable curses, including malevolent spells, hexes, and curses, preceding even the unforgivable ones. For instance, numerous malevolent and poisonous spells, even curses, while similarly categorized as dark magic, do not inherently possess the flaw of rebounding upon their wielder. Rather, they are classified as dark magic due to the immense stimulus and harm they inflict upon the recipient, not because they are intrinsically dark in nature. Take Professor Flitwick's time during his studies, where many such spells had yet to be classified within the realm of dark magic. Even novice wizards just beginning their education could learn to wield them. Thus, according to the prevailing definitions of dark magic within the magical community, certain malevolent spells, poisonous hexes, and curses do not conform to the traditional essence of dark magic. Instead, their classification stems from their characteristics and the consequences they produce. It is worth noting that the Ministry of Magic does not prohibit young wizards from learning malevolent spells, poisonous hexes, and some curses. It merely restricts those that are unforgivable or lethal, although the boundaries remain somewhat ambiguous. The dilemma for Clarence lies in the fact that he has not been exposed to any spells categorized as dark magic by the current standards. This predicament causes considerable distress for Flitwick, as if Clarence could master some malevolent spells, poisonous hexes, and curses, his prowess in dueling would significantly amplify, making the attainment of victory in the upcoming tournament almost effortless. Naturally, had it been any other young wizard, such a minor issue could have easily been remedied by Flitwick's direct instruction, as these spells do not pose any real harm to the learner. However, Clarence's unique circumstances complicate matters. He is a subject of close scrutiny by Dumbledore, the headmaster, whose vigilance regarding Clarence is well known among the faculty. Now, Flitwick finds himself in a precarious position, contemplating whether to teach Clarence spells currently deemed dark magic, a notion that would surely ignite Dumbledore's ire if discovered. To address this concern, Flitwick first consulted with his fellow professors before seeking an audience with Dumbledore in his office, advocating for their collective desire to instruct Clarence in certain malevolent spells and curses. Indeed, as Flitwick had anticipated, Dumbledore reacted explosively to this suggestion, nearly igniting like a powder keg. It was only through Flitwick's earnest explanations and persuasion that Dumbledore began to comprehend that the spells intended for Clarence would not cause harm or detrimental effects to others. This calmed Dumbledore, who ultimately conceded, considering the potential glory and prestige that winning the dueling championship could bestow upon Hogwarts. However, before Flitwick could revel in his success for long, another issue arose concerning Clarence. The problem is that the execution of the so-called malevolent spells and poisonous hexes requires a certain degree of negative emotional energy to be effectively unleashed, thus rendering them truly impactful. Certainly, while malevolent and harmful spells require negative emotional energy, emotions akin to mere pranks do not adversely affect the learner. After all, the essence of a prank is simply to evoke amusement and is not intended to inflict harm upon others. Clarence's predicament stemmed from this very point. When Flitwick instructed him on the dark arts, he quickly grasped the concepts and could successfully cast the spells. However, it seemed that the lack of genuine negative emotions, merely a playful spirit, rendered his attempts ineffective. The results were akin to releasing sparks of various colors. They were visually appealing but devoid of substantive impact. This conundrum left Flitwick somewhat perplexed, as he had managed to persuade other professors, and even Dumbledore, only to find that Clarence's limitations were self-imposed. As for why Clarence could cast these malevolent spells and curses without any practical effect, it was not due to a malfunction in his simplified system. Rather, he had not truly simplified these spells into skills. He relied solely on the minor enhancements provided by the system, which accentuated his innate talent. Even without the system's simplification, his natural abilities allowed him to swiftly learn and master new magic. So, why did Clarence refrain from simplifying them into skills? It was fundamentally rooted in his earlier concerns. He would not engage with any magic reliant on negative emotional energy until he possessed a skill to counteract or resist its adverse effects. This held true even for spells not classified as dark magic, but merely as ordinary white magic. Ultimately, witnessing Professor Flitwick's frustration, Clarence reluctantly shared his thoughts, expressing that he would refrain from learning any magic that required negative emotions as its driving force until he could defend against their influence. From a professor's perspective, Clarence's reasoning was indeed the most sound, though perhaps overly cautious. Upon understanding Clarence's true sentiments, Flitwick found himself at a loss for how to persuade him. Should a professor knowingly impart knowledge that could affect a student, even if the influence was minimal? Given that Clarence held firm in his convictions, Flitwick could not compel him to study dark arts. Thus, he resolved to teach him some white magic, ensuring it did not rely on negative emotions. Once Clarence mastered these spells, they would focus on enhancing his dueling experience and techniques. With his talent and intellect, it was likely that he could still secure victory in the dueling tournament, even with just these white spells. The distinction lies primarily in the difficulty of obtaining the championship. Since this is a choice made by the student, Professor Flitwick, as an educator, can only respect this decision. However, in order to ensure that Clarence possesses a formidable skill for the dueling competition, and perhaps driven by a personal desire to see his beloved student enhance his strength, even acquiring a safeguard for the future, Professor Flitwick sought out Dumbledore, hoping he would impart the spell for summoning the lava fire to Clarence. Despite the name lava fire suggesting a connection to dark magic, this is not the case. Fundamentally, it is a spell that summons and manipulates lava fire. Neither the summoning nor the lava fire itself can be classified as dark magic, and even their combination does not qualify as such. Professor Flitwick holds Dumbledore's spell in high esteem due to its immense power and versatility, which can be enhanced without limit through continuous study and practice. Of course, the notion of limitless power is merely Flitwick's perspective. Upon gaining a deeper understanding of the essence of this spell, Clarence discovered that it does indeed have a limit, albeit a remarkably high one. In the realm of magic, this spell ranks among the elite, yet it does not imply the absence of a ceiling. Ultimately, it merely involves summoning the lava and flames from within a volcano. with the limits defined by the lava and fire themselves. Though few can withstand such forces, the upper boundary remains. Initially, after gaining a basic understanding of the so-called lava-fire spell, Clarence did not regard it with much seriousness, even though it served as a prerequisite for Dumbledore's formidable fire god spell in the original storyline. This implies that without first summoning the lava fire, even a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber would be unable to wield such a terrifyingly powerful flame spell. Nevertheless, this did not elevate Clarence's appreciation for it. Only after Professor Flitwick's request for Dumbledore to teach him the spell and his subsequent visit to the headmaster's office did Clarence realize he had been somewhat narrow-minded. Both he and Professor Flitwick had only a superficial understanding of the spell. Through Dumbledore's disinterested guidance, akin to that of a true educator, Clarence came to comprehend that the spell's upper limits were indeed astonishingly high, to the extent that its power could be considered limitless. Ultimately, the essence of this spell truly lies in its summoning aspect, with manipulation being a secondary focus. The truly significant aspect lies in the manner of summoning in this regard. So, how does one summon? Conventional summoning magic necessitates a clearly defined objective and concept, allowing one to invoke magic by expending magical energy. However, the fiery nature of this particular magic, akin to molten lava, is extraordinarily unique, rendering it beyond the capabilities of ordinary summoning spells, even those of advanced caliber. Thus, this introduces us to another realm of magic, contract magic. According to Dumbledore's account, his ability to summon molten fire, and even more advanced magma, stems from a binding contract with a colossal volcano. This enables him to summon the molten fire contained within the volcanic contract through summoning magic. In essence, the crux of this magic resides in the contract itself. Upon hearing this, Clarence's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively inquired, "According to your explanation, Professor Dumbledore, does that imply one could also form a contract with the sea or something else?" However, Dumbledore chuckled and elucidated, "Clarence, contract magic is far from being as straightforward as it appears. It encompasses various restrictions, conditions, and requirements. At the very least, there exists the limitation of the individual themselves." Limitations of oneself? Dumbledore nodded, affirming, "Indeed, each individual's essence and characteristics are entirely distinct, which significantly impacts contract magic. My ability to forge a pact with a volcano was not solely reliant on my own strength. I also drew upon the power of the phoenix, Fox, to accomplish this. Therefore, even I would find it impossible to establish a contract with the sea, as you suggested." Subsequently, Dumbledore imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the intricacies of this magic to Clarence, particularly emphasizing the connection between contract magic and summoning magic. However, he ultimately cautioned Clarence that he could not forge a contract with a volcano as he did, unless he too had the aid of a phoenix. Hence, he encouraged him to consider forming a pact with other entities, such as magical creatures. Well, this old fellow was indeed constantly observing, even aware of his ability to garner the favor and affection of most magical creatures. After leaving the headmaster's office, Clarence did not immediately seek out Professor Flitwick, but instead resolved to first delve into the study of the contract and summoning magic that Dumbledore had taught him. Naturally, the focus remained on the implications of these two forms of magic once simplified into skills. Previously, in Dumbledore's presence, Clarence had refrained from utilizing simplification points to avoid any extraordinary phenomena arising from the simplification of these two skills. However, after the two magics were simplified, they astonishingly coalesced into a new skill, a particularly special one at that. Chapter 27. The Duel Tournament 3. The practice method for the skill, contract summoning, involves the continuous acquisition of experience points following the establishment of any contract. Moreover, summoning various targets can further influence the quantity of experience gained. The most crucial aspect of this skill lies in its ability to forcibly establish a magical contract with a selected target according to the mechanics of the skill system. This enables Clarence to forge a magical contract with a volcano, even without the aid of the Phoenix's powers. Without further ado, he hastens to seek out Professor Flitwick, eager to conduct the contract under his protection and witness. Following Dumbledore's teachings, he begins to inscribe the contract's magical array on the enchanted ground using special chalk. Then, through the mechanics of the skill system, he forcibly enters into a contract with the volcano, not just any volcano, but one deemed as such by the system. At the moment the contract is signed, no unusual phenomena manifest in the outside world. Rather, a fiery red glow emanates from Clarence, with the light upon his forehead being particularly vibrant, intermittently revealing special symbols that flicker within. This state, however, does not last long before returning to normalcy. How is it, Clarence? Have you successfully established the magical contract? If so, what do you feel at this moment? Flitwick, brimming with excitement, leans in to inquire with a flurry of questions. Clarence initially appears somewhat bewildered, unable to respond immediately. His confusion stems from the absence of a definitive sensation. Instead, He experiences an indescribable and peculiar feeling akin to a premonition, yet it seems the contract has indeed been completed. While the teacher and student ponder over this, a sudden burst of flames appears on Clarence's shoulder, causing him to feel a slight weight there. Turning his head, he discovers it is none other than the Phoenix, Fawkes, whom he had previously encountered in the headmaster's office. "Isn't this the headmaster's Phoenix? What brings you here?" Clarence instinctively remarks, only to be met with a fierce glare from Fawkes, along with a disapproving chirp. The tone of his words seems misplaced, implying that the Phoenix had merely wandered off like a pet dog untethered. "I misspoke, Fawkes. Please, no pecking, that hurts." After experiencing the sharpness of the Phoenix's beak, Clarence quickly offers words of comfort. Once he has managed to soothe the magnificent creature, he cradles Fawkes in his arms and turns to Flivvy, asking curiously, "Professor, why has Fawkes come here? Is it that the headmaster seeks me or you?" Flivvy, having observed Fawkes since its sudden arrival, speculates, "It is likely that the headmaster does not require our presence. Rather, it seems Fawkes sensed your contract with the volcano and has come here of its own accord." Observing Fawkes, who was cradled in Clarence's embrace, seemingly unresisting and exuding an air of utter comfort, Flivvy increasingly believed that his conjecture was indeed accurate. Could it truly be so? Clarence, unaware of the pact he had forged with the volcanic magic, was astonishingly perceptible to Fawkes's presence. It seemed plausible, for the Phoenix was born from flames, thus possessing an intrinsic connection to fire. It was not at all surprising that it could sense such things. Let us not dwell on this matter. Since Clarence has already entered into the contract, might it not be time to attempt a summoning? Flivvy offered a brief explanation, his eagerness palpable as he encouraged Clarence to conjure the molten flames and test their might. Inspired by Flivvy's words, Clarence could no longer contain his excitement. He placed Fawkes upon his shoulder, drew forth his wand, and, recalling the method taught by Dumbledore for the fire-making charm, began to cast the spell. First, he initiated the summoning. Then, harnessing his magical power guided by the contract, he proceeded to manipulate it according to his will. As Clarence waved his wand, molten flames began to materialize in the direction indicated by his wand. The flames multiplied, yet remained firmly under Clarence's control, with the magic extending from the wand guiding the molten fire into a magnificent ribbon of flames. As he orchestrated the wand's movements, it encircled them, forming a semicircular shield of fire that enveloped both Clarence and Flivvy at its center. However, this magic possessed more than one application. The flame shield was merely one of the techniques for manipulation. Subsequently, Clarence endeavored to explore other potential uses. Given their proximity to the castle and the immense power of the fire-making charm, the resulting surge of magical energy was extraordinarily intense. Consequently, professors who sensed the magical fluctuations hastily abandoned their tasks, heading towards the source of the disturbance to investigate. The swiftest among them, Professor McGonagall, was the first to arrive on the scene and beheld Clarence wielding his wand to control the molten flames alongside Flivvy. Having known and worked with Dumbledore for many years, McGonagall recognized the spell Clarence was casting as Dumbledore's fire-making charm. Observing Clarence's silhouette, she was struck by a sense of familiarity, as if she were witnessing a younger version of Dumbledore. However, upon noticing Flivvy standing beside Clarence, McGonagall felt reassured, with Flivvy present. She knew he would intervene should any complications arise. As Professor McGonagall stood at a distance, she quietly admired the impressive display of mastery exhibited by Clarence as he manipulated the colossal flames of lava. The admiration and affection in her eyes were nearly overwhelming. Before long, other professors, sensing the commotion, hurried over, eager to inquire about the situation while watching Clarence's performance. "I suspect Flitwick and Clarence are experimenting with this spell," McGonagall conjectured, refraining from mentioning that the spell had been developed by Dumbledore himself. As the professors gathered, Dumbledore appeared by their side, quietly observing Clarence, who was skillfully wielding his wand to control the molten fire. At that moment, they distinctly saw Flitwick standing beside Clarence, patting his arm and seemingly imparting some words of encouragement. Shortly thereafter, Clarence ceased his spellcasting. Although the fiery lava dissipated into the air, the temperature in the vicinity remained exceedingly high, palpable even to the professors standing at a distance. After halting his incantation, the two exchanged a few words, and Clarence retrieved a notebook and special chalk from his satchel, beginning to jot down notes on the ground. With a professor nearby to guide him, there was little concern for errors, so they deemed it unnecessary to linger. However, as they moved away, they soon sensed a peculiar surge of magical energy emanating from behind them. Though this time the fluctuation was markedly faint, it was only detectable at close range. Otherwise, it would have gone unnoticed. Curiosity piqued, they turned to investigate and beheld a deep blue radiance emanating from Clarence by the edge of the Black Lake. Yet, Dumbledore was too astonished to offer explanations at that moment. He understood all too well the significance of the light surrounding Clarence. How could this be? As a human, even a wizard endowed with magic would require external forces to forge a magical pact with a volcano. The fact that Clarence had previously succeeded in casting the spell Firemaker indicated that he had already established such a contract with the volcano. Otherwise, he would not have been able to summon the molten flames. This alone was perplexing, yet it appeared that the young prodigy intended to form another magical contract. And judging by the emanating light and the sensations it exuded, this new pact seemed to pertain to water. This revelation left Dumbledore astounded, for in his personal understanding, a wizard could only forge a pact with entities such as volcanoes through external means. He believed, based on the inherent difficulties, limitations, and conditional factors, that even with assistance, an individual should only be able to contract with one specific entity. Yet, observing Clarence, it was astonishing that he had successfully entered into a second magical contract related to water. Of course, Dumbledore possessed the self-awareness to recognize that, despite his vast knowledge of wizardry and magic surpassing that of the majority of wizards worldwide, he could not claim to fully comprehend all forms of magic. Moreover, as he had previously conveyed to Clarence, each person possesses a distinct essence. What he could not achieve, others might also struggle with. But that did not imply that no one could succeed. This, indeed, is the wondrous nature of magic. Subsequently, including Dumbledore, a group of professors witnessed the peculiar condition surrounding Clarence dissipate as he resumed wielding his wand. However, this time, it was not molten lava that emerged, but rather torrents of water, spreading out just as the fire god had previously done. Could it be that this was now the water god parting the way? Remarkably, there was a semblance of that notion, at least from Dumbledore's perspective. As Clarence concluded his experiment and exchanged a few words with Flitwick, he produced a notebook and began fervently scribbling on the ground with chalk. This scene elicited a sense of thrill and trepidation among Dumbledore and the others. Regrettably, no extraordinary phenomena transpired this time. Even Dumbledore, upon observing the lack of any remarkable occurrences, felt a palpable sense of relief. He had initially intended to inquire how Clarence managed to contract with the volcano, but he had since dismissed the thought. Their demeanor suggested they were merely experimenting with the pact, lacking any assurance of success. It was likely that even they themselves did not fully grasp how they had managed to contract with a volcano and subsequently succeed, rendering any inquiry futile. This was not a manifestation of Dumbledore's arrogance. Rather, as he had just contemplated, the wonders of magic were boundless, far beyond his complete understanding. Additionally, considering that Flitwick and Clarence could not possibly rival his depth of magical knowledge, Dumbledore refrained from approaching them with questions. Regarding Clarence's possession of a simplified system and skill description, he pondered why he should seek Flitwick's supervision when he could clandestinely forge a pact in his dormitory. His motivations were twofold: to have Flitwick as a witness and to mitigate any unforeseen complications during the pact-making process. If he were alone and an unexpected event occurred, he would have no one to turn to for assistance. Ultimately, after successfully establishing the contract, he would need to experiment with the magic's potency. However, the formidable nature of such advanced magic instilled a certain trepidation within Clarence, prompting him to seek the protection of an adult wizard. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he decided it would be more prudent to approach Professor Flitwick. With Professor Flitwick as a witness, Clarence believed he could adequately manage matters with Dumbledore. Moreover, having Flitwick's protection during the contract and experimental magic would ensure his safety in case of unforeseen circumstances. Engrossed in his endeavors, Clarence remained oblivious to the gathering of professors, including Dumbledore, who were drawn to the fire-conjuring magic he had unleashed. Unbeknownst to him, Dumbledore speculated that Clarence was experimenting with the potency of the contract magic, particularly due to Flitwick's presence, and concluded that even they themselves might not fully comprehend how the contract had been successfully established, thus abandoning any inquiries. This incident unfolded much like Clarence had anticipated from the outset. While he was deeply immersed in his work, he failed to notice the arrival of Dumbledore and the others. However, Professor Flitwick had sensed their presence early on and understood the reason behind the other professors' curiosity. Yet, since they did not approach him directly, Flitwick chose to remain focused on the experiment with Clarence. Regrettably, after successfully contracting both the volcano and the sea, Clarence found himself unable to proceed with further contracts. Although he did not grasp the reason behind this limitation, he considered his success in forming 2 contracts a stroke of immense fortune. At present, he felt there was no need for exhaustive exploration of the matter, as he would have ample time to conduct further inquiries in the future. Flitwick was unaware of the underlying reason, but Clarence understood all too well why he could not undertake a third contract. The crux lay in the fact that his contract magic skill, while leveling up, also dictated the number of contracts he could form. After his initial contract with the volcano, he had been continuously accruing experience points. Following the casting of the fire conjuring spell, the substantial amount of molten lava summoned elevated his skill to a new level. In addition to bestowing upon him a wealth of newfound knowledge, this advancement also granted him an additional contract slot. This allowed Clarence, under the guise of guiding the conversation, to engage in a second contract, openly expressing to Flitwick his desire to contract with the sea. The outcome was undeniably successful, with even the application of the fire conjuring technique to facilitate the water conjuring magic proceeding seamlessly. However, after invoking the water conjuring spell, the skill did not reach the necessary threshold for another upgrade, leaving Clarence without a third contract opportunity and ultimately leading to the experiment's failure. Only upon the skill's further enhancement could he hope to secure a third contract. However, even if a contract could be formed, Clarence would deliberately allow it to fail, for the 2 revealed types were already sufficient, leaving the remainder as hidden trump cards. In other words, he intended to seek a secluded and secure place to engage in a personal contract once he upgraded his skills and acquired a new contract slot. Furthermore, he had developed fresh ideas regarding the target of the third contract. He planned to form a contract with a conceptual entity akin to lightning. It seemed plausible that, given the system's mechanisms, success would be attainable. Nevertheless, since lightning differed entirely from lava and seawater, it would be necessary to devise new methods of application and control, which he would need to contemplate further. Meanwhile, after witnessing Clarence's experiment fail, Professor Dumbledore and the other professors continued their simulated duel with Flitwick before departing, as they had unfinished work and could not afford to spend excessive time observing the practice of the two. Several days passed until the duel competition organized by the Ministry of Magic commenced. It was then that Professor Flitwick brought Clarence to seek out Professor McGonagall, intending to use the fireplace in her office to travel to the Ministry. Indeed, it was the Ministry of Magic, perhaps due to the inclusion of younger wizards in the duel competition to prevent unforeseen incidents, or possibly to bolster the Ministry's reputation. The venue was designated by the Ministry itself. Thus, to reach the duel arena, they must first visit the Ministry to obtain a key as competitors before proceeding to the venue. Initially, Professor Flitwick had planned for just the 2 of them to attend, with Clarence as the sole competitor and Flitwick accompanying him in his capacity as a professor. However, upon arriving at Professor McGonagall's office to borrow the fireplace, they discovered that she intended to accompany them to spectate as well. Presumably, she would attend as a representative of Hogwarts, aiming to bolster Clarence's morale. Professor McGonagall's presence was undoubtedly advantageous, as she, being the deputy headmistress responsible for external communications, had numerous acquaintances within the Ministry. Given that this duel competition was spearheaded by the Ministry, having Professor McGonagall accompany them would afford them some degree of consideration. Indeed, this proved true when the 3 arrived at the Ministry as competitors and accompanying personnel, where they collected their keys and were subsequently transported to the competition venue. Thanks to Professor McGonagall's numerous connections within the Ministry, the room assigned to them for rest and preparation was particularly well appointed. Had it been solely Professor Flitwick, although he would have received a room, the accommodations would likely not have been as comprehensive as those they currently enjoyed. Due to the entirely random nature of the duel among the young wizards, Clarence, unfortunately, found himself as the first contestant. As he entered the room, barely having the chance to settle onto the sofa, he was summoned by the event staff to prepare for his duel. The window of the room conveniently faced the arena, allowing Flitwick and McGonagall to observe the proceedings clearly. Should the distance prove too great, they also had magical telescopes at their disposal. Thus, the 2 professors refrained from accompanying him, offering only a few encouraging words before allowing Clarence to be led to the stage for his debut. His opponent appeared slightly taller and older than Clarence, yet was likely only around 15 years of age, as the competition restricted participation to wizards aged 15 and under, and no younger than 11. Therefore, even though the opponent seemed to be a few years older, they could not exceed the age limit of 15. Upon taking the stage, Clarence, dressed in his Hogwarts uniform and possessing an endearing charm, elicited gasps of admiration from the audience, even momentarily distracting his opponent. It was through the introduction by the host and referee that the spectators learned of Clarence's name, particularly noting his status as a second-year student at Hogwarts. In contrast, his opponent was not a student from a magical academy, but rather a minor wizard who had acquired magical knowledge through alternative means. Such wizards are often referred to as either secretive wizards or apprentice wizards, or simply wild wizards. Secretive implies a distinct and relatively complete lineage. An apprentice wizard, conversely, is one who, without formal schooling, has learned under a teacher's guidance, akin to a student from an academy. Wild wizards, as the name suggests, possess magical abilities and can cast spells, yet lack any formal lineage or instruction, having learned only rudimentary spells through various informal methods. According to the referee's introduction, Clarence's opponent was an apprentice wizard, guided by a mentor, thus should not be underestimated. After all, the education provided by a magical school is influenced by the broader societal context. Hogwarts, for instance, does not overtly teach the dark arts. However, apprentice wizards do not face such constraints, often delving into the dark arts as part of their routine learning, with some even having encountered unforgivable curses. Thus, facing such an apprentice wizard in the first round indicated that Clarence's opponent could possess formidable strength, compelling him to remain vigilant and not underestimate the competition. Yet, His opponent seemed somewhat dazed, only regaining composure after the referee spoke. Chapter 30. The Duel Competition 6. As Clarence cast a disarming charm, he simultaneously shifted his stance to the right, deftly evading a spell hurled by his opponent. However, the opponent possessed commendable dueling experience, skillfully evading Clarence's disarming spell in a similar manner. Subsequently, both parties engaged in a relentless exchange of various spells. Clarence unleashed a barrage spell, summoning a multitude of stones that hurtled towards his adversary, strategically directing them to attack from different angles. This multitude forced the opponent to deploy a unidirectional defensive spell. Even though the barrier remained intact, it rendered ineffective, compelling the opponent to awkwardly dodge. Seizing this opportunity, Clarence released a transformation spell, instantly transmuting the fallen stones into two serpents, each as thick as a grown man's arm, which ensnared the opponent's legs, severely restricting their mobility. Just as the opponent was about to fall, in a moment of panic, Clarence cast a disarming spell, successfully seizing the opponent's wand. To further ensure victory, he cast another transformation spell, morphing the arena floor into an iron chain that tightly bound the opponent's mouth, preventing any non-verbal spellcasting. Although the opponent was merely 15 years of age and may not have mastered advanced wandless magic, Clarence prudently eliminated any possibility of such an eventuality. With the wand confiscated and their mouth sealed, and with their upper body ensnared by one of the serpents, the opponent found themselves utterly immobilized, leaving only the option of surrender. Unfortunately, with their mouth obstructed, they could not vocalize their concession. It was the referee who, observing the opponent's complete incapacitation, inquired if they wished to concede. After a laborious nod, the referee announced Clarence's victory. Only after this declaration did he wave his wand to release the constraints on the opponent. Upon entering the room, Clarence was met with enthusiastic praise from Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. His choice of spells and the timing of their execution during the duel were remarkably astute, embodying the essence of dueling that Flitwick had imparted. McGonagall, visibly thrilled, even trembled with excitement at the application of transformation magic during the duel, a testament to her pride as the Transfiguration Professor. Following the completion of several more matches on the stage, the event broke for lunch at noon, allowing contestants and spectators alike to refresh themselves. Although puzzled as to why Flitwick had brought his own food, they were content to partake in the available provisions rather than venture out to purchase their own. During the meal, Flitwick recounted an incident from his youth when he had witnessed a contestant being hospitalized due to issues related to food, rendering them unable to compete. As for whether the contestant mistakenly consumed tainted food or if their opponent had tampered with it, the matter remained unresolved at that time. Despite the precautions taken by either party hosting the dueling matches to prevent such nefarious incidents from recurring, they unfortunately persisted, occasionally manifesting in similar circumstances that left contestants unable to compete and missing their opportunities. Witnessing such malevolence firsthand, Flitwick naturally harbored concerns that Clarence might face a similar fate, prompting him to prepare food for Clarence and to avoid consuming anything from the venue, even the drinking water. After hearing Flitwick recount this troubling matter, Clarence incredulously inquired, "But this event is organized by the Ministry of Magic. Could such a deplorable occurrence still transpire?" Professor Flitwick, sipping his brought tea, replied with a wry smile, "It is not so simple. In previous dueling competitions held elsewhere, the Ministry did dispatch Aurors to maintain order, yet even their spell checks failed to uncover anything of significance. Thus, even if the Ministry is hosting the event, those unscrupulous individuals will act when they choose, indifferent to who organizes the competition." Once the three had satisfied their hunger and thirst in the room, they resumed watching the afternoon duels of the adult wizard category. Indeed, the tournament's schedule dictated that the younger wizard group would compete in the morning, while the adult wizards would take the stage in the afternoon, meaning Clarence would have to wait until the next day for his second round. As for accommodations, the Ministry had arranged special tents in a designated area for contestants and their companions, utilizing the undetectable extension charm. In truth, as the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall was not supposed to stay at the venue, given her numerous responsibilities. However, this was the first time Hogwarts students were permitted to participate in the grand magical duel, allowing young wizards to compete. Thus, she whimsically delegated her duties to the esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, taking a few days off to both support Clarence and indulge in some well-deserved relaxation. After all, most of the work she handled was indeed the headmaster's, which he had unceremoniously transferred to McGonagall. Having observed nearly a full day of various duels, Clarence greatly benefited, acquiring numerous tips and tricks along the way, as well as witnessing an assortment of curious spells, particularly in terms of the selection and timing of spellcasting. Chapter 31. The Dueling Tournament 7. The following morning, nearing 10 o'clock, it was finally Clarence's turn to ascend the stage for the second round of dueling. His opponent was a young witch, appearing to be of similar age, and through the referee's introduction, Clarence learned that she was not an apprentice or a secretive sorceress, but rather a student from the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France. Naturally, her presence at the Grand Magical Tournament was not by mere happenstance. It is not that she is not a formidable individual. Rather, she simply did not attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but instead found herself at Beauxbatons in France due to special circumstances. Currently, this young witch is on a leave of absence, which explains her participation in the competition. The judges, of course, are unaware of the reasons behind her hiatus. And even if they were, it would be inappropriate to disclose such information publicly, perhaps due to her status as a student of the Academy. Her willpower is considerably weaker than that of her opponent, Clarence, from yesterday's first duel. Even after the judges announced the beginning of the duel, the young witch stood there, staring blankly at Clarence. Once the duel commenced, her performance deteriorated further. It was not that her opponent's spells were ineffective, but rather that she was distracted by Clarence's striking appearance, causing her focus to wane. She exhibited numerous vulnerabilities and, before long, fell victim to a disarming spell that successfully confiscated her wand, followed by being ensnared by ropes conjured from a binding spell. To prevent her from mastering wandless magic, she received the same treatment as the first opponent. Her mouth was thoroughly silenced. Ultimately, with a resigned nod, she conceded defeat in front of the judges, who wore expressions of helplessness. After the announcement of the victor, Clarence dispelled his spells and approached her to return her wand, bowing courteously before preparing to exit the stage. Upon returning to the room, he was met with praise from both professors, leading Clarence to express his reluctance, suggesting that his opponent was merely an unfortunate anomaly. Given the tournament's advancement system, succeeding in the previous day's challenges implied either exceptional luck or a degree of skill. Hence, logically, today's opponent should possess commendable strength. Regrettably, her wavering willpower diverted her attention due to his looks. Observing Clarence's composed demeanor, unaffected by his victory in the second round, the professors were satisfied. Their discerning eyes recognized that today's opponent indeed held a measure of strength, albeit undermined by other factors that hindered her performance. Even if she had performed at her best, she would still not have matched Clarence's capabilities. Nevertheless, his composed mindset is of utmost importance, as pride can lead to arrogance, which subsequently invites a plethora of issues. This is the primary reason the professors felt content. Indeed, this proved true. On the third day, during the third round of competition, Clarence faced a significantly stronger opponent. Without delving into the ordinary white magic employed, it is worth noting that his adversary unabashedly wielded various dark curses and hexes, creating considerable challenges for Clarence. It required considerable effort and strategic planning to ultimately overcome this formidable third opponent. Consequently, it became apparent to the younger competitors that he only utilized white magic, lacking any knowledge of dark spells or curses. On the fourth day, during the fourth round of duels, his opponent began to target his apparent weakness, rendering him somewhat constrained in the midst of the contest. Fortunately, Clarence's superior skills allowed him to showcase an array of white magic techniques, enabling him to triumph over his adversary and secure his advancement. As the fifth, sixth, and even seventh days unfolded, Clarence faced opponents of formidable strength, some concealing potent trump cards that nearly led him to disaster. Thankfully, his unwavering respect for his opponents, coupled with his diligent focus, ensured his narrow victories. With each round presenting increasingly powerful challengers, Clarence found himself rising to meet the challenge. Additionally, through practical combat experience, he integrated the techniques and spells he had mastered, significantly enhancing his prowess in dueling. By the 8th and 9th days, the strength of his opponents compelled him to unveil the advanced spell, Path of the Fire God. However, he could not unleash its full might. To do so would render the audience, including spectators, nearly defenseless, let alone his minor opponents, as he was forced to employ this high-level magic. Even with meticulous control and without full force, it remained beyond the capacity of his adversaries to withstand. Consequently, Clarence successfully advanced, earning his place in the final competition on the 10th day. Following his achievement, both professors celebrated with him exuberantly. Yet, after the festivities, Clarence remained diligent, seeking further guidance from Professor Flivy, as he knew he could not rely solely on the path of the Fire God in a single duel. Even if he could secure victory, it would inflict significant, perhaps irreparable, harm on his opponents. Thus, regardless of his desire to claim the championship, he could not afford to unleash the full potential of that spell. This predicament led him to realize that if his final opponent proved even more powerful, he would have to depend on the formidable strength of the path of the Fire God. Yet he was unwilling to cause severe injury to his rival, thereby limiting the spell's power. Thus, if he wished to achieve victory, he would need to devise alternative strategies. Hence, he sought counsel from Professor Flivy. However, after much contemplation, the professor struggled to propose a satisfactory solution. Clarence had already reached the pinnacle of his dueling skills, and further improvement would necessitate the expansion of his magical repertoire. The optimal course of action, therefore, was to seize the remaining time to learn some basic curses and hexes. Otherwise, his opponents, equally skilled, would unreservedly wield various malevolent spells, leaving Clarence's prospects in the finals rife with uncertainty. Chapter 32. The final, however, a dilemma arose. Clarence, resolutely, refused to engage in learning. This left Flivigin at a loss, unable to conceive a method to enhance Clarence's abilities within such a limited time frame. Was it not possible to impart advanced spells from white magic? While Flivigin possessed considerable knowledge of such advanced spells, mastering them was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in mere days or weeks. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to resort to curses and hexes. Observing the pained expressions on Flivigin and Clarence's faces, McGonagall interjected. Aware of the magical pact, presumably taught by Professor Dumbledore, it was clear that Clarence could not have unleashed the fire god's pathway magic, based on molten lava, without it. Moreover, it was evident that Clarence had not only forged a magical contract with a volcano, akin to Dumbledore, but had also entered into an agreement with the sea. Noticing the distressed demeanor of the teacher and student, she thoughtfully proposed an advanced white magic spell that might be suitable for Clarence to learn and quickly master. Importantly, this advanced spell, even when fully unleashed, would not inflict substantial harm on the opponent they would face the next day. Furthermore, mastering this spell would effectively secure Clarence's victory in the upcoming championship. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Clarence eagerly inquired about the possibility of being taught this advanced magic. He struggled to conceive of any advanced spell that could be learned and mastered so swiftly. However, what Clarence and Flivigin did not anticipate was that the advanced spell McGonagall referred to was rather unique. Once imparted to Clarence, its execution would take on a distinctive quality. What did this mean? It signified that the spell McGonagall mentioned was indeed a genuine advanced magic, one that Dumbledore excelled in. Furthermore, achieving a level of proficiency akin to Dumbledore's mastery was not something attainable in the short term. Upon hearing this, both Clarence and Flivigin found themselves perplexed. As McGonagall had previously asserted that mastering this spell would be expedited, yet now it seemed uncertain. Perceiving their confusion, McGonagall hastened to clarify. The spell she referred to was indeed a bona fide advanced magic known as the Water Prison Charm, one in which Dumbledore was particularly adept. Thus, under normal circumstances, mastering it would certainly require more than a brief period. However, considering Clarence's magical pact with the sea, Professor McGonagall believed he could focus solely on the application and control of the Water Prison Charm rather than learning it in its entirety. If one were to delve solely into the study of this magic, then harnessing the vast currents of water to create a water prison would seem a manageable endeavor. Given Clarence's magical covenant with the sea and his innate wisdom, he should swiftly master this fragment of knowledge and technique. Consequently, by the time of the final competition tomorrow, he would undoubtedly wield this magic to secure a resounding victory and claim the championship. Upon hearing of the advanced water prison spell, Professor Flivy began to ponder its intricacies. Increasingly convinced of Professor McGonagall's proposition's potential for success, despite her current unfamiliarity with the spell's underlying principles, she reasoned that if Professor McGonagall was aware of it and believed that she could utilize her magical contract with the sea to learn the operational techniques of the water prison spell, there must be sound rationale behind it. Seeing both Flivy and Clarence eager to experiment, McGonagall hesitated no longer and commenced imparting the principles of this advanced magic. After her instruction, she guided Clarence in practice, and soon enough, an unactivated skill appeared on his skill panel. Upon activating it with a simplified method, Clarence discovered that Professor McGonagall's idea had indeed succeeded. With the skill activated, he was finally able to manifest the water prison spell. The excitement and joy that radiated from McGonagall and Flivy upon witnessing Clarence's successful casting were palpable. Although the water prison he conjured was feeble, this could be attributed to his lack of proficiency. Once he mastered the operational techniques thoroughly, the spell's true power would be unleashed. One should not assume that mastering the operational techniques would be a simple task. It demands meticulous control over substantial volumes of liquid, the ability to manipulate water currents to ensnare a target, and the capacity to confine and transport the water prison itself. The intricacies involved are numerous and complex, necessitating a seamless integration of these skills during the spellcasting process, rendering it a formidable challenge. Otherwise, how could merely creating a rotating water sphere be classified as an advanced spell? Thus, the water prison spell rightfully earns its designation as an advanced magic, possessing the requisite power and efficacy to merit such classification. After Clarence successfully executed the water prison spell, both professors encouraged him to practice independently, offering guidance only when he encountered challenges or difficulties. Furthermore, Clarence did not integrate the water prison skill into his repertoire of offensive or defensive abilities. As the finals approached tomorrow, it was imperative to swiftly elevate the proficiency of this particular skill. Thus, solitary practice was the only option, for integrating it into the series of skills would mean that any advancement would occur at a sluggish pace alongside the others. After the duel concluded, there would be ample time to incorporate it. The fruits of a sleepless night resulted in an impressive elevation of the water prison technique to level 6. A feat achieved through relentless manipulation of the water cup to create a swirling vortex. Once the referee announced the commencement of the duel and instructed both parties to bow, Clarence, in a deft turn, summoned an abundance of seawater through the power of his contract, wielding his wand to unleash the water prison technique. The sudden influx of seawater not only thwarted an unidentified magical attack from his opponent, but also surged forth under Clarence's command, leaving his adversary with no avenue for escape. Without hesitation, he released the water prison technique. With a flick of his wand followed by a sweeping arc, the amassed seawater on the arena surged into a colossal wave, crashing upon his opponent. As the opponent was swept into the tumult, a vast and ceaselessly spinning water prison was instantaneously formed. Within this watery confinement, the relentless currents rendered his opponent incapable of maintaining balance, akin to being trapped within a colossal washing machine. Moreover, the water prison, filled with seawater, deprived him of oxygen, making it impossible to utter incantations or even breathe, forcing him to stifle his instincts to prevent drowning. Once Clarence deemed the moment sufficient, he willingly dispersed the water prison, releasing his disoriented opponent, who was now utterly incapacitated, perceiving the world through a haze. Nevertheless, even in the face of his opponent's incapacitation, Clarence, wary of any unforeseen turn of events, cast a disarmament spell and bound his adversary's body, sealing his mouth as well. This left Clarence feeling rather awkward. Even the seasoned referee, upon witnessing the vast and swirling water prison, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, as he was much closer to the spectacle than the distant audience. Thus, it was no surprise that when he declared the champion, the audience's reaction was one of stunned silence, despite the fact that both competitors had already departed the arena. As it was the finals, only one match took place in the morning. The adult category finals would commence in the afternoon, followed by the awards ceremony in the evening, where champions and top competitors would receive their respective accolades. At noon, Clarence celebrated with Flivvy and Professor McGonagall, reveling in their success. As evening descended, they attended the awards ceremony together, during which they invited a journalist to capture a photograph of the three of them, immortalizing this moment of glory. Of course, the prize for this honor was an intense interview conducted by the female reporter. Clarence, ever eloquent, attributed his triumph in the dueling competition primarily to the guidance of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, while also acknowledging the invaluable education provided by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and even offered a few complimentary words about the Ministry of Magic. He left no stone unturned in expressing gratitude. Following the ceremony was the celebratory gathering. Though one could opt to head to the arena instead if they preferred not to participate. The arena was bustling with lively activity that evening, with vendors selling various souvenirs. With the dueling tournament concluded, Clarence and his companions indulged in the array of delectable snacks offered by the vendors without a hint of hesitation. Upon their arrival at the hall, they fortuitously caught breakfast. However, Clarence and the two professors did not have the luxury of savoring their meal. After a hurried breakfast, they plunged into their hectic responsibilities. After all, their absence for 11 days required them to address numerous important matters that could not be delegated to others, leaving little time for leisurely dining. They exchanged only a few words with Dumbledore regarding the competition's outcome before hastily departing. Clarence himself was similarly occupied. Although his workload was not as extensive as that of the professors, it was still considerable, affording him little leisure. His own brief hiatus also lasted 11 days, not overly long, yet substantial enough. Thus, it was implausible that first-year Ravenclaw students would experience a complete lack of occurrences over such an extended period. Fortunately, the issues that arose were not troublesome. The prefects promptly resolved the concerns reported by the younger students, with the assistance of the Marauders map, created by Clarence. The first-year students' minor dilemmas did not impede the prefects. However, amidst these quickly resolved trivialities, a significant issue emerged that required Clarence's direct intervention. What was this pressing dilemma? A first-year student had misplaced their Marauders map, which, despite possessing magical reminders, had been lost and remains unfound. Consequently, the student is currently sharing a map with their classmates. Upon learning of this predicament, Clarence immediately employed a small spell inscribed on the Marauders map, and indeed, he discovered that one of the maps was utterly destroyed, self-destructed. To be precise, it was true. The Marauders map included a safeguard that would trigger self-destruction in the event of a breach. Initially, the map lacked such contingencies. It was only later that Clarence aspired to transform this living map into a tradition for Ravenclaw, receiving the endorsement of Dean Flitwick, which led to its subsequent incorporation. There was concern regarding the possibility of other students deliberately stealing it to decode its secrets. Although even if decoded, without sufficient alchemical skill, restoration would remain unattainable. Clarence understood this principle, yet the majority remained oblivious, even skeptical. Thus, An incident, such as the map's self-destruction, signified that someone had intentionally pilfered it with the intent to decipher, triggering the self-destruct mechanism Clarence had embedded within. The significant challenge he faced lay in the stolen living map. The heads of the male and female students were no fools. They naturally speculated that the map had likely been stolen by other students. This situation implied the potential for future thefts of the living map, which was indeed the crux of the dilemma. He requested that this message be relayed to the other new Ravenclaw students, informing them that he needed to update the map that evening, and instructed them to gather in the common room. As the adorable new students expressed their delight at acquiring the new living map, they eagerly assured him they would communicate this to their fellow first years before Clarence excused himself to dine in the Great Hall. While not particularly troublesome, the tasks were intricate and time-consuming. After finally attending to these tedious responsibilities, he proceeded according to his schedule to interface with the professor for his first class of the day. After all, he bore the role of a teaching assistant, necessitating his involvement in managing student assignments and course materials alongside the professor. Clarence had previously engaged in such duties frequently, as he would update the living maps whenever he conceived new ideas or upgraded his alchemical skills, collecting them to enhance with additional features. Thus, the first-year students had grown accustomed to this routine. However, this time, in addition to introducing new functionalities, Clarence sought to ensure that the living map would no longer be susceptible to theft by embedding a unique spell upon it. Drawing upon the wealth of knowledge acquired from his contract summoning skill, which had been steadily upgrading over the past fortnight, he aimed to establish a contract magic on the living map. The effect of this contract would confine access to the map solely to students of Ravenclaw House. Students from other houses, including professors not affiliated with Ravenclaw, would be unable to touch it. Naturally, achieving such a feat necessitated the harnessing of the castle's power at Hogwarts. Since his contract summoning skill had reached level 7, the knowledge he received enabled Clarence to forge a certain collaboration with Hogwarts Castle through the power of the contract, thus allowing him to utilize the castle's strength. Once Clarence had imposed a binding magical contract upon all maps, he commenced the process of enhancement, introducing a plethora of new functionalities. With his alchemical skills having ascended to considerable heights, he acquired a wealth of profound new knowledge, which inspired numerous innovative ideas. To facilitate the swift and efficient addition of new features, he crafted a master dynamic map through alchemy, subsequently integrating a subsidiary modification function into the other maps. By merely altering the master map, the subsidiary maps would automatically update. This ingenious method proved remarkably convenient. However, its efficacy relied entirely on the castle's power, meaning that once the maps ventured beyond the castle's confines, they would become utterly ineffective. Armed with this efficient modification technique, Clarence subsequently produced over 100 dynamic maps, intending to distribute them amongst all Ravenclaw students and individuals associated with the house. After generating these hundreds of maps, Clarence stealthily ventured into the Room of Requirement, specifically requesting a chamber designated for storing the subsidiary dynamic maps. He diligently placed all subsidiary maps, save for the master map, within this special room. Moreover, due to the cleverly devised wordplay he had employed, unless someone was aware of the distinction between the master and subsidiary dynamic maps, and could locate them while anticipating their storage within this particular space, it was unlikely that anyone could discern the precise location of the maps. Upon exiting the Room of Requirement, Clarence utilized the contract inscribed upon the master map to commence the distribution of maps to each individual bearing the Ravenclaw identity. Not to mention the surprise and shock experienced by a few Ravenclaw students who were startled awake by the sudden appearance of the dynamic maps. Even Professor Flitwick was taken aback. He nearly resorted to employing powerful spells to obliterate the maps, but upon closer examination, he ceased his actions and began to scrutinize them. The more he observed, the greater his astonishment and delight grew, as he could distinctly sense the power of the binding magic upon the maps, even detecting some unique magical energy from the castle intertwined within the contract. This realization led Flitwick to surmise the reason for the sudden emergence of the map within his bedroom. He was elated to discover that the map had been crafted by Clarence and that it had been gifted to him, implying that not only would he possess one, but likely every student in Ravenclaw would receive their own as well. He had previously inquired why Clarence had not produced more of these dynamic maps, and while he could manage the needs of first-year students, accommodating the entirety of the student body would be an insurmountable task. At this moment, Clarence presented his esteemed dean with a remarkable solution to a challenging conundrum, leaving Flitwick utterly astounded. The astonishment stemmed from the fact that Clarence had only recently acquired the contract magic, yet had already mastered it to such an extent that he had even forged a contract with Hogwarts Castle. Although the contract's objective was merely the enchanted map, its significance was immense. At the very least, even Dumbledore, the headmaster, could only compel the ghosts and portraits to heed his commands through the privileges of his position, whereas Clarence had effortlessly harnessed the castle's power through a mere contract. After studying the enchanted map for a while, Even Flitwick could not entirely discern the plethora of magical spells and alchemical techniques it contained. Ultimately, he relinquished his examination, setting the map aside in preparation for bedtime. While he was indeed curious about how Clarence managed to deliver these maps to their dormitory, no one felt inclined to delve deeper into the matter. The first-year students immediately began exploring the map's new features, while students from other years, who had long coveted the map yet had never obtained one, eagerly engaged in their own investigations, leaving them little time to ponder other matters. Aside from the Ravenclaw students, who were thrilled to each possess an enchanted map, the students from other houses were equally stirred by the day's newspaper, particularly its content. Indeed, the newspaper was predominantly filled with coverage of the duel championship hosted by the Ministry of Magic, highlighting the two winning teams. The front page featured moving photographs of Clarence during the award ceremony, holding the trophy, alongside images with Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. The articles detailed Clarence's competition journey, his acceptance speech, and his subsequent interviews filled with expressions of gratitude. Additionally, beneath the primary content, there were interviews with other competitors and audience members. Notably, the opinions of the other contestants, especially those who had faced Clarence, were overwhelmingly complimentary. Remarkably, his opponents speculated that he had not cast any dark magic, such as curses or hexes, suggesting that he likely had never encountered any knowledge of dark arts. While this speculation held substantial weight, it did not definitively imply that he was wholly ignorant of dark magic. Rather, he simply had not employed it during the competition. However, one opponent was particularly adamant that Clarence had indeed never studied dark magic, a conviction held by the contestant who had competed in the 8th round. During the interview, he articulated his belief that during the duel, both parties exhibited nearly equal levels of skill and strength. He noted that Clarence, lacking experience with dark magic, was at a disadvantage. In situations where even the slightest flaw is revealed, relying solely on the exquisite application of white magic, while possessing dark magic that remains unutilized, significantly heightens the likelihood of failure. The competitor further remarked that upon witnessing Clarence conjure such advanced fire magic in the 9th round, he was certain that Clarence had a hidden ace up his sleeve. However, this did not necessarily imply prior exposure to dark magic. He also inquired about the wand inspection conducted on Clarence, to which Ollivander responded that a wizard's familiarity with dark magic might not be entirely detectable through the wand. Nonetheless, should a dark spell, even a minor jinx, have been employed, it would leave distinctive traces upon the wand. However, Clarence's wand revealed no such markings, indicating that since acquiring the wand, he had never invoked any dark magic, not even a trivial curse. In addition, following the competition, Clarence shared his insights on dark magic during a press conference, particularly emphasizing his belief that he could neither fully resist nor even perceive the subtle influences of negative emotional energy upon himself. This conviction led him to resolutely avoid engaging with dark magic. Some prominent figures publicly remarked that while his perspective is commendable for ensuring personal safety, it veers towards extremity, subsequently drawing scrutiny towards Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Critics suggested that Clarence's extreme views stemmed from certain issues within Hogwarts teachings. In essence, they argued that the school's approach to educating students about the dichotomy of dark and white magic is excessively radical, thereby producing students with similar extreme beliefs. Moreover, apart from these assertions, some speculated that Clarence might be the second White Lord following Dumbledore, with claims that this second incarnation is even more pure than Dumbledore himself. While many do not believe Dumbledore was entirely devoid of dark magic, Clarence, in contrast, consciously refrains from engaging with it. Although he does not intend to avoid dark magic indefinitely, he currently embodies the essence of a truly pure white wizard. This perspective has garnered considerable acceptance, not necessarily regarding the notion of Clarence as the successor to Dumbledore as the second White Lord, but rather in the acknowledgement of his identity as a white wizard. Although the majority hold this belief, a small minority contends that with Clarence's remarkable talent and prowess, it is not entirely impossible for him to ascend to the status of the second white wizard. This perspective, however, is somewhat extreme in its understanding of both black and white magic. In essence, the content of a particular newspaper predominantly revolved around the recent duel tournament and Clarence himself, with even the champion of the adult category receiving a mere 2 pages of coverage, accompanied by a rather pitiful solitary photograph. Consequently, these newspapers, particularly their content, brought immense joy and excitement to the students and professors of Hogwarts. Even though they did not participate in the competition, it represented a shared honor for the entire school, leaving all faculty and students to bask in this collective pride. Every professor and student ought to feel a sense of pride. Naturally, Dumbledore also perused the newspapers, especially captivated by a photograph depicting Clarence conjuring a path with the fire god and the scene of him employing the water prison during the final match. Even his dining actions involuntarily paused, though what occupied his thoughts remained a mystery to all. The revelry, of course, was fleeting and soon returned to normalcy, only to be momentarily disrupted by the sight of Ravenclaw students, each wielding a copy of the Marauder's map. Other students from different houses, eager to glimpse the maps belonging to the older Ravenclaw students, were left bewildered when they discovered they could not touch them. This phenomenon naturally piqued the curiosity of the professors as well, particularly Flitwick, who had a folded map resting on the dining table. His colleagues, desiring to examine it, found themselves thwarted just like the students. Even Dumbledore, upon noticing this peculiar occurrence, attempted to borrow the map for examination, only to realize he too was unable to make contact with it. This revelation subtly illuminated his understanding, despite the smile that remained on his face. He was internally astounded by the depth of Clarence's studies in alchemy and other magical disciplines. The fact that even he could not touch the map suggested that it had been imbued with a form of specialized magic, akin to a vow or contract, rendering it inaccessible to anyone not affiliated with Ravenclaw. With this thought in mind, Dumbledore dismissed the idea of borrowing the map for further study, as even if Flitwick permitted it, he would still be unable to interact with it. Thus, the notion of research became moot. As for the authority of the headmaster, Hogwarts Castle, while lacking sentience, would not permit Dumbledore to act frivolously, should he dare to diminish his own position to that of a mere role within Ravenclaw. Regaining his status as headmaster would not prove to be an easy task. Dumbledore would not be foolish enough to forsake his position for the sake of examining an alchemical map. Yet soon enough, a magazine would once again stir the waters of his existence. Thus, the esteemed journal Transfiguration today has published the paper that Clarence previously submitted. While the remuneration is not the focal point, the true significance lies in the opportunity to have one's work featured in such a highly regarded academic publication. This accomplishment not only signifies a form of honor, but also heralds the potential for considerable renown. Notably, this journal is not solely circulated within the expansive realms of the magical community, but is available worldwide, bestowing upon Clarence a modicum of recognition within the global magical arena. Particularly among scholars dedicated to the study of Transfiguration, Clarence's paper has garnered the attention and interest of several eminent academics. However, the intangible benefits of glory and prestige hold little value for Clarence at this moment. At least, they do not compare to the practical utility of financial compensation. Consequently, his demeanor is far from the exuberance that other students might expect. Rather, it is quite subdued. He merely seized a moment to venture into the neighboring village of Hogsmeade, utilizing the shop's fireplace to make a brief excursion to Diagon Alley. Upon the resumption of his academic routine at school, Clarence did not remain tranquil for long. After attending various professors' private sessions and passing numerous assessments, he began to delve into advanced coursework. Initially, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor introduced him to fifth-year material. However, the complexity of this content, with its broader scope, necessitated a slight deceleration in his learning pace, even with the aid of a simplified system. Now, several other professors have also begun to expose him to fifth-year knowledge across various subjects, in addition to elective courses. This rigorous academic schedule leaves Clarence with little leisure time. The rare moments of respite he manages to carve out are predominantly devoted to study, which, while exhausting, remains manageable. Nonetheless, his explorations of the castle have come to a complete halt. After nearly half a year of such intense study, Clarence has grown accustomed to this demanding academic life, even managing to find some spare time to explore the castle and the adjacent village of Hogsmeade. Perhaps it is due to his acclimatization to this rigorous learning regime that Professor McGonagall has resumed assigning him papers, including those not limited to the field of Transfiguration. Consequently, his hard-won leisure time is once again consumed by writing and revising these papers before submitting them to Professor McGonagall for review, after which they are dispatched via owl. As December unfolds, the winter break approaches, typically lasting around 3 weeks. Clarence, however, is far too discerning to inquire about the reasons behind this. He can only express his intention to diligently prepare a Christmas gift for Professor Snape before bidding farewell. Upon encountering the most detestable severest Snape, James Potter and his companions swiftly retreated into their compartment, engaging in lively conversation with Clarence. Of course, this exuberant demeanor was primarily directed towards Clarence alone. With Lily and Mia, though greeted with a smile, he scarcely exchanged more than a few words until disembarking. For the sake of maintaining his persona, Clarence endured his impatience, indulging the quartet, particularly James Potter, whose remarks were laced with various veiled implications. What implications, you ask? Considering the national context of the Grand Yings, the nature of these insinuations was, alas, quite obvious. Chapter 37, Student Organization. Once the train came to a halt and James and his entourage departed the station, Clarence visibly exhaled in relief. After a brief word with Lily and Mia, he sought out a secluded area and, with a flicker of magic, apparat back to Diagon Alley. For the fairies, all currencies of the Muggle world, aside from gold, silver, and precious gems, were regarded as worthless debris. Thus, what they truly valued was the galleon, the currency of the magical realm. As for Clarence, who exchanged the galleons that the fairies cherished for mere refuse, he was indeed a favored patron. So much so that they were eager to offer him access to a luxurious vault free of charge. The bounty of gifts he amassed far exceeded what the children at the orphanage received, and the majority would be distributed as Christmas presents to familiar friends, classmates, and professors. After departing from the orphanage, Clarence went directly to Lily's home to fetch her before they both transported to Mia's residence. The trio enjoyed their time immensely, especially as they learned some foundational knowledge about wand-making from Clarence, which brought great joy to the two young ladies. After all, such specialized skills in wand crafting were notoriously elusive, even to pure-blood families. Thus, being able to acquire the basics from Clarence was a source of great delight for them. However, Clarence could discern that neither of the girls possessed an inherent talent for wand-making. Crafting a wand required not only a wealth of imaginative inspiration to successfully combine various materials and cores, but also a keen sensitivity to magical fluctuations, particularly with respect to magical materials. Lacking either of these qualities would confine one to a lifetime as an apprentice, unable to ascend to the status of a master like Ollivander. Nonetheless, though Clarence recognized this shortcoming, he refrained from voicing it to avoid dampening their spirits. If the girls wished to learn, he would patiently instruct them, sharing his knowledge freely. Unbeknownst to him, during one of Clarence's in-depth lessons, Lily unexpectedly proposed whether they could establish a student organization under Clarence's guidance, dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge. Upon hearing this suggestion, Clarence was perplexed by the notion. Should they falter in their final examinations, the prospect of repeating a year would become inevitable. Thus, Lily's initial intention was to have Clarence tutor the underperforming students of Gryffindor to enhance their academic performance. This prompted her to propose the establishment of a student organization, or perhaps one might say, a club. However, Clarence outright declined, and his reasoning left Lily without a counterargument. His refusal stemmed from the fact that his own academic life was exceedingly demanding. In addition to serving as a teaching assistant for core subjects from first to fourth year, he was also engaged in supplementary studies with various professors. Consequently, he simply did not possess the time necessary to establish a student organization. Even if such an organization were to be founded, he would lack the capacity to instruct the struggling students who joined. Upon hearing his rationale, Lily quickly realized that she had been somewhat presumptuous. After all, as Clarence himself articulated, he scarcely had any leisure time, let alone the inclination to create an academic support group. Clarence's refusal was not a mere evasion. He genuinely lacked the spare time to take on such a commitment. Even if forming a student organization could provide him with a new avenue for simplifying his responsibilities, he regrettably had to decline. Nevertheless, the head girl's original intent was not to offer remedial assistance to the students of Ravenclaw, as there were no academically deficient students in that house, regardless of their year. Even if there were, they were quite capable of improving their own academic standing. The primary aim of the head girl's suggestion was to assist the younger students who, after mastering their current year's curriculum, expressed a desire to delve into more advanced topics. Naturally, some upperclassmen also sought additional tutoring. However, these upperclassmen, from the third year onward, had already begun taking elective courses and were preparing for examinations in the higher years. By the time they reached fifth year, their focus would be intensely dedicated to exam preparation, and by sixth year, they would be gearing up for the challenges of seventh-year assessments. It is evident that students in the third year and above were already under considerable academic pressure, leaving little room to tutor younger pupils. There was also the possibility that upperclassmen were simply reluctant to take on such a burdensome task. Indeed, it was perceived as a considerable hassle. In their view, the time spent assisting others could be better utilized for personal study and improvement. Moreover, numerous students found themselves struggling to keep pace with class material due to insufficient knowledge retention, necessitating additional tutoring. Nonetheless, a handful of students took this matter quite seriously. Even though their numbers were few, just over 30, they frequently approached the head boy and girl, which became a source of frustration for both leaders. With no other recourse, they turned to Clarence, the elusive head boy, in hopes that he might devise a solution, ideally by taking on this formidable challenge himself. Unfortunately, Clarence once again declined, citing his persistent lack of time as the reason. However, the head girl was not as easily deceived as Lily. Even after Clarence had made his refusal clear, she remained undeterred, expressing her belief that there existed a splitting spell within transfiguration magic. Naturally, the ordinary version of the spell was not suitable for instructing students. However, the advanced variant was another matter entirely. Unfortunately, the head girl herself could only wield the basic splitting spell and was not adept at the more sophisticated version. Thus, she could not impart this knowledge directly to Clarence. Instead, she suggested he consult Professor McGonagall. The splitting spell, even in its simplest form, was a subject reserved for advanced students in transfiguration classes. Had it not been for Clarence's unique opportunity to receive additional instruction from Professor McGonagall, he would not have encountered this spell at all. Yet, It was precisely because he had learned and mastered this spell that he understood the limitations of the ordinary splitting spell. It not only had a fleeting existence, but also lacked the capacity to execute complex commands, rendering it futile for teaching others magical knowledge. Consequently, Clarence had never contemplated using the splitting spell for any purpose, as its only function was to serve as a means of distraction. However, for the first time, he had heard of a more advanced version of this magic. Moreover, according to the head girl, this advanced splitting spell was not as simplistic as its basic counterpart. Chapter 38. The Society of Truth. If this so-called advanced splitting spell was indeed as the head girl described, Clarence would certainly be inclined to establish a dedicated student organization for its study. After all, the prospect of acquiring substantial simplifications and possibly enjoying more leisure time was appealing to him. Nevertheless, the condition was that the advanced spell truly had to fulfill his expectations, rather than being merely an enhanced version of the ordinary spell. Upon bidding farewell to the head girl, Clarence turned towards Professor McGonagall's office. She was engaged in a discussion with the other professors in the faculty lounge regarding a strategy to enhance the overall performance of the students. This initiative was inspired by last year's experience when Clarence served as a teaching assistant, continuously guiding his peers prior to the final examinations, which resulted in notable improvements in many students' grades. Consequently, the professors were eager to sustain this upward trend in academic performance. However, how could they achieve this? Were they to repeat last year's approach, where students sought out Clarence for last-minute assistance? As it turned out, the professors had devised a method that aligned with the head girl's and Lily's earlier suggestion, to have Clarence establish a tutoring organization specifically for students in need of academic support. Yet, the professors were far more meticulous in their considerations than Lily had been. They were acutely aware that Clarence had little spare time to dedicate to creating a student organization for remedial tutoring. The enchantment of magic is poignantly illustrated here. Upon contemplating this matter, Professor McGonagall promptly asserted that the advanced duplication charm within Transfiguration would sufficiently address the issue of time constraints. However, the crucial prerequisite is whether Clarence can learn and master this intricate magic. Indeed, while this advanced spell exists within the realm of Transfiguration, few have succeeded in mastering it. Much like the case of an animagus. Notably, both McGonagall, the current Transfiguration professor, and Albus Dumbledore, her predecessor, were unable to grasp this advanced magic. Their inability, however, is not solely attributed to a lack of talent, but is influenced by various other factors. Nevertheless, both McGonagall and her fellow professors believe that, given Clarence's innate gifts and intelligence, he is capable of mastering this spell. Consequently, McGonagall hastily proceeded to the headmaster's office to discuss this matter with Dumbledore. Initially, Dumbledore did not outright reject the proposal, as the circumstances now differ greatly from those of Tom Riddle's time. The professors unanimously agreed on the necessity of forming a tutoring organization for students, allowing Clarence to assist those struggling academically. Furthermore, due to Clarence's limited free time to sustain such an organization, McGonagall sought to instruct him in the advanced duplication charm, while simultaneously requesting permission to establish the student club. Given the vastly different context, Dumbledore naturally refrained from a direct refusal. However, he did not provide explicit consent, despite issuing a provisional approval to McGonagall. His reluctance to grant unequivocal agreement stemmed not from any ulterior motives, but rather from a skepticism regarding Clarence's ability to master the advanced magic. In Dumbledore's view, although Clarence possesses a penchant for teaching, he would never allow such pursuits to interfere with his own studies. Thus, should Clarence prove incapable of mastering the advanced spell, he would never compromise his educational time to tutor others. Therefore, Dumbledore withheld his explicit consent, even doubting the utility of the approval note. Nevertheless, if one were to ponder his true sentiments, Dumbledore would indeed welcome Clarence's mastery of this advanced magic, as it would undoubtedly enhance the student's academic performance. Additionally, he harbored a personal desire to offer Clarence an opportunity that Tom Riddle had never received. He was also curious to see whether Clarence, in assuming leadership of the student organization, would reveal any latent ambitions and diverge onto a path distinct from that of Tom. It was a rare delight to witness Minerva in such high spirits once more. As the door to the office closed again, Dumbledore couldn't help but reflect on this before returning to his paperwork. However, Professor McGonagall did not directly disclose the intricacies of the advanced duplication spell. Instead, she first inquired about Clarence's purpose for visiting her office. Following this, Clarence articulated his intentions, expressing his desire to learn the advanced duplication spell and revealing that he was sent by the head girl to seek her guidance. McGonagall, taken aback by the coincidence, proceeded to recount the earlier events in the professor's lounge and her visit to the headmaster's office to Clarence. She then elaborated on the challenges associated with mastering this advanced magic and outlined some fundamental principles. Upon hearing this, Clarence's eyes sparkled with determination as he eagerly expressed his wish to learn the spell, despite McGonagall's repeated warnings about its complexity. The spell was exceedingly well suited for him, and with the aid of the simplified system, he was confident in his ability to master this advanced magic. Thus, he implored Professor McGonagall to impart her knowledge promptly. In truth, the spell's difficulty was extraordinarily high, and even with the system's assistance, several hours were required before the skill appeared on his skill panel. Moreover, the activation cost in simplified points was daunting, requiring a staggering 50 points to unlock the skill. Upon witnessing Clarence not only mastering the spell, but also successfully casting a genuine duplicate, Professor McGonagall felt a surge of joy for him. She then handed him a note, encouraging him to bestow a fitting name upon the student organization he was forming. After some contemplation, Clarence named the organization the Society of Truth, symbolizing the pursuit of knowledge and truth. Professor McGonagall did not offer any suggestions regarding the name. Rather, she remained fixated on the genuine duplicate, much to the duplicate's bemusement, as it stared intently at its original. Subsequently, under the pretext of conducting a test, Professor McGonagall insisted that Clarence refrain from dispelling the genuine duplicate, intending to examine the duration of its existence. Consequently, she ushered the original Clarence out of her office. Chapter 39. Announcements and notifications. Standing in the empty and eerily quiet corridor, Clarence felt somewhat disoriented. Even if Professor McGonagall wished to test the duration of the genuine duplicate's existence, there seemed to be no need to expel him from the office. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the duration of the duplicate's existence, as the skill's description indicated that the genuine duplicate would only vanish upon the exhaustion of magical energy. Otherwise, it would persist indefinitely. Importantly, his genuine duplicate, or rather the simplified skill, differed slightly from the original magic. Once a wizard has mastered the original spell, even with an abundance of magical energy, there is still a time limitation, and it too will dissipate once the magical energy is depleted. However, the skill he simplified through the system diverged from this norm. As it continued to level up, it would bestow upon the genuine duplicate various extraordinary abilities. It is akin to the notion that his current skills are at a mere level 0. Yet the system has endowed his true avatar with the remarkable capability to autonomously absorb external magical energy, thereby ensuring its continued existence. In essence, unless the true avatar casts a spell, indeed, the avatar is capable of spellcasting, it remains incapable of performing any magic due to the absence of a wand and the lack of mastery over wandless casting techniques. Unless the avatar tirelessly expends all its magical power in the relentless casting of spells, it will not naturally dissipate. Alternatively, it may choose to dissolve itself voluntarily. Of course, if the ability to automatically absorb external magical energy is a mechanism implemented by the system to enhance this skill post-upgrade, then the essence of this skill lies in the fact that the true avatar not only possesses all the memories of the original, but also mirrors its personality and behavioral traits impeccably. Upon the true avatar's voluntary or involuntary disappearance, all experiences it has undergone will be relayed back to the original, encompassing newly acquired knowledge and practice skills. Crucially, the true avatar is also endowed with certain fundamental functions of a simplified system. For instance, while imparting knowledge to others, it can similarly accrue simplified points. And even when honing its skills, it is capable of gaining experience points. However, the various points accumulated by the true avatar do not remain with it, but are directly credited to the original system. Yet, the method of practicing this skill is rather arduous, making advancement a challenging endeavor. What is the method of practicing this skill? One may wonder. It involves multitasking, or even the ability to divide one's focus among multiple tasks. By engaging in dual focus, one can acquire simplified points, should one attempt to multitask further. The extent of one's divided attention will also influence the accumulation of experience points. Nevertheless, despite Clarence possessing the skills of a mental sanctuary and a memory palace, he is currently unable to effectively multitask, necessitating extensive practice and the cultivation of this cognitive approach to consistently harvest experience points for this skill. Though the points required for upgrading are fixed at 100, accumulating them is no simple task. However, Clarence contemplates the absence of skills enabling him to multitask effectively. He wonders whether, through diligent practice and acclimatizing himself to this cognitive style, the system might recognize this as a skill and subsequently create such an ability. To date, he has yet to discern the system's criteria for such determinations, leaving him uncertain as to the necessary degree of proficiency required to forge a skill that allows for multitasking. Undoubtedly, ruminating on these matters serves little purpose. What remains paramount is the urgent need to practice this skill and expedite its upgrade. Only then can he manifest a second true avatar, thereby affording him additional leisure time to establish the Society of Truth and swiftly recruit members to commence remedial educational activities. Clarence expressed that he had received Professor McGonagall's consent to establish a student organization dedicated to tutoring, and even had the principal's official endorsement, allowing him to proceed with the initiative directly. Upon hearing Clarence's declaration, the head girl felt a surge of joy. primarily because the students would no longer burden her with their incessant queries. Naturally, she also inquired whether Professor McGonagall had imparted the advanced Patronus charm to him. Although the head girl surmised that Professor McGonagall had indeed taught him this spell, and that he must have mastered it sufficiently to cast it successfully, otherwise, how could Clarence possibly agree to lead this student organization? As for the rather mundane name he chose for the organization, the Society of Truth, the head girl did not mind its lack of originality, as long as it did not cause her any inconvenience. With the necessary approvals secured, she was not inclined to leave Clarence entirely to his own devices. She could still extend some assistance in her capacity as head girl. He planned to utilize the functionality of the Marauder's map to create a specialized spellbook for the members of the Society of Truth. Although the basic version of the Truth spellbook would only possess rudimentary features, possessing the master version would allow for continuous modifications and the addition of new functionalities. In accordance with his vision, he aimed to develop this Truth spellbook towards the sophistication of a computer or even a smartphone, as remembered from his past life. However, should he pursue such an ambitious design, it would markedly differ from the Marauder's map. The materials could not be as inexpensive. The extensive functionalities required more durable materials. For a product made from cheap, ordinary components would ultimately be incapable of withstanding the demands placed upon it. In the end, Clarence calculated that, with his current financial means, he could produce only a little over 10 copies of the Truth spellbook. Yet, the number of students requiring tutoring would far exceed this modest quantity, as this organization was intended for all underperforming students across the 4 houses. Consequently, Clarence had no choice but to devise a simplified version of the spellbook. Due to the exceedingly cheap materials used for this inferior version, it would cease to evolve alongside the master copy once it reached its maximum capacity for new features. The complete version of the Truth spellbook would only be granted to those members who exhibited unwavering loyalty towards him. Only to such devoted individuals would Clarence impart more advanced magical knowledge, including those esoteric teachings that Hogwarts itself did not offer. After all, no one would willingly invest time and effort into educating an ungrateful ingrate. After all, who could deny the immense value of magical knowledge? The profound understanding of arcane arts that Clarence possessed was not merely a stroke of luck, it was a testament to the power of the system. Naturally, he was reluctant to impart such wisdom to those he deemed unworthy. It was only after he had produced a substantial number of truth magic tomes, albeit in a diluted form, that he approached the female head of the academy, expressing his desire to commence recruitment for the Truth Society and requesting her assistance in disseminating this information. Promoting a mere announcement posed no issue at all. The head readily agreed and even offered to reach out to the leaders of the other 3 academies to ensure widespread notification. Subsequently, Clarence visited the venue suggested by the head, tidied up the space, and departed from what was originally a storage room, now repurposed for the activities of the Truth Society. Over the past several days, during his moments of leisure, he diligently practiced this newfound ability. Regrettably, the results were not particularly promising, as he struggled to maintain a dual focus for more than 5 minutes, hindering any potential system assessment that might yield specialized skills. The only tangible benefit he gleaned from his incessant practice was a level increase in his real clone magic skill, allowing him to conjure an additional clone to assist with teaching duties. The original clone was tasked with engaging in intensive learning sessions with the professors, while his true self remained in the dormitory, focused on honing various skills. On the eve of the Truth Society's official recruitment, Clarence practiced late into the night until the early hours. During his habitual exercise of dual focus, he was astonished to see an unactivated skill appear on his skill panel. Filled with exhilaration, he discovered that activation required a mere 15 points of simplification. Upon activating the multitasking skill, Clarence experienced an extraordinary sensation, as though he had acquired an additional brain, enabling him to contemplate multiple matters simultaneously. This feeling was remarkably enchanting, devoid of any obstruction or obscurity, as if he had been inherently designed for such cognitive prowess. Furthermore, when the ethereal brain accompanied him in contemplating the same subject, it accelerated his thought processes and facilitated analysis from diverse perspectives, an experience that was nothing short of miraculous. Upon examining the method of skill practice, he realized that simply engaging his mind in thought would yield experience points, with the complexity of the thoughts correlating directly to the quantity of experience gained. As for the capabilities of this skill post-upgrade, it was self-evident. It would enable him to engage in dual, if not triple, tasks. The most astonishing prospect was that, should he elevate this skill to a higher tier, he would attain the ability to multitask with ease. With the acquisition of this extraordinary skill, his real clone magic skills experience points stabilized and began to rise steadily. Observing the consistent increase in experience, Clarence allowed himself a rare smile, then proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed. However, upon waking the next day, as he reflected on the experiences of his slumber, he realized that although he was aware of his sleep, that ethereal consciousness within him was incessantly absorbing, comprehending, and digesting various arcane knowledge, subsequently providing feedback. This wondrous sensation led Clarence to understand that the unique skill of distraction utilization served a purpose beyond merely endowing him with a fantastical brain to assist in contemplation. It harbored other exquisite applications. Yet, the specifics of these additional utilities would require exploration at his own pace. For he had only discovered during his sleep that this imaginary intellect could engage in continuous thought. Remarkably, this ethereal mind seemingly required no respite. When the Society of Truth officially commenced member recruitment, Clarence, accompanied by the 2 prefects of Ravenclaw, made his way to the activity classroom. The prefects had joined him, naturally to offer assistance, as it was uncertain how many students would arrive for enrollment, and this was Clarence's inaugural experience in hosting such an event. As they levitated 3 tables and chairs into position, preparing for the recruitment, they noted that while a number of students were indeed waiting outside, their count was not as substantial as anticipated, merely a little over 50, with the majority being Ravenclaw students, and the remaining were from other houses, totaling scarcely a dozen. This situation left Clarence somewhat perplexed, yet he was disinclined to dwell on it. Regardless of the turnout, his authentic avatars could manage the proceedings adeptly. With the 2 prefects assisting in processing the enrollment paperwork, the task was accomplished with remarkable efficiency, completing the documentation for over 50 students in no time. After waiting a while longer without further arrivals, the 2 prefects took their leave, while Clarence turned to enter the classroom. Observing the cacophony of students, Clarence felt compelled to restore order. Once tranquility enveloped the room, he began to elucidate the primary objectives behind the establishment of the Society of Truth. Noticing the students' attentive demeanor, he nodded appreciatively, pondering that these students were likely earnest in their pursuit of supplementary education. This realization somewhat illuminated the reason why. Despite the numerous students from the 4 houses, only a little over 50 had come forth to enroll. After concluding his introduction, Clarence retrieved from his satchel, in batches, over 50 copies of the modified Truth Magic book. However, before he could distribute them, a member raised their hand, inquiring about the schedule for the Society's tutoring sessions. Very well, please lower your hand. The specific times for the tutoring activities will be communicated through this Truth Magic book, he replied. For the members hailed from 4 different houses, each with distinct timetables and class schedules. It is utterly impractical to suggest that we shall commence supplementary lessons and tutoring only after all members have arrived. As for the Tome of Truth Magic, each member may regard it as a multifunctional version of a dynamic map. However, unlike a mere map, members must sign the magical contract of the Truth Society before they may utilize it. Otherwise, due to the special protective enchantments inscribed within the tome, outsiders will be unable to touch it. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern regarding the signing of the magical contract, as the Truth Society has been established with the full consent of the headmaster and professors, along with all the necessary formalities. Should any member still harbor doubts, they must find a way to ascertain the specific timings of the Truth Society's activities. Upon completing his discourse, Clarence deftly maneuvered over 50 copies of the Truth Magic Tome with his wand, causing them to gracefully float towards each member. Without hesitation, individuals such as Lily, Mia, Severus, and the quartet of James Potter inscribed their names upon the tome's cover. The tome absorbed the ink entirely, signifying the establishment of the contract. Clarence further elucidated the primary functionalities of the tome, which could even be utilized as a notebook for recording purposes. Ultimately, he expressed the need to select a few members from the existing cohort to assist in the management and maintenance of the Truth Society's upper echelon. For the selection of these managerial positions, Clarence intended to appoint 1 representative from each of the 4 houses to ensure fairness and equity in representation. However, he was discerning in his choices, opting for responsible members. Notably, he did not select Severus from the Slytherin cohort, nor did he choose any from James Potter's group within Gryffindor. The potential for discord and complications would be substantial should such individuals ascend to higher positions. After establishing a preliminary structure for the management team, Clarence encouraged members to enthusiastically share their thoughts on how to design and furnish their dedicated activity room for the Truth Society. At present, the room contained only desks and a podium, devoid of any other furnishings. Upon hearing that Clarence sought their input for the arrangement of the activity room, the members eagerly voiced their suggestions. One member proposed, considering the distance to the nearest restroom, whether it would be possible to construct a lavatory within the activity room itself. Some members expressed that their activity room should not adhere to the rigidity of formal classes. Rather, it should exude a cozy atmosphere. They suggested furnishings like sofas and fireplaces, along with lounge chairs or beds, among other ideas. However, Clarence could not accommodate every suggestion and had to select the most feasible ones before employing magic to arrange the activity room. To address the restroom issue, Clarence sought to facilitate easier access for the members by magically connecting the room to the castle's sewage system. He utilized a discrete extension spell, effectively enlarging the space of the activity room several-fold. After all, even with a restroom constructed, would members wish to relieve themselves under the scrutiny of others? Thus, it was imperative to establish a separate restroom. However, this expansion meant that the original space of the activity room was insufficient, necessitating the use of the discrete extension spell once more. Once the arrangements were completed, the members expressed immense satisfaction, with some even unable to resist the urge to use the restroom. Upon their return, they enthusiastically shared how comfortable the restroom experience was, prompting curious glances from other members. Witnessing the members' contentment, Clarence clapped his hands to gather them and announced that their meeting would conclude for the day. The official activity schedule would be communicated through the Book of Truth. As for the formal activities of the Truth Society, Clarence assigned the management to his first true avatar, while he himself attended to the lessons offered by various professors. After all, he was not genuinely inclined to teach. His aim was merely to simplify matters, thus delegating the instructional responsibilities to his true avatar. With the true avatar spell upgraded to level 4, Clarence decided to have the new true avatar remain in the dormitory, continuously practicing various skills. Consequently, his life transformed due to the true avatar magic, compelling him to redesign his study plan, as the remaining tasks could be delegated to the avatars. He focused solely on absorbing the teachings from the professors, and, once those lessons concluded, would head to the library to acquire new knowledge and deepen his understanding. Contemplating the future, Clarence planned to create another true avatar dedicated to library studies once his skills advanced. Initially, he considered participating in extracurricular activities, such as Quidditch. However, upon glancing at his dismal level 0 in flying skills and a mere 87 experience points, he hesitated about engaging in such activities. It is worth noting that this skill required one to be airborne to gain experience points. The 87 points he accumulated were the result of occasional jumps since his first year, granting him a solitary point each time, ultimately leading to this modest total. Moreover, if my memory serves me correctly, among the 87 points of experience, 30 were acquired during his inaugural flying lesson last year. As for the subsequent flying classes, he concocted various excuses to skip them. It remains uncertain whether the instructor noticed his absence. In any case, he ceased to call out his name during roll call and seemed indifferent to whether he attended class at all. Just as he was on the verge of abandoning this extracurricular activity, he found himself inexplicably perturbed by the glaring void in his flying skills, which remained at a dismal 0. With a resolute determination, he decided that even if he were not to participate in Quidditch, he could not allow his flying aptitude to languish at such a low level. Thus, Clarence seized his free time to practice low-altitude flying on a second-hand broomstick he had purchased for a modest price on the castle's lawn. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore happened to notice Clarence flying at a dangerously low altitude on the lawn and observed him silently over several days. Ultimately, he concluded that the lad must be acrophobic. Otherwise, why would he persist in hovering so close to the ground without daring to ascend even a smidgen? Chapter 42. Extracurricular Activities. To him, the concept of flying brooms lacked a semblance of safety, which might explain his predicament. After painstakingly elevating his flying skill to level 1, Clarence completely abandoned this extracurricular pursuit. He then turned his attention to assisting the professor of care of magical creatures near the Forbidden Forest, tending to the magical creatures and occasionally accompanying Hagrid on patrols within the forest. Were it any other young wizard, Hagrid, for safety's sake, would never permit them to accompany him on such excursions, yet Clarence was an exception. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he felt a greater sense of security than even Hagrid, as he seemed to earn the assistance of nearly every creature he encountered. This phenomenon led Hagrid, the one who first discovered this peculiarity, to suspect that not only the creatures of the forest were inclined to aid Clarence, but even the trees themselves appeared to possess a form of sentience, providing him with silent support. Remarkably, Clarence had never once found himself lost in the forest, even when Hagrid occasionally lost his way in unfamiliar territories. Clarence, however, always managed to navigate toward his intended destination with uncanny precision. Consequently, even Hagrid, who was straightforward and somewhat stubborn, permitted Clarence to accompany him on his patrols through the Forbidden Forest. Thus, Clarence transformed his so-called extracurricular activities into ventures along the forest's fringes. In addition to these activities, he would occasionally remain within the castle, exploring its nooks and crannies, where he stumbled upon numerous peculiar rooms. Unfortunately, they bore little practical use, serving merely as curiosities. Of course, this did not apply to those students who longed for home and family. After all, with more leisure time at his disposal, he found himself frequently summoned by Professor McGonagall to compose scholarly articles, thus earning a considerable sum from manuscript fees alone. Not to mention, as his skills in the art of real duplication continued to advance, he was able to create more authentic replicas, one of which he had specifically assigned to brew potions within the confines of his dormitory. Consequently, Clarence's financial situation could be deemed one of true affluence. With a substantial portion of his wealth allocated for the acquisition of books and inexpensive raw materials, while after setting aside a portion for savings, he still had a significant amount remaining. This surplus was intended for exchange at Gringotts, which he planned to donate to the director of the orphanage. As the majority of students opted to remain on campus, Clarence experienced an unusually tranquil journey, likely due to the absence of the infamous quartet of James Potter and his friends. Accompanying him was a priest from the church, hired by the former director to impart foundational education to the children at the orphanage. Although it was said that the priest was appointed by the old director, he did not receive a salary. Rather, he volunteered his services. However, this volunteer arrangement came with stipulations. The children of the orphanage were encouraged to attend a school established by the church, known as the parochial school. While the parochial institution did not mandate that students must serve the church in the future, the overwhelming majority of attendees typically found themselves in clerical positions, working for the church. This condition was not overly unreasonable, and the priest assured that if the orphanage's children attended the church school, they would be exempt from various fees. Although some public church schools are entirely free, the priest's mentioned institution was privately funded, resulting in exorbitant tuition fees. Even families of modest means might struggle to afford it, let alone the children from the orphanage. Thus, upon discerning these particulars, Clarence grew increasingly vigilant. If the church's intent was to prepare the orphanage's children for future clerical roles, it posed no significant issue, as such work could ensure their survival. However, what troubled him was the possibility that their interest lay solely in him, a mere young wizard. Through various tomes from the magical realm, Clarence was aware that following the witch hunts, relations between the church and the magical community had become exceedingly strained, often resulting in friction and conflict. Only with the passage of time had this tense relationship begun to ease, yet even then, it existed in a state of mutual avoidance, with neither side engaging with the other. Should someone overstep their bounds, it was usually through negotiation that a resolution was sought, with both parties striving to avert any violent confrontation. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the two factions coexisted in blissful harmony. At the very least, in a book he happened upon, there were accounts of the church covertly luring young wizards, who had yet to encounter the magical world, and employing methods of indoctrination to enlist them in service to the church. Indeed, such occurrences are not solely a phenomenon of modern times. Rather, they have been intermittently present throughout history, merely lacking in thorough documentation. It is the genuine manifestation of extraordinary power that captivates so many individuals. Regarding the nature of this so-called miraculous force, whether it be magic or divine manifestation, interpretations vary among the wise. The book in question also records certain unique perspectives, asserting that miracles indeed exist, and that magic is not the sole extraordinary power in the world. This is precisely why Clarence now feels a sense of vigilance, fearing that the priest may have ulterior motives. Gripping his wand, he employed the technique taught by Professor Flivy to temporarily obscure his traces, preparing to cautiously probe the intentions of the priest. Should any danger arise, he was ready to cast a spell to incapacitate him and subsequently dispose of the body. Chapter 43. The peculiar priest. After conducting his inquiries, Clarence came to realize that he had been overly suspicious. Aside from the free educational services provided by the priest at his orphanage, similar situations existed in other orphanages as well. Whether this was a strategy by the church to win hearts remains uncertain, but as long as there was no direct threat to himself, he felt reassured. However, despite the clarity gained from his investigation, Clarence did not let his guard down. He continued to secretly observe the priest for several days, ultimately concluding that there were no unusual behaviors present. His sense of relief was not solely due to his covert surveillance yielding no alarming findings. He had also utilized magic to visit other orphanages and scrutinized the conduct of the clergy there. Finding nothing amiss in those establishments further contributed to his sense of security. Yet, there remained an unsettling aspect. Clarence felt that the priest at his orphanage exhibited an unsettlingly gentle demeanor towards him. Although the priest maintained a similar countenance towards the other children, Clarence could distinctly perceive the disparity. This rekindled his unease, particularly in light of past scandals involving priests and young children within the church. Notably, the children referenced in those scandals were not exclusively girls, as boys were also implicated. Moreover, Clarence was acutely aware of the impact of his own appearance on others, which only heightened his anxiety. Each time he encountered the smiling priest, a chill would envelop him. If the priest's overly tender demeanor raised suspicions, his persistent recitation of biblical passages during their interactions compounded Clarence's irritation and confusion. Why was this man so inclined to share scriptural content with him? In regards to how the priest treated the other children in the orphanage, it is evident that although he was diligent in his responsibilities, he confined himself to imparting only the fundamentals of education, never broaching topics such as scripture or the doctrines of the church. This peculiarity intrigued Clarence, who, upon reflection, discerned no malice in the priest's demeanor, only an unusually pure form of goodwill. He speculated that perhaps his own precocious maturity prompted the priest's engagement out of mere curiosity. Within the letters, phrases such as official contact with the target, a sense of being subtly monitored, and executing a subliminal plan were discernible. After filling several sheets with writing, the priest sealed the letter and dispatched it via a unique method. Naturally, Clarence, who was in Diagon Alley, remained oblivious to the priest's actions as he rummaged through the second-hand book section of a bookstore, eager to discover interesting reads. Unfortunately, after much searching, he found only 2 extremely worn volumes. Having spent several silver sickles to acquire the tattered books, Clarence began to meander through the store, mindful that any discrepancies in the student roster could lead to complications. It seemed prudent to avoid any further exceptional measures, as he had no desire to endure another of Professor McGonagall's lectures. As life at school returned to normal, several of his authentic avatars diligently executed their respective tasks, while Clarence's original self, aside from indulging in private studies, found himself ensnared in Professor McGonagall's office, endlessly writing essays. Just as he resigned himself to this routine for the remainder of the semester, Professor Flitwick unexpectedly visited McGonagall's office one day, brandishing a foreign newspaper. With palpable excitement, he shared with McGonagall, who was engrossed in grading assignments and writing papers, and Clarence the contents of the French publication. "Clarence, come look at this French newspaper," he exclaimed. And it soon became apparent why Professor Flitwick was so animated. The newspaper reported on a duel competition hosted by Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Specifically notable for the absence of adult wizards, the entire event would be comprised solely of students. According to the article, Beauxbatons initially intended to conduct an internal duel competition, but somehow, the French Ministry of Magic became aware of it, resulting in an expansion of the event's scope. It was open not only to Beauxbatons students, but to all young witches and wizards in the French magical community, regardless of their affiliation. This meant that even Clarence could register to participate. Chapter 44, Competing Again. "So, Professor, are you suggesting that I should also sign up to compete?" Clarence inquired after setting the newspaper aside. "Indeed, I wished for you to partake. And I have heard from my friends that the primary reason for the internal dueling competition at Beauxbatons in France was the recent contest held in our magical community. Particularly the moment when you, Clarence, triumphed over a student from Beauxbatons who was on a sabbatical. This incident left the headmaster of Beauxbatons quite embarrassed, prompting the desire to organize an internal event to assess whether such competitions could be institutionalized based on the outcomes. What factors would dictate this? Naturally, they would evaluate whether this method could enhance the student's prowess. It remains uncertain whether a student from Beauxbatons inadvertently revealed this, leading the French Ministry of Magic to become aware of it. Consequently, perhaps motivated by certain interests, they requested Beauxbatons to expand the scale and scope of the dueling competition. Not only would it be open to external participants, but it would also not be restricted to just the young wizards from the French magical community. According to my friends, the actions of the French Ministry of Magic clearly aim to involve magical communities from other nations and assess the overall capabilities of the new generation of young wizards. Our own Ministry of Magic harbors intentions of sending representatives to compete, and I have just received a missive regarding this matter, inquiring whether you wish to register and bring honor to our magical community. Rest assured, Clarence, you need not worry about the rewards. Not only does France offer generous prizes for champions, but our Ministry of Magic will also provide an additional monetary incentive. Clarence blinked his large eyes and replied with certainty, "I certainly wish to register for the competition, and from what you have said, Professor, it seems the grand event at Beauxbatons has become a covert arena for the magical ministries of various nations to engage in rivalry. However, I am somewhat apprehensive since I have never traveled abroad." Upon hearing the first part of Clarence's statement, Frivy nodded in acknowledgement before offering reassurance. "There is no need for concern about traveling abroad. If you wish to compete, I shall accompany you to France. Moreover, the ministry will dispatch several representatives from our community, along with elite aurors for protection. After all, you will not be the only young wizard participating. Many notable and capable individuals from our magical realm will be there, especially from Hogwarts, which may send its strongest students from each year. I believe the headmaster has likely already received correspondence from the ministry. Indeed, as Frivy mentioned, Dumbledore had received a letter from the Ministry of Magic detailing the general circumstances of the dueling competition at Beauxbatons. The letter candidly expressed that this event would serve as a clandestine contest among the magical communities of various nations. Thus, the final remarks of the correspondence urged Hogwarts to send its most talented students to compete and bring glory to our magical realm. After perusing the letter, Dumbledore fell into a deep contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of sending students to participate in the competition. The letter suggested that the upcoming duel tournament at Beauxbatons in France was perceived as a covert contest among the magical communities of various nations. This implied that it would not merely be Hogwarts students and those from the lesser-known wizarding schools participating. Consequently, It was highly probable that Hogwarts students would encounter their counterparts from Durmstrang during the dueling events. It was not that Dumbledore was solely concerned about Durmstrang or that the prowess of its students was of particular significance to him. Rather, it was due to the fact that only Durmstrang openly instructed its students in the dark arts. While students from other magical institutions might possess considerable strength, Dumbledore felt little apprehension. Even if students from those schools had knowledge of dark magic, various factors would likely inhibit them from wielding genuinely destructive dark spells during the tournament. However, the students from Durmstrang presented a different scenario. Dumbledore was aware that some Hogwarts students, particularly those hailing from pureblood families, had dabbled in or studied dark magic. Nevertheless, these young wizards would be influenced by the prevailing atmosphere of the wizarding world, rendering it improbable for them to brazenly unleash true dark magic during the dueling competition. Additionally, being underage, they would be constrained by their magical capacity and the depth of their knowledge, resulting in any genuine dark magic they might employ being considerably less potent in Dumbledore's eyes. This paled in comparison to the students from Durmstrang, who were openly trained in the dark arts. Thus, Dumbledore surmised that none of the Hogwarts students, even those in their 7th year nearing graduation, were likely to match the Durmstrang students in skill. The only one who could ensure both personal safety and a chance of victory might be Clarence. He felt compelled to deliberate further on this matter, as the repercussions of a student suffering genuine harm from dark magic during the competition could have lifelong consequences. After all, the prohibition of true dark magic was rooted in the irreversible damage it could inflict. Instances of individuals losing their sanity or descending into madness due to dark magic were far too numerous for Dumbledore's comfort. He could not bear to see any of his students, even those from Slytherin, endure such a fate. Before he could reach a decision, McGonagall and Flitwick approached him, holding the newspaper that Clarence had previously reviewed. They aimed to convey Clarence's desire to participate and to inquire whether Dumbledore intended to send more students from Hogwarts to this duel tournament. Dumbledore, recognizing Clarence's eagerness to participate, did not hesitate to grant his approval for Clarence to represent Hogwarts at the registration in Frances Beauxbatons. After receiving Dumbledore's consent, Flitwick took his leave, intending to inform Clarence of the good news and perhaps provide him with some additional training. Especially considering this competition involved not only the wizards from France, but also from the grand nation of the Big Yings. Once Flitwick hurriedly departed, only McGonagall and Dumbledore remained in the office. It was then that the headmaster expressed his concerns and worries. Chapter 45. The right to choose. After listening to Dumbledore's apprehensions, McGonagall wholeheartedly agreed, yet she also articulated that such dangers were indeed unavoidable. As the headmaster and professors, they were obliged to consider the safety of their students. However, this did not imply that they could strip the students of their right to make their own choices. Even if the students had limited experience and understanding of what danger truly entailed and how it might affect them, guidance from their professors was essential. Nonetheless, it remained profoundly unjust to outright deny students the agency to make their own decisions, regardless of the professor's sincere intentions to protect them from harm. Perhaps it was McGonagall's mention of the right to choose that resonated with Dumbledore, for after a long pause, he spoke with a complex expression, the right to choose. You say? Very well, I understand what must be done. He then instructed McGonagall, please inform all students of this matter. But it is to be limited to those in the 4th year and above who may partake in our internal selection. McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement, finding nothing peculiar about Dumbledore's notion of an internal selection. After all, the true capabilities of the students were not determined by the professors or the students themselves, but rather through a selection process that would identify the most capable among them across various year groups. Certainly, as Dumbledore had stated, this was restricted to students in the 4th year and above. Although most 4th year students might not be particularly formidable, they possessed some degree of self-defense skills, making them suitable to gain experience in the competition. Conversely, younger students were ill-suited for such a duel contest. After all, there was only one Clarence, and not every lower year student was as exceptionally gifted as he. However, while they could not participate in the competition, McGonagall proposed the idea of forming a cheerleading squad to support the competing students. Dumbledore did not outright reject this suggestion. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced, recognizing that the opportunity to experience the world abroad was indeed valuable. Thus, considering these factors, Dumbledore consented to McGonagall's proposal and requested that the selection of cheerleaders ideally favor the younger students. He also remarked that this was merely an arrangement made by the school. Should any student wish to personally finance a trip to Beauxbatons in France, whether to spectate, support their peers, or even to compete individually, they were free to do so. After all, the timing of the grand competition coincided with the conclusion of the academic term, conveniently commencing during the summer holidays. By then, Hogwarts would already be on vacation, leaving no grounds to restrict the students' whereabouts. Since participation in the dueling competition was only feasible during the summer break, one might wonder why Professor Flitwick sought Dumbledore's approval in the first place. The reason was simple. Since Clarence was to represent Hogwarts as a student, He needed to act in concert with the other competitors rather than as an individual wizard in the magical realm. Thus, obtaining the headmaster's consent was essential. Even if he felt disgruntled, there was little he could do, for he was under the school's roof, and Clarence had to maintain this persona. Without delving into the occurrences within the headmaster's office, it is worth noting that after receiving permission, Flitwick joyfully rushed to find Clarence, urging him to create a duplicate to continue his thesis while he took the original outside the castle for a private session. Notably, students from the Wizarding School of Wakanda performed magic without wands, relying instead on unique gestures to cast spells. Castelobruxo stood out in the fields of herbology and magical zoology, while students from the Col des Sorciers specialized in curses that ensnared individuals unaware, rendering them oblivious to their predicament. The prevalence of their necromancy, also known as mummy magic, showcased formidable power and effects. Consequently, a throng of students gathered, and before lunch concluded, nearly the entire school was aware of the dueling competition hosted by Beauxbatons. Naturally, students in the 4th year and above were eager to showcase their talents during the internal selection process. In contrast, those below 4th year felt disheartened, with several Gryffindor students vociferously lamenting the unfairness of the situation. Even students from the typically contentious Slytherin house expressed their discontent, though they were swiftly hushed by their more astute peers, who discreetly reminded them that the Beauxbatons dueling competition occurred during the summer, and the school imposed no restrictions on students competing independently during that time. Slytherin boasted its fair share of clever students, who recognized this glaring loophole but chose not to broadcast it widely, allowing the foolish Gryffindors to continue their complaints. If they remained incapable of discerning the opportunity that would serve them best. Regrettably, Gryffindor was not entirely devoid of intellect. There were indeed 1 or 2 astute individuals among them. Furthermore, the students of this academy have always been known for their inability to keep secrets, and their loose tongues are a common occurrence. Consequently, it did not take long for the Gryffindor students to become aware of this loophole. This led the younger students to cease their complaints and instead make plans for their families to take them to register for the competition during the summer. The students' newfound silence alerted the professors, and upon realizing the intention of the younger students to register independently, Headmaster Dumbledore felt compelled to rise and issue a stern warning. He reminded the students that they would not only be competing against their fellow French counterparts, but also against Hans from Durmstrang, a school notoriously known for openly teaching the dark arts. Thus, in Chapter 46, Internal Selection, one can imagine the peril they would face should they encounter a Durmstrang student during duels, especially when confronted with authentic dark magic. Reflecting on the potential for significant and often irreversible harm caused by such spells, which could affect a lifetime, Dumbledore candidly articulated these dangers with the intention of dissuading the students, ensuring they understood the true nature of the competition they were contemplating entering. Indeed, his admonitions succeeded in instilling fear in many of the diligent students. However, a senior student boldly inquired whether the second-year Clarence would also participate in the competition. While this inquiry did not explicitly state it, the implication was clear. Clarence possessed the capability to handle most dangers and had considerable dueling experience, making his situation exceptional compared to that of the other students. To divert the conversation, Dumbledore then announced that the school would form a cheerleading squad to accompany the competitors to Beauxbatons in France, with participation limited to younger students to provide them with an opportunity to experience the wider world. Dumbledore's tactic proved effective, as the astute question posed by a senior student from Slytherin redirected the discussion entirely to the internal selection process. This senior student queried whether Clarence would be participating in the school's internal selection, suggesting that if he did, victory would be virtually assured for him, thereby raising concerns about the fairness of the selection process. Given Clarence's prowess, it was inevitable that he would secure a place among the winners. However, the unfortunate reality was that those students who also possessed winning potential would find themselves at a disadvantage in the selection when faced with Clarence. Ultimately, Dumbledore had no choice but to announce that Clarence would not be partaking in the school's internal selection. The reason for such an announcement was largely due to being cornered by the studentess' words, leaving no choice but to declare it. Additionally, there was no necessity for Clarence to participate in the internal selection contest, as his prowess was already acknowledged by both faculty and students alike. Thus, it would be a waste of time. Instead of that, it would be more beneficial to accompany Flitwick for some additional training. It is well understood that Hogwarts' chances of winning the championship or at least achieving a respectable rank in the competition heavily relied upon Clarence. While Dumbledore was concerned about the safety of the participating students, he had also contemplated the significance of the school's honor, which is why he did not hesitate to agree when Flitwick approached him. After all, the expectation was for Clarence to represent the school and bring glory. Therefore, it was inconceivable for Dumbledore to interfere with Clarence due to a mere internal selection contest. Subsequently, the first task was to select the cheerleading squad members who would accompany them to Beauxbatons. Since their role was merely to support the competitors, there were no specific requirements. Soon, The list was finalized, comprising around 50 individuals, with Slytherin having the fewest representatives, all of whom were of mixed heritage, including Snape. The limited number of Slytherin participants was primarily due to the fact that most of their families were relatively affluent, rendering unnecessary the need to join the school's team, as they could very well be accompanied by their families. The selection for the cheerleading squad predominantly favored those students from Muggle backgrounds or less affluent families, indicating the school's approach to choosing participants. From Gryffindor, Lily was also selected for the cheerleading squad, despite her relatively wealthy background, as being a Muggle-born wizard facilitated her selection. Conversely, Mia, along with James Potter and Sirius Black, had no intention of joining the cheerleading squad, as they could easily have their families accompany them. They even planned to register individually. As for Remus and Peter, the former's unique circumstances led the school to decide against allowing him to travel to Beauxbatons, while the latter was required to assist his family in earning money, which compelled him to decline participation in the cheerleading squad. Thus, neither of them could attend. Following this, the school became preoccupied with the internal selection contest, to the extent that they could not even attend to Quidditch matches. As for the internal selection process, Clarence did not observe it. Instead, he remained by Professor Flitwick's side, learning and embarking on a brief journey together, even if their travels were confined to the vicinity of the Great Yonder. However, this experience enriched Clarence significantly, as he had the opportunity to explore a hidden magical relic constructed by wizards in an unknown era and preserved to this day. The magical ruin was discovered by Flivvy during his youth, while he was traveling with a few friends. Although they explored the ruin together, their findings were meager, leading to infrequent visits thereafter. Nevertheless, Flivvy and his companions, despite their scarce explorations, cast various concealment spells to protect the magical site, ensuring it remained undisclosed to others. However, whether their actions stemmed from a genuine desire for protection is a matter of perspective. In Clarence's view, he openly commended Professor Flivvy and his friends for their efforts, as he too was a beneficiary of their protective measures. Furthermore, he resolved that if fortune favored him with the discovery of a magical ruin in the future, he would adopt a similar approach, only revealing it after fully extracting its secrets to enhance his own reputation. During his explorations, Clarence indeed uncovered numerous valuable artifacts within the ruin, including defunct alchemical items and ancient magical knowledge. Chapter 47, Journeys and Discoveries. The defunct alchemical items were of little utility. However, Clarence was able to glean some techniques from studying them. The ancient magical knowledge, severely fragmented, would yield little to anyone else, including Professor Flivvy and his friends. Yet, Clarence was different. Through arduous deciphering and educated guessing, he managed to distill corresponding skills with the help of the system's power. The prerequisite for the system to generate skills was a fundamental understanding of the relevant knowledge or magic. Although the ancient magic within the ruin was significantly flawed, Clarence could translate the remaining inscriptions, deriving a vague understanding of the underlying principles, which he subsequently simplified into corresponding skills through the system. Upon activating these simplified points, the system rewarded him with pertinent knowledge. Overall, the treasures acquired from this magical ruin were quite commendable, granting him insight into the ancient arts of magic. After nearly 2 weeks in the magical ruin, Clarence and Flivvy finally packed their belongings, not neglecting to reinforce the concealment spells over the site. Subsequently, Flivvy introduced him to several friends who had made their mark in the realm of dueling, allowing Clarence to acquire various unique techniques from these wizards. Despite their willingness to share their exclusive skills due to their relationship with Flivvy, Clarence's ability to master them ultimately depended on his own aptitude. After all, some of these specialized techniques were beyond Flivvy's grasp or simply unsuitable for him. As for the location where the competing students from the school are to be taught, the champions from Hogwarts will accompany the team from the Ministry of Magic, escorted by Aurors to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. The cheerleaders, however, will have a simpler arrangement. Professor McGonagall will lead them, alongside Professor Dumbledore, taking an alternate route to France after a short delay. It goes without saying that the results of the final exams were unsurprisingly topped by Clarence, who ranked first in his year. Upon his arrival, Clarence happened upon Professor Flitwick on the castle's lawn, instructing the competitors. Upon seeing Clarence, the professor advised him to drop off his luggage in his dormitory and promptly return to engage in mock duels with the other contestants to enhance their combat experience. Thus began Clarence's days of overwhelming his opponents. Even the most formidable 7th-year students fell swiftly beneath his prowess, disarmed by a well-placed, disarming charm before they could manage more than a few moves. While demonstrating his superiority, he also imparted wisdom to the competitors, emphasizing that victory in a duel is not merely about disarming an opponent. It is crucial to restrain their physical movement and speech as a precaution, for one can never be certain if their adversary might possess the skill of wandless magic. Only when the referee has officially declared the outcome should one lower their guard, lest they risk losing a hard-won victory to an unexpected turn of events. During these instructive sessions, Clarence, seizing the rare opportunity to teach, summoned numerous real duplicates of himself to provide one-on-one guidance on dueling techniques. As time flew by in this cycle of training, the day to depart for the Ministry of Magic arrived. Led by Professors Flitwick and Horace, they first convened with the selected national team competitors at the Ministry. Subsequently, they were escorted by representatives of the Ministry and Aurors on their journey to Beauxbatons Academy in France. It remains uncertain whether the size of the group influenced their mode of travel, but instead of using a port key to directly access the magical realm of France, they first made their way to a dock in the magical realm of Big Yings, where they boarded a grand magical vessel that would transport them beneath the sea to France's magical domain. This provided the competitors a chance to experience the wonders of the underwater world firsthand. Fortunately, the distance was not excessively far, and they arrived in France in a matter of days. Otherwise, remaining confined within the ship's cabin, despite the sights of the ocean floor, would have become tiresome over time. As for the others, Clarence could not say, but he himself was already beginning to feel a sense of monotony. Upon disembarking, the group first went to the French Ministry of Magic for registration and other formalities before boarding transportation to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Upon the team's arrival, they were escorted by staff to the designated area arranged jointly by Beauxbatons and the French Ministry of Magic, which served as a residence exclusively for the competitors from the Grand Wying magical community. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts cheerleading squad was accommodated within the Beauxbatons premises. The esteemed institution had thoughtfully considered that, as magical schools from various nations would be sending students to participate in the competition, they would surely form teams, akin to cheerleading squads, to support their respective competitors. Consequently, they allocated space within the school for the visiting cheerleaders to temporarily reside. As for the concern of insufficient accommodations should the number of visitors prove overwhelming, it was evident that magic was hardly an inconvenient affair. With wondrous enchantments at their disposal, the swift construction of habitable structures was an effortless endeavor. As competitors from around the magical world adjusted their states of readiness or engaged in last-minute practice, the day of the duel competition swiftly approached. On the day of the tournament's commencement, Clarence joined his fellow competitors as they entered a vast arena conjured through magic. Following the staff's directions, they proceeded to their designated resting areas, awaiting their turn to participate in duels on the several platforms established within the arena. The so-called resting area was, in fact, an open space situated within the arena itself, allowing competitors to clearly observe the platforms nearby, as well as the audience seating across from their own resting zone. However, due to the positioning of their area directly beneath the spectator stands, they could not see the crowd in their direction. Gazing at the multiple platforms, Clarence surmised that a considerable number of contestants were expected, for the establishment of so many dueling grounds suggested that multiple participants would engage simultaneously to expedite the pace of the competition. For the other competitors, this grand spectacle was a novel experience, and they were understandably fraught with anxiety. In contrast, Clarence felt no such trepidation. Rather, he was imbued with excitement. Unfortunately, his exhilaration was soon dampened. After the first round of duels commenced, Clarence discerned that the overwhelming majority of the participating contestants lacked the prowess of even a standard second-year student from Hogwarts, excluding himself, of course. To suggest that these duels resembled mere squabbles among novices would be a disservice to the term. Clarence had never witnessed a formal duel where the competitors eschewed magic in favor of throwing punches. Just as he began to think that perhaps the performance of these contestants was an anomaly, the subsequent matchups clarified the reality. He and Professor Flitwick, along with their colleagues, may have somewhat overestimated the abilities of the competitors. When it was Clarence's turn to compete, he was taken aback by an opponent who charged at him without even drawing a wand. Instinctively, he cast a spell that sent the challenger flying off the stage, resulting in an instant defeat. Throughout the encounter, his expression was one of profound bewilderment, for this was not the kind of duel he had anticipated. Such a blatant display of bullying against a novice felt unworthy of a champion, and Clarence pondered whether participating in such a contest might tarnish his reputation. Clarence's demeanor was relatively composed compared to the audience, particularly the representatives from various countries' magical departments and professors from esteemed wizarding schools, whose faces were darkened with dismay, bordering on green with embarrassment. They had not expected their competitors, who had performed admirably in training, to falter so dramatically on stage, resorting to reckless behavior instead of wielding their wands to cast spells. Speculation arose regarding the youth of the competitors and their lack of experience in such grand settings, which may have contributed to their anxiety. Regardless of the reasons, it was clear that they had brought shame upon themselves on an international stage. Yet, amidst the nervous contestants, there were those who shone brightly, such as Clarence and several other participants from Hogwarts. They performed exceptionally well and, remarkably, faced no formidable opponents, effortlessly advancing to the second round alongside Clarence. Just as he hoped for a more challenging duel in the second round, his expectations were once again dashed. This opponent was less reckless and knew how to use a wand to cast spells. However, whether due to nerves or some other factor, the competitor's spellcasting speed and choices were subpar. Clarence easily dodged their attacks and retaliated with a transformation spell that bound his opponent, rendering them immobile. In the subsequent rounds, Clarence faced a mix of strong and weak adversaries. The stronger ones provided him with a semblance of excitement, while the weaker ones were swiftly dispatched from the stage by his spells. As the competition paused for lunch at midday, Clarence, accompanied by his teammates, wore a dejected expression, appearing utterly dispirited, which elicited concern from his fellow competitors. During his lackluster lunch, Professor Flitwick approached with a tray in hand. Upon noticing Clarence's despondent demeanor, he felt no surprise. He, too, had experienced similar frustrations in his youth when faced with underwhelming opponents in dueling competitions, longing for the thrill of a truly engaging duel. Thus, he understood the source of Clarence's disheartenment. Indeed, Flevy himself could not have anticipated. Or perhaps he had spent too long in the company of Clarence and the students of Hogwarts, leading him to forget that not all young wizards possessed the same exceptional qualities as Clarence and his peers. Setting aside other considerations, the most glaring difference lies in their resilience under pressure. They fall significantly short compared to the students of Hogwarts, not to mention in comparison to Clarence himself. Of course, with Flevy's discerning eye, he could see that many of the competitors possessed a certain level of skill. It was merely the overwhelming grandeur of the occasion that rendered them overly anxious, preventing them from showcasing their true abilities. This was the root of their dismal performances. Nonetheless, Flevy did not forget to offer words of encouragement to Clarence, indicating that the opponents he would face in subsequent duels might prove increasingly formidable. After all, the previous rounds had already eliminated the less capable contenders, leaving only those with considerable talent. Thus, Clarence could anticipate the exhilarating showdowns he longed for. Flevy's reassurances had a positive effect. At the very least, Clarence acknowledged the professor's insights. Unless one were extraordinarily lucky, it was inevitable that the earlier rounds would result in elimination. However, to his disappointment, when the afternoon matches arrived, he found himself facing opponents who indeed possessed a modicum of skill, yet it was still insufficient to challenge him meaningfully. His adversaries crumbled under pressure. The subsequent days followed suit, with no opponent capable of compelling Clarence to exert even half of his potential. It was only on the fourth day that he encountered an opponent who piqued his interest. At the very least, this contender provided Clarence with a taste of the thrilling duels he had anticipated. Alas, even these relatively strong competitors ultimately succumbed to the might of Clarence's wand. By the afternoon of the fifth day, the competition had reached its finals. His opponent was a senior student from Durmstrang, a competitor whom Dumbledore had previously expressed concern over. As for Clarence's adversary in the final, this individual was undoubtedly formidable. What made this opponent stand out? Unlike students from other magical institutions, who, when randomly matched, often exhibited a remarkable sense of camaraderie, readily conceding defeat to allow the stronger contender to advance, this was not the case here. Even among Hogwarts students, Clarence had witnessed instances in earlier rounds where his peers surrendered before the referee could even declare the match's commencement. They were acutely aware of Clarence's prowess, which, even in its nascent display, far surpassed their abilities. Thus, their concessions were not merely a matter of strategy for the greater good. They were sincere acknowledgments of his superior skill. However, the Durmstrang competitor in the finals was an entirely different breed. When coincidentally matched against their own competitors, the participants not only lacked the tacit understanding to concede defeat, but also displayed a fiercer intensity in their attacks. It remains uncertain whether the misfortune of the Durmstrang competitors is mere chance or a deliberate arrangement by the organizers. Nevertheless, the likelihood of their own students facing each other is exceedingly high, coupled with their tendency to unleash more ruthless assaults on their compatriots. This results in internal confrontations that appear quite brutal, devoid of any semblance of camaraderie. Thus, they fought their way to the final, with a significant portion of their previous opponents hailing from the same institution. Had this been the sole reason, Clarence might not have deemed him a formidable adversary. The primary concern lies in the fact that Dumbledore had previously expressed to McGonagall his apprehensions regarding the Durmstrang competitors. This was due to the school's unrestrained instruction in authentic dark magic. In truth, Dumbledore's concerns were valid, though not entirely accurate. To elaborate, the competitors from this school indeed employed genuine dark magic during their duels. However, they directed it not at those from other schools or nations, but rather against their own, executing their spells mercilessly, leaving even the judges in a cold sweat. This individual not only emerged from the chaos of dark magic, but also advanced to the finals. Judging by the dark spells he exhibited, it is evident that his mastery and research in dark magic have reached a considerable depth. Therefore, even when the same dark magic is wielded by other Durmstrang competitors, this particular individual's spells possess greater potency, and his control is remarkably precise. He truly embodies the fierce prowess that Clarence spoke of deserving of such recognition and qualification. As the finals commenced, the opponent refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead standing firm with his wand in hand, locking eyes with Clarence. Though there was a glimmer of admiration in his gaze, it was predominantly infused with an intense fervor bordering on madness. Just as Clarence grew impatient with the prolonged eye contact and contemplated making the first move, the challenger unexpectedly spoke. "I have heard of you, a second-year student from Hogwarts, who previously claimed victory in the junior division of the duel competition hosted by the Great Yings. Though merely in the junior division, your displayed prowess is hardly inferior to that of adult wizards." Internally rolling his eyes and silently questioning the opponent's intentions, Clarence wondered if they were going to fight or engage in idle chatter. Naturally, the battle was inevitable. However, seizing this rare opportunity to learn more about him seemed worthwhile, as he truly possessed an extraordinary talent. "I believe that an institution as peaceful as Hogwarts may not be the most suitable environment for a genius like you. Have you ever considered transferring? I am certain that the headmaster would be most willing to open the doors of Durmstrang for you, and you need not worry about the transfer procedures. Moreover, I believe the external world, including Clarence, may harbor certain misconceptions about our esteemed institution." Upon hearing his opponent's initial words, Clarence felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, as if a harbinger of fire were about to pave the way for him. However, as the conversation unfolded, he relaxed, realizing that the intent was merely to entice him away. Strangely enough, he found himself tempted. Despite his resolute efforts to abstain from any form of dark magic, including malevolent curses, this was primarily due to the advantageous support he possessed. After all, who among us would willingly endure the incessant scrutiny and vigilance of an old adversary? Consider Durmstrang, which brazenly teaches dark arts, and is reputed for its fierce adherence to the belief that strength reigns supreme, thus fostering an environment of rigorous and merciless study. Though intrigued, he could not concede outright, lest he undermine the persona he had crafted. He had intended to speak ambiguously, leaving room for the possibility of a future transfer. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, curiosity was piqued by the opponent's concluding remark. He inquired, "What misconceptions? Was it true that your institution does not instruct students in dark magic?" The adversary shook his head, clarifying, "It is not that. Rather, it is that our school does not conform to the external narrative, having been influenced by the Saintess forces of yore. Since then, we have adhered to the edicts of the Han's Ministry of Magic, which restricts the teaching of unforgivable curses and related studies to students. Of course, we must maintain a faade for the ministry's sake." At this juncture, a sardonic smile crept upon his opponent's lips, implying that behind the scenes, the school does not prohibit students from delving into the study of unforgivable magic, provided they possess the requisite skills. Upon hearing this, Clarence could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his gaze shifting instinctively towards the referee, only to find them remarkably indifferent, as though they had not heard a word. He surmised that this referee likely had connections with Durmstrang, or more specifically, with the individual before him, perhaps even being an ally. This thought tightened his chest, elevating his sense of caution to unprecedented heights, as his vigilance extended not only towards his opponent, but also towards the referee. Before Clarence could ponder further, his opponent mockingly stated, "Clarence Stewart, your talent is extraordinary, yet how did Hogwarts and the illustrious white wizard Dumbledore cultivate your abilities? Have they truly guided you to the extent that you shun even the most trivial of curses? I do not harbor such arrogance as to believe that the power of white magic is inherently superior to that of dark magic. Even I believe that with your talent and wisdom, you could wield white magic as adeptly as black magic." Chapter 50, For the Greater Good. However, Clarence, you cannot deny the undeniable power of dark magic, which is indeed superior to white magic. Clarence, somewhat impatient, inquired, "So, what exactly do you wish to convey?" "I intend to suggest that you should join us. Our environment is far more conducive to your growth than remaining under Dumbledore's tutelage, being molded into a, biting little rabbit." Although Clarence was infuriated by the latter remark about the rabbit, a deeper sense of unease lingered within him, as if there was something amiss in those words. Thus, he cautiously probed, "When you refer to you all, do you mean Durmstrang? If that is your belief, then according to our school's current ethos, which is for the greater good, you are not entirely mistaken. So, what is your stance, Clarence?" The phrase "for the greater good" sounded vaguely familiar to Clarence, but he could not immediately recall why. He was merely perplexed by the meaning of this phrase. Though he could comprehend the individual significance of Durmstrang and this phrase separately, he struggled to understand their conjoined implications. Unbeknownst to Clarence, the judges of the finals might have ties to Durmstrang or might even be affiliated with them. Consequently, heightened vigilance ensued, extending even to the judges. The crux of the matter was that to provide the audience with a clearer view of the final match, enchantments had been cast upon the spectator area, allowing them not only to see the tableau on stage, but also to hear the exchanges between the two contestants. Initially, the audience assumed that Durmstrang had overstepped by corrupting the judges or inserting their own representatives among the event staff. However, upon hearing the phrase "for the greater good," a wave of unrest erupted, swiftly quelled by the Aurors maintaining order, particularly among the elder members of the audience. An acute tremor of fear took hold upon the utterance of that phrase. Individually, the phrase seemed innocuous, yet when associated with a student from Durmstrang, it invoked memories of the purest party, led by the figure known as the Saint, who once attended that very institution and left a profound impact on it. Consequently, this led the older audience members to associate it with the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, and his following of saints. Though Grindelwald, like Dumbledore, never claimed the title of Dark Lord or White Lord, it was fear and reverence that compelled the wizarding community to ascribe such titles to them. The mere mention of these names sent shivers of terror through the elderly, leaving them trembling. Certainly, some individuals are able to discern additional nuances from the words of that Durmstrang competitor. For instance, prior to uttering this statement, the competitor also remarked upon the current ethos of Durmstrang, suggesting that it would not transform all students, professors, and even the headmaster into saints. Furthermore, the implication of his remarks hinted at an intention to lure Clarence into the ranks of the saintly faction. As the audience, including the vigilant Aurors, Dumbledore among them, heightened their alertness, prepared to seize that Durmstrang competitor at a moment's notice, his opponent, however, was disinclined to commence their duel just yet, opting instead to continue speaking. Clarence, in an effort to maintain his persona, was compelled to listen patiently, unwilling to acquire a reputation for ambush. Although ambushing is merely a tactic in duel competitions and would not typically attract negative commentary, he still wished to preserve the purity of his reputation. Thus, he had no choice but to endure the discourse, remaining vigilant all the while. Unexpectedly, he found that his opponent's next utterance was not the tedious banter he anticipated, but rather a public exposition on the principles of a particular spell. It seemed as if the competitor intended to impart this magical knowledge to him, yet he was wholly absorbed in his own explanation, disregarding whether Clarence could comprehend and retain the information. Fortunately, with his system, Clarence was able to assimilate the information upon hearing it, and with a basic understanding, he could conjure the spell directly, subsequently activating it to acquire the complete knowledge. Thus, before his opponent had even concluded his self-absorbed discourse, Clarence had already learned and mastered the spell. Upon simplifying the activation and observing the skill's description, he instinctively widened his eyes and turned to his opponent, exclaiming, "Do not tell me you are a member of the saintly organization loyal to Grindelwald." Unperturbed by the interruption, the competitor instead appeared intrigued, smiling as he replied, "Saints, well, it amounts to the same thing. But you only just realized this? It is somewhat understandable. That hypocritical fellow Dumbledore would certainly not divulge our matters, particularly the ideals we pursue and believe in. Furthermore, our pureblood party has remained in obscurity for far too long, to the point where people have forgotten our existence." Clarence replied gravely, "You saints actually have the leisure to participate in such trivial duel competitions? Or is your leader imprisoned in Nurmengard, devising some nefarious plot? Or perhaps you young saints, unwilling to fade into obscurity, have taken it upon yourselves to stir up some trouble?" It was unclear which of Clarence's remarks struck a chord with his opponent, as the latter erupted into laughter. "Imprisoned," he mused, "that is quite an amusing term. But may I inquire, why do you choose to describe it as such? For I do not believe the Ministry of Magic and a mere tower could possibly confine Grindelwald. Had he not imprisoned himself, not even Dumbledore could have achieved such a feat." His adversaries, who had seemingly returned to normalcy, erupted into wild laughter once more, spurred by Clarence's explanation. Indeed, it was true. The leader had chosen to confine himself within Nurmengard. Otherwise, who in this world could ever hope to restrain Grindelwald? Even Dumbledore would find it impossible. Once this statement was uttered, he abruptly reverted to his former self, as if the man who had just laughed maniacally was but a distant memory. "I must clarify that our actions were not born from a disdain for solitude, but rather in obedience to the leader's command to impart a spell to the little rabbit." Chapter 51. Shield of Flames. Though I should harbor no doubts regarding the leader, I find it hard to believe that you could master this magic merely by hearing its principles once, especially after your interruption. So prove it to me. He then drew forth his wand, swiftly casting numerous protective charms and spells around himself, even enveloping himself in a ring of fierce flames for protection. He then directed his wand at Clarence, his tone cold and imbued with lethal intent. "This curse was taught to me by the leader, specifically designed to test whether you have truly grasped that magic. I trust there is no need for me to elaborate on what a curse entails. I must also warn you that this curse cannot be resisted. It will persist until it strikes you, and will not vanish unless you can perform the spell I mentioned. Otherwise, you shall meet your end here today." Before Clarence could react, he unleashed the so-called curse. The tip of his wand coalesced into a dark mass, a shadowy mist that seemed to draw in all light, while simultaneously, his body began to age rapidly, as if some unseen force was incessantly siphoning his vitality and lifespan. Clarence recognized that his opponent's condition was likely the result of the curse's backlash, or perhaps the price to be paid for unleashing it. In the face of such a curse, Clarence did not display panic. Rather, he found himself contemplating the audacity of his opponent's claim that the curse could not be resisted and would never disappear until it struck its target. It seemed the cost of casting it was indeed one's life force and longevity. However, the Shield of Flame spell could potentially counteract the curse, or at least the specific curse being cast by his adversary. The fact that Clarence was still able to ponder such matters indicated his confidence in dealing with the curse. Even without the system to simplify the Shield of Flames into a skill, he still possessed a real avatar to withstand the curse. Moreover, the ability to resist curses is not merely a result of system simplification or an upgrade, but rather an inherent effect of the advanced doppelganger spell itself. Otherwise, how could it rightfully be classified among the ranks of high-level magic? Thus, he was naturally unperturbed, though he felt a twinge of reluctance at witnessing his opponent being drained of life force and longevity. Yet, it appeared that the adversary had long since prepared himself for death. The various magical enchantments surrounding him were exceedingly difficult to dismantle, compounded by a circle of fierce flames capable of warding off and even absorbing dark magic to rejuvenate itself, rendering any attempts to forcibly break those spells futile in the short term. Consequently, even though Clarence felt a pang of sympathy, he found himself powerless to intervene, compelled to watch as his own unleashed curse siphoned away his opponent's vitality and lifespan. Despite the lengthy exposition, the reality of the situation was that only a few breaths had passed, and the curse was nearing its completion. However, Clarence remained calm. While the audience in the stands grew increasingly anxious, even McGonagall could not resist drawing her wand, intending to apparate onto the stage to halt the saint's reckless actions. Yet, she was promptly stopped by Dumbledore, who calmly remarked, "Minerva, have you forgotten that Clarence has mastered the advanced doppelganger spell? This magic is specifically designed to counter curses." Indeed, the inception of the advanced doppelganger spell was not the brainchild of a scholarly wizard for the sake of study. Rather, it was developed by a wizard seeking to counteract curses. Upon Dumbledore's reminder, McGonagall recalled that there was no cause for concern, for the advanced doppelganger spell that Clarence had learned was precisely capable of negating the majority of curses. Furthermore, according to what the saint had stated, the curse he cast could only dissipate upon striking a target, meaning that hitting a doppelganger produced by the advanced spell would also serve to nullify it. Of course, McGonagall was not the only one eager to rush forth and prevent the saint's frenzied actions. The Aurors maintaining order had already drawn their wands, prepared to cast spells. However, before the Aurors could raise their wands, Clarence on the stage waved his wand, summoning several tangible doppelgangers, which stood protectively in front of his true self. Witnessing this spectacle, the Aurors were nearly left agape. Even those in the audience who possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the doppelganger spell were utterly astonished. Regardless of their shock or dropped jaws, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, and the actions they had intended to take in aid were halted, for they could discern the distinction between ordinary doppelganger spells and advanced ones. While ordinary doppelgangers were mere constructs of magical energy capable of executing simple commands, their limitations were readily apparent. However, the advanced duplication spell is entirely different, and its distinguishing feature is remarkably simple. The duplicates created by the ordinary duplication spell wield wands, albeit those wands are merely manifestations of magical energy, devoid of any actual spellcasting ability. In contrast, the duplicates produced by the advanced duplication spell do not possess wands. They are genuine copies of oneself, complete with flesh and blood. Isn't it fortuitous that the advanced duplication spell effectively counters the majority of curses? Even in the arena, the nameless curse unleashed by the frenzied zealot would be nullified by the duplicates. As luck would have it, Clarence happens to have mastered this advanced magic. How serendipitous. Not only is it remarkably fortuitous, but it also leaves his opponent in the arena wide-eyed with disbelief. At that moment, Clarence spoke, urging, "As you can see, I possess the advanced duplication spell, specifically designed to counter most curses. Therefore, cease your actions." Releasing that curse would be futile. Such persuasion, of course, would not sway one determined to embrace death, yet it seemed he understood something profound. His memories began to blur, akin to a gaze that firmly believes in the capabilities of a certain little white rabbit. Perhaps it was not about believing that this little white rabbit could learn the spell in one go, but rather, an innate foresight that the little rabbit could withstand this curse, even if it had not mastered the spell. He recalled how the leader had once taught him that the principle of this famed spell was not particularly complex. The true complexity lay within the human heart. Hence, despite many having deciphered his spell, none could wield it. Perhaps Dumbledore could cast it, but he would never resort to such magic. Thus, in the contemporary magical realm, only Grindelwald could execute this spell. Out of curiosity, he once asked the leader why the complexities of the human heart hindered the mastery of this spell. The leader had responded that the essence of the spell lies in the purity of the heart. The purer the heart's power, the greater the spell's potency. In simpler terms, it could be articulated as an unwavering will, pure to the utmost degree. Only such a will could ignite the special flame within the heart required for this spell. Few possess a will that is purely absolute, and those who believe they have achieved such a state often lack true purity. With this thought, he smiled and said, "Clarence, as my adversary, could you indulge me in a trivial wish?" Upon hearing what seemed to be a final request, Clarence could only sigh in response. "If it is within my power, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wish. Prove to me that I am in the wrong, that I should not have doubted the will of the leader, and that my demise possesses value and significance." Simultaneously, there is an unspoken thought lingering within him. Prove to me that I am indeed a mere innocent lamb, rather than a wolf cloaked in sheep's wool. Upon hearing his opponent's desires, Clarence naturally comprehended what this so-called proof entailed. However, he found it perplexing that this individual was willing to wager his own life merely for the sake of a test. Was such an act truly worthwhile, or had this person succumbed to madness? While he could appreciate the resolve and determination of those with steadfast intent, he struggled to grasp the unwavering conviction of his current adversary. Was all this merely to ascertain control over that elusive magic? What, then, was the purpose of such actions? Nonetheless, even in his confusion, Clarence felt no impediment in respecting such unwavering will and determination, so resolute that one could face death with composure. Thus, he raised his wand and unleashed a renowned spell. Despite his lack of understanding, he opted to honor this request. Muttering as he began to configure the recently simplified skill on his panel, the flames of magic were set to transform into molten fire, and the essence of the flames was altered to safeguard those he wished to protect. Regrettably, being a level 0 skill, he could only set it once. Further enhancements would only be possible upon leveling up. Out of respect for the persona he had crafted, Clarence meticulously designed the flame's attributes. Following a system evaluation, the mechanism endowed the flames with a remarkable capability to reflect all damage inflicted upon the protected target. Once the configuration was complete, he closed the panel and silently intoned Molten Shield. His wand danced in harmony with his movements, akin to a conductor leading an orchestra, the flames unlike Grindelwald's signature deep blue fire. Clarence's Molten Shield embodied the essence of ordinary flames, though their temperature was akin to that of lava. To state that they were indeed lava would not be erroneous. Upon witnessing Clarence cast this spell, even though the color was unconventional, his opponent could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The audience, particularly the older members who had either heard of or witnessed that magic firsthand, instinctively rose to their feet. Yet, their rising was not out of respect. Rather, it was a primal urge to flee. However, upon standing, they realized that the one casting the spell was not Grindelwald. Moreover, the flames on the arena bore no semblance to the lethal peril associated with Grindelwald's deep blue fire, which could send shivers down one's spine. However, the flames of Clarence, while capable of distorting the very air with their temperature, evoke an oddly comforting sense of reliability, particularly for Dumbledore, who may be one of the only two individuals to truly comprehend the mechanics of this magic. His expression has become profoundly complex at this moment, imbued with regret, guilt, and a tinge of nostalgia. Let us set aside the situation in the audience and focus on the arena, where Clarence has successfully conjured the Fire Shield spell. Although the color of the flames appears somewhat unusual, he remains unconcerned with this peculiarity. Instead, he wears a satisfied expression and shouts at Clarence, "Come on, prove it to me." Clarence's eye twitched slightly as he pondered whether he had been overly hasty in defining the properties of his flames. He should have simply incinerated his opponent. Alas, the parameters of his spell had already been established, and any modifications would have to await a future upgrade. With no other recourse, he directed the molten fire toward his adversary through sheer will. As the flames drew near, the curse maintained by his opponent's wand melted away like wax before an approaching fire, ultimately consumed by the flames. Alongside this annihilation, Clarence's opponent, despite being scorched by the molten fire, maintained a composed demeanor, even smiling as he stood amidst the inferno, seemingly basking in the warmth as if under the sun. This sensation prompted him to realize something was amiss. He was acutely aware of the price he had paid to cast that curse. Just as he raised his hand to ascertain his physical condition, the audience was struck by an unparalleled shock. They had never witnessed such a magic, nor the effects it produced, which were entirely foreign to their experience. Those who had heard of or seen Grindelwald cast the Fire Shield spell now felt reassured. Simultaneously, they were astonished by the stark differences in the execution of the same spell by different practitioners, leading them to distinctly separate the identities of Clarence and Grindelwald. Chapter 53. Champion again. This peculiar notion arose primarily from the remarkable impression left by Clarence's execution of the spell. It was so profound that some subconsciously merged the images of the two, as though glimpsing a youthful version of Grindelwald. However, Upon witnessing the extraordinary effects of the flames in the arena, they finally distinguished between the two figures, recognizing that, despite sharing the same magic, one wielded the power to eliminate foes and nearly obliterate a city. One aspect of this situation is the ability to counteract the self-destructive curse afflicting the wizard. Although this characteristic has only recently been discovered, witnessing the arena where even the air is distorted by the intense heat of flames attests to their formidable temperature and power, which few can withstand. The leader posed a question to himself, contemplating the imminent arrival of death. This inquiry encapsulates the will and conviction of a member of the witchcraft party. The emphasis lies in the leader's concluding words to himself. Have you ever wondered why I refer to that little fellow as Little Rabbit? I believe that when your death approaches, you will comprehend the reason behind that name. Presently, as he feels the warmth of the flames and an odd sense of safety and reliability, he begins to grasp the meaning of the leader's final statement. Undeniably, the little rabbit appears adorably innocent and somewhat fragile, yet when provoked, it can bite. The question arises, why is it white? Because white symbolizes all that is beautiful. Within this beauty lies the salvation of life and a renewed hope for their ideals. This explains why the leader chose not to refer to Clarence as a white dove, as the symbolism of the dove does not align with their desires. As he lowered his arm holding the wand, the referee on the other side quietly absorbed the sensation of the flames beneath him, wishing to etch this feeling deep within his heart. He then apparat behind Clarence's opponent, and together they vanished from the arena, leaving behind the molten flames still burning and the final words spoken by the opponent as they disappeared. I have seen your proof. Little Rabbit. After witnessing the two vanish without a trace, Clarence was left with a nagging sense that something was amiss. As if that fellow had known all along that he would not perish from the backlash of the curse. Perhaps he was merely astonished that his body could still recover completely? It was a feeling of being outmaneuvered. Extinguishing the flames and stowing away his wand, Clarence shook his head and dismissed further thoughts. After all, given his current level of power, what difference would it make even if he had been schemed against? With both his opponent and the referee gone, he had no choice but to depart, eager to see how Busbarton and the French Ministry of Magic would address this unexpected situation. Naturally, it would be ideal if they directly awarded him the championship. But how that would transpire was beyond his control. It is worth noting that during the competition, the contestants' rest area is off-limits to outsiders, even to accompanying personnel. Remarkable, Clarence. Your magic is simply inconceivable. You must realize that among the multitude of wizards in the magical realm, aside from Grindelwald, there is no one else capable of wielding that magic, not even Dumbledore. To one's astonishment, it was remarkable that you could grasp and master the spell after merely hearing that saint recite it once. Professor Flivy approached, continuously expressing his amazement at how you could learn magic that eluded many seasoned wizards, marveling at the wondrous properties of the spell itself. Clarence, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, hastily shifted the conversation to inquire about his opponent in the finals, who had fled, along with the disappearance of the referee. Leaving uncertainty about how the final match would be resolved, Flivy pondered for a moment before reassuring him. Do not worry, Clarence. Historical precedents in duel competitions have shown that similar situations have indeed occurred, specifically, instances where a contestant unexpectedly exited during the finals. In such cases, it is customary to declare the remaining contestant the victor. After all, both competitors have already demonstrated their prowess by reaching the finals. Therefore, I believe that Beauxbatons and the French Ministry of Magic will follow this tradition in their decision-making. In truth, Clarence was not particularly concerned about how Beauxbatons or the Ministry of Magic would address the situation. He merely found it somewhat bothersome. Regardless of their decision, it would ultimately amount to merely holding another match, so he felt no anxiety regarding that matter. Indeed, Professor Flivy's conjecture proved accurate, as Beauxbatons, eager to conclude the matter swiftly due to the unforeseen circumstances, resolved to award Clarence the championship title. Meanwhile, the French Ministry of Magic had shifted its focus entirely away from the competition and was engaged in discussions with Dumbledore concerning the saint and, notably, Grindelwald's apparent resurgence. Consequently, they had little inclination to concern themselves with the duel competition. Thus, the ministry permitted Beauxbatons to manage the aftermath as they deemed fit. After all, the French wizarding community had already suffered considerable embarrassment, given that none of their own competitors had made it to the finals. Ultimately, the professors at Beauxbatons conferred and decided that the headmaster would ascend to the arena and announce Clarence as the champion with great fanfare. Following this, Clarence celebrated exuberantly with his fellow competitors before joining Professor Flivy and the Hogwarts cheerleading squad. Chapter 54, Leisure and Return. Perhaps due to a miscalculation regarding the overall prowess of the contestants, the originally scheduled timeline for the event was abruptly shortened by nearly a week. However, some competitors performed exceptionally well, prompting plans to remain in France until the designated return date, allowing them to explore the country. They remained blissfully unaffected by the machinations of the saintly forces, despite the potential for nefarious plots. The primary reason for this was Dumbledore's need to confer with the French Ministry of Magic regarding Grindelwald and the saintly influence. Thus, the competitors and cheerleaders from Daching found themselves temporarily stranded. However, seizing this opportunity, the Aurors, along with several professors from Hogwarts, took them on excursions as a reward for the contestants' remarkable performances in the competition. As for the press interviews, the sudden emergence of the Saints, particularly that one who disrupted the duel competition, publicly declared that he was acting under orders from their leader, which implied he was following Grindelwald's command. Only Clarence, the champion, managed to receive an interview from a journalist, while the other contestants were entirely deprived of such an honor. Unbeknownst to the public, Dumbledore had secretly visited Numengard during this time to meet with an old acquaintance. He also deliberately prompted a newspaper to concoct a report, the content of which need not be elaborated upon, but essentially stated that the disturbances caused by the Saints during the competition were merely a misunderstanding. It was merely a famed student from Durmstrang who harbored an obsessive admiration for the Saints, but the disruption of the duel contest was solely his personal action, and did not signify the resurgence of the Saints' influence. The newspaper's content, a mixture of truth and fabrication, indeed quelled the unrest that had arisen in the French magical community due to the supposed revival of the Saints. Clarence subtly sensed this sudden shift within the French magical realm, yet he thought little of it, for such matters were beyond the purview of a mere schoolboy wizard. Meanwhile, students from Hogwarts and the parents of other young wizards had already received word and were waiting near the docks to welcome their return. Not only had gifts been prepared for the old headmaster, staff, and children, but Clarence had also arranged a silver cross necklace for the priest. The exterior of the cross appeared exquisitely beautiful, and within it, Clarence had infused a healing charm through alchemy. After all, his dedication to teaching the children at the orphanage was commendable. Even though he found the priest rather eccentric, he felt obliged to acknowledge this favor. Naturally, such a gesture of goodwill could not be repaid with a mere alchemical trinket, yet the sentiment was conveyed. Clarence had scarcely spent a few days at the orphanage before Mia invited him to her home once more, intending for him to stay until the beginning of the school term. However, this time the letter specified a desire for him to pick up Severus and Lily and bring them along. Upon receiving the invitation, Clarence quickly packed his belongings, bid farewell to the old headmaster and the others, and went to collect Severus and Lily. Afterward, he departed from the church, not heading to the orphanage, but instead to a nearby mall, where he selected several cross necklaces of similar design, purchasing them all at once. Unbeknownst to Clarence, after picking up Severus and Lily, he directly transported the three of them to Mia's home using apparition. In the days that followed, I resided at Mia's home, immersing myself in studies and playful camaraderie with friends, and I even devoted several of my true avatars to the intensive crafting of potions. The prior dueling competitions had significantly elevated my reputation, and given the consistently high quality of my concoctions, I had seldom erred in my endeavors. Consequently, the prices of my potions surged dramatically. This motivated me to produce a substantial quantity of potions, seizing the opportunity to reap considerable rewards. Thanks to the nature of my true avatars, I could brew potions uninterrupted around the clock, bolstering my confidence in creating more advanced elixirs. After all, the ingredients for these superior potions were notoriously expensive, and the time required for their preparation was far from trivial, extending well beyond a matter of days. This predicament left Severus enviously green-eyed, prompting him to seek guidance from Clarence regarding the advanced avatar spell. Alas, despite Clarence meticulously explaining the principles and sensations associated with the spell, Severus struggled to grasp it, much to his frustration. Even Lily and Mia, who listened intently from the sidelines, were unable to master it. This left Severus feeling quite despondent. Chapter 55. A picnic. Witnessing Severus's dismay, Clarence felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, what could he do if Severus simply could not learn? The only recourse available to Clarence was to generously offer guidance to enhance his potion brewing skills, which in turn began to vex Clarence himself. In an effort to invigorate the two young ladies, he prepared an abundance of ingredients for a delightful picnic. As for Severus, Clarence was at a loss, uncertain how to restore his spirits. Upon hearing of the picnic, smiles finally graced the faces of the two young women. After some deliberation, they decided upon a picturesque location in the forest near Mia's home. Once the four of them entered the woods and found an appealing spot, they commenced their outdoor feast. While he tended to the grilling, Mia fashioned 4 flower crowns from wildflowers and grasses. Lily selected one that caught her eye and donned it, insisting on placing another upon Severus's head. Mia then adorned Clarence, who was diligently at work, with the final crown. However, as soon as it was placed upon him, Mia became momentarily entranced. Despite having grown accustomed to Clarence's appearance, the flower crown accentuated his features in such a way that left her momentarily spellbound. Though the crown was exquisite and imbued him with a rich floral fragrance, it proved somewhat distracting while he was grilling. Not wishing to sully such a beautiful crown with smoke, Clarence removed it and set it aside. when he noticed Mia standing beside him, looking bashful. He initially assumed her hesitation was due to hunger, prompting him to offer her a skewer of grilled meat directly. Inhaling the tantalizing aroma and gazing at the sizzling meat skewers in her hands, Mia could not help but swallow hard. Despite her efforts to maintain an air of decorum, she eventually succumbed to temptation and devoured the skewers with gusto, rapidly consuming an entire string of grilled meat. Afterward, the young girl remained rooted beside the barbecue stand, her eyes fixed hungrily on the skewers. The more she gazed, the more her mouth watered, and just as it seemed she might drool. Mia recognized that she could not continue in this manner. It would be too embarrassing to salivate in front of others. Thus, she sought to divert her attention by initiating a conversation. As their discussion meandered, the topic turned to Severus Snape, and Mia unconsciously glanced at him sitting with Lily. His demeanor still notably somber. With a sigh, she remarked, "That magic truly is exceedingly difficult. I cannot quite fathom why Severus is so determined to master it." She continued, "The advanced duplication spell is remarkably powerful, capable of allowing a real duplicate to attend classes, complete assignments, and study, while one can indulge in leisure. Perhaps now you can somewhat understand Severus's fervent dedication." Clarence endeavored to explain in terms that Mia could grasp, hoping to convey Severus's tenacity. Remarkably, his explanation did provide Mia with some insight into Severus's motivations, yet she still harbored doubts. Is it really wise to send a real duplicate to class for studying? Upon hearing her innocent question, Clarence jested, "If you think that's unwise, you could always send your real duplicate out to enjoy while you attend class and complete your assignments." Mia replied, "In that case, I would rather not master that magic at all. However, to be honest, the spell's potential is indeed impressive, though its difficulty is formidable. If only there were a way to cast the advanced duplication spell without the arduous study." Just as Clarence contemplated dissuading her from such daydreams, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Perhaps it was indeed feasible. After all, the animated map he created through alchemy and the Truth spellbook contained a form of submaster technology. This technology allowed for modifications or enhancements to the master version, enabling the subversions to update automatically. Could this technology be applicable to wizards as well? The more Clarence pondered, the more convinced he became of the potential viability of this idea. However, he found himself at a loss as to how to adapt this technology for wizards. Unsure of where to begin, shaking his head, he suppressed the notion. His current knowledge was still too limited. Even with an innovative idea, he had no means to pursue it. So he resolved to wait until his understanding deepened, when perhaps he could find a way to explore this concept further. It was premature to dwell on such fantasies. "Stop daydreaming, Mia," Clarence advised her, stating that even if what you claim could be achieved, it is still reliant on external forces. No matter how potent these forces may be, they cannot compare to the enhancement of one's own abilities. External influences may falter, but personal growth is imperishable. Mia pouted, "I was merely speaking hypothetically, and how could such things ever come to fruition? The enchantment of magic lies in its unpredictability. One can never foresee what marvels may emerge, perhaps even the very magic Mia envisions. Thus, I merely wish to emphasize that personal development is paramount." Clarence was not deceiving her. He genuinely believed that such magic might indeed manifest in the future, and there was a significant possibility that it could be of his own invention. Subsequently, Clarence placed 2 generous servings of skewered meat onto a plate and summoned Lily and Snape, announcing that they could begin their feast. Throughout the ensuing summer, they would occasionally venture into the nearby forest for picnics. If they happened to encounter Mia's father, Mr. Elro, on his day off, he would join them as well. Life was exceptionally joyful until the approach of the school term, when their 3rd grade reading list, curriculum, and train tickets arrived, prompting Clarence and his companions to focus and accompany Mr. Elro to Diagon Alley for supplies. Naturally, they did not neglect the matter of elective courses. Chapter 56, 3rd grade and electives. Snape, Lily, and Mia had been attending Hogwarts for 2 years and were somewhat aware of the elective courses available to 3rd grade students. However, despite their familiarity, they had not delved deeply into the specifics, as they had not previously needed to select courses. They were aware of the existence of several electives and which ones might yield more favorable grades. As the new school year approached, the trio swiftly consulted Clarence to gain insight into the nature of each elective, hoping to identify those that suited them. After Clarence's thorough introduction, Lily and the others began to grasp the content of the electives. Driven by personal interests and future career considerations, they endeavored to select several electives that did not conflict with one another. Unbeknownst to them, they had yet to recognize the scheduling conflicts among the electives, mistakenly believing that the school had intentionally designed the timetable to prevent students from enrolling in all courses. In a conventional school, this might indeed be viewed as deliberate. However, Hogwarts is no ordinary institution but a school of magic. Seeing that Lily and her friends had not yet realized this, Clarence decided to reveal the existence of the time turner. In essence, for astute students who could recognize the conflicts in elective scheduling, The school not only permitted them to enroll in all available electives, but also provided an alchemical device known as the Time Turner to help them navigate the challenges of overlapping class times. Hogwarts, in its quest to allow students to circumvent the complications of scheduling conflicts with elective courses, does possess the option to petition the Ministry of Magic. However, the process of application is notably cumbersome, necessitating a plethora of correspondence from the headmaster or deputy headmaster. Furthermore, such requests must be entrusted to exemplary students, who must ensure that the Time Turner is employed solely for academic purposes. Professor McGonagall, responsible for overseeing these applications, tailors her requests to the circumstances of each student. It is plausible that the school deliberately refrains from informing students of this process due to its intricate nature, allowing for the avoidance of scheduling conflicts. Additionally, students who acquire a Time Turner are bound to confidentiality, rendering the majority unaware of its existence. Clarence, however, is no ordinary student. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes and memories of the past, he is well acquainted with the concept of the Time Turner. Even without such recollections, his position as a teaching assistant affords him knowledge of the matter. He intends to enroll in all elective courses, not merely to evade scheduling conflicts, but to further his research. Previously, with the professor's consent, he delved into elective subjects and has nearly attained a 6th-year proficiency. Thus, attendance is inconsequential, and the issue of timing becomes moot. During examinations, he can simply attend for that purpose, and should elective exam schedules overlap, he need not worry. He possesses the real-deal splitting spell, rendering the Time Turner unnecessary. Nevertheless, Clarence has marked all his elective courses with the sole aim of acquiring a Time Turner. If you believe you can withstand the challenge, you too may opt for all elective courses, prompting Professor McGonagall to apply for a Time Turner from the Ministry, thereby alleviating any conflicts. Snape, ever the cautious one, expressed his rational decision not to utilize such devices upon learning of their potential impacts. Similarly, Lily, a young witch from a Muggle family, has been fortunate enough to accumulate extensive magical knowledge beyond the school's curriculum, primarily through her own diligent studies in the library. Her friendship with Clarence has further enabled her to access advanced magical concepts outside of the standard syllabus. Consequently, she too opted against enrolling in all electives, refraining from using what sounds like an extraordinary device, given its association with the realm of time. For the astute, the underlying dangers concealed within such wonders are palpable, and Lily, being one of the perceptive, shares Snape's decision to decline. Mia, however, appeared somewhat hesitant. It seemed she was contemplating selecting all the courses. Yet perhaps she possessed a modicum of self-awareness, ultimately resigning herself to abandon that notion. For she understood that even if she successfully applied for the converter, there was no guarantee she could maintain stable grades across all elective courses, nor could she necessarily withstand the impact that the converter might impose upon her. Once the 4 had chosen their elective courses, they dispatched their selections to the school via owl, and under Clarence's guidance, they commenced their preliminary studies, particularly focusing on the content of their chosen electives. With Clarence's penchant for teaching, a skill that had ascended to level 28, the efficacy of this ability was significantly enhanced. Thus, during their personalized study sessions, scarcely had he finished articulating a concept when Lily and the others would swiftly memorize and comprehend it. Consequently, in the days leading up to the commencement of the school year on September 1st, Lily and her companions not only completed nearly all the 3rd-year material for their core subjects, but also finished the theoretical components of their selected electives, leaving only practical application to be mastered. As for practical skills, Clarence could do little more than encourage them to engage hands-on. To stave off any potential ennui during their journey to school, Clarence also prepared a plethora of snacks and confections. Unexpectedly, Mr. Elrose seemed to have a fondness for these treats, consuming quite a number of them. However, this was of little concern, as Clarence had made ample provisions, and these delicacies were designed to have a long shelf life, alleviating any worries of spoilage. On September 1st, Clarence and the girls boarded the train and journeyed to Hogwarts, officially embarking on their 3rd-year academic adventure. Chapter 57. In-depth learning for Clarence, who possessed a genuine doppelganger. Life in the 3rd year unfolded much like the previous year, allowing him to carve out abundant leisure time to pursue his own interests, even as the professors began introducing him to the curriculum of 6th-year courses. The presence of his doppelganger attending supplementary sessions ensured that his primary self remained unaffected. As for electives, the professors scarcely concerned themselves with whether Clarence attended class, as they were already well acquainted with one another. Many of the elective instructors believed that, given Clarence's current proficiency, attending classes was unnecessary. At most, he would be invited to participate during examinations. In addition to crafting a variety of personalized study plans, his primary self once again sought out Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, expressing a desire to delve deeper into the study of healing magic. He also intended to begin preparations for the healer profession this year. Indeed, Clarence's initial ambition was to ready himself in advance so that upon graduation, he he would not need to undergo specialized training, but could directly apply for the position. While his foremost aspiration was to become a professor, there was no harm in adding the title of healer to his repertoire. Although he did not believe that his current reputation would lead to rejection when applying for a professorship at a certain magical school after graduation, he nonetheless felt it prudent to secure a contingency plan and explore alternative career options, as long as he held the title of healer. Even if Clarence were unable to become a professor, he could still find employment as a doctor at St. Mungo's Hospital, which could be considered a stable career. Initially, Clarence entertained this notion, but he was unprepared for the extensive network of connections that Madame Pomfrey possessed, particularly within the realm of healers. Therefore, upon learning of Clarence's intention to delve deeply into the study of healing magic and prepare for the certification exam for healers immediately after graduation, she somehow procured a comprehensive syllabus specifically designed for healer training. She even compiled a collection of past theoretical examination papers for healers, allowing Clarence to commence his studies at once. However, the practical aspect of training would have to be undertaken by him alone, with Madame Pomfrey merely offering guidance as needed. Once Clarence had sufficiently absorbed the teachings from Madame Pomfrey, he intended to utilize a real avatar of the Time Turner to substitute for his physical self while he personally researched this alchemical artifact. However, given the complexities involved in the manipulation of time, Clarence's progress was painstakingly slow, even with the aid of the simplification system. The domain of time is one that ordinary wizards cannot comprehend, let alone investigate in depth. Furthermore, Clarence's knowledge in alchemy was insufficient, causing his research to advance at a frustratingly sluggish pace. Fortunately, the Time Turner was not exclusively reserved for third-year students. As long as one did not intend to abandon elective courses prior to the graduation examination, one could retain possession of it. Naturally, this came with its own restrictions. One must never be discovered using the Time Turner for purposes beyond study. It was precisely because he had ample time to conduct his research that Clarence managed to avoid complete exasperation. Besides his studies on the Time Turner, he did not neglect to submit papers to Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, and whenever he learned of a dueling competition taking place, he would request leave to participate. Although the competitions they chose to enter did not hold the same prestige as those organized by official bodies, the substantial prize money for the winners was a compelling incentive. Additionally, while the dueling competitions had various limitations and did not equate to genuine combat experience, they nonetheless provided an opportunity to hone practical skills and gain experience. In addition to writing papers and participating in dueling competitions, he occasionally visited the activities room of the Truth Society to personally conduct tutoring sessions, thereby maintaining and expanding his network of connections. Thus, after a tranquil 6 months of academic life, Clarence, with the professor's permission, began to engage with the curriculum of the 7th year. For an ordinary student, the focus of the 7th grade curriculum lies primarily on the graduation examination, leaving little room for the pursuit of deeper magical knowledge. However, Clarence is not your average student. He is merely a 3rd grader this year. With the graduation exam still 2 years away, and even the 5th grade assessments are yet to come. Thus, due to this difference in emphasis, he is afforded the opportunity to concentrate on the advanced study of more intricate magical concepts under the guidance of his professors. By the time he completely masters the 7th grade curriculum and passes the assessments set by the professors, it becomes evident that Clarence could graduate from school without any issues. Even at this moment. Of course, this is merely a theoretical assertion. He will not be permitted to graduate just yet. Although he has reached a level adequate for graduation, he has only just embarked on his journey through the realm of magic. He must continue to learn under the tutelage of his professors. Nevertheless, Clarence is now able to engage with and even assist the professors in their own magical research. For instance, Professor McGonagall is currently delving into a subject regarded as taboo, the transformation of true life. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is exploring the advanced application of the Patronus charm, while Professor Flitwick is investigating complex spellcasting. Even when Clarence participates in these studies, his role is limited to assisting with specific steps in the experiments. This situation has somewhat disheartened Clarence. It is no wonder that the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor remarked that, at his current level, he has merely taken his first step on the path of magic. In truth, this is indeed the case. It is uncertain whether his emotions were too transparent or if the professors were simply too familiar with him, but they seemed to sense that Clarence was feeling somewhat disheartened as a result of their research topics. To help him overcome this, Professor Flitwick suggested that Clarence embark on a research project of his own. The essence of research, for him at this stage, does not hinge on the outcomes, but rather on the process of exploration, which can yield substantial benefits. Chapter 58. Research Topics and Troubles with Professor Flitwick's Encouragement. Clarence began contemplating what topic he should pursue for his own research while assisting the professors. This is a rather significant question, as it pertains to the direction he wishes to take on his magical journey. Choosing one research topic does not preclude him from exploring entirely different subjects. However, one's energy is finite, even for a wizard. Thus, it becomes essential to establish a long-term objective, one that could occupy a lifetime of study. Of course, this holds true for a typical wizard, but Clarence is no ordinary wizard. With the support of his system, he is not only capable of swiftly achieving a singular goal, but can also simultaneously explore several distinct objectives. Nevertheless, it is precisely for this reason that Clarence finds it imperative to establish a focal objective for himself. Otherwise, he risks squandering time on pursuits that offer little benefit to his development. Thus, it is essential for him to set a goal that not only captivates his interest, but also promises substantial advantages. This has become a matter of contemplation for Clarence. During a leisurely stroll by the tranquil Black Lake, as he gazed upon its serene surface, inspiration struck him, revealing the nature of the goal he should pursue. This objective not only piqued Clarence's curiosity, but also held the potential for significant rewards upon its fruition. What, then, is this goal or research topic? It is elemental magic. With this newfound idea, Clarence hastened to consult Professor Flivy, inquiring about the wizarding understanding of elemental magic within their magical framework. Through Professor Flivy's elucidation, Clarence gained insight into the wizard's comprehension and perception of elemental magic. Indeed, within the wizarding tradition, elemental magic exists. However, it diverges greatly from Clarence's conception, with a fundamentally different understanding of its nature. For wizards, spells such as the flame spell and the water flow spell fall under the umbrella of elemental magic, and they perceive these as quintessential examples of the category. Yet, in truth, the essence of these spells does not stem from conjuring something from nothing through magic, but rather from summoning or transforming existing elements. For instance, one might summon an existing flame and manipulate it, or transform the air, their own magical energy, or external magical forces into flames or clear water for control. This starkly contrasts with Clarence's envisioned elemental magic, which entails the creation of elements through his own magical means, rather than merely summoning or transforming pre-existing ones, as wizards do. At a glance, both methods involve the manipulation of elements. In fact, the wizarding approach may appear more efficient due to the absence of the element creation step. However, when considering the application of this concept, the distinction between the two becomes strikingly clear. What does this mean? It signifies that the wizarding elemental magic system relies on elements that already exist in nature, whereas Clarence's conceptualization involves the generation of elements from within himself. Is there a fundamental difference between these two approaches? Clarence remains uncertain, but regardless of any inherent differences, the resulting concepts appear nearly identical. Thus, it is conceivable that the level of mastery and application of these elements may exhibit significant disparities. The borrowed elements of nature, regardless of how one chooses to apply them, be it through playful experimentation, remain tethered to their superficial concepts. Even among wizards, there appears to be a lack of profound exploration into these elements. However, elements that one creates are entirely different. They allow for an application that delves into their very essence. Although Clarence is currently constrained by the limitations of his accumulated knowledge and cannot fully grasp the core essence of these elements or what it truly means to manipulate and apply them, he possesses a rudimentary understanding of the distinction between the two. Wizardly elemental magic, while more effortless in its borrowing, is rather superficial in its control and application, remaining at a mere surface level. In contrast, the elemental magic that he envisions, though laborious to create, promises a more efficient manipulation and even additional effects during its application. Upon hearing Clarence's ideas, Professor Flivy expressed interest and even endorsed his pursuit as a research topic, offering assistance should any challenges arise. Although Flivy himself has not delved deeply into the elemental magic utilized by wizards and may not provide direct answers, he is willing to engage in discussions with Clarence, potentially sparking inspiration or insights. Ultimately, Flivy, drawing from his understanding of the wizarding elemental magic system, offered Clarence several valuable suggestions, albeit with a note of regret that his own spare time is devoted to his research. With the emergence of a goal, specifically a research topic of interest, Clarence found himself revitalized, even more driven than before, brimming with energy each day. This newfound enthusiasm puzzled the other professors who were unaware of his interests, prompting inquiries that revealed his captivating research subject. Some professors deemed the topic worthy of investigation, while others expressed personal interest, assuring Clarence that he could seek their guidance should he encounter difficulties. Regrettably, like Flivy, these professors were also engaged in their own research endeavors, with some managing multiple projects simultaneously. However, this serene and fulfilling academic life was soon stirred by an unexpected event. A senior student from Slytherin approached Clarence with an invitation to join a student organization known as the Walpurgis Knights. Clarence, with unwavering resolve, declined the invitation, and the Slytherin student exhibited little reaction, clearly having anticipated such a response. As they were about to depart, they meaningfully indicated that their student organization would not relinquish its pursuit and would forever keep its doors open for him. As for why Clarence would decline, Had it been someone else, they might have been oblivious to the true nature of the Walpurgis Knights. However, Clarence had previously gleaned information from Snape, revealing that this student organization was, in fact, the precursor to the thriving Death Eater faction within the magical realm of the United Kingdom. In essence, joining would equate to becoming a reserve member of the Death Eaters. In Chapter 59, The Favor of Voldemort, Clarence had initially resolved to rely on the protection of Dumbledore at Hogwarts, aiming for swift personal growth, thus opting not to conceal his innate talents. When he made this decision, he had anticipated the arrival of such a day, although he was surprised that it had come later than expected. According to his initial assumptions, Voldemort and the Death Eater faction should have made contact as soon as he began to emerge. Yet, the reality was that it was not until his third year that anyone approached him, leading Clarence to question whether Voldemort had become increasingly unhinged due to the fragment of his soul during those first 2 years, thus showing little interest in a mere fledgling like himself. Indeed, he speculated that had it not been for his participation in the dueling tournament at Beauxbatons over the summer, where a saint publicly expressed their support for him and aimed to recruit him, Voldemort and the Death Eaters might still remain indifferent. Of course, these were merely Clarence's conjectures. The true facts could only be known by Voldemort and the Death Eaters themselves. However, part of Clarence's speculation was indeed accurate. During his first year, despite the initial signs of his burgeoning talent garnering some attention from the Death Eater faction, only a couple of individuals, specifically tasked with recruitment, took notice. This implies that Voldemort was entirely unaware of Clarence's existence at Hogwarts during his first year, as Clarence gradually showcased his abilities. Particularly after assuming the role of a teaching assistant, the Death Eaters had already resolved to initiate contact with him. Nevertheless, although they had made the decision to reach out, the specifics of how they intended to approach Clarence remained unknown to them, and they were uninterested in delving deeper. At that time, the Death Eater faction was flourishing, bolstered by the formidable presence of Voldemort, and the number of individuals eager to join was overwhelming. Given that the Death Eaters had already dispatched someone to make contact, one might wonder why it was not until Clarence's third year that he finally encountered someone from their ranks. Amidst this narrative lie various unforeseen circumstances and peculiar situations. Without delving into the specifics of these anomalies, let us focus on the primary reason. Clarence was exceedingly occupied during his first and second years. Indeed, he was tremendously busy. Those tasked with engaging with Clarence could not find an opportune moment. This is quite understandable, for prior to mastering the art of genuine duplication, Clarence was so dedicated that he would rather sacrifice his sleeping hours for study. Thus, his days were spent either in the company of different professors, immersed in books within the library, or sequestered in his dormitory. There simply were no appropriate chances for interaction. Could one not invite him to a secluded place under the guise of a normal classmate or friend? In truth, if it were any other typical student, such an approach would pose no issue. However, Clarence's situation was markedly different. He was subjected to the same scrutiny as the headmaster's other watch list individuals. It could even be said that within Slytherin, those students who had aligned themselves with Voldemort and were training to become Death Eaters were similarly under the headmaster's covert observation. Not to mention, Clarence himself was a primary target of the headmaster's vigilant gaze. Hence, suitable opportunities for contact remained elusive. This phenomenon persisted until Clarence acquired and mastered the magic of genuine duplication, at which point a change occurred. Regrettably, the student who had been designated to approach Clarence had already graduated, necessitating that the successor start anew. Consequently, the entire second-year semester passed without any interaction. Hopes were pinned on the third year for renewed efforts, but fate intervened with the dueling tournament hosted by Beauxbatons. Indeed, the successor was among the distinguished participants of the internal selection at Hogwarts. Initially, during Professor Flitwick's training in dueling techniques, a splendid opportunity presented itself. Alas, before any engagement could occur, Clarence had decisively bested him in simulated duels, leaving a psychological imprint of fear. This engendered a sense of trepidation regarding any interaction, let alone the prospect of inducting Clarence into the ranks of the Death Eaters. The successor feared that merely broaching the subject might result in a spell cast in retaliation. Amidst this anxiety, the dueling tournament at Beauxbatons, or rather, the emergence of the Saints, captured Voldemort's keen interest in Clarence. Indeed, Voldemort's attention was piqued due to the Saints' public endorsement of Clarence, coupled with their intentions to entice him away. Upon discovering that such a prodigious talent as Clarence resided within Hogwarts, Voldemort was naturally compelled to investigate further. However, the more Voldemort delved into the information regarding Clarence, the more astonished he became. For, had it been he himself at that age, he could never have achieved the remarkable feats that Clarence had. Most significantly, Clarence bore an uncanny resemblance to him, so much so that Voldemort felt as though he was gazing upon a younger version of himself. Consider this, both emerged from orphanages. Both possessed extraordinary talents, and both were equally favored by their professors. In fact, The professor's admiration for Clarence seemingly surpassed that which they had shown Voldemort during his own school days. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that both were subject to Dumbledore's vigilant scrutiny and caution. The only discernible difference between them was their divergent paths following these shared experiences. Voldemort had chosen the path of dark magic, whereas Clarence had opted for the opposite, embracing the ways of white magic. As Voldemort perused a newspaper detailing Clarence's inaugural participation in a duel, particularly captivated by a photograph of him casting the fire-making charm, he pondered whether, had he chosen a different path, his circumstances might have unfolded in an entirely different manner. However, he swiftly quelled such peculiar thoughts, reminding himself that even if given another chance, the outcome would remain unchanged. Chapter 60. Voldemort's Favor. Voldemort gazed intently at the newspaper featuring Clarence casting the fire-making charm, lost in contemplation. In this state of deep reflection, he was entirely oblivious to the presence of several high-ranking Death Eaters around him, leading to his murmured thoughts being heard clearly by them. This inadvertently gave rise to a misunderstanding among the ranks, yet no one dared to voice their inquiries, thus deepening the confusion. What, then, was the nature of their misunderstanding? Without delving into their individual thoughts upon hearing Voldemort's mutterings, they collectively speculated that there might exist some extraordinary connection between Voldemort and the young wizard named Clarence Stewart. The similarities in their respective upbringings and experiences only served to amplify this misconception. The prevailing belief among the Death Eater elite was that Clarence was potentially Voldemort's own flesh and blood, although this was merely a conjecture among the high-ranking Death Eaters, and a rather far-fetched one at that. The likelihood was considerable, for Clarence not only matched Voldemort's exceptional talent, but, in some respects, even surpassed it. Moreover, his origins from an orphanage added an element of suspicion, raising questions about his bloodline. The first point of suspicion arose from his orphanage background, which left his pure-blood status uncertain. The second point of suspicion was that Voldemort himself had also come from an orphanage. Certainly, this matter is known solely to the high-ranking officials present, while the lower-tier Death Eaters remain entirely unaware. Thus, suspicions arise regarding whether Clarence is indeed the offspring of Voldemort, perhaps renamed and placed in a Muggle orphanage to undergo a similar upbringing as his progenitor, aiming to cultivate a promising future. In truth, one need not await any distant future. Clarence's current achievements already far surpass those of his peers, and even some adults. The crux of the matter lies in Voldemort's subconscious murmurs, which almost confirm the speculations harbored by the high-ranking officials present. If the aforementioned does not suffice to establish Clarence as Voldemort's child, a specific piece of intelligence gathered by the reserve Death Eaters from Slytherin House could definitively validate their connection. What is this intelligence? To those unfamiliar with Voldemort, it may appear unremarkable or even ordinary. However, for those well acquainted with Voldemort, the content of this intelligence serves as a testament to Clarence's bloodline. According to the information recorded, a student from Slytherin had a pet snake, and on one occasion, this student encountered Clarence and approached him with inquiries. At that moment, the pet snake voluntarily slithered out and coiled around Clarence. It is important to note that snakes are cold-blooded creatures, unless raised from a young age by their owner. They typically do not exhibit such friendly behavior toward strangers. Therefore, it is improbable for a snake to display such affectionate compliance with an outsider. To bystanders, this intelligence might merely suggest that Clarence possesses an innate affinity for animals or some other trait. However, none would consider the possibility of Parseltongue. Yet, the Death Eater hierarchy present could not help but entertain this notion, as any alternative explanation fails to rationally account for a cold-blooded snake's unusual display of familiarity upon first meeting. The only plausible explanation points to one possibility: Parseltongue. Such behavior from a cold-blooded creature can only be attributed to its interaction with a speaker of the snake language. In reality, the high-ranking officials have misjudged the situation. While Clarence may eventually acquire the ability to speak with snakes, he currently lacks any means of communication with serpents or even other animals. The reason for the pet snake's amiable demeanor was merely due to its training. Furthermore, it can be stated that not only snakes exhibit such affectionate behavior towards Clarence. He understands the underlying reason, yet the Death Eater hierarchy remains oblivious, further deepening their misunderstanding and solidifying their conclusion regarding Clarence's identity. Moreover, due to the remarkable talent and potential that Clarence currently exhibits, he appears to be the most fitting heir to Voldemort. Once Clarence assumes control over Voldemort's Death Eater organization, it is conceivable that he could lead them to unprecedented heights. Reflecting on the esteemed individuals present, each hailing from pureblood families, wealthy and influential yet devoid of any real power, they find themselves ostracized by the bureaucratic system of the Ministry of Magic. Not only are they firmly barred from intervening in the Ministry's affairs, but they are also afforded scant opportunities to occupy senior positions within it. Were it not for the significant financial contributions they made, which secretly earned them a few privileges, these pureblood families would not possess much superiority over ordinary wizards. save for their greater wealth. It is precisely for this reason that these pureblood families have rallied under Voldemort, waving the banner of their lineage, with the aim of acquiring power. Regrettably, as the founding members of the organization, they may never witness the splendid vision they once imagined. However, their children, by aligning themselves with Clarence, the second-generation heir, might indeed bear witness to it. Indeed, from the perspective of these elites, Clarence's current persona is remarkably upright, with whispers suggesting he could become the second white wizard after Dumbledore. Contemplating Dumbledore's immense strength, as well as his formidable connections and influence within the magical community, juxtaposed with the actions of his adversary, the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, one can see the potential in Clarence. Should he manage to maintain such a virtuous image, his future prospects are virtually limitless. Not only would a candidacy for the position of Minister of Magic be assured with the support of the Death Eaters, but the possibility of vying for the presidency of the International Confederation of Wizards is also within reach. Chapter 61. Voldemort's Favor Envisioning the Future. The organization is poised to ascend to new heights under Clarence's leadership, causing the gathered elites to tremble with excitement. Surprisingly, even without Voldemort's awareness, they have already designated Clarence as the second-generation leader of the Death Eater faction, their young master. Yet, even if Voldemort were to become aware, it would matter little. After all, he merely murmured to himself without divulging anything of significance. What could be the issue? Unbeknownst to him, a series of coincidences and unforeseen factors have led to a profound misunderstanding among the assembled elites. This misunderstanding runs so deep that even if Voldemort himself were to deny it, they would concoct various justifications, steadfastly refusing to question Clarence's lineage or waver in their acknowledgement of him as the second-generation leader, albeit still merely the young master for now. In other words, Voldemort, unbeknownst to himself, suddenly found himself with a son. Even his meticulously assembled Death Eater faction was faced with the unexpected emergence of a young heir, the future successor to his legacy. Had any of the high-ranking officials present at that moment dared to inquire, this misunderstanding would not have deepened to such an extent. At most, they would have endured Voldemort's harsh reproaches, avoiding any physical confrontation. Thus, the silence of those present was palpable. After all, who would willingly seek out scorn without cause? The eventual outcome was that Voldemort remained entirely oblivious, while his Death Eaters nearly all recognized Clarence's status as the heir. Even among the aspiring Death Eaters in Slytherin House, this knowledge had become common, which explained why a senior Slytherin student approached Clarence so openly, extending a direct invitation for him to join the ranks of the aspiring Death Eaters. After all, it was reasonable that the Master would oversee the Death Eater faction, while Clarence, as the heir, would command the aspiring members. Of course, the senior student's bold approach was not solely driven by Voldemort's directives. It stemmed from his newfound understanding of why Dumbledore exhibited such vigilance and wariness towards Clarence. Before grasping Clarence's true identity, they could not fathom Dumbledore's behavior. However, upon learning of the heir's real identity, everything fell into place, rendering Dumbledore's caution entirely justifiable. Even if he were in Dumbledore's position and became aware that Clarence was Voldemort's child and the future leader of the Death Eaters, he too would adopt a stance of wariness, perhaps even taking extreme measures to eliminate any potential threat. This explains the senior student's audacious outreach to Clarence and his direct invitation to join the aspiring Death Eaters. Dumbledore had long been aware of Clarence's true identity and even recognized his connection to the aspiring Death Eaters, well informed of the existence of a related organization within Slytherin House. Given this context, it was unsurprising that he would seize a suitable opportunity for engagement. Under such transparent circumstances, not only was the bold interaction permissible, but it was also audacious enough to occur right beneath Dumbledore's watchful gaze. As for why this senior student anticipated that Clarence would decline the invitation to join the aspiring ranks, the question should rather be reframed. Why would Voldemort wish for Clarence to integrate into this faction? With the knowledge of Clarence's identity and under the guidance of his family, it became clear that Clarence was still unaware of his true lineage. Even if he were to discover it, he would likely refuse to join. This necessity for Clarence to maintain a positive public image was crucial, as it would afford him the legitimate standing, qualifications, and opportunities to eventually vie for the position of Minister of Magic. If Clarence were to join the Death Eaters, it would undoubtedly hinder his future prospects. This is precisely why, after reaching out to Clarence with an invitation only to be met with refusal, this Slytherin student felt no surprise whatsoever. In fact, he cryptically uttered his final words. Regrettably, this entire situation arose from a misunderstanding, of which Clarence himself remained blissfully unaware. The invitation instilled in him a sense of urgency, prompting plans to temporarily leave school during the holidays to avoid drawing the attention of the Death Eaters. Should the precise location of the orphanage become exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to greater complications. Even if he wished to remain at school, the institution would not permit it. Thus, he was compelled to contemplate the prospect of moving out of the orphanage to live independently. However, after accounting for various expenses, the remaining funds fell short of what was necessary to purchase a house. This inadequacy pertained specifically to the Wizarding World. In the Muggle realm, it might just suffice. Fortunately, during the summer break, he had capitalized on his own popularity to brew a large quantity of potions for sale, which had yielded substantial earnings. Otherwise, he would be unable to afford even a modest dwelling in the Muggle world. The expenses associated with moving out of the orphanage and acquiring a home could be managed personally, but the issue of his age remained unresolvable. For one must have a guardian to purchase property. After all, he had yet to come of age. Nevertheless, Clarence was determined to relocate to evade detection by the Death Eaters, and it was inconceivable to involve the old headmaster as his guardian in such a transaction. Any discerning individual could easily uncover the nature of his relationship with the headmaster. Thus, he was left with no choice but to seek assistance from the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. As for why he did not approach Professors Flitwick or McGonagall, the former's reputation and the latter's propensity to inform Dumbledore upon discovering the true reason behind his desire to leave the orphanage. Although such information might lead to assistance from Dumbledore, Clarence was reluctant to owe him a favor. Even though he could distinctly sense that since the beginning of his third year, the scrutiny from those peculiar entities within the castle had significantly lessened, indicating a relaxation in Dumbledore's vigilance. It did not mean that Clarence would lower his guard against Dumbledore. He therefore sought to avoid any association with him and refrain from accepting assistance that would entail indebtedness. In truth, if the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts could not provide the necessary help, Clarence had alternative means at his disposal, such as the aging potion or the draft of living death. The former was his preferred option, for the conditions surrounding the use of the latter were rather cumbersome. The aging potion, in contrast, would merely augment his physical appearance without complications. Thus, after purchasing the house, a child resembling the owner could conveniently be presented as either the son or daughter of the homeowner, a pretext that would effectively dispel any suspicions from the neighbors. Clarence had frequently visited the professor's office to peruse books, thus becoming accustomed to the setting. The professor, initially believing that Clarence had come with an inquiry, was surprised to learn that he sought his assistance in posing as a guardian to facilitate the acquisition of a house. Upon discovering Clarence's intention to leave the orphanage and live independently, the professor harbored reservations regarding this decision. The revelation that Clarence's choice was influenced by the presence of Voldemort and the Death Eaters elicited a sigh from the professor. "Have the Death Eaters begun to approach you?" he inquired. "Indeed, Professor. Just recently, a senior student from Slytherin invited me to join a student organization called the Knights of Walpurgis." The professor recognized this organization as a precursor to the Death Eaters, understanding that joining it would equate to becoming a recruit for their ranks. "The Knights of Walpurgis, you say? I am aware of this organization. Its members essentially serve as the vanguard for the Death Eaters. I comprehend your desire to leave the orphanage. But are you certain you can care for yourself while living alone?" The professor did not outright decline to assist, yet he was concerned about Clarence's ability to manage on his own. "Do you truly believe that a child from an orphanage cannot even look after himself?" Clarence retorted with a smile. "Very well, I shall assist you, Clarence. Where do you intend to purchase this house?" Clarence articulated his thoughts, expressing a preference for a quaint Muggle town in the vicinity of the school, which would afford him closer proximity to Hogwarts. While he possessed a general idea, the specifics of where to settle remained uncertain, and he hoped the professor could recommend a suitable town, keeping in mind his limited finances and the need for affordability. After deliberation, the professor suggested a town called Pilot, situated conveniently within the Highland region. This particular town was exceptionally well suited for wizards within the Muggle world. His familiarity with Pilot stemmed not from personal residence, but from a friend who lived there. In fact, several wizards resided in that town, making it a semi-congregation of magical folk. Should any issues arise, they would be able to assist one another, which was a further reason for the professor's recommendation. Additionally, the properties in that town were indeed quite economical. Since the professor had so ardently recommended it, Clarence no longer hesitated and promptly made the decision to purchase a home in that quaint little town. However, he inquired with the professor whether it would be permissible to install a Floo network connection and a fireplace in the house. If a wizard so desired, they could indeed arrange for the Floo network to be connected. Additionally, various protective enchantments could be cast upon the house, though this was restricted to wizarding communities. In the Muggle world, one would need to sign a contract with the Ministry of Magic. The crux of the matter was that Pilotry was designated by the Ministry as a semi-wizarding settlement, thus allowing for the application of protective spells on the property without the cumbersome need to seek approval from the Ministry. After further discussion, the two resolved to visit Pilotry soon to acquire a house, and subsequently, they would handle the paperwork to connect to the Floo network. Should they be able to allocate additional funds, they might even enlist the Ministry's specialized personnel to assist with the house's renovations. This way, when summer vacation arrived, Clarence would be ready to move into his new abode without delay. The timing for handling the necessary arrangements was indeed fortuitous. After agreeing upon a schedule with the professor, Clarence took his leave. He merely had to await the appointed time to accompany the professor, while the defense against the dark arts professor needed to request leave from Professor McGonagall. To avoid revealing Clarence's situation, the professor could only cite personal matters as the reason for his absence. Thus, until the agreed-upon time arrived, Clarence traversed the secret passage to the neighboring village of Hogsmeade. Upon meeting the professor, who had come from another location, they chose not to use the fireplace to reach Diagon Alley, but instead employed apparition for their journey. The purpose of visiting Diagon Alley was, of course, to exchange currency. After all, the funds required for Clarence's home in Pilotry were not wizarding galleons, but Muggle money. Once the currency was exchanged, they used the fireplace to arrive at the home of the professor's acquaintance. Through mutual introductions, Clarence became acquainted with a young witch. However, upon discovering her true identity, or rather, her lineage, Clarence was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she was a vampire witch. Louise Kyrat Felicia Carlin. Her original name, prior to becoming a vampire, was simply Louise Kyrat. As for the surnames Felicia and Carlin, they belonged to her current vampire family. According to her own account, before her transformation into a vampire, she had been a witch herself. During a fateful incident that nearly claimed her life, she encountered a member of the Felicia family. Faced with the prospect of death, and fully aware that the only means of salvation lay in becoming a vampire through the act of being turned, Louise nonetheless cried out for help. Thus, having been initially embraced by a member of the Phyllis family, she survived, yet her very essence transformed into that of a vampire. Chapter 63, Acquiring Property and Procedures. As for Karen, a member of the vampire lineage, Louise was able to adopt the surname of Karen due to the close relationship between the Phyllis family member who embraced her and the Karen family, which even bore the name Karen. Vegetarian vampires are those who do not sustain themselves on human blood. Instead, they consume the blood of animals. Hence the designation of vegetarian vampires. This bears resemblance to vegetarians among ordinary humans. While they may not perish from hunger, nutritional deficiencies are inevitable. For vampires, human blood serves as both sustenance and a source of power. Although they may survive on animal blood alone, they will inevitably experience considerable weakness. Crucially, human blood possesses an indescribable allure for vampires. Prolonged abstinence from human blood, while relying solely on animal blood, induces a profound thirst. Vegetarian vampires must not only overcome the challenges of taste and physical frailty, but also contend with an overwhelming thirst that can drive one to madness. Without an unwavering resolve, a vampire cannot become a vegetarian. This is evident in the vampire community, where the total number of vegetarian vampires fails to constitute even 1% of the entire population, highlighting the formidable challenge of embracing vegetarianism. What is most admirable is that vegetarians must continually exercise restraint over their desires. Therefore, Louise willingly chose to bear the surname of Karen. After all, such matters are a mutual selection. Had Louise been unwilling, even the Phyllis family member who embraced her could not have compelled her. After engaging in light conversation with Louise, she led Clarence and the professor to purchase a house. As for venturing out during the day, does Louise, as a vampire, not fear exposure? Indeed, it is merely exposure, not the fear of being scorched by the sun. The vampire species comprises several varieties, and those like Louise do not fear sunlight, garlic, or crucifixes. However, under the sun's rays, their skin reflects light like diamonds, revealing their inhuman nature. Of course, this applies to other vampires of her kind. Louise, however, is distinct. Prior to her transformation into a vampire, she was a sorceress endowed with magical powers. Even after her transformation, she retained her magical abilities. Thus, should she wish to conceal her identity, it is merely a matter of casting a spell. Naturally, she has no concerns about exposing her non-human nature while out in daylight. Furthermore, being a local herself, she possesses extensive knowledge of the town, enabling her to expedite the process of acquiring property and related procedures. It has been demonstrated that when accompanied by an acquaintance, the process of handling matters becomes remarkably simple and swift. This may also be attributed to the town's modest size and sparse population, which naturally welcomes newcomers. Regardless of the reason, it is undeniable that Clarence and the professor expedited their procedures, almost completing them immediately after payment. After touring the house, they bid farewell to Louise, as they needed to attend to the necessary arrangements at the Ministry of Magic for connecting to the Flu network. However, before departing, the two of them cast various protective and concealment spells on their newly acquired residence. As they prepared to visit the Ministry for the Flu network arrangements, the professor consumed a polyjuice potion to disguise his true identity. As for the bodily essence required for the transformation, such as hair, Clarence did not inquire, and the professor showed no inclination to explain, as this was an unspoken understanding between them, requiring no elaboration. Regarding subsequent matters, when the appointed time arrived, They were to receive the ministry's representative responsible for connecting the Flu network at the new house. The professor assured Clarence that he would handle it, so there was no need for Clarence to accompany him. Subsequently, Clarence did not actively seek updates from the professor. Instead, it was the professor who discreetly informed him near the end of term that the house had been renovated and he could move in after the summer vacation. While Clarence eagerly anticipated residing in his new home, he was puzzled as to why the Slytherin upperclassmen had ceased to mention the prospect of joining the Death Eater reserves. Ever since their previous open interaction, where he had been directly invited, the upperclassmen had inexplicably led the entire member of the Wulfric Knights into the Truth Society. What was more perplexing was that during subsequent encounters, he made no further mention of the Death Eater reserves. This behavior left Clarence bewildered, unable to fathom the upperclassmen's intentions. However, he deemed it inappropriate to directly inquire about it, nor did he believe that even if he did, the upperclassmen would provide an honest answer. Ultimately, he could only endure the situation and attempt to ignore him. Naturally, the influence of this individual, along with the presence of those in the Slytherin Academy who had joined the Truth Society, led to Clarence being closely monitored by Dumbledore once again. Although he felt no guilt and sincerely wished to dissociate himself from the Death Eaters and Voldemort, Dumbledore's vigilant scrutiny caused him considerable distress. He contemplated retaliating against the upperclassmen, but struggled to find an appropriate reason or excuse. While it was certainly possible to create an opportunity if he were to target him specifically, before he could take any action, the upperclassmen unexpectedly presented him with a new twist. It remains a mystery how this individual managed to uncover the fact that I was collaborating with Snape in the trade of potions. In light of this revelation, he proposed a partnership, arguing that Snape's selling channels had significantly suppressed prices. The arduous effort put into brewing potions yielded returns that were hardly satisfactory. Thus, collaborating with this individual seemed a more lucrative option. At the very least, he assured me that the partnership would operate on a profit-sharing model. Even if the earnings were modest, they would undoubtedly surpass those from Snape's channels. Moreover, Clarence had more than just potions to sell. His alchemical magical items also held potential for trade. Admittedly, the prospect intrigued Clarence, albeit only slightly. As the other party's affiliation with the Death Eaters cast a shadow of doubt, Clarence was acutely aware that the vessel of the Death Eater faction was destined to sink, regardless of the prophecy or the so-called savior from the original storyline. Even in the absence of such foretellings, the influence of Voldemort and his followers could not endure for long, particularly as they expanded beyond the confines of the British magical community. After all, not long ago, there had been Grindelwald and his followers, so who would wish for Voldemort and his Death Eaters to emerge in succession? Should the global magical community unite, it would be a struggle for Voldemort, let alone for Grindelwald. As for Chapter 64, Cooperation, the implications of this affiliation may not significantly affect the family business. But for Clarence, the ramifications were profound. He had painstakingly cultivated a reputable image, a task not easily accomplished, especially when one must diligently maintain such a persona. Thus, any collaboration with the Death Eaters, even if he himself did not formally join, would inevitably tarnish his reputation. At that moment, the individual likely sensed Clarence's hesitation and expressed understanding of his concerns. He promised to leverage his connections with peers from other pureblood families to establish a new shop, striving to dissociate from both his family and the Death Eater faction. While such an endeavor could hardly evade everyone's notice, it would certainly be manageable to keep it concealed from the majority, and they would take measures to avoid revealing their collaboration with Clarence. This stipulation could be enshrined in a magical contract, providing Clarence with a degree of reassurance. Indeed, Clarence found solace in this arrangement and formally broached the subject of cooperation. The two subsequently deliberated over various conditions and limitations, drafting them onto a blank magical contract in duplicate. The contract would only take effect once the names of all parties involved were inscribed. Clarence did not intend for the partnership to be limited to just himself and the other party. He also planned to involve Snape, Lily, Mia, and others. Naturally, the other side would not be represented solely by this individual either. However, this necessitated that the two of them first communicate with the others. They bypassed the top of the contract where the names of the two initiators were inscribed, namely Clarence and the other party, Arjada Gringlass. After meticulously reviewing the contents and finding no errors, they secured their respective copies of the contract. Once Clarence had stored away his share, he inquired, Arjada, who did you previously intend to have represent us in opening the shop? My thought is to have Rogier, a peer from the French faction, take the lead in establishing the shop. The demand for alchemical magical items in France is substantial, as you are well aware of the renowned alchemist, Nicolas Flamel, who hails from there. We could have Lorda set up a store selling alchemical magical items in France, while here in our own country, we would establish a shop for potions and herbs. I believe that having Lorda at the forefront would deter most from probing further into who might be backing the venture. In truth, Arjada had an unspoken concern. Among those most were individuals including Voldemort. Though her knowledge of Voldemort was limited, Her family had inadvertently mentioned that he was not inclined to confront the saintly forces, at least not at this moment. This consideration indicated her intention to conceal her partnership with Clarence from Voldemort, the leader she envisioned for the future. However, Arjada refrained from voicing this thought directly. Following their agreement, Clarence bid farewell to her and sought out Snape, along with Lily and Mia. When he contacted Snape, he used an owl to arrange a meeting at the Orphanage, where Snape readily acquiesced and inscribed his name on the magical contract. In truth, Snape was aware that the prices for the potions he was selling had been significantly undercut, yet he felt powerless to change the situation. Previously, he had been a nameless first-year wizard, without any familial support, and had only accessed this channel through a connection left by his mother's family. Without that, he would have been unable to find even the discounted procurement options. As previously mentioned, despite knowing he was being underpaid, Snape felt he had no recourse. Unless he was willing to abandon this channel altogether, he had no choice but to endure, and thankfully, the growing renown of Clarence's potions had somewhat elevated the purchase price. Thus, with a partnership now established and a revenue-sharing model in place, alongside the binding magical contract, he had no reason to hesitate and promptly affixed his signature. After bidding farewell to Snape, he sought out Lily and Mia. The two were often seen together during their time at school, so locating one would likely mean the other was nearby as well. Fortune smiled upon him. When he found Lily, Mia happened to be with her, rather than off engaging in some rare separate activity. After discussing the matter of collaboration with the two young women, I inquired about their thoughts on the proposition. To my delight, both of them readily agreed and immediately inscribed their names upon the contract. However, shortly after signing, Mia expressed her desire to partner with Lily in opening a shop, providing a safety net should they find themselves struggling to secure suitable employment after graduation. Due to her background, Lily understood that to thrive in the magical realm post-graduation, she would need to obtain a stable job with a decent salary. The alternative would be to forsake magic altogether and live as a muggle, a choice fraught with challenges, particularly since any use of magic could lead to severe repercussions if discovered by the Ministry of Magic, as it would constitute a breach of international secrecy laws. Mia, unwilling to follow in her father's footsteps by working at the ministry, nor to emulate her mother by locking away her wand and dedicating herself solely to commerce in the muggle world, faced similar dilemmas. Thus, upon hearing Clarence's proposal for collaboration, she was eager to partner with Lily in establishing a shop as a fallback plan for survival within the magical community. This notion was met with immediate approval from Lily. Consequently, when confronted with the pleading eyes of the two young women, Clarence could only sigh and concede, "Very well. I shall allocate some of the alchemical products I create for your sale." His willingness to assist these girls stemmed not only from their friendship, but also from ulterior motives, specifically, to cultivate a legitimate source of income for himself. Both Lily and Mia possessed impeccable reputations, which would lend credibility to their joint venture in selling alchemical goods, thereby creating the impression that all of his income was derived from this legitimate enterprise. After all, his dealings with Arjada were clandestine, necessitating a plausible justification for the origins of his wealth. Initially, he had envisioned making his mark as a master potion maker, selling high-quality potions for substantial returns. Indeed, professions such as potion masters and alchemists were typically associated with considerable wealth, barring novice apprentices. Thus, no one would question the legitimacy of their financial sources. In fact, it could be argued that individuals in such vocations would be less likely to engage in illicit activities for monetary gain, as the prospect of earning substantial income through legitimate means was readily available. Prior to this, Clarence had aspired to establish himself as a master potion maker or alchemist. However, these two professions do not possess any so-called certificates, nor are they reliant on examinations. Rather, they depend on one's achievements and reputation. Only through sufficient renown can one attain the title of master. Indeed, it is only with considerable fame that one's creations can command high prices. In other words, without recognition, one cannot earn substantial income. Only after achieving prominence can one sell their work for a handsome sum. Although Clarence has garnered some fame, it is primarily from his prowess in dueling competitions. Therefore, he contemplates collaborating with Lily and Mia by investing in their store to navigate the initial phase. In truth, these two paths do not conflict. Rather, they merely represent an additional legitimate source of income, which is advantageous for Clarence. After bidding farewell to the two young ladies, Clarence sought out some close friends, the majority of whom were students from Ravenclaw. After all, they all belonged to the same house and resided in the same dormitory, which naturally fostered close relationships. Clarence acted swiftly, quickly finding numerous friends willing to collaborate, all of whom eagerly signed the contract. As for why he sought so many collaborators, it was evident that even with the assistance of his real avatars, he could not produce enough alchemical goods in a single day, merely through potion brewing and item creation, to supply even one store, let alone the two he aimed to establish, one of which was to be international in scope. Thus, he required collaborators to ensure a sufficient supply of goods. Clarence's pace was swift, and Algida was not lagging behind. That very evening, she activated her portion of the contract. Once Clarence inscribed his name at the bottom of the agreement, the magical contract was officially established, and the parchment, serving as its vessel, dissolved into shimmering particles that vanished into the air. Following the formalization of the contract, all who had signed experienced a peculiar sensation, as if bound by some unseen force. After the contract was established, Clarence did not allow himself to rest. Instead, he prepared to concoct a batch of alchemical items. This particular batch was not intended for sale, but rather aimed at assigning tasks to his partners, such as cultivating or procuring materials for potions, as well as brewing various elixirs. It would also serve as a means of communication with Algida. Hence, he intended to create a set of alchemical items specifically for mutual correspondence. Additionally, he needed to consider the logistics of transporting both raw materials and finished products. Without a clear plan or direction, any ideas he might have would be hindered by technical limitations, rendering them unfeasible for production. After a meticulous design process, Clarence proceeded to source materials and create the final product, which he named the Black Mirror Pendant Box. Indeed, it is a pendant box, its exterior as dark as ink. Yet upon closer inspection, one can discern that it is intricately engraved with ancient runes. This embellishment bestows an air of mystique upon the otherwise somber box. Inside, Clarence employed alchemy in conjunction with seamless expansion magic to forge a vast internal space, with entrances that could automatically enlarge or contract. Consequently, not only could various items be stored and retrieved with ease, but even a person could enter. Within this expansive interior lies a large disappearing cabinet, its effects intricately linked to a small black mirror embedded in the lid. This mirror, crafted using double-sided technology, allows for communication with various targets. Thus, the Black Mirror Pendant Box is a multifunctional alchemical magical artifact designed by Clarence, intended to facilitate communication, storage, cultivation, and transportation of raw materials as well as finished products among his partners. After creating a prototype, Clarence tested it and found it quite satisfactory, particularly appreciating the ample internal space, which, if thoughtfully arranged, could accommodate not only the cultivation of herbs and the breeding of fantastical creatures, but could even serve as a comfortable abode. Having been pleased with the results of his prototype, Clarence proceeded to produce them in larger quantities, primarily for the benefit of his partners, as there was little demand from the Algida side. After all, his collaborators were few. Not every pureblood family had contemporaries willing to engage in partnership with him. Consequently, his circle was relatively limited, particularly in comparison to his own. Initially, the production process was time-consuming. However, as he became more adept with each iteration, the pace naturally quickened. Nevertheless, it still took several hours for his genuine avatars to create a sufficient number of Black Mirror Pendant Boxes. This was not a significant concern, as his original self had already retired for the night. Upon awakening the following morning, he discovered more than 30 palm-sized boxes neatly arranged on his desk. With a wave of his wand, he dispelled the avatar magic, rubbing his temples to alleviate the headache induced by the sudden influx of memories. He proceeded to freshen up and put his personal affairs in order. He then placed all the boxes into his small wallet and made his way to the Orphanage. As he instructed the owls to deliver the boxes, Clarence specifically requested that they be sent to the recipients' dormitories. With their innate skills and a touch of good rapport, the owls complied readily. Had it been a different person, they might not have been so accommodating. This individual, along with their master, ventured forth after delivering the items, while Clarence sauntered to the hall for breakfast. The local cuisine, occasionally substituted in, offered a unique charm. Chapter 66. A new home. Without delving into Clarence's delightful enjoyment of the local breakfast, let us turn our attention to his partners, including Algida. Upon receiving the unexpected delivery from the owl early in the morning, they felt rather perplexed. Some even presumed it was a gift from their own families, despite the owl's unfamiliar appearance. However, upon opening the box and extracting the Black Mirror pendant and its accompanying instructions, they soon discerned the source of the gift. Once they understood who the sender was, their initial skepticism regarding the pendant's functionalities dissipated entirely. They recognized that, given Clarence's alchemical prowess, he was indeed capable of crafting such an item. Eager to experiment with the pendant, they wasted no time. Some daring individuals even ventured inside the pendant's internal space. Before the first tester entered the pendant's interior, others had already experimented with the black mirror on the lid, targeting Clarence for their communications. Consequently, while Clarence was enjoying his meal, he felt the pendant grow warm. Naturally, communication within the hall was impractical, especially with Professor Dumbledore also partaking in breakfast. Thus, Clarence resorted to a special frequency, rubbing the pendant with his fingers. Upon completing this action, a message promptly appeared on the black mirror, indicating an urgent matter that rendered communication inconvenient. Since Clarence was currently unavailable, they sought to contact someone else more accessible. For instance, Lily and Mia, despite residing in the same dormitory, chose to communicate through the black mirror. Fortunately, their roommates had left for breakfast. Otherwise, any observer would surely question their sanity upon witnessing them engaged in conversation without facing each other, fixated instead on a pendant. Once their initial excitement waned, they returned to normalcy, carefully stowing away the pendant, which, imbued with magic, would not be lost, though they preferred to wear it. In the days that followed, they utilized the black mirror pendant to communicate, even exchanging raw materials and finished products clandestinely, embarking on a covert collaboration. Time passed swiftly amidst Clarence and his friends' secretive endeavors, leading to the end of term, specifically early June 1974, when the school conducted its final examinations. As the end of term approached, the Truth Society established by Clarence welcomed an influx of students, primarily eager to refine their skills, seeking Clarence's guidance on various queries and even requesting tips on spellcasting techniques. And what of the examination results? It goes without saying that Clarence remains the top student in his entire grade. However, this time, Lily has managed to catch up and now shares the first position with him. Yet, both teachers and students comprehend that this tie for first place is merely a reflection of the limited total scores available, and does not imply that Clarence is incapable of achieving higher marks. He seems to approach his studies with remarkable ease and leisure. In fact, some have even observed him fishing by the Black Lake the afternoon before the exam. Thus, the disparity between the two is already quite evident. While on the train, before James Potter and his gang could find him, Clarence took the opportunity to discuss his recent move with Snape and the others, inviting them to join him until the end of summer. Snape and his companions agreed to wait for Clarence to come and collect them. Just as they finalized their plans, James Potter's group arrived, stubbornly lingering in their compartment until they were picked up by their parents, finally granting Clarence a moment of peace. This relentless pursuit by Potter has left Clarence somewhat concerned about the future of that so-called savior, pondering whether he would ever truly come into existence. After bidding farewell to Snape and the others, Clarence adhered to his usual routine of teleporting to Diagon Alley before heading to Gringotts to exchange currency. As for himself, he purchased some red wine, tea leaves, and sweets in Diagon Alley, and later procured similar items from a Muggle shopping center. These were intended as gifts for the neighbors surrounding his new home, especially for the few wizards residing in the same town. He also needed to prepare a gift for Louise, who had assisted him during the process of buying the house and handling various formalities with the professor. As for the gift for Louise, it consisted of a large box of blood chocolates, specifically made from animal blood. He had requested the shopkeeper to prepare them on site, as blood chocolates or candies are indeed crafted for special clientele. It is worth noting that Louise is also a vegetarian vampire, as her surname, Cullen, suggests, and she must adhere to the dietary practices of the Cullen family. Once he completed his shopping for gifts and packaging, Clarence sought a secluded spot to stow away the multitude of items into his small wallet before utilizing apparition to directly transport himself to his new home. Instead of hastily delivering gifts to the neighbors, he opted to first explore his new residence, curious to see how it had been decorated. After a thorough inspection, he found himself relatively pleased with the overall aesthetic of the house. However, he was somewhat perplexed regarding the design of his bedroom. Although it was decorated in a cozy manner, he couldn't help but feel it leaned a bit too much towards a feminine sensibility. With pink walls, an invitingly soft bed, and pink bedding, the most embarrassing aspect was the adorably designed wardrobe, which seemed to exist in an entirely different realm compared to the rest of the house. Did the professor truly perceive himself as a young girl? With an impassive expression, he exited the bedroom, refreshed himself, donned a more conventional outfit, and proceeded to visit the neighboring households bearing gifts. Throughout the visitation, no unexpected occurrences transpired. As for the neighbors, did they not find it peculiar that a child like him was making calls? This query was deftly sidestepped with a casual excuse. Upon visiting the few wizards, the conversations became notably more engaging. At the very least, their demeanor was far more welcoming than that of the ordinary neighbors. They exhibited genuine enthusiasm, particularly upon learning that Clarence was still enrolled at Hogwarts. Indeed, the wizards residing in the town were all alumni of Hogwarts, including Louise before her transformation into a vampire. After all, there is but a single magical institution in the entirety of Yang Country. Interestingly, apart from Louise, who graduated from Gryffindor, the others hailed from either Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, which accounted for their warm reception. Additionally, it is possible that Clarence's burgeoning reputation within the magical community of Yang Country contributed to their cordiality. Not all of these wizards lived solitary lives. Some had even established families and welcomed children. Regrettably, the offspring of those two families were merely 2 or 3 years old, far from the age of attending Hogwarts. However, they were enrolled in the local kindergarten. When Clarence arrived, the children were at school, thus they did not meet. Upon finally visiting Louise's home, she expressed genuine surprise at the gift Clarence had brought. She was delighted to once again behold the familiar candies and packaging that were unique to the magical realm. Yet she had no intention of indulging. For a vampire, even sweets fail to impart any flavor. Rather, they could provoke discomfort due to the inability to digest them. Observing Louise gazing nostalgically at the large box of chocolates without any intention of sampling them, Clarence quickly grasped the situation. He explained that the box of chocolates had been crafted on-site using animal blood. While it might not align perfectly with a vampire's palate, it should still offer a hint of flavor. Upon hearing this, Louise's interest was piqued. She promptly unwrapped the box and sampled the chocolate. Surprisingly, after the infusion of blood, she could indeed discern some flavor, albeit merely the taste of the animal blood used in the creation, rather than that of the chocolate itself. However, seeing Clarence's eager expression, Louise felt reluctant to voice her thoughts directly. She opted instead to feign delight, recognizing the goodwill behind his gesture. Moreover, she was disinclined to witness disappointment mar the lovely features of Clarence's youthful visage. Though it may seem peculiar, one must admit that upon first encountering Clarence, Louise felt an immediate affinity towards him and genuinely wished to draw closer to him. It appears that the charm accompanying Clarence's abilities can even influence a vampire, although he remains oblivious to this fact for the time being. Subsequently, after engaging in light conversation with Louise, Clarence took his leave. He is not merely a child. The experiences garnered from 2 lifetimes have endowed him with a certain perceptiveness, allowing him to discern Louise's insincere remarks following her tasting of the blood chocolate he had presented. It is merely a reflection of her reluctance to openly express her true feelings due to his thoughtful gift. However, this does not imply that Clarence is unaware of her sentiments. Even if he does perceive them, he finds himself powerless to enable the vampire to appreciate flavors beyond blood. Thus he feigns ignorance. As he walked partway down the street, he noticed a supermarket and was reminded that his new home lacked provisions, making it an opportune moment to procure some supplies. In the ensuing days, he busied himself with arranging his new abode until the appointed time with Snape, Lily, and Mia arrived, prompting him to apparate to fetch them. Snape, or rather Lily and Mia, had long anticipated visiting Clarence's new residence, and upon arrival, they eagerly began to explore their surroundings. Regarding the matter of accommodations, Clarence generously relinquished the pink room to the 2 young girls, opting instead to share the guest room with Snape. In truth, the change of residence did not significantly affect their dynamic. They continued their studies and leisure activities as usual. Only when boredom struck would they venture to nearby picturesque locales for picnics, leading to a most joyous existence. For Lily and Mia, perhaps the absence of adult supervision contributed to their sense of freedom and happiness. Thus, a month passed in this manner. One afternoon, a month later, as Clarence was enjoying lunch with Snape and the girls, he received a letter from Madame Pomfrey. The contents of the letter indicated that she would be taking Clarence to participate in the qualification examination for healers. This matter had been discussed prior to the break. Yet due to Clarence's unique circumstances, Madame Pomfrey was uncertain whether St. Mungo's Hospital would permit him to take the exam, considering his age and lack of formal training. Consequently, Clarence was advised to await further news at home, while Madame Pomfrey would leverage her connections to see if an exception could be made for him. Once she received definitive information, she would notify him. The letter from Madame Pomfrey conveyed the good news that he was indeed permitted to take the exam, along with details regarding the time and location of the examination. Certainly, it would be impossible for him to venture there alone, even if he managed to arrive. Entry into the examination hall would be barred. Therefore, it was imperative that he accompany Madame Pomfrey. After securing the correspondence, he lifted his gaze to find 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Clarence could only explain the situation regarding the therapist examination with a sense of resignation, having refrained from mentioning it earlier due to uncertainty about his eligibility to participate. Are young wizards of your age permitted to take the therapist examination? Severus inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. The reason I haven't mentioned this until now is precisely because Madame Pomfrey was also uncertain, Clarence replied with a sigh. How long does such an examination last? Lily asked with curiosity. It spans an entire day. The morning is dedicated to theoretical knowledge, the afternoon to practical skills, and the evening will focus on emergency care. Results will be dispatched by OWL 2 weeks later, along with a license certificate if one passes. And the specific timing? Mia interjected. Also, Clarence, shouldn't you take this opportunity to review? The examination is set for the morning 3 days hence, and as for reviewing, it's not necessary. Chapter 68, The Youngest Therapist. Mia and Severus exchanged glances, left speechless by Clarence's unwavering confidence in his lack of need for preparation. Lily, however, reminisced about the fervent studying she undertook before her third-year finals, which enabled her to tie for first place alongside Clarence. Yet, she had to exert herself to achieve such results, while Clarence seemed to navigate through effortlessly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the day of the therapist examination at St. Mungo's Hospital arrived. Clarence rose early, prepared meals, and placed them in the kitchen, employing magic to keep them warm, before operating directly to the designated meeting point with Madame Pomfrey. Under her guidance, he proceeded to the examination venue, where both the examiners and fellow candidates regarded him with curiosity. Upon learning that this seemingly school-age child was to partake in the examination, many were nearly rendered speechless. With some time remaining before the examination commenced, individuals approached Clarence to inquire how someone of his tender age came to participate in the therapist examination. Although their primary question was whether St. Mungo's would indeed allow a wizard of his age to take the test, they refrained from voicing this inquiry in the presence of the examiners. In truth, he had been engaged with healing magic for nearly 3 years, a period that could certainly be regarded as specialized training. Coupled with his evident talent in the field of healing magic, Clarence's participation in the therapist examination at such a young age was, in essence, quite justifiable. On the surface, there appeared to be no issues. However, others could not help but feel a twinge of disbelief that someone so young had come to take the examination. It evoked a sense of wonder about whether their own years had dwindled to mere insignificance. Soon enough, the theoretical examination commenced, consuming the entire morning with various theoretical assessments. After all, the field of healing encompasses numerous domains, and the foundation of healing magic requires no elaboration. Subjects such as potion making and herbology also necessitate corresponding theoretical examinations. Following the intense practical assessments in the afternoon, it was time for dinner. By the conclusion of the emergency examination, the hour was nearing midnight. After listening to Clarence recount the content of the examinations, even Snape could not help but shudder. The breadth of subjects tested was rather extensive. Coupled with the challenging simulated emergency scenarios, it was no wonder that the profession of healer was so scarce. This vocation not only demanded theoretical knowledge and practical skills, but also required formidable psychological resilience, stress management, and a measure of luck. However, this was the case for ordinary wizards. Clarence's situation was entirely different. Thus, half a month passed in serene tranquility. One morning, a fortnight later, Clarence's report card and healer's license were sent together by St. Mungo's. Snape and his companions regarded the certificates with great curiosity. Meanwhile, Clarence focused on a note tucked within the report card, which contained a private invitation from the head of St. Mungo's, inviting him to join their staff upon his graduation from Hogwarts. What does the note say? Snape inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's a private invitation from the head of St. Mungo's, inviting me to work there after I graduate from Hogwarts, Clarence explained. That seems quite normal. Mia replied with a sense of inevitability. After all, Clarence, you have already passed the examination at such a young age and officially become a healer. It is only natural that St. Mungo's would hold you in high regard. Her words were met with agreement from Snape and Lily. Subsequently, in celebration of his newly attained status as an official healer, Clarence resolved to prepare a grand feast for the 4 of them, and they ventured to a nearby supermarket for supplies. However, unbeknownst to them, including Clarence himself, news of his remarkable achievement, successfully passing the healer's examination at such a tender age, had somehow leaked out. It even made its way into the newspapers, bringing the attention of the entire wizarding community in the United Kingdom, sparking renewed discussions. Some even hailed him as the youngest healer in history, without exception. As for Clarence and his companions, it was only through the initiative of several wizards in the town who came to extend their congratulations that he became aware of the complete exposure of his status as a certified healer. This revelation made Clarence acutely aware of the fervor and heated discussions his presence had incited within the magical community of the Ing Kingdom. Subsequently, he received congratulatory letters from professors and friends at school, including a special note from his collaborator, Algeta, which also contained other news. What was this other news? It was the announcement that the shop in France had officially commenced operations. All the alchemical items Clarence had provided were successfully delivered to Lorda. Lorda also reached out to express that business was exceptionally thriving and requested another batch of alchemical products. Furthermore, she mentioned that once the shop in France stabilized, plans would be made to establish a potion shop in the Ing Kingdom. Chapter 69. The start of 4th year Clarence shared this delightful news with Snape and the others. As collaborators, they too would benefit from the profits generated by Lorda's shop in France. Although Snape and his companions could currently contribute only in the realms of potions and herbs, it was expected that their share would pertain solely to the profits from potion sales. Thus, it seemed they would not partake in the profits derived from the sale of alchemical items. However, this was not entirely the case. After their collaboration was established, Clarence entrusted all the raw materials for creating alchemical products to these partners. Consequently, they too would receive a portion of the profits once the finished products were sold, albeit the amount would depend on the value of the raw materials they provided. The more precious the materials they supplied to Clarence, the greater their share of the profits. In truth, regardless of how rare and valuable the raw materials were, they paled in comparison to the value of the finished products. As the creator, Clarence naturally commanded the lion's share of the profits. Upon learning this news, Snape and his 2 companions were understandably elated, and upon a brief calculation, they realized the extent of their shares. With the profits from the raw materials combined with those from potion and herb sales, the 3 of them found their earnings to be quite substantial. The result was that Lily and Mia, the two young ladies, spent an entire day beaming with joy, their smiles unyielding. Soon after, the girls conspired together, declaring their intention to save money to open a shop in Diagon Alley. Aside from the excitement generated by the profit-sharing, the remainder of the holiday passed in tranquility. However, it was only Snape and his companions who experienced this calm. As for Clarence, while he continued his studies and guided Lily and the others, he also created several real avatars to delve into the research of his envisioned elemental magic project. Although Snape and his companions shared a keen interest in the subject, their current level of understanding rendered them incapable of even comprehending the material, let alone participating in it, ultimately leading to their abandonment of the endeavor. Nevertheless, even with several authentic avatars engaged in research, progress remained elusive until the onset of the school year. Clarence found himself ensnared at this juncture, unable to delve deeper into his studies. Without addressing this issue, his theoretical aspirations would merely amount to folly. When he shifted his perspective, intending to approach the problem from a different angle, he made a significant discovery. Clarence realized that while he had been preoccupied with the notion of creating elements identical to those found in nature, he had entirely overlooked the fundamental question: how could he manufacture something without a thorough understanding of its essence? With this revelation, he promptly redirected his research focus towards the intrinsic nature of these elements. Upon this change of direction, Clarence experienced some newfound progress, albeit accompanied by fresh challenges. He sought out specialized instruments from various unique locations to aid his research. However, the results yielded little substantial benefit to his studies. While not entirely useless, they offered minimal assistance. Consequently, he was compelled to seek external help, reaching out to the professors at his school for consultation. "Professor, what kind of magic is this?" Clarence eagerly inquired. "Meditation technique." "Meditation technique?" "Yes, indeed. You may have heard of it. After all, Muggles have a method for physical exercise known as yoga, which incorporates a form of meditation." However, Professor Flitwick continued before Clarence could respond. "Muggles, lacking magical abilities, cannot discover much beyond its capacity to relax the mind. In contrast, we wizards can utilize meditation to observe magical energies, thus enabling us to study the elements." After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation of the meditation technique, Clarence, noticing an unactivated skill on his system panel, asked, "Professor, is the practice of this meditation technique solely for observation, or does it possess other functionalities?" "Other functionalities? Well, it appears there is indeed a capacity to enhance a wizard's mental acuity, albeit the effect is exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible. Moreover, according to a friend of mine, if one does not engage in regular meditation practice, this enhancement is merely temporary and will swiftly fade away. Beyond that, there is nothing else." Clarence glanced at the unactivated skill on his system panel, particularly the points required for activation, and remarked with a peculiar tone, "Is that truly the extent of its effects?" Freelove nodded, stating that his friend had maintained this meditation practice for over 60 years, lending credibility to his assertions. After all, if it were so simple, the new skill on the system panel, requiring a staggering 100 simplification points to activate at Chapter 70, would not demand such a high cost. Although Clarence was unaware of the specific capabilities of this meditation technique, the glaring requirement of 100 simplification points was sufficient evidence of its complexity. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary points, falling short by 40, thus hindering immediate activation. Nonetheless, his heart brimmed with anticipation for the potential effects this skill might yield once activated with the required points. 40 points were merely a matter of days' efforts to accumulate. During the summer, while instructing Lily and her companions, he had accrued 30 points over 3 months, complemented by the daily base point granted by the system, totaling 60 simplification points. Consequently, in the few days since school resumed, Clarence dispatched numerous authentic avatars, while they adhered to his meticulously crafted study regimen. 2 were dedicated solely to amassing simplification points. Before long, he had gathered the requisite 40 points. Unable to contain his excitement, Clarence activated the meditation skill. In that instant, he distinctly felt a transformation within his spirit and magical essence. His mind, along with the ethereal intellects birthed by the skill, became markedly clearer, and the speed at which he processed information accelerated. This profound change in his mental state seemed to penetrate deep into his very soul, a sensation both wondrous and perplexing, leaving him questioning how he could discern that his mental shift had delved into the realm of the soul. However, upon reviewing the skill's description, Clarence realized his intuition was not mistaken. The skill indeed encompassed the domain of the soul. The practice of the meditation skill required a state of mental emptiness to garner experience points. Its effects were twofold. Not only did it allow for observation, but it also enhanced one's soul strength. He surmised that upon upgrading, both capabilities would expand. Observation could become more profound, even reaching the very essence of things, while the enhancement of soul strength would likely increase correspondingly, and most probably in a fixed manner. Indeed, It was the amplification of soul power rather than the enhancement of mental prowess as suggested by Professor Freelev's friend. Yet, it would not be entirely incorrect to assert a connection to mental strength, for what wizards refer to as mental power is intrinsically linked to the soul and magical essence. Thus, the power of the soul has been augmented, consequently influencing both mental and magical energies. This explains why Professor Flywise's acquaintance remarked upon a slight enhancement in mental strength. However, Clarence is perplexed. Logically, if the power of the soul is indeed increased, such an augmentation should not be temporary, rendering the notion of a potential decline implausible. Moreover, Flywise's friend only mentioned the enhancement of mental strength, leaving the status of magical power unaddressed. It is conceivable that some changes may have occurred, yet the individual may not have been cognizant of the subtle shifts in their magical energy. This indicates that changes in the soul can indeed affect both mental and magical powers, albeit the degree of influence may vary significantly. If one were to quantify these three aspects, an increase of 1 unit in soul power might correspond to a mere increase of 0.1 or even 0.01 in both mental and magical energies. Furthermore, the increments in mental and magical powers need not be identical. Hence, Clarence speculates that Flywise's associate may have failed to notice any alterations in their magical energy, or whether such changes stem from the meditative practice. It becomes evident that the introduction regarding soul power emphasizes an increase rather than an enhancement. Clarence feels he may have grasped why Flywise's friend stated that the enhancement of mental strength could also falter. If he is not mistaken, the meditative technique indeed possesses the effect of augmenting soul power, but this effect is likely to be exceedingly subtle, so subtle, in fact, that the increase in soul power is outpaced by its depletion. Indeed, the soul can also undergo attrition, much like the human body ages, though the rate of soul depletion is markedly slower than physical aging. As for whether the complete exhaustion of the soul leads to death, Clarence is uncertain, as he has not conducted research in this area. However, drawing from the memories of 2 lifetimes regarding the realm of the soul, it seems that the concept of death does not apply to the soul. Rather, depletion may pertain solely to information that is tethered to its core essence. According to the theory of reincarnation from his previous life, upon death, the soul traverses to a certain realm, where information is purged, leaving only the core essence, which then undergoes rebirth, integrating new information in the process. Thus, the so-called death of the soul merely signifies the erasure of information attached to its core, whether through depletion or forceful deletion. If one contemplates this perspective, the meager power added through meditation is insufficient to counterbalance the soul's inherent attrition, rendering it seemingly ineffective. This clarification makes perfect sense. Naturally, individual utilization of the meditative technique varies, which will also influence the extent of power added to the soul. For instance, Professor Freevy's acquaintance likely possesses a greater propensity for the utilization of meditation techniques than the average wizard, albeit only marginally so. One might also assert that during his practice of meditation, he manages to augment his soul's strength just enough to barely outpace the rate of its natural depletion, though this surplus is quite limited. Thus, he becomes acutely aware of the transformative effects on his spirit, which in turn influences his mental fortitude. This explains why he asserts that the enhancement of his mental power through meditation is rendered ineffective upon ceasing the practice. Of course, this is merely Clarence's conjecture. The precise reality remains elusive. Nevertheless, owing to the existence of a simplified system, his experience markedly diverges from that of an ordinary individual. With the system's aid, he may have achieved a near-total efficiency in his meditation practice, reaping substantial increases in soul power with each session. Chapter 71. Elements and magic power. Shaking his head to dispel these chaotic musings, Clarence reminded himself of the true purpose behind his study of meditation. Consequently, he promptly adhered to Professor Freevy's guidance and began his meditative practice, focusing on the observation of elements. Perhaps due to the meditation technique having been streamlined into a skill, Clarence found that as soon as he closed his eyes and engaged his thoughts, he entered a state reminiscent of deep meditation. He was even able to perceive himself and the external world from an entirely new and remarkably peculiar perspective. In this novel viewpoint, his essence emanated a hue that he could not quite articulate, a color he instinctively recognized yet seemed to have forgotten, an elusive sensation that he could not grasp. Shifting his focus outward, he observed a landscape shrouded in shades of black and gray, murky and indistinct, with the only source of illumination being scattered points of azure light. With a flicker of intent, he drew his gaze toward the nearest azure light, and as he approached, although he could not discern the exact nature of the light's source, an intangible sense informed him that it was an element, specifically, the element of air, or perhaps one might say, the element of wind. Upon recognizing this light as the air element, Clarence understood why only this particular element resided within his dormitory. The 4 houses of Hogwarts represent the 4 classical elements. Gryffindor embodies fire, Slytherin is associated with water, Hufflepuff signifies earth, and Ravenclaw represents air, or more accurately, wind. As the common room of Ravenclaw, it naturally belongs to the domain of the air element, devoid of any other elemental presence. With this realization, Clarence continued to exert his will to draw his perspective closer, eager to delve into the very essence of the air element for further observation. Having successfully entered the ethereal azure light, Clarence soon discovered that the interior of this luminous sphere was composed of myriad smaller azure points. This revelation astonished him. Could these elemental gases truly congregate in such a manner? Given that the singular azure point exhibited such a structure, Clarence felt compelled to continue his scrutiny of the smaller light sources within, endeavoring to draw closer to penetrate their depths for observation. However, this time, he was unable to breach the interior, as if thwarted by an unseen barrier. Nevertheless, he did not emerge empty-handed. At the moment of contact with the light, it imparted to him fragments of information regarding the properties of these gaseous elements. With this newfound knowledge, Clarence could distinctly sense an inexplicable connection between himself and the elemental gases. This bond rendered the gases more amicable towards him, akin to the peculiar sensation of encountering kindred spirits. Though he remained uncertain about the significance of this information and the warmth exhibited by the elemental gases, Clarence did not rush to ponder the implications. He understood that any transformation within himself would inevitably reflect upon the simplification system. Thus, whether this connection bore any true significance or was merely a figment of his imagination could be verified once he concluded his meditation and consulted the system panel. Finding himself unable to delve further into the elemental gases, Clarence resolved to suspend his observations, preferring instead to await the enhancement of his meditation skills before pursuing further investigation. He was unsure why he could not penetrate the depths of the elemental gas. Yet he could circumvent this dilemma by relying on the abilities granted by the skill upgrade to forcibly enter and observe. As for the reasons behind the obstruction, such inquiries could be deferred for future exploration. There was no need to stubbornly dwell on this issue at present. While he chose not to continue observing the elements, Clarence was determined to maintain his meditative state to examine his own condition. Drawing closer in perspective and encountering that peculiar hue, he felt a profound sense that this essence was indeed his own magical power. Could this truly be his magic? Indeed, it was a connection that could link all things. This notion bewildered Clarence, leaving him puzzled as to why his magical essence would embody such a concept. Yet upon further reflection, he found this idea to be quite logical. The workings of the world adhere to certain laws, and wizards possess the ability to manipulate these laws through magic. The essence of magic, in turn, is the application of one's own magical powers, empowering wizards to alter reality through their own volition. However, upon deeper contemplation, he questioned how a mere fraction of a wizard's magic could possibly compare to the vastness of the entire world. It is thus improbable to solely rely on magical power to manipulate the laws that govern reality. The understanding of this phenomenon becomes quite clear, since magic can connect everything. It naturally has the ability to link with the world's principles. Once connected, it can utilize the expenditure of magical power as a cost to shift these laws, thereby transforming reality. This so-called cost aligns with the foundational principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy. The greater the amount of magical power possessed by a wizard, the more potent their ability to alter and manipulate reality. Consequently, the relationship between magical energy and sorcery in effecting change in reality becomes coherent. Upon grasping this concept, Clarence ceased his observations and exited his meditative state, concluding his initial session of contemplation. The first action upon reopening his eyes was to access the skill panel, where he discovered two new skills, both in an inactive state. One was labeled magic and the other element. Upon seeing these skills, Clarence immediately deduced that during his recent meditation, he had engaged with the air element and his own magical essence, which led to the emergence of these two skills within the system. However, upon noticing the substantial cost of simplification points required to activate these skills, Clarence's expression darkened. It required a staggering 400 simplification points, 200 for each skill. This felt akin to robbery. Activating a single meditation skill had already depleted all his simplification points. At this rate, he couldn't even gather a mere 10 points, let alone 400. Chapter 72. Solutions. The most critical point lies in the fact that Clarence has reached the limit of acquiring simplification points through his position at Hogwarts. As a teaching assistant, along with his tutoring duties for the Truth Society and occasional assistance to others with inquiries, he could accumulate only a little over 100 simplification points in an entire semester, sometimes even falling short of 100 points. It is likely that by the time he graduates, he will not have amassed enough points to activate both skills. Therefore, during his time at school, he could at most activate one skill. If he wished to activate both, he could not solely rely on Hogwarts for simplification points. He needed to devise alternative methods. After some contemplation, Clarence turned his attention toward publications. By publishing certain papers, he could sporadically earn simplification points. Although the amounts were minimal, as long as people continued to read and comprehend his work, he could potentially obtain more points. However, this method proved to be too slow, and not all wizards would be interested in purely academic papers. Thus, Clarence's idea was to also produce more entertaining works, not merely scholarly articles, but rather stories and novels. Such creations would undoubtedly possess greater allure than purely academic writings. The most significant point lies in the fact that once one has perused and comprehended the content of a thesis, who would be inclined to revisit it a second or third time? In contrast, novels possess a distinct allure. Should the narrative be sufficiently captivating and enthralling, it is quite common for readers to indulge in multiple readings, perhaps even 3 or 4 times. Not to mention certain exceptional works that, once they pique one's interest, are revisited for further contemplation. However, considering one's reputation, it is advisable not to pen such novels. Reflect on the character Gilderoy Lockhart from the original work. Merely by appropriating the memories of others and authoring a few novels, he garnered a legion of fervent admirers. Remarkably, those very novels were included in Hogwarts curriculum, prompting students to purchase them. While this may have been a stipulation proposed by Lockhart himself, it nonetheless illustrates the magnetic appeal of storytelling within the Wizarding world and the vast market it commands. Nonetheless, although Clarence has made this decision, he must still conduct an experiment to ascertain whether a fabricated story can also yield simplified points. The outcome of this experiment will influence the thematic direction of his own narrative. In accordance with Clarence's aspirations, he naturally hopes to see that an invented tale can indeed garner simplified points, for crafting a narrative solely from imagination is relatively straightforward. Even in moments of creative block, his memories from a past life are replete with numerous novels of various genres, allowing him to draw inspiration directly from them. However, should the concocted narrative falter, it would present a conundrum, necessitating the infusion of academic knowledge into the story's fabric. With this thought in mind, Clarence promptly rose to his desk, retrieved paper and quill, and commenced writing. The first task was to title his novel, in a bid to ensure that his debut work would captivate a broader audience. He directly appropriated the title of a classic Western fantasy novel he had encountered in his previous life, naming it Magic Continent. After a round of revisions, he meticulously bound the pages in order. Subsequently, he sought out a well-acquainted second-year student, intending to utilize him for an experimental reading to gauge the potential acquisition of simplified points. For these young wizards, stories hold far greater allure than textbooks, and it was not long before the student became engrossed, to the extent that Clarence himself was overlooked. As the student began to read, Clarence monitored his system, and indeed, simplified points began to accrue, albeit sporadically, yet the amounts steadily increased. From an initial tally of 1 or 2 points, it escalated to 5 or 6, ultimately soaring into double digits. By the time the student finished reading, Clarence had amassed over 40 simplified points. His delightful visage was nearly transformed into that of a beaming cat. However, in pursuit of more detailed results, Clarence asked the second-year student to read it once more, using the pretext of seeking assistance in identifying any areas that might require modification. Upon the second viewing, the other party appeared less engrossed than before, resulting in Clarence obtaining a simplified score, albeit not as substantial as the previous one, amounting to merely over 20 points. Consequently, there was no further need for experimentation, as this outcome sufficiently satisfied Clarence. Moreover, human memory is inherently fallible and continuously subjected to new information, which leads to the gradual obscuring of past recollections. Thus, revisiting this narrative at a later time would likely yield a considerable number of simplified points once more. The other party's intent in detaining him was to inquire whether there were any subsequent developments in the story. However, Clarence had yet to pen those details, unable to provide any continuation, only promising to share it once it was completed. He also intended to submit this novel to a publishing house, with plans for it to be formally sold in due course. As he departed the lounge, en route to the Orphanage, it suddenly occurred to him that rather than submitting his manuscript to an external magazine, it would be more prudent to consult Algida to see if any of their family enterprises included a magazine. After all, it is said that one should not let the benefits flow to outsiders. The most crucial aspect was that even if Algida's family took a commission, it would likely be minimal, given their familiarity. Once the owl had taken flight, Clarence resumed his writing at the desk, diligently crafting the subsequent chapters. After completing a page, he summoned a real projection of himself to review and revise the text before binding it. Meanwhile, as Clarence hurriedly wrote in his dormitory, Algida, upon receiving the package dispatched by Clarence's owl, wasted no time in examining its contents. After perusing the note, he found himself lost in contemplation, particularly as his family owned a magazine, albeit one that was somewhat languishing. The magazine's plight stemmed from poor management or perhaps a lack of familial investment in its operation. Though Algida was unaware of the specifics, yet he harbored a strong intuition that Clarence's story would surely be a commercial success. even without having seen the draft. He felt an undeniable premonition. In truth, upon reviewing the draft, his intuition was validated. Algida could not help but acknowledge that he was deeply captivated by the narrative. And if he was so enchanted, it was reasonable to surmise that others would be as well. Consequently, the following day, an issue of a certain magazine featured an article titled The Magical Continent. Initially, due to the magazine's limited readership, it did not provoke a significant reaction. However, as time progressed, this publication began to garner considerable attention, particularly the story entitled The Magical Continent. This not only breathed new life into the previously languishing magazine, but also garnered significant profits. As the tale of the magical continent captivated an ever-growing audience, the magazine benefited immensely, earning substantial revenue that eventually attracted the attention of the current head of the Greengrass family. After a thorough inquiry, the head discovered that the family's magazine enterprise was thriving solely due to a story sent by the young master. He subsequently corresponded with Algida to seek clarification, learning that the story was penned by Clarence. The current head of the Greengrass family was well aware that his son and several of his peers from other pure-blood families had, in secret, forged a certain collaboration with young Master Clarence. Many of these families had fallen into disarray. Their fortunes dwindled to the extent that they could barely uphold the dignity of pure-blood status. It was only through their children's alliance with Clarence that they began to see a glimmer of hope. Consequently, the heads of those pure-blood families were resolutely determined to have their offspring serve under young Master Clarence. This sentiment was shared by the Greengrass patriarch himself. Reflecting upon the situation evokes a sense of sorrow. These pure-blood families, driven by the allure of power and wealth, found themselves in servitude to Voldemort, even joining the ranks of his Death Eaters. While they did achieve a semblance of power, even if they had yet to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, it was merely a matter of time. Of course, this was contingent upon Voldemort and the Death Eaters maintaining their current momentum. However, when weighing their gains against their sacrifices, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Since their allegiance to Voldemort, they have been hemorrhaging galleons, and although they have gained some influence, it pales in comparison to their investments. Nevertheless, these pure-blood families understood that this was merely a temporary state. Once Voldemort extended his grasp into the ministry, their time to reap rewards would come. The pressing question remained. However, how long must they wait to see such returns? A year, 2, or perhaps 4 or 5 years? The anticipation felt swift yet, due to various circumstances, seemed almost interminable. Having already invested their fortunes and publicly declared their allegiance within the magical community of the Ing Kingdom, they had effectively staked their entire existence on Voldemort. To withdraw now? Certainly, but the cost would be the complete obliteration of their families. One should not underestimate Voldemort's capacity for such acts. Among the Death Eater ranks, some of these fallen pure-blood families found themselves in dire straits precisely because they had poured their remaining assets into Voldemort's ambitions, leading to their own precarious existence. Moved to the point where, were it not for the looming presence of Voldemort, many among them would have willingly pledged their allegiance to the young master, Clarence, just as they had done with their own children. The current situation reveals a near schism between the Death Eaters and their reserves. The former remain loyal to Voldemort, while the latter have devoted themselves to young Master Clarence. The crux of the matter lies in Clarence's ability to provide tangible benefits and rewards to the members of the reserves, causing a significant number within the Death Eater faction to waver in their loyalty. Their speculation regarding the connection between Clarence and Voldemort has tempered the impact of this wavering. For after all, Clarence is the offspring of Voldemort and is destined to inherit the Death Eater legacy. Thus, loyalty to Clarence merely becomes a matter of time. As such, no substantial repercussions have yet emerged. However, once members of the reserves infiltrate the ranks of the Death Eaters, it is likely that new dynamics will unfold. Regardless of the nature of these changes, they ultimately pose no detrimental effects. At worst, they merely entail a shift in the object of allegiance. Indeed, from the perspective of the Death Eaters, such matters seem devoid of any downside, yet the reality is fundamentally different. This difference lies in their apparent failure to contemplate the possibility that Clarence and Voldemort might not share any connection, particularly in terms of bloodline. Since this scenario has never been considered, even as they sense that the integration of reserves into the Death Eater ranks may herald transformative changes, they naively assume these changes to be benign. However, should Clarence continue to present ever-increasing benefits and influence the formal members of the Death Eaters through the reserves, the revelation of his lack of affiliation with Voldemort could present them with a critical choice: to remain steadfastly loyal to Voldemort or to align with Clarence. This predicament arises primarily from the pursuit of self-interest. In fact, when weighed against potential gains, the question of whether Clarence is truly their young master may eventually lose its significance. After all, Clarence offers them benefits that Voldemort cannot provide. Chapter 74. The great skill integration. Such eventualities may lie on the horizon, yet for now, no one seems to perceive the underlying shifts. Voldemort and Clarence remain blissfully unaware. while the informed Death Eaters are engrossed in the profits stemming from their children's collaboration with Clarence. Notably, the current head of the Greengrass family has yet to come down from the euphoria brought on by the magazine's revenues, as the heads of other pureblood families have begun to pay visits. It is worth mentioning that these visiting pureblood heads belong to the ranks of the Death Eaters. As for the reason behind their visits, naturally, it pertains to the magazine associated with the Greengrass family's enterprises. The Gringotts family, having nothing to conceal, found that other pureblood families could easily ascertain the circumstances surrounding recent events with a modicum of inquiry. Moreover, it was evident to them that the tale penned by Clarence held tremendous potential. Alternatively, one could assert that the narrative promised substantial profits. This was the primary catalyst for the envy that prompted the heads of other pureblood families to pay a visit. However, given that the story originated from the young Master Clarence and was entrusted directly to Algetta of the Gringotts family, their envy was tempered by caution, preventing them from resorting to outright theft. The repercussions of incurring Clarence's ire would be mild in comparison to the fear of drawing Voldemort's attention. It is well known that Voldemort is not one to be trifled with, especially in recent years. His temperament has grown increasingly volatile and cruel. Thus, should their actions inadvertently attract Voldemort's scrutiny, the penalties would be severe. While they dared not engage in brazen theft, they still sought to partake in the bounty. After all, does not every family possess a modest publishing house or similar enterprise? Furthermore, not all pureblood family ventures are confined to England. Many extend to other nations. Contingent upon the state of the market, the nature of the discussions between the Gringotts patriarch and the other pureblood leaders remains shrouded in secrecy. Even Voldemort and Clarence are unaware of the details. The only certainty is that soon after, the story of the magical continent began circulating within the magical communities of several other countries, garnering considerable attention. Setting aside this development, it is noteworthy that Clarence, within a mere few days, amassed hundreds of simplified points. He swiftly accrued enough to activate a skill, directly unlocking the magic ability. The manner of practice for this skill involved merely breathing to gain experience points, allowing him to elevate the skill to level 4 within a single day. With the enhancements provided by the level 4 magic skill, Clarence attained the status of an elite auror, albeit only in terms of magical power rather than overall capability. Subsequently, while Clarence could not fathom the sudden surge in the points he was receiving daily, he regarded it as a fortuitous turn of events. Though he was keen to investigate the cause of this increase, his immediate priority remained the activation of a second skill. Upon activating the element skill, he discovered that experience could be gained merely through contact with any element, which meant that Clarence could continuously earn experience without any particular effort. However, after the skill reached level 1, he noted that, akin to the magic skill, the difficulty of acquiring experience points escalated exponentially with each level gained. Correspondingly, the capabilities afforded by the skill upon leveling up also increased. With each level attained, Clarence gained a modicum of control and manipulation over the elements. In other words, Clarence can now exert a rudimentary control over elemental manifestations such as flame or clear water without any consumption. If I am not mistaken, this ability seems to pertain to the realms of laws and authority. However, this is merely his conjecture. The true nature of this skill will likely only become apparent as it undergoes further refinement and ascension. Nevertheless, this ability has undeniably opened the gateway to the elemental magic system he envisions. What remains is to await the enhancement of both the meditation technique and the elemental skill. Only upon achieving a higher level will he be able to conjure elements and establish the foundation of his envisioned system. Upon activating the elemental skill, Clarence felt as though he had already opened that door and stepped within. Yet, this was a solitary venture. The next step involves deducing the process and origin from the outcome, thus forming a foundational theory that could enable others to enter as well. Following Clarence's successful passage through the door, it remains uncertain whether his actions triggered some mechanism within the system. In any case, the simplified system granted him the capability to amalgamate skills from a particular system, meaning he could now merge all the magical skills he had acquired from the wizarding framework. This was previously unattainable. At least, Clarence could not integrate skills across various disciplines, as the system provided no relevant notifications. Now, after activating the elemental skill, the system instead bestowed upon him a sense of fusion. Therefore, Clarence expended simplification points to begin merging all the magical skills of the wizarding system. Soon, his array of skills coalesced into a brand new skill, Wizarding System Magic. The method of gaining experience for this skill was rather straightforward, merely by wielding a wand. However, each experience gain reached an astonishing value of 0.0001. Fortunately, aside from acquiring experience through wand contact, casting any magic also influenced the magnitude of experience gained. This implies that the higher the level of magic employed, the greater the experience accrued. Through experimentation, Clarence discovered that a day of normal magical practice yielded just enough experience to advance his Wizarding System Magic skill by a level. Although the experience gained at level 1 remains the same as that at level 0, this does not suggest that the skill will continue to yield such returns, especially upon reaching level 10, where a significant change is anticipated. For typically singular skills, the difficulty tends to increase dramatically upon reaching level 10. Let us not even mention the daunting challenge of integrating such an entire system of skills, for the complexity is likely to increase once more. However, with the rise in difficulty comes an equally formidable enhancement derived from the amalgamation of the magical arts within the wizarding framework. To what extent is this terror manifest? Consider, for instance, the use of the advanced spell, Fire Goddess Path. The magical energy expended by Clarence is notably diminished, while the potency of the spell appears to have surged by approximately twofold. Furthermore, his command over this spell has become exquisitely refined. Chapter 75. The Wizarding Template elucidates that the effects of this enhancement lie in the reduction of magical energy consumption, the amplification of spell potency, and an increased mastery over the arcane arts. Moreover, this effect may potentially double with each level gained. The enhancements gained from skill upgrades certainly justify the arduous nature of acquiring experience upon the complete fusion of the wizarding system's magical skills, rather than diminishing his prowess. There has been a transformative surge akin to qualitative change. This grand synthesis has birthed a unique magical template, aptly termed the Wizard Template, corresponding with the depleting of Clarence's simplification points once more. Although this circumstance has frequently arisen in recent days, each occurrence quickly replenishes a substantial amount of simplification points. A meticulous calculation reveals that the fusion of all wizarding skills consume nearly 700 simplification points, exclusive of the requirements for activating element, magical energy, and meditation technique. Indeed, the mere act of amalgamating his previously simplified wizarding skills alone required approximately 700 points. This, of course, was not an instantaneous fusion, but rather a process spanning several days. Setting aside the remarkable enhancement brought about by the new wizard template to Clarence's overall capabilities, his literary work, Magic Continent, has generated considerable excitement within the magical community of Inga Nation as it garners increasing attention. Even abroad, the novel has begun to gain traction among various magical circles. In addition to bestowing Clarence with a wealth of simplification points, it has also conferred upon him immense renown, as he has penned the novel under his true name. Indeed, it has become common knowledge even in foreign lands who the author of this work is, while the majority of students and faculty at Hogwarts remained oblivious until recently. Upon discovering that the author of the novel is none other than Clarence, Professor McGonagall was the first to express her discontent. While she harbors no objections to the story itself, regardless of its fantastical and fictitious nature, she occasionally indulges in the reading of imaginative tales during her leisure hours to uplift her spirits. Nevertheless, she is utterly disinclined to witness her most cherished and esteemed student engaging in what she deems a frivolous pursuit of novel writing, particularly when the narratives possess a significant potential for misleading interpretations. Merlin was well aware of the countless young sorcerers he had provided answers to regarding the magical knowledge contained within the tome, The Magical Continent. All of it was pure fiction, non-existent in reality. For instance, the meditation technique could not absorb elements, nor could wizards assimilate elements into their bodies, as such actions would have dire repercussions. Furthermore, manipulating elements according to some special formula would not unleash magic, and there was certainly no apocalyptic forbidden spell. Yet, even when Professor McGonagall was exasperated, she refrained from confronting Clarence directly, as the cover of the novel clearly stated that this story is purely fictional. Thus, regardless of her fury, she could only sulk on the sofa in her office, glaring at the book. In truth, it was not only Professor McGonagall who grappled with this vexing issue. Other professors, such as Professor Flitwick from the Charms class, were equally troubled. He found himself repeatedly asserting that the content was merely a product of fictional storytelling, not reality. As for Clarence, he too faced his own share of troubles. Since the novel gained traction within the school, an increasing number of students sought to corner him. What was their intention? Naturally, to urge him for more chapters. In fact, he had already completed the entire narrative of the magical continent through his authentic avatars, dispatching the manuscripts via OWL to Algida. According to Algida, the magazine only published excerpts for sale, and to maximize their gold galleon earnings, they could not release all the content at once. It had to be doled out gradually. Only after the magazine had published all the material would the entire book be published, allowing for another surge in profits. Due to Clarence's limited understanding of this matter, he entrusted all responsibilities to Algida. Thus, he currently had no additional content at hand. Fortunately, most of those who sought him out were indeed his authentic avatars. Having sensed the unease, his true self had retreated to his dormitory, relying on the castle's house elves for meals. Moreover, Clarence's life was not particularly tranquil. Before long, Professor Flitwick approached him again, inviting him to participate in a dueling tournament. Each time Professor McGonagall encountered an authentic avatar, She would insist they relay to the true self to focus on writing papers rather than those fictional tales. Papers could be casually penned by an avatar. But the dueling tournament was not to be entrusted to them. This year, it was particularly curious that Professor Flitwick planned to take him abroad for the competition. Previously, aside from the one at Beaux Batons, all other dueling tournaments had been held domestically. As he embarked on the journey abroad with Professor Flitwick, Clarence could not suppress his curiosity and inquired about this unusual decision. However, he received the peculiar gaze of Professor Flitwick. Is it possible that among the young wizards in the country, Clarence has no rivals left? Furthermore, his current age does not qualify him to participate in the adult wizard competitions, and nearly all the organizers in the country, upon learning of his desire to compete, have outright rejected him. Therefore, if Clarence wishes to enter the fray, he must venture abroad. Upon reflection, since the Ministry of Magic instituted the policy allowing young wizards to compete, how many dueling contests has he participated in, excluding that one at Beaux Batons? It seems he has engaged in nearly 30 events. Of course, this figure is somewhat inflated, as many of the dueling competitions he entered offered substantial prizes, but lacked popularity. The value of a championship from such contests pales in comparison to those hosted by major organizations, not to mention those organized by the official Ministry of Magic. Thus, Clarence embarked on a journey abroad with Professor Flitwick for the competition. Even though Clarence secured the championship by the afternoon of the 6th day of competition in a foreign magical realm, they still had 2 days remaining until their planned departure. During these 2 days, he thoroughly explored the magical community of that nation with Professor Flitwick, purchasing numerous local specialties and souvenirs. However, these mementos were sent to Algeta via a black mirror pendant box, who would subsequently dispatch them individually. This was necessary as both he and Professor Flitwick needed to continue competing in other countries. The competitions they selected precisely matched Clarence's requirements, particularly in terms of lucrative prizes. Even the Ministry of Magic, upon learning of their itinerary and objectives, did not hinder them. On the contrary, they expedited the processing of their travel documents, eager for Clarence to express some kind words about the ministry during the post-competition interviews. Participating in competitions across several countries undoubtedly requires a significant amount of time. In reality, the combined duration of these events approached 2 months, and when factoring in travel time, it extended beyond that, a considerable span indeed. Nonetheless, due to his mastery of genuine duplication magic, Clarence could afford to be away for over 2 months without disruption. But could Professor Flitwick, as a school instructor, truly take such an extended leave? Surprisingly, the headmaster agreed, albeit at the cost of Clarence temporarily substituting for Professor Flitwick in the Charms class. In fact, there was no opposition to Clarence taking over the instruction of the Charms class from either Dumbledore or the other professors, nor even from the students. Setting aside various other factors, it is undeniable that Clarence possesses the remarkable ability to instruct all students from the 1st to the 7th grade. It remains a mystery whether he employs any particular techniques in his teaching. However, the content of his lessons undeniably facilitates students' comprehension and retention. This phenomenon has baffled other professors, who have eavesdropped on his classes numerous times without unraveling its secret. Regardless of the underlying reasons, no one contests Clarence's temporary appointment to substitute a professor. Indeed, were it not for school regulations and certain exceptional circumstances, he could have been granted a permanent position. Yet, this remains a mere notion. For even if Dumbledore were to lower his guard, Clarence's age would preclude him from receiving recognition from either the Ministry of Magic or Hogwarts Castle. To be acknowledged as a professor at Hogwarts, one must meet the fundamental requirement of adulthood. This journey abroad not only bestowed upon Clarence the accolades of various competitions, but also significantly elevated his reputation. Additionally, Professor Flitwick has joined him in his research endeavors. Intrigued by Clarence's groundbreaking discoveries, particularly captivating was Clarence's ability to conjure a flame and a sphere of water in his hands without exerting any magical power, which captured Flitwick's full attention. Consequently, this persuasion led Flitwick to temporarily abandon his own research in favor of engaging with Clarence's proposed topics. However, Flitwick's involvement did not accelerate the research progress as Clarence had envisioned. While his assistance was indeed beneficial, Flitwick's inability to accurately observe elements proved a hindrance during critical challenges, leaving both Clarence and Professor Flitwick feeling disheartened. Undeterred, Clarence sought to encourage Flitwick to explore meditation. Regrettably, although Flitwick could achieve a state akin to deep contemplation, he was incapable of perceiving elements as Clarence did. He could only sense their presence to a limited extent. Witnessing Clarence's persistent determination to uncover alternative possibilities, Professor Flitwick felt compelled to advise him. Each individual possesses unique talents. For instance, Flitwick acknowledged that he could never match Clarence's innate gifts. In the absence of such talent, no matter how many attempts one makes, the outcome remains unchanged. Particularly in their current predicament, neither Flitwick nor the friend who imparted the meditation techniques could attain the clarity of elemental observation that Clarence effortlessly achieved. Even regarding the utilization of meditation techniques, there exists a strikingly significant disparity. It has been demonstrated that such an endeavor indeed requires innate talent, a quality that Flivy unfortunately lacks in comparison to Clarence. Consequently, no matter how many attempts he makes, the outcome remains disappointingly stagnant. The truth is, Clarence's perseverance was justified, as he ultimately discovered a method to resolve this issue: contract magic. Of course, this does not entail Flivy forming a magical contract with any elemental force. Even if he were capable of such a feat, it would merely allow him to summon that element without the ability to observe it. Clarence's notion of a contract refers to the agreement between Flivy and himself. Upon upgrading this skill, it grants control and manipulation over elemental forces. Previously, Clarence had surmised that this alleged dominion over elements pertains to the realms of laws and authority. Thus, he contemplated the idea of having Flivy enter into a magical contract with him, leveraging the power of that contract to borrow the skills necessary for elemental control and manipulation. On the surface, this method may appear akin to directly forming a contract with an elemental, albeit with a different target, a transitional conduit for summoning elements. However, the reality diverges significantly. After borrowing the power of his skills, Flivy would be able to forcibly engage with the elements, receiving their information, and even directly acquiring pertinent knowledge related to elements from Clarence. In this manner, although observation remains elusive, the process is circumvented, allowing for direct access to the same information that Clarence possesses. This scenario resembles how Clarence, through the power of the system, unlocked the door to the elemental magic framework, enabling Professor Flivy to bypass the opening process and appear directly within that realm. Naturally, Clarence could not disclose the existence of the system to Professor Flivy. He could only present the borrowed information obtained from his own observation of the elements as a pretext. This arrangement allows Flivy to bypass the observational phase and directly acquire the relevant information about the elements. Upon hearing Clarence's proposal, Professor Flivy pondered for a moment. While he found the idea logically sound and potentially successful, the dilemma lay in the type of magical contract to employ. As for why he considered such a contract, Clarence speculated that it might enable a wizard to borrow the power of another wizard. Consequently, Professor Flivy would thus be able to draw upon Clarence's strength. However, this does not imply a need for actual power, but rather the acquisition of the specific information regarding elements that Clarence had received. After all, contracts come in various forms, yet few allow for the direct borrowing of power through such agreements. It is not to say that such types of contracts do not exist. On the contrary, there are indeed several, such as pacts with demons, elemental beings, and other extraordinary entities. At the very least, both Professor Flivy and Clarence are only aware of this kind of contract from the time when Dumbledore taught the fire god the path of magical invocation. Beyond that, neither of them possesses any further knowledge. Once they had conceived of their plan, the two did not hesitate and promptly sought a suitable location, whereupon they began to inscribe the magical array necessary for the contract upon the ground. During the initiation of the contract, Clarence did not utilize his skill to designate the target. Meanwhile, Professor Flivy had already succeeded. Glancing at his skill panel, Clarence discovered, indeed, an additional skill labeled Subordinate Contract, nestled beneath the Contract Summon skill. This particular skill was notably unique. It lacked an experience bar for upgrades and bore no descriptive text, save for the name of Phileas Flivy, radiating a soft white glow. Had the contract truly succeeded? Clarence mused, perplexed, as he scrutinized his skill panel. Perhaps due to his lack of restraint in his vocal tone, Professor Flivy overheard him and shared his own sense of confusion. Although he certainly felt a nascent connection established between himself and Clarence, it was indeed indicative of a successful contract. The dilemma lay in the absence of any further changes. This was the crux of Professor Flivy's confusion. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Professor Flivy pondered aloud. The contract has indeed succeeded, but perhaps it requires a process of invocation. After all, Clarence, when you initially entered into the contract, you also had to perform a summoning before you could wield the fire god's magic. Upon hearing Professor Flivy's words, Clarence nodded in agreement and eagerly suggested, "Professor, shall we conduct an experiment now?" "Indeed, only through experimentation can we ascertain the outcome," Professor Flivy concurred. However, the two stood there momentarily, exchanging blank stares, neither making a move. What should I do?" Professor Flivy inquired awkwardly. After all, this was not a contract with a volcano or any other entity. It was a pact with Clarence, and it was entirely his first experience. How could he possibly know what to do? "Perhaps, Professor, you could initiate the summoning while simultaneously focusing on what you wish to borrow," Clarence proposed, sensing a shift in the atmosphere during this experiment. The sensation was akin to a call, with the essence of the call being an attempt to borrow elemental information. Clarence pursed his lips and, after internally affirming his consent, felt no further sensations. Conversely, Professor Flivy appeared to be receiving something, standing there with his eyes closed, utterly still and devoid of any other movement. After approximately 5 minutes, Professor Flivy finally reacted. However, his first response was to clutch his head, displaying an expression of distress. Upon witnessing the scene, Clarence hurriedly approached and crouched down to support him, inquiring with genuine concern about his condition. The influx of information is overwhelming. It surged into my mind all at once. And the sensation is truly unbearable. Professor Flivy explained, finally managing to catch his breath. Is it really that much information? Clarence queried with a hint of skepticism, which immediately drew a sharp glare from Professor Flivy. Ahem. So, Professor, now that you are aware of the elemental information, do you have any new insights? Clarence deliberately shifted the topic. Professor Flivy chose not to dwell on the previous question, instead following Clarence's lead. Indeed, having acquired this information enables me to be of assistance. Seeing the smile on Professor Flivy's face, Clarence was compelled to add with enthusiasm, that is excellent. Moreover, just now, when you borrowed information related to the elements, I may have stumbled upon a new situation. Although I do not fully comprehend it yet, you might consider utilizing my other powers, such as the agreement made with the volcano. Upon hearing Huzimo's words, Professor Flivy's eyes widened in astonishment, before he promptly closed them once more, beginning to draw upon the powers of the contract. Indeed, Clarence felt a response immediately, upon consenting to the borrowing of the volcanic contract's power. He observed Professor Flivy trembling as he withdrew his wand. With a gentle flick, he summoned a small orb of flame. However, this flame was not of the ordinary kind. It was the molten fire with which Clarence was exceptionally familiar. Can it truly be achieved? Professor Flivy exclaimed, his words stumbling over his excitement as he beheld the summoned molten fire. After all, anyone who had witnessed the Fire God's Path magic would be captivated. Yet the challenge lay in the fact that Dumbledore's Fire God's Path had exceedingly unique prerequisites. So unique, in fact, that within the entire magical realm, apart from Dumbledore himself and Clarence, no one else could perform it. Professor Flivy had long coveted this ability, even attempting to summon other flames to execute this advanced magic. But the results were far from satisfactory. What flame could possibly rival the molten fire he could summon? While the fierce fire possessed similar might, its nature was even more formidable than that of molten fire. However, it was notoriously prone to uncontrollable outbursts. This volatility was not solely dependent on the caster's strength, but also on the fortitude of their spirit. Even Voldemort would hesitate to summon a large-scale fierce fire, lest it spiral out of control and harm him. The danger posed by fierce fire is thus quite evident. Chapter 78. A dire situation, yet now, by leveraging Clarence's powers, Professor Flivy had temporarily acquired the ability to summon molten fire, effectively enabling him to cast the advanced Fire God's Path magic. How could Flivy not feel exhilarated? One could hardly miss the tremors coursing through him, not to mention the fact that due to the contract magic, Flivy bypassed the observational process and directly obtained the elemental information, thus enabling him to assist in research endeavors. As long as it was not within his own office, he refrained from discussing their studies, particularly the matter of the contract they had signed, whenever he encountered Clarence in any setting. Clarence was deeply moved by Professor Flivy's behavior, comprehending that it was a precaution against someone. The caution was not directed at other professors, but rather at Dumbledore, the headmaster. Flivy was acutely aware of the extent of mutual wariness between the two. Although he preferred to remain uninvolved in their peculiar relationship, he would not expose such secrecy, particularly in light of Clarence's lack of self-protection capabilities, out of a protective instinct for his favorite student. After the tranquility of Clarence and Flivy's school life was restored, it did not take long for an external event to impact the students of Slytherin House. What event, you ask? It was a terror attack orchestrated and executed by Voldemort, targeting a group of innocent muggles who were blissfully unaware of the impending danger. This incident made headlines the morning after the attack, with newspapers featuring harrowing images of muggles brutally murdered by Voldemort and his Death Eater followers. Indeed, the term brutal murder is apt, for the photographs were so horrific that even a fleeting glance could induce nightmares. Upon receiving the newspapers and witnessing the gruesome images, even Clarence felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering what Voldemort aimed to convey through such actions. What was the purpose behind this terror attack? This brutal slaughter of numerous muggles? Was it merely to satiate his twisted proclivities? Clarence suspected there was more to it. Perhaps Voldemort intended to formally declare war on the Ministry of Magic. Casting spells in front of muggles without erasing their memories afterward constitutes a violation of the law, specifically the international secrecy laws upheld by the global magical community. By targeting a multitude of muggles in such a savage manner, Voldemort was, in essence, declaring war not only on the Ministry of Magic, but on the entire global magical community. Regardless of the repercussions and implications of Voldemort's actions, it undeniably affected the students of Slytherin House. Following this event, they were compelled to choose sides. However, the truth remains that these students seldom had the opportunity to make their own choices or, one might say, any room for selection. After all, the The majority of their families have aligned themselves with the forces of the Death Eaters, thereby impacting those who are still attending school. Fortunately, during this academic period, although Voldemort requires the Slytherin students to publicly declare their allegiance, the existence of a reserve force provides these students with a buffer. Significantly, this reserve faction, comprising all its members, does not pledge loyalty to Voldemort, but rather to Clarence, the presumed heir. Furthermore, since the horrifying attack, many formal members of the Death Eaters have been affected, particularly the heads of pureblood families. While the slaughter of Muggles may be permissible, it cannot be publicly attributed to them, as it contradicts their interests. Moreover, should the situation escalate, it would breach international secrecy laws. Although the Death Eaters concealed their identities with masks during the attack, it is hardly a disguise sufficient to obscure the truth. The entire magical community is aware that these pureblood families have largely rallied under Voldemort's banner. Thus, even without deep contemplation, it is evident that the brutal massacre of Muggles must bear the stain of their culpability. However, due to a lack of concrete evidence, the Ministry of Magic has been unable to take action against them, possibly deterred by Voldemort's formidable power, not to mention other aspects. For the formal members of the Death Eaters and those still in school, Voldemort's attack plan has engendered a profound sense of aversion. This aversion is not towards the act of killing itself, but rather to the realization that Voldemort's scheme jeopardizes their own interests and those of their families. Consequently, this incident has subtly nudged both formal members and reserves towards Clarence's side, although this inclination remains dormant within them for now. Nonetheless, this budding sentiment will likely grow and shift further as Voldemort continues to execute actions detrimental to their interests. If the massacre of Muggles signifies a declaration of war against the Ministry of Magic and a provocation of international secrecy laws, then the relentless targeting of ordinary wizards and those who stand for justice plunges the entire magical realm into a dark age of chaos. Were it not for Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts, the very fabric of societal order might have unraveled. Yet, even with Dumbledore's influence, the precarious state of societal order hangs in the balance, poised on the brink of total collapse. Whenever a dark mark appears above a house, it signifies the demise of all its inhabitants. Perhaps there may be a fortunate survivor, but for that individual, the agony of outliving their family members, who perished in the attack, may be even more harrowing. As Voldemort and his Death Eater minions grow increasingly rampant, the Ministry of Magic has not remained idle. However, the Death Eaters unleash their dark magic with reckless abandon, compounded by the looming threat of Voldemort himself. Consequently, the Ministry's numerous attempts to counteract the Death Eater forces have not only proven futile, but have also resulted in significant losses on their part. The deteriorating situation in the outside world has profoundly impacted Hogwarts. Setting aside the matter of the other three houses isolating Slytherin, it has come to Clarence's attention that Dumbledore has formed a clandestine organization aimed at combating the Death Eaters, known as the Order of the Phoenix. Nonetheless, this information is classified and bears no direct relevance to the students within the school, with few privy to its existence, Clarence included. Of course, it could be attributed to Clarence's own lack of leisure time to investigate the Order's affairs. Instead, he finds himself preoccupied with the isolation of Slytherin by the other three houses, a predicament that has caused him considerable distress. This phenomenon of isolation is not something the professors wish to witness. Even Dumbledore, the headmaster, is reluctant to see it unfold. After all, the students of Slytherin are still attending school, with some family members having become Death Eaters or allied with Voldemort in perpetrating acts of terror. Yet, these matters are unrelated to the children themselves. Chapter 79, The Dire Situation 2. But what can they do about it? Have they not contemplated solutions? They have, but alas, there are no viable answers. In reality, the isolation and exclusion occurring within the school stem not only from historical grievances, but primarily from the external threats posed by the Death Eaters. The greater the chaos instigated by Voldemort and his followers, the more pronounced the ostracism of Slytherin becomes by the other houses. Indeed, one could argue that the current state of Slytherin's marginalization is a testament to the efforts of the headmaster and professors, enabling the school to maintain its present condition. After all, the havoc wrought by Voldemort and the Death Eaters is terrifying precisely because it results in death. This implies that, apart from the families of Slytherin students, the remaining students from the other houses have lost relatives at the hands of Voldemort and his followers. In light of the animosity, it is a testament to the professors' relentless efforts that the students from the other houses have not resorted to clandestine measures against their Slytherin counterparts. The professors have expended considerable effort to maintain the current equilibrium, which has left them with little time to attend to their own duties, compelling them to rely on the prefects from each house for assistance. Thus, it was inevitable for Clarence to lend his assistance, as the professors sought his help not in the realm of academic duties, but rather in maintaining stability among the four houses of the school. Perhaps it was due to his esteemed reputation and the respect he garnered from his peers that the professors assigned him the most challenging task, to quell the unrest among the students of Slytherin House. Ideally, they hoped he could also mend relations with the other three houses, though they held no illusions regarding his ability to achieve such a feat. Their primary expectation was simply that he could calm the turbulent emotions of the Slytherin students and prevent any significant disturbances from arising. Consequently, Clarence found himself stationed in the Slytherin common room for an extended period, devising various strategies to alleviate the students' anxieties. While a few were caught up in the excitement of the current turmoil, such instances were rare. The majority of Slytherin students were rife with apprehension, stemming both from external factors and internal strife. Surprisingly, Clarence's presence, a Ravenclaw student amidst Slytherin, did not incite disdain among the students. On the contrary, he was welcomed warmly, and even the prevailing unease seemed to dissipate somewhat in his company. This intrigued him, yet time constraints left little opportunity for contemplation, so he set the matter aside. If his ability to momentarily stabilize the Slytherin students stemmed from unknown factors, then his personal charm was what ultimately assuaged the hostility and contempt that students from the other houses harbored towards Slytherin. At the very least, during Clarence's presence, the other houses refrained from engaging in verbal altercations or conflicts with Slytherin. As for whether he had taken any steps towards mending the relationships among the four houses, Clarence had not yet embarked on such endeavors. In his view, it seemed unnecessary at this juncture. After all, who could predict when Voldemort or his Death Eater forces might strike and harm a student's family? Any efforts he made could be rendered futile should an attack occur. Therefore, he deemed this not the opportune moment for reconciliation among the houses, believing it wiser to wait until the external situation became clearer before addressing such matters. Ultimately, Clarence's reasoning proved to be astutely valid. In the ensuing days, the newspapers delivered to the school continued to report on the attacks by Death Eaters, detailing the unfortunate demise of numerous individuals. This grim news transformed the previously stable atmosphere of the four houses into one of palpable tension. Despite the presence of Clarence, had he not intervened promptly, a conflict might have erupted. As the situation escalated, Clarence felt compelled to consult with the professors, seeking alternative methods to divert the students' attention from the growing unrest. He proposed an increase in academic workload, suggesting the assignment of additional homework to occupy the students' minds. This recommendation received mixed reactions. Some professors endorsed it while others outright rejected it. The rationale for the dissent was quite understandable. The external turmoil was instilling a profound sense of unease among the students, not solely those from Slytherin, but from all houses. Each student was haunted by the uncertainty of whether their families would fall victim to the Death Eaters or marauding dark wizards. Thus, it was deemed inappropriate to burden the students further with academic responsibilities, as it could exacerbate the distress of those already sensitive to the prevailing climate. Ultimately, Clarence's suggestion was dismissed, leaving him to ponder alternative solutions. He conceived the idea of harnessing healing magic through alchemy to create an array of enchanted items. These trinkets, such as small jewelry, brooches, hair ties, and bracelets, would be imbued with minor spells designed to stabilize emotional states and provide slight healing effects. Since the intention was to distribute these to all students, the quantity would be substantial, necessitating the use of commonplace materials rather than expensive ones. Consequently, the enchantments that could be inscribed were limited. 2 or 3 spells were the maximum, as exceeding this would render the materials incapable of withstanding such enchantments. Regardless of Clarence's alchemical prowess, after laboriously crafting a considerable number of these small items, Clarence levitated them to the Great Hall, intending to distribute them at dinner. His decision to remain at the entrance rather than join the Slytherin students sparked curiosity among those arriving for the meal, quickly drawing a crowd around him. Unfazed by their attention, Clarence cast an amplification charm on himself, explaining the purpose of the alchemical artifacts while distributing them. Students who received the items immediately adorned themselves, experiencing the soothing effects of the enchantments, as their tense minds and anxious emotions gradually eased under the magic's influence. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the alchemical trinket, the other students commenced a frenzied scramble, only to be swiftly quelled by Clarence's magical intervention, which mandated that they form an orderly queue to receive their tokens, no double-dipping permitted. Perhaps due to the enchanting properties of the alchemical charm, the students' spirits notably stabilized in the days that followed, even without the professor's vigilant oversight. The four houses refrained from engaging in severe conflicts. Any disputes that did arise were merely trivial exchanges of words. This newfound calm relieved the professors, even eliciting a rare smile from Dumbledore. The outcome was undeniably promising. At the very least, the Phoenix Society he had established effectively countered the Death Eaters, resulting in a steady decline in fatalities from daily attacks. However, the toll of such endeavors was that Dumbledore found himself unable to attend to the needs of the students, devoting the majority of his time to the Phoenix Society, thereby entrusting most responsibilities within the school to McGonagall. Setting aside the reactions of the headmaster and professors, it must be noted that since the introduction of Clarence's alchemical trinket, the student's emotional state had indeed stabilized. Yet, for Clarence, tranquility was short-lived. One evening, he was approached by a first-year Hufflepuff student, a young witch, who sought his assistance in crafting an alchemical magical item to protect her family from potential harm. This earnest request stirred Clarence's sympathies, yet he felt a profound dilemma for creating such a protective item, particularly one capable of withstanding lethal force. Demanded a high level of alchemical expertise and posed significant challenges in terms of raw materials. Upon hearing Clarence's reservations, the young witch anxiously insisted that she would procure any materials required for the creation. However, Clarence doubted her financial capacity, as the necessary components for such an alchemical artifact were not merely purchasable through wealth. He listed a few materials, but the young witch was unfamiliar with some, and those she recognized drained the color from her face. One specific ingredient she was aware of was prohibitively expensive, even if she emptied her savings. Noticing her distress, Clarence hurried to offer words of comfort. Before parting ways, he made a confidentiality pact with the young witch, as he wished to avoid being besieged by other students seeking similar protective alchemical items for their families. After all, regardless of whether he could overlook the issue of raw materials, he questioned the justification for expending so much time and effort on behalf of mere classmates. Even if one were willing to pay, it would be of no avail. To speak candidly, considering Clarence's current proficiency in alchemical techniques, the matter of craftsmanship alone is far beyond the financial reach of students still pursuing their studies. Even if they were to solicit funds from their families, not every student hails from affluent backgrounds. What then should those less fortunate students do? Should they merely watch as their wealthier counterparts possess alchemical artifacts that could safeguard their lives in times of peril, while their own families remain in a constant state of anxiety? As the saying goes, it is not scarcity that breeds concern, but inequity. It is not poverty that incites unease, but instability. Should the dire situation he fears manifest, Clarence would find it impossible to maintain a tranquil academic life. Moreover, he harbored no illusions that the young witch, with whom he had recently made a pact, could truly keep a secret. Children are inherently innocent. A few careless words could easily unravel any confidentiality, often without their own realization. Thus, Clarence contemplated whether to produce the artifacts exclusively for none, or to extend the opportunity to all students. Failing to do so would only exacerbate the predicament. After an entire night of deliberation, as dawn broke the following day, Clarence conceived a relatively promising solution. It was deemed promising because it could indeed fulfill his requirements, yet it posed a grave concern for Clarence himself. His solution harked back to ancient times, when wizards specialized in crafting a segment of magical tomes. In those bygone days, such tomes were capable of unleashing powerful spells, imbued with remarkable and diverse abilities. Clarence's approach involved the techniques specifically employed in the creation of magical scrolls, which, as the name implies, served a clear purpose. However, with the gradual disappearance of ancient magical tomes, the methods of their production became entirely lost to time, and consequently, the techniques for crafting magical scrolls faded into obscurity alongside them. Thus, in the present magical realm, Clarence stands as the sole possessor of the knowledge required to create magical scrolls, a skill even the illustrious Nicholas Flamel does not comprehend. The art of scroll making is but a fragment of the broader techniques associated with ancient tomes. It is not an independent craft. To unravel the secrets of scroll creation, one must first master the comprehensive methods of crafting the tomes themselves. Therefore, even if magical scrolls were laid before Nicholas Flamel, should he attempt to decode their intricacies, he would find himself utterly at a loss. Chapter 81. Alchemical Magic Scrolls 2. The most critical point lies in the fact that the methods and techniques for creating these magical scrolls have long been forgotten. Thus, it is evident that presenting such an artifact would not bode well for Clarence himself. Yet, he could hardly bear to witness the students at the school, compelled to rely on the enchantments of their alchemical trinkets each day for a semblance of peace in their studies, rather than living in constant trepidation over the potential danger to their families. This was not a matter of fickleness, after all. He had initially asserted that their relationship was merely that of classmates, questioning the rationale behind expending time and energy to assist them. However, he soon found himself unable to resist the urge to help. The reason for this change of heart lay in the stark difference between magical scrolls and advanced alchemical artifacts. The production cost of magical scrolls was exceedingly low, and for him, the creation of numerous scrolls would not demand an exorbitant investment of time or effort. In contrast, the materials required for advanced alchemical items were beyond Clarence's means, rendering any attempt to circumvent this issue futile, not to mention the considerable time and energy required for their creation. Thus, only under conditions that did not compromise his own interests would Clarence contemplate offering assistance. Although the deployment of these magical scrolls might invite considerable trouble, such complications were not insurmountable. Consequently, Clarence ultimately resolved to craft the scrolls. albeit with certain modifications to ensure they could not be easily traced back to him by the Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, or the Ministry of Magic. For Clarence, the annihilation of these three factions would be of little consequence. In fact, he would relish the prospect of them mutually destroying one another. Having reached a decision, he wasted no time in retrieving a substantial quantity of parchment, subsequently ordering a large batch from a shop in Hogsmeade, adjacent to the school, to be delivered. He then summoned several real projections to commence the crafting of the magical scrolls, ensuring to incorporate certain alterations. This was not to deliberately diminish the scroll's effectiveness or power, but rather to impose a contractual limitation, stipulating that only the family members of the students could wield them, with explicit restrictions barring members of the three factions from accessing the scrolls. The moment the personnel from these factions realized they were unable to touch the magical scrolls, it would undoubtedly be a most entertaining spectacle. The following evening, as dinner commenced, Clarence reappeared at the entrance of the Great Hall, trailed by numerous large boxes, all containing the magical scrolls. Each scroll bore the same enchantment, a protective charm coupled with a phantasmic manifestation, and they were designed to be sensor-triggered. What does sensor-triggered mean? It signifies that when the scroll's specialized enchantment detects a lethal attack, it would activate instantaneously. Initially, it would conjure a protective barrier, followed by the phantasmic manifestation. Upon learning of the scroll's effects, the students began to exhibit a fervor, for the enchantments on Clarence's alchemical trinkets merely stabilized emotions rather than eradicating them, leaving the students still burdened by their concerns. At present, Clarence has unveiled a magical scroll capable of ensuring the safety of their families during an assault, an occurrence that surely drives them to madness. Originally intent on seizing the scroll, the students found themselves subdued by Clarence's magic, compelled to form an orderly queue. Moreover, upon receiving the scroll, they were required to sign a magical contract. Without this agreement, their families would be unable to even touch the scroll, let alone utilize it. To justify the creation of such a scroll, Clarence claimed it was powered by the formidable magic of Hogwarts Castle. Thus, only those with a blood relation to the castle's students could wield the scroll, necessitating the signing of a contract before it could be dispatched via owl to their families. This means that the contract was not established with Clarence himself, but rather with the very essence of Hogwarts Castle. Failing to sign, it would render their families incapable of even touching the scroll. Most students, however, paid little heed to his explanation and were indifferent to the details. The prospect of safeguarding their loved ones' lives made them willing to sign any contract, even one unfavorable with Clarence. In truth, the terms of the contract were quite standard, clearly articulated, and devoid of any traps or adverse implications. The unfolding events at the entrance of the Great Hall naturally attracted the attention of the professors, some of whom were curious to inspect the purported magical scroll. Surprisingly, while some of them could touch the scroll, others found themselves unable to do so. For instance, Horace, Flitwick, and the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor could all make contact with it. However, when Professor McGonagall attempted to pick one up out of curiosity, she discovered to her astonishment that she could not. Intrigued, she contemplated asking Clarence why she was unable to touch the scroll, yet, seeing the throng of students around him, she refrained from approaching directly, choosing instead to suppress her curiosity until after dinner. Following the meal, McGonagall sought out Clarence, who was preparing to depart, to inquire about the matter. According to his explanation, the scroll's creation was solely due to the immense magical energy within the castle, and thus it was designed to function exclusively for the students. It was only through the establishment of a contract that he could circumvent this limitation, enabling relatives and family members of the students to utilize it. The power of the contract effectively barred anyone unrelated to the students from touching the scroll. Of course, this was merely Clarence's fabrication, as the true limitation lay within the identities of the Death Eaters, the Order of the Phoenix, and the Ministry of Magic. As for why the other professors could touch the scroll, one might wonder if they shared a blood connection with a current student. Do not speak. There indeed exists a tenuous bloodline connection with certain students, albeit faint. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall does not have any such relatives studying at Hogwarts, owing to her rather unique heritage. In fact, she has discerned the discrepancies in the reasoning presented by Clarence, though she lacks any blood ties within the school, thus rendering her unable to access the magical scrolls. She is aware that other professors share her predicament, yet can still interact with the scrolls. This suggests that the scrolls are indeed imbued with a binding force, but the limitations of this contract may not solely pertain to blood relations with the students. There might be other restrictions at play. Reflecting on her identity beyond her role at the school leads her to one conclusion: the Order of the Phoenix. She is acutely aware of the mutual wariness and vigilance between Clarence and Dumbledore, which prevents her from voicing her concerns regarding the scroll's contractual issues. After all, she failed to intervene when Dumbledore was on guard against Clarence, thus neglecting her duties as a professor. How could she then reproach Clarence? She even feels too ashamed to articulate her inner thoughts. What thoughts? Chapter 82. A shift in the situation. Upon learning of the scroll's effects, McGonagall contemplated requesting Clarence to provide the Order of the Phoenix with such scrolls, regardless of the price to be paid, which would not be her burden but Dumbledore's. Regrettably, she finds herself too embarrassed to voice this notion. Ultimately, she departs in silence. Subsequently, when Dumbledore becomes aware of the scroll's nature, particularly through McGonagall's revelation that the Order members cannot access the scrolls, a look of disappointment and fatigue crosses his face. Yet, he refrains from elaborating, merely inquiring about other matters within the school before allowing McGonagall to leave. Once alone in his office, Dumbledore lets out a long sigh, his heart heavy with bitterness and regret. His remorse stems from his own caution towards Clarence, which has inadvertently pushed him to a neutral stance, not aligned with Voldemort, but merely neutral. There is a significant possibility that Clarence may never side with him, for just as Dumbledore remains vigilant against Clarence, so too does Clarence guard against him. In such circumstances, could he realistically expect Clarence to align with him? Without the means of self-preservation, perhaps one might choose to seek protection, but when faced with choices, the decision might lean towards Dumbledore's side. However, Clarence stands apart from the other students. Despite not being able to surpass himself at present, the gap between them has narrowed significantly. Retaining him is no simple task, even within the confines of Hogwarts Castle, which is ostensibly his home turf. Dumbledore harbors doubts that the anti-disillusionment charms cast within the school can still restrain Clarence. Without such limitations, retaining him would be implausible. Yet, should he resort to force, it would irrevocably sever their relationship. While it is conceivable that Clarence may not align with Voldemort, it does not preclude him from temporarily collaborating with Voldemort to confront Dumbledore. This concern elucidates why, upon learning of the magical scrolls, Dumbledore, aware that their protection could significantly reduce the mortality rate among the members of the Order of the Phoenix, refrained from compelling Clarence to divulge them. Dumbledore fears a complete rupture with Clarence, as the latter's rapid ascent is alarming, so swift that Dumbledore finds himself incapable of forcibly retaining him, having already suffered immensely from Voldemort. The prospect of contending with Clarence as well is daunting. If he struggles to retain him now, the future appears even bleaker. Given Clarence's pace of growth, it is likely that in just a few years, his power will reach a level beyond Dumbledore's control, making the thought of a complete severance all the more daunting. Shifting focus from Dumbledore, the students, having received the magical scrolls and sent them to their families via owl, found their emotions stabilized. The presence of these scrolls has brought about a substantial transformation in the external circumstances surrounding the school. While there are still occasional fatalities due to attacks, those who have perished bear no familial ties to the students. Regarding the concerns of some students whose parents are either Death Eaters or members of the Order of the Phoenix, or hold positions within the Ministry of Magic, thus unable to access the magical scrolls, Clarence has already devised a plausible excuse. He claims that those employed by the Ministry, due to the magical nature of their positions, inadvertently interfere with the scrolls' power, rendering them unusable. Should they wish to utilize the scrolls, they need only resign from the Ministry. Although this reasoning resonates with some students, a minority remains unconvinced, prompting Clarence to reveal his fangs. He publicly declared that the mere act of gifting them the magical scrolls was a gesture of goodwill towards his classmates. He emphasized that the creation of such scrolls is not without cost. If they possessed wealth, he could directly craft advanced alchemical magical items for them, capable of ensuring their safety even against Voldemort himself. However, the real question lies in how much they could afford to pay for such exorbitant materials. Subsequently, Clarence placed these dissenting students on a blacklist, ensuring that they would no longer have access to any future magical scrolls he created. It is worth noting that magical scrolls are inherently single-use, rendered obsolete upon utilization. The small faction of students whose families refuse to relent find themselves in dire circumstances, necessitating the use of magical scrolls, owing to the perilous nature of their work, specifically, the heightened risk of retaliation from Death Eaters. However, the fact that they cannot utilize these scrolls due to their employment within the Ministry of Magic does not imply that all their family members are similarly employed there. Consequently, these scrolls can be entrusted to other relatives for their protection. Given their status as family members of Ministry employees, they are particularly vulnerable to attacks from Death Eaters, leading to the swift depletion of these scrolls. Regrettably, they have all been placed on Clarence's blacklist. Acquiring a scroll now requires a monetary exchange, 1,000 galleons per scroll. If one possesses the funds, they may purchase it. If not, they are left to stare helplessly. Who would willingly part with their gold when free options are scarce? Thus, this small group of students banded together in an attempt to compel Clarence to relent, only to find themselves suspended from a tree at the edge of the Forbidden Forest for several days before being rescued by professors. Henceforth, they dared not confront Clarence again, fully aware of their inability to best him. Yet, these determined students did not abandon their cause. Rather, they sought to rally their families to exert pressure on the Ministry of Magic to intervene on their behalf. However, it was unlikely that the professors would assist them, as they favored Clarence in the face of students, opting instead to sidestep the issue of the magical scrolls altogether. Undeterred, the students continued their efforts, hoping their families could influence the ministry, but Clarence swiftly quelled their ambitions with a single remark. He would indeed manufacture the magical scrolls. But would the ministry cover the material costs? He even provided a detailed list of required materials, asserting that not a single galleon could be spared. Would the ministry take Clarence's material list at face value? Unlikely, yet they found themselves unable to proceed without funding him. Clarence had asserted that he alone possessed the requisite skills and expertise in the contemporary magical realm to craft such scrolls, which could only be realized through the immense magical energy of Hogwarts Castle. Should he decline, no one else would be capable of producing them. Perhaps Nicholas Flamel could achieve such feats, but he too lacked access to the power of Hogwarts, and the ministry could not locate him. Thus, before the ministry could even begin to apply pressure on Clarence, they extinguished their own ambitions, abandoning any plans to engage him further after witnessing the efficacy of the magical scrolls. If the ministry desired these scrolls, they would have to pay, and the price was non-negotiable. Moreover, Clarence made it clear that, as non-students of Hogwarts, the ministry would find it nearly impossible to utilize the scrolls, suggesting that they might have to wait until he could refine his technique, at least to the point where all could use them without restriction. However, the timeline for such improvements remained uncertain. Regardless of their pleas, Clarence remained indifferent to them. Now, they found themselves filled with regret. Alas, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world, and their regret bore no fruit. As for Voldemort and the Death Eaters, Chapter 83. The shift in circumstances. To Voldemort and the Death Eaters were acutely aware of the magical scroll, for their numerous planned operations had faltered due to this very artifact. To be unaware of such a fact would indeed be absurd. Knowing that the failures stemmed from the so-called magical scroll, Voldemort was naturally eager to uncover its origins. However, he could not embark on an investigation himself, thus delegating the task to his followers, the Death Eaters. Yet, these Death Eaters deliberately concealed the true provenance of the scroll, instead fabricating a plethora of misleading information to skew Voldemort's perception, ensuring he would not associate the scroll with Clarence. Why would the Death Eaters engage in such deception? It was quite simply because the scroll promised substantial profit. Arjeda had already indicated that he could persuade Clarence to produce a vast quantity of magical scrolls for sale, with each scroll fetching an astounding price of 1,000 galleons. As for the production costs, although Arjeda was unaware of the exact expenses incurred by Clarence in crafting a single scroll, he was certain that the potential profits were enormous. Furthermore, the market for magical scrolls was virtually untapped within the global wizarding community. Even at the lofty price of 1,000 galleons, eager buyers would abound. One can only imagine the immense profits at stake. Though this venture was ostensibly the domain of the young master, it seemed he too was withholding information from their leader, Voldemort. What implications does this hold? Let it be noted that the young master entrusted Arjeda with this enterprise, indicating that these pureblood families could also reap significant rewards. Naturally, the Death Eaters were reluctant to divulge this lucrative opportunity to Voldemort, for such vast profits would simply be appropriated, leaving them with nothing. Thus, they placed greater emphasis on the significance of the magical scroll than even Clarence himself, going to great lengths to keep Voldemort in the dark about its origins, maintaining an impenetrable silence. All the Death Eaters remained resolutely tight-lipped on the matter, leaving Voldemort entirely oblivious. Did Voldemort trust his subordinates implicitly? Not necessarily. Voldemort had always placed his faith solely in himself, and typically employed the legilimency to scrutinize his followers' memories. However, as is often the case, where there are rules, there are countermeasures. The Death Eaters sought to conceal matters that would not damage the organization or Voldemort himself. Yet, when personal interests were at stake, they resorted to the power of contracts to maintain their secrecy. As for when these agreements were forged among them, the matter at hand dates back to the moment when Voldemort first shamelessly employed the Cruciatus Curse upon his own followers. Since that time, the Death Eaters had already clandestinely engaged in this practice. After all, who does not possess private secrets? No one desires their personal secrets exposed to the prying eyes of outsiders. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the Death Eaters could utilize the power of contracts to conceal certain memories from Voldemort. Consequently, whether it pertains to the current magical scroll or the earlier speculations regarding young Master Clarence, it is no wonder that Voldemort remained oblivious, thoroughly deceived by his followers. Of course, even without the protective force of the contract, it is not certain that Voldemort would have discerned anything, for the Cruciatus Curse has its limitations. This does not merely hinge upon whether a wizard has sufficiently delved into the intricacies of the spell or has mastered it with finesse. Rather, it is an inherent limitation of the magic itself. In essence, it analyzes their memories and thoughts, but does not possess the capacity to directly read the specific contents of a person's mind, akin to mind reading. Due to this limitation, even if the Death Eaters lacked the protective power of the contract, Voldemort might still be unable to uncover anything. Moreover, one must not forget the existence of advanced magic such as the mind-shielding spell, which can guard against the Cruciatus curse. Although the difficulty of mastering the mind-shielding spell is exceedingly high, it ultimately implies that if these individuals truly wished to conceal matters beneath Voldemort's very nose, they could indeed do so to an extent that he would remain entirely unaware. The members of the Death Eater faction, from top to bottom, have effectively concealed the true origins of the magical scroll, leading Voldemort to suspect that this so-called scroll was a contrivance devised by Dumbledore to ensnare him, particularly after employing the Cruciatus curse on several subordinates and failing to detect any issues. Voldemort grew increasingly convinced that the matter of the magical scroll was undoubtedly a trap set by Dumbledore. He never doubted whether Dumbledore truly possessed the long-lost knowledge for crafting such a scroll, for since their acquaintance, he has never fully comprehended the essence of Dumbledore, nor does he know what other hidden cards he may possess. Whenever Voldemort believed he had unraveled Dumbledore's every secret, the latter would invariably produce something novel, deepening Voldemort's fear, which stemmed not solely from Dumbledore's formidable power. Is Voldemort not powerful in his own right? Though he may not surpass Dumbledore, he could certainly contend in a manner that would lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, in terms of strength, while Voldemort may not best Dumbledore, the disparity between them is not insurmountable. Nevertheless, Voldemort consistently shuns direct confrontation with Dumbledore, resorting instead to cunning schemes to undermine him. He is utterly captivated by Dumbledore's inscrutable demeanor and character, and the extent of his hidden trump cards leaves him in awe. Thus, he would not doubt whether Dumbledore possessed the technical prowess to create magical scrolls. Rather, he would suspect that this matter was merely a bait deliberately cast by Dumbledore. Should he take the bait, he would find himself ensnared in a great pitfall. Given the stakes involved with Dumbledore, Voldemort dared not be negligent, even going so far as to prohibit his subordinates from further probing into the intelligence regarding the magical scrolls. He understood that as long as Dumbledore willed it, his incompetent followers would uncover nothing, and even if they did, such discoveries would likely be traps. Nevertheless, regardless of how Voldemort speculated, the mere emergence of the magical scrolls had effectively undermined his plans to instill panic within the magical community of the United Kingdom, disrupting social order, thus resulting in a significant setback. Chapter 84, The First Elemental Thesis. Without delving into the intentions behind this aspect of his plans, it suffices to say that this failure compelled him to alter his original strategies. Since attacking ordinary wizards proved ineffective, he resolved to intensify his efforts against the officials of the Ministry of Magic to assault Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, as well as other factions within the magical realm of the United Kingdom. Simultaneously, he discreetly dispatched his subordinates to make contact with a certain giant tribe, knowing full well that it would likely require the demise of a few giants to bolster his cause. Turning to Hogwarts, the appearance of the magical scrolls reinstated a semblance of normalcy in the students' academic lives. Aside from a select few who remained fearful, no one felt pity for them, for their actions had indeed been rather disgraceful. The magical scrolls had been crafted by Clarence, and regardless of the cost, the fact that they were offered free of charge to the relatives of students was, as he himself stated, a gesture of goodwill towards his classmates. Yet, this select group audaciously made demands, and it was fortunate for them that Clarence was of a patient disposition. Had he been more irritable, they would have found themselves compelled to withdraw from school. It appeared that the chaos outside, coupled with their previous fears, had instigated a significant transformation in the characters of these students, making them considerably more callous. In former times, they would never have dared utter such words, nor even dared to entertain such thoughts. Of course, the students' affairs had little impact on Clarence's own academic pursuits. Even when he occasionally encountered those few who had been blacklisted, he chose to ignore them entirely, offering not even a glance in their direction. Life continued for him as usual, though there were indeed matters of significance to attend to. Among these was the progress he and Professor Flitwick had made in their research regarding Clarence's initial concept of an elemental magic system. Although these were merely fragments of results, insufficient to constitute a complete foundational theory and consisting solely of their new discoveries and hypotheses, it was nonetheless a source of great joy. However, their method of celebration, born from joy, was not one of indulgence in revelry, but rather the composition of a scholarly paper penned by Clarence and meticulously revised by Professor Flewellen, detailing the modest achievements of their research. Once the paper was refined, it was dispatched directly to the editorial office of today's Transfiguration Viral. Whether it was due to Clarence's burgeoning reputation or the inclusion of Professor Flewellen's esteemed name, the journal's editorial board promptly approved the manuscript for publication in the forthcoming issue. A fortnight later, the paper circulated widely, garnering attention from numerous scholars. Yet, upon perusal of its contents, the majority adopted a stance of skepticism. Had it solely borne Clarence's name, disbelief would have been rampant. However, the presence of Professor Flewellen's name compelled many to withhold outright dismissal. opting instead to conduct their own inquiries. Should they encounter confusion, they would reach out to Llewellyn for clarification. Overall, the paper indeed created a considerable stir within scholarly circles, though its impact did not extend to the general wizarding community, where few were even aware of its existence. Setting aside the commotion surrounding the paper, neither Clarence nor Professor Llewellyn anticipated any significant repercussions for the magical realm. In truth, even if they had, it would have mattered little to them. What truly piqued their interest were the myriad letters from renowned scholars. While some correspondences sought inquiry or discussion, others were rather brusque, demanding tangible evidence from Llewellyn and Clarence. Otherwise, they would dismiss the paper as mere fantasy, unworthy of publication in an academic journal. Unperturbed by the more acerbic letters, both Llewellyn and Clarence would merely glance at the contents, deeming them devoid of value, and subsequently discard them into the wastebasket. Llewellyn, as he tossed aside another letter, lamented, "I cannot help but wonder if these old codgers are simply unable to discern the words. Otherwise, how could they overlook the clarifications at the paper's outset? Professor, while we did elucidate the circumstances and context at the beginning of our paper, that does not deter scholars from their relentless pursuit of truth," Clarence consoled him, all the while continuing to scrutinize the letters in his hands. Their actions suggested that the initial intent behind submitting the paper was not merely to celebrate their modest findings, but perhaps more significantly, to invite correspondence from distinguished scholars. Indeed, the publication of their paper serves as a means of celebration, as they have achieved noteworthy results in their research, which they feel compelled to share with the world. After all, joy is best when shared. However, this is not their primary intention. The main goal is to attract the attention of esteemed scholars upon the paper's release, inviting correspondence and discussion. Professors Flivy and Clarence understand that refining their envisioned elemental magic system cannot be accomplished by their efforts alone, even if they devoted their entire lives to it. The wisdom of an individual is limited, yet the collective intellect of a group can spark boundless inspiration and creativity. This, indeed, is their true aim. Although managing the influx of correspondence, often accompanied by owls delivering messages, can be quite cumbersome, they derive pleasure from it, occasionally expressing mild frustration over certain unpleasant contents. The alchemical notebook serves to facilitate real-time communication, specifically crafted by Clarence for renowned scholars and masters. As the trio engaged in discourse via the alchemical notebook, more individuals gradually joined the conversation, akin to a chat group, reminiscent of a certain messaging platform used by Clarence in his previous life. Featuring both private messaging and group chat capabilities, Professor Flivy oversees the management of this chat group, while the notebook does not possess the capacity to expel members. It can mute them. Although the introduction of this alchemical artifact greatly enhances communication among scholars, they remain focused on their objectives. Yet, they inevitably circle back to a singular question. Despite Flivy and Clarence's eloquent descriptions, the scholars in the chat have yet to witness any tangible evidence. Consequently, discussions shifted towards how Flivy and Clarence perceive the elements. With no other option, they resorted to divulging their meditation techniques. With Professor Flivy first issuing a cautionary note within the chat, he advised the scholars that, lacking innate talent, even if they mastered the meditation technique and entered a meditative state, they would only be able to vaguely sense the elements without the ability to observe them in detail. This warning left the scholars somewhat perplexed. If Flivy's assertion held true, it would imply that neither he nor Clarence could have actually observed the elements, raising questions about the origins of their paper's content. Following the emergence of this inquiry, Flivy clarified that it was, in fact, Clarence who had truly observed the elements. He further elucidated that, unable to perceive the elements through meditation, he had resorted to alternative methods to glean partial information about them, detailing this in the notebook as well. After scholars perused the writings of Flivy, they naturally inquired about the methods through which he had acquired the elemental information. Yet this time, Flivy found himself compelled to seek the counsel of Clarence, for the contract's aim was his own. Thus, if the scholars wished to glean the elemental insights as Flivy had, they would either need to engage in self-reflective meditation or forge a pact with Clarence to borrow the elemental knowledge from him. Therefore, before disclosing this approach, it was essential to consult Clarence. Clarence, after a moment's hesitation, directly posed the question, "Professor, is it possible to keep this matter confidential?" After a moment of contemplation, Flivy promptly inscribed in his notebook that anyone wishing to learn the method must agree to maintain secrecy. Otherwise, the information could not be shared with them. Upon reading this line, the scholars immediately inquired about the rationale for confidentiality, questioning whether this method was encumbered by limitations which would preclude its widespread dissemination. Should that be the case, the so-called elemental magical system would hold far less research value than they had imagined. They believed that for any field of knowledge to be deemed worthy of study, it must possess the fundamental condition of being disseminated among all wizards. Only through the propagation of such knowledge could it be said that the field would gradually develop and mature. Otherwise, as they suspected, its research value was indeed not as significant as presumed. Due to his experience and wisdom, Clarence, upon hearing such inquiries, felt somewhat perplexed and turned to Professor Flivy for clarification. However, Flivy merely gave him a knowing glance and continued to write. Clarence also noticed the content Flivy had inscribed in his notebook, which explained that the reason for confidentiality was tied to Clarence's safety. Hence, until he possessed the strength to protect himself, secrecy was imperative. Since the issue did not pertain to limitations on dissemination, the scholars were less concerned. After all, certain matters indeed warranted confidentiality, particularly those linked to the mysterious Department of Magical Affairs. Such information was classified and required participants to sign non-disclosure agreements. Among the distinguished scholars in the chat group, even the least esteemed among them bore several non-disclosure agreements. So they were hardly inclined to challenge Flivy and Clarence's request for secrecy. Immediately, someone wrote in their notebook that they could dispatch the contract via owl, including their address. Ultimately, within the notebook chat group, all but Clarence and Flivy signed the non-disclosure agreement and thereby gained access to the method for obtaining elemental information. Furthermore, they successfully entered into a pact with Clarence. The certainty of this assertion stems from the skill panel, where, in addition to Frelavai's name, there are over 10 additional names following the skill subordinate contract. Naturally, even without the skill panel, the mere existence of those numerous requests for elemental information suffices to demonstrate that the members of the chat group have indeed succeeded in forging a contract with Clarence. With such a multitude of scholars engaging in discourse and collaborative research over several months, by early May 1975, they finally succeeded in developing the first elemental magic. Remarkably, this was achieved despite the foundational theories being far from complete. It was an elemental fundamental magic that emerged first. This occurrence can be attributed entirely to Clarence. The inception of this magic was merely a result of his idle manipulation of the wind element during his leisure time, where he simulated the formation of a wind blade and subsequently unleashed it. The system promptly recognized this as a skill, thus generating an unactivated skill on his panel. The activation required a mere 2 simplification points, a trivial amount for Clarence. Consequently, he swiftly proceeded with the simplification. However, at the very moment the skill was completed, a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding the wind blade skill was imparted directly into his mind. Regrettably, this knowledge did not encompass the essence of the element itself. It was limited to the principles of the skill, manipulation techniques, and even avenues for future enhancement. Chapter 86, Transparent Blade, Wind Blade Technique. The true wind blade magic, of course, is far more intricate than Clarence's simplistic simulation during moments of boredom, necessitating profound knowledge and skill. It was only after all foundational knowledge regarding the wind blade had been instilled in his mind that Clarence became aware of this complexity. Following the acquisition of this skill, Clarence conducted a series of experiments before eagerly seeking out Frelavai to share this exhilarating news. He cleverly framed his discovery as a result of his idle manipulation of the wind element, claiming to have successfully activated a wind blade and subsequently refined this elemental system's first fundamental magic through persistent experimentation. Upon witnessing the wind blade's manifestation and its formidable power, Frelavai inquired extensively about its nature, including the principles behind the magic and whether such potency was derived from any other field of knowledge. Clarence, however, could not divulge the system's feedback regarding the foundational knowledge of the wind blade, as doing so would unravel his carefully constructed narrative. He intentionally left numerous questions unanswered to encourage Frelavai and the other scholars to conduct further research and ultimately refine their understanding. This deliberate omission prevented any suspicion from Frelavai, who proceeded to provide additional insights, and together, they joyfully shared this revelation within the notebook's chat group, accompanied by the principles and methods of the magic. As Flivy paused to write down the name of the spell, he lifted his gaze to Clarence, inquiring what name he intended to bestow upon this magical creation. Naturally, it would be preferable for the name to carry some significance, given that it was the inaugural spell of this elemental system. Clarence inwardly rolled his eyes, pondering the triviality of the occasion. After all, it was merely a product of his idle experimentation. What was there to commemorate? Should he celebrate his own moments of whimsy? Such thoughts were best left unspoken, so he feigned delight and suggested, "Let us call it Wind Blade Technique. It is straightforward and also symbolizes our Ravenclaw Academy." In truth, the name Wind Blade Technique was rather mundane, yet it resonated deeply with Frivy's intentions, which ultimately led Clarence to inscribe it in his notebook as a summary. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group were less concerned with the exact nomenclature of the spell than they were with the principles and methods of its execution, which prompted them to immediately embark on their experiments. They understood that without having entered into a pact with Clarence to borrow essential elemental information, they would be incapable of conjuring the Wind Blade Technique, regardless of their understanding of its principles and methods, unless they personally absorbed and comprehended the elemental nuances through prolonged and meticulous observation of the wind element. Until they fully grasped its fundamental essence, they would remain unable to perform the spell. However, they had taken a shortcut by directly borrowing information regarding the wind element from Clarence, which notably included insights into his mastery and control over this elemental force. At present, the scholars remained unaware of this arrangement, though they might have speculated about it. No one dared to address the matter openly. They were acutely aware that their ability to wield the wind blade technique stemmed primarily from their contractual borrowing of Clarence's power. Should that borrowed strength dissipate, so too would their capacity to unleash the wind blade technique. Fortunately, they recognized that this shortcut was a unique circumstance and did not imply that they would forever need to rely on Clarence's strength to cast spells. Once the foundational aspects of this elemental magic system were refined, they believed they could eventually cast spells on their own without further recourse to Clarence's abilities. Although this prospect seemed a distant reality, given that they had yet to fully grasp even the rudimentary concepts and lacked a coherent theory, having a tangible goal was far superior to being devoid of any direction. At the very least, possessing a target would guide their efforts, as the most daunting plight was to wander aimlessly without a sense of purpose. While those scholars engaged in their experiments, Clarence was not idle. Instead, he relied on the previously released wind blade technique to sequentially create manifestations of the remaining 3 elemental forces. For instance, he attempted to manipulate the water element, forming a sphere of water. Unfortunately, this endeavor did not garner the system's acknowledgement. However, upon observing the quivering sphere suspended in his hand, Clarence began to intuitively grasp the reason for its lack of validation. It seemed that the system's criteria for recognizing a new skill included a requirement for stability in certain conditions. Thus, with a contemplative demeanor, Clarence dissipated the trembling water sphere. He then re-engaged with the water element, reorganizing it into a sphere with a specific arrangement, resulting in a much more stable form that even appeared somewhat solidified. Indeed, upon checking the system panel once more, he found that a new skill had been successfully added. Encouraged by this success, he proceeded to experiment with the fireball, which, drawing from the prior experience with the water sphere, was recognized by the system on the first attempt. However, when it came to the earth element, Clarence found himself at a loss. He could not envision what the foundational magic of the earth element would entail. Although his memories from a past life contained numerous related images, he felt a persistent sense that those did not embody the essence of earth elemental magic. This was merely an intuition, not a definitive conclusion, yet it posed a considerable puzzle for him. Consequently, he sought the assistance of Professor Flivy. From the moment Clarence conjured his first water sphere, Flivy had been quietly observing, and it was only now, upon Clarence's request for help, that he responded. After listening to Clarence's dilemma, Flivy pondered for a moment before articulating his understanding of the issue. According to him, a foundational magic possesses a certain representational quality and serves a transitional function. It signifies what precedes it in development and indicates the subsequent, related intermediate and advanced magics. Therefore, to uncover the answer, Clarence needed to delve into his own comprehension of the earth elemental series of magics. He contemplated that the earth element embodies solidity, stability, and permanence. The characteristics of earth are cold and dry, symbolizing steadiness, robustness, and weightiness. Unlike the wind element, which can form transparent blades, or the water sphere, which, despite being spherical, can morph and encompass all, the earth element does not manifest in such fluid forms, nor does it rely on temperature like the fireball. Thus, the answer became evident. It is the earth wall. Chapter 87, Fundamental Elemental Magic, specifically the earth wall technique. As for why it was not the earth spike or earth pit, it is simply because the earth wall most distinctly exemplifies the characteristics of the earth element. Thus, the foundational magics of the 4 elemental forces have been developed, or perhaps it is more accurate to say, attempted by Clarence, who has also received official recognition from the system. Subsequently, Clarence conveyed the principles of the remaining 3 basic magics, water sphere, fireball, and earthen wall, to Freelev, who meticulously recorded them in the alchemical notebook for dissemination among the other members in the group chat. It is regrettable that this rare respite was fleeting, for soon the time for the final examinations approached. However, this year, an overwhelming majority of students participated in the review sessions organized by the Truth Society. Were it not for Clarence casting several spells to expand the already ample activity space several-fold, accommodating such a large number of students would have been an impossible feat. The reason for the significant turnout at the Truth Society's supplementary classes this year can be attributed to the pervasive influence of the recent terror attacks by the Death Eaters. Previously, students were engulfed in fear, anxious about receiving news of their families being targeted. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible to focus on studying. Otherwise, the school might not have even held final examinations this year. As the exams drew near, students flocked to the Truth Society for additional help. Nevertheless, even with participation in these activities, the overall results of the final exams this year were somewhat lacking. This, however, was to be expected. The shortfall was minor. and very few students failed outright. In fact, the professors were even more pleased to see an increase in high-achieving students compared to a normal semester. Of course, Clarence's results were unsurprisingly at the top, but Lily's performance this time was less than ideal, likely influenced by the recent attacks. Coming from a Muggle family, where neither her parents nor relatives possessed magical abilities, she felt a greater sense of dread in the face of such events compared to her peers from wizarding families. The latter, with family members who wield magic, had some capacity for resistance during attacks, while ordinary Muggles were entirely defenseless. Fortunately, the magical scrolls created by Clarence can be activated by even those without magical prowess, serving as a means of protection. While her results were deemed unsatisfactory in comparison to the previous year, they still surpassed those of the vast majority of students. Before departing, during the farewell banquet, Clarence generously bestowed upon each student several magical scrolls. Just a few days into the summer vacation, Lily took the initiative to write Clarence a letter, expressing her desire to invite him to her home to cast protective spells for her family. Clarence readily agreed to the matter, as it was not particularly challenging. He even crafted 3 somewhat sophisticated alchemical magical items, each imbued with numerous protective spells, intended as gifts for Lily's parents and her sister. Despite their lack of magical ability, these items would passively activate upon their touch. Curiously, setting aside Lily's parents' attitudes for the moment, her sister Petunia's demeanor towards Clarence starkly contrasted with her treatment of Severus Snape. While not overly effusive, she was able to engage in normal conversation with Clarence, unlike the profound silence she maintained around Snape. This reaction is not entirely surprising. Clarence's increasingly ethereal beauty would leave a favorable impression on anyone, ensuring a high initial affinity. Coupled with his elegant discourse and gracious demeanor, he further garnered positive regard. In contrast, Snape's perpetually sullen countenance and his disheveled appearance contributed to an impression of untidiness that would deter even the most fastidious of young ladies from engaging with him. Thus, when Clarence visited the Evans family, they welcomed him with warmth, with Petunia even managing to utter a few more words than usual. Especially after receiving the gifts Clarence had prepared for her and her parents, her face radiated a bright smile. After bestowing a variety of protective enchantments upon the entire house, including the garden, Clarence finally departed with Lily's luggage in tow. As for Lily's destination, she was not heading to Clarence's home to spend the summer. Rather, she had made arrangements to visit Mia's house, intentionally excluding Clarence and Snape from the invitation. Clarence did not comment on this, recognizing that even among the 4 of them, it was unrealistic to expect constant togetherness. Moreover, at their current age, the distinctions between boys and girls had become increasingly pronounced. Despite Clarence's beauty surpassing that of many girls, he remained fundamentally male, thus certain topics of conversation among girls were simply not suitable for him. After dropping Lily off at Mia's home, Clarence lingered for a moment before preparing to take his leave, leaving behind a booklet detailing the fundamentals of the 4 elemental magics. Having noticed their keen interest in the elemental magic system. Chapter 88. 5th year, it was revealed that Snape's mother had been in poor health since the beginning of the year. Various factors contributed to her deteriorating condition, with the most significant likely being the years of domestic abuse and the untimely death of Snape's father due to excessive drinking at the end of the previous year. Snape's feelings and attitudes towards his biological father were never concealed from Clarence, though it did not reach the extent of wishing for an early demise. A sense of indifference enveloped the notion of death, akin to observing a stranger's passing. In stark contrast, Severus Snape's mother exhibited profound devotion to her husband, enduring years of domestic violence without any diminishment of her love. Consequently, the demise of Snape's father precipitated a complete breakdown of her health. By early this year, her condition had deteriorated day by day. She had even developed a resignation towards death, refusing to consume potions, allowing her physical state to decline further each day. It is worth noting that the power of wizards can, at times, be excessively idealistic, rendering potions ineffective for Snape's mother. Thus, there was no recourse but to seek treatment in a Muggle hospital. This circumstance elucidates why Clarence found the house empty upon his visit. Ultimately, such afflictions are rooted in emotional distress, and even magic proves impotent in such situations. The booklet that Clarence provided sparked a glimmer of hope, suggesting that upon the commencement of the school year, he would demonstrate the magic he had developed. Clarence speculated that the new magic Snape referred to was likely the infamous spell from the original text. He recalled that this spell had a counter curse. Otherwise, it would unequivocally be classified as dark magic. However, the existence of a counter curse does not inherently categorize the magic as light. Rather, it permits the potential to reverse the damage inflicted, thereby avoiding legal prohibitions. At the very least, the wizard employing the spell would not face repercussions. Living alone, Clarence maintained a remarkably structured lifestyle over the past 3 months, dedicating himself almost entirely to study and research. He occasionally engaged with scholars through his alchemical notebook. In addition to delving into the elemental magic system, He also organized the materials related to his experiments with the time turner, which he had been conducting since his 3rd year. As for the alchemical magical items and potions required for Arjada, those tasks were entrusted to his authentic duplicates, allowing his true self to focus solely on profound study. Beyond academic pursuits, he also kept his wand in hand, frequently practicing advanced spells to accumulate experience for his wizarding template. Regrettably, by the time school resumed, his wizarding template had only reached level 6. This was not due to the difficulty of acquiring experience points. Rather, it was a reflection of the ups and downs in his practice over the 3 months. Nevertheless, his unique skills had seen substantial enhancement, significantly boosting Clarence's overall strength. Now, when considering his capabilities, he had attained a level of prowess comparable to that of a professor at a magical academy. Moreover, he excels in combat and possesses a remarkably well-rounded skill set. After all, not all professors are adept in both battle and combat magic. However, Clarence stands apart. Not only is he exceptionally skilled in combat, but his prowess has been honed through countless dueling competitions. Although there exists a distinction between dueling and actual combat, the difference is, to be frank, rather negligible. He is not only proficient in various combat spells, but also exhibits no glaring weaknesses, allowing him to adapt seamlessly to any environment or adversary. If one were to scrutinize his abilities, Clarence's strength would place him among the elite tier of professors, and he is already on the precipice of becoming a Grand Wizard. The title of Grand Wizard signifies a classification of a wizard's power that surpasses that of a professor. While a professor may reach the pinnacle in a specific domain, a Grand Wizard achieves mastery across multiple realms. Clarence has already met the criteria for this esteemed level. The only aspects he lacks are magical potency and the breadth of experience, will, and temperament. His experiences are primarily limited to participating in dueling tournaments across various magical realms alongside Flivy, rendering him, in essence, merely a student. Even his memories from a previous life reflect the existence of an ordinary person. Had it not been for the dueling competitions, he might never have ventured abroad, thus questioning the depth of his experiences. As for his temperament and willpower, although the simplified system and various skills lead others to perceive him as possessing a genuinely pure disposition and indomitable will, the reality is known only to Clarence himself. Of course, he could forcefully elevate his abilities to the Grand Wizard level through skill enhancement, essentially leveraging his combat prowess to push himself into that tier. Experience, will, and temperament influence a wizard's magical efficacy and power, which is why the Grand Wizard level entails such requirements that cannot be easily bypassed. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary wizard to forcibly enter this realm based solely on strength, but for Clarence, it is a different matter. He can harness the system's power to elevate his capabilities to that level. Chapter 89, Preparations for the Exam. If I am not mistaken, Voldemort represents an almost impossible archetype. He too resides within the domain of Grand Wizards, having, like Clarence, one foot firmly planted in the realm of Dark Lords. His expertise lies in the study of the soul and unforgivable curses, particularly the Killing Curse, which enabled him to force his way into the half-step threshold of Dark Lord status. As he continues to address the deficiencies in his abilities, he is gradually distancing himself from the realm of Grand Wizards. It is likely that before long, he will fully ascend into the ranks of Dark Lords. On September 1st, after returning to school via train, Clarence had scarcely spent a few days there before Flivy whisked him away to traverse the magical realms of various countries. This so-called excursion primarily entailed participating in duel competitions. The itinerary was exceedingly rigorous, and upon glimpsing Flivy's meticulously crafted schedule, Clarence felt somewhat overwhelmed. Flivy's rationale for this arrangement stemmed from the fact that Clarence and his peers were now in their 5th year, and at the end of the semester, they would be facing the ordinary wizarding level examinations. He harbored no concerns regarding Clarence's performance on the exams. Rather, his apprehension lay in the limited opportunity Clarence had to engage in competitions during the first half of the year due to the unique circumstances of this academic season. By the second half, he would be confined to school, diligently preparing for his examinations. In contrast to other ordinary students, who faced stringent restrictions during their 5th and 7th years, some not even permitted to visit the neighboring village of Hogsmeade, Clarence's ability to participate in various competitions during the first half of the year was attributable to his consistently stable academic performance, which had never faltered. Thus, the school had no qualms about his grades. Furthermore, as Clarence was now in his 5th year, with only 2 years remaining in his schooling, the institution was eager to allow him the chance to bring more honor to the school while he was still in attendance. This consideration led to the allowance for him to continue competing in duel matches and other events, such as potion contests. Indeed, the school intended for Clarence to partake in potion competitions this year. Traditionally, students like Snape and Lily Mia, who boasted commendable grades, were responsible for representing the school in such contests. However, given the peculiar circumstances of the year, the school was disinclined to permit other students, who could not guarantee their academic performance, to participate in any events. It could be argued that in potion competitions, a single successful creation of a flawless potion sufficed for victory. However, claiming that a young wizard could consistently produce a potion of impeccable quality was somewhat far-fetched, as even masters of potion making would hesitate to assert that every concoction they brewed reached such standards, regardless of the quality of the other competitors' potions. Clarence's advantage in time was insurmountable, especially since no other contestant could produce a potion of flawless quality. Thus, for the entirety of the first semester, Clarence spent his time accompanying Flivvy, traversing the magical world and engaging in a myriad of competitions. Fortuitously, Clarence had left behind a multitude of authentic avatars at school, dedicated to scholarly pursuits and addressing various matters. Otherwise, he would have been utterly disinclined to squander his time participating in numerous disparate competitions. Furthermore, one of his genuine avatars bore witness to the new spell developed by Snape, which was indeed a formidable incantation. However, as it was freshly crafted, a counter curse had yet to be formulated, yet this was of little consequence. The pivotal aspect was that the authentic avatar mastered this spell and duly relayed the knowledge back to his original self. The professors at the school were disinterested in his affairs, as this was the privilege afforded to the most exceptional students. In fact, Flitwick even formally appointed Clarence as the Ravenclaw head boy. This merely conferred upon him a distinct title, making little difference in practice, for he had previously served as the special deputy head boy of Ravenclaw, consistently overseeing the responsibilities of the male head boy. Moreover, by the conclusion of his third year, the two head boys and girls he had grown familiar with graduated from the school. Since their departure, Flitwick had not appointed anyone else to the position of male head boy, as Clarence was entirely capable of managing those duties. Therefore, his recent appointment was merely a formal acknowledgement of his role, bearing no significant impact on his life. Aside from acquiring the official title of head boy, Clarence's academic life remained as tranquil as ever, and the entire school appeared to bask in an aura of serenity. However, beyond the confines of the school, the situation was far from calm. Indeed, Voldemort had orchestrated another significant event. He leveraged the influence of pureblood families among his followers to openly recruit dark wizards within the wizarding community of the United Kingdom. Even extending his reach to non-human sentient races, he explicitly stated the prerequisites for joining his Death Eaters. Wizards must be dark wizards to qualify for membership, while non-human sentient beings were required to possess a history of having taken innocent lives. Following this proclamation, a throng of applicants emerged, as those once lurking in the shadows, akin to despised vermin, eagerly joined the ranks of the Death Eaters. Even some non-human sentient races, previously scorned by wizards, found themselves enrolling in this burgeoning organization. This surge in membership not only amplified the numerical strength of the Death Eaters, but also correspondingly bolstered the overall power of their faction. With the enhancement of the Death Eaters' might, the Ministry of Magic and the clandestine organization known as the Order of the Phoenix found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. After all, Voldemort's Death Eaters were wholly unencumbered by considerations of morality. Anyone possessing strength and a history of malevolence was readily absorbed into their ranks. Conversely, for the Ministry and the Order, augmenting their numbers was no simple task. Just consider the formidable criteria for becoming an Auror. Surely, they could not relax their standards merely to counter Voldemort and his Death Eater forces. However, even if the conditions and demands are relaxed, it proves futile. At the very least, one must be capable of being of service after becoming an Auror. Consider the reasons behind the necessity to augment the ranks of Aurors. Thus, how could wizards who have merely met the relaxed criteria stand as adversaries to the Death Eaters? Not only would their inclusion serve no purpose, but it would also incur considerable expenses, given that Aurors are already compensated handsomely, in addition to benefits such as pensions. The Order of the Phoenix, on the other hand, has it somewhat easier. Yet, Dumbledore is reluctant to indiscriminately recruit members. First, there are concerns regarding loyalty and allegiance that cannot be guaranteed. Second, the order he has formed is a clandestine magical organization, unrecognized by the Ministry of Magic. Previously, in their efforts to combat the Death Eaters, they had exposed themselves to the scrutiny of the Ministry, which irked many high-ranking officials. Should they attempt to increase their numbers and expand their ranks further, it could very well provoke a backlash from the Ministry. Dumbledore, being among the most formidable of wizards, wields considerable influence. If he were to command a fully loyal force beneath him, no matter who it might be, it would be a source of unease. The issues posed by the Ministry are secondary. The principal concern lies in the fact that, barring exceptional circumstances, who among the ordinary populace would willingly join such a secretive, unrecognized organization? Those wizards who have suffered at the hands of Voldemort and the Death Eaters would be ideal candidates for the Order. Yet such individuals often prove to be unpredictable. Having witnessed Voldemort's formidable power and the madness of the Death Eaters, if their resolve is not steadfast, they may succumb to fear and trepidation, with few able to rise in defiance. Even if they do overcome this hurdle, they are often consumed by hatred. And such individuals can pose a greater threat than the Death Eaters themselves. There are numerous factors and issues at play. And the fundamental reason Dumbledore hesitates to recruit members into the Order extensively stems from these myriad complications. In summary, whether it be the Ministry of Magic or the clandestine Order of the Phoenix, both find themselves incapable of recruiting members as recklessly as Voldemort does to bolster their strength, rendering them seemingly powerless against the Death Eaters. This predicament has led to an exceedingly tense situation within the magical community of the United Kingdom, one that even the most oblivious of ordinary wizards can perceive. Of course, the main tactic employed by the Death Eaters involves coercion and inducement rather than outright murder. The number of organizations, such as the Order of the Phoenix, that continue to resist is now exceedingly small. Faced with such circumstances, Dumbledore can no longer remain idle. He rarely spends time within the confines of the school, dedicating most of his efforts to combating Voldemort and the Death Eaters. It must be noted that with Dumbledore actively participating, even Voldemort and the increasingly powerful Death Eaters have been compelled to take the situation seriously, prompting them to scale back their actions against the Ministry. This situation has rendered the once formidable Voldemort and his Death Eater followers surprisingly inactive for the time being. However, Voldemort's hesitation stems from his apprehension regarding Dumbledore's formidable power, particularly his concern that Dumbledore might engage him in a direct confrontation. This trepidation has consequently restrained Voldemort from undertaking significant actions. In contrast, the Death Eaters do not share the same fear of Dumbledore. After all, despite Dumbledore's unparalleled strength, he stands alone, while the ranks of the Death Eaters are numerous. So, why have the Death Eaters remained largely dormant? Primarily, this inactivity can be attributed to Voldemort's failure to issue further commands. Additionally, the indiscriminate recruitment of new members by Voldemort has led to numerous issues within the Death Eater organization. The most pressing concern is that the original Death Eater members perceive that Voldemort's treatment of these newcomers mirrors the way he once treated them. Furthermore, they are now compelled to share their previously exclusive power with the new recruits. This revelation has awakened the original members to the unsettling realization that they may not hold the same significance in Voldemort's eyes as they once believed. Initially, they were indeed crucial to Voldemort, but as the organization has expanded and Voldemort's power has grown, the older members have seen their importance diminish to the point where they are now replaceable, unlike in the past when they were deemed irreplaceable. Although they initially gathered under Voldemort's banner with mutual exploitation in mind, they have become increasingly concerned about the implications of their diminishing value. In truth, they have been less preoccupied with Voldemort's attitude towards them and more focused on the power and benefits they wield. Irreplaceability signifies stability in power and profit. However, if that irreplaceability shifts to a state of being easily replaceable, the implications are drastically different. Thus, the original Death Eaters have begun to feel a sense of crisis. Of course, some have been thoroughly indoctrinated by Voldemort, becoming fanatically loyal to him, disregarding any notions of power or profit. These individuals follow Voldemort's commands without question, exhibiting loyalty that surpasses even that of a trained dog. Yet, the realization of their predicament has come too late. Fortunately, due to the presence of Clarence, they find themselves with an alternative choice, one that may prove more advantageous and profitable. Consequently, the elder Death Eaters are secretly engaged in discussions on how to pledge their allegiance to Clarence in a legitimate manner, seeking a way to gain Voldemort's approval for their loyalty to this young master. In pursuit of this, they incessantly penned letters to their children within the school, urging them to seize an opportunity to candidly confess Clarence's true identity as a scion and to formally pledge their allegiance to him. Thus, they found little time or inclination to confront the Ministry of Magic. It is fortunate that the elder Death Eaters did not hastily seek out Voldemort to disclose their fealty to Clarence. Instead, they chose to devise an infallible plan before confronting Voldemort directly. Otherwise, a number of high-ranking officials would undoubtedly have perished, as Voldemort's wrath would have demanded an outlet. Chapter 91. The Reckoning. After all, anyone would be taken aback upon discovering the sudden emergence of a child, particularly one who is to be their successor. Most crucially, could Voldemort genuinely be unaware of his own progeny? Or, having pursued immortality, does he still require an heir? Especially given that this unexpected child and heir is merely a result of the subordinate's foolish misconceptions, it is inevitable that he would erupt in fury, perhaps even eliminating dozens of high-ranking officials to vent his rage. It is also fortunate that these purebloods typically prefer to secure an escape route for themselves before addressing such matters, which prevented them from immediately reporting to Voldemort. However, once they learned from their children that there was no such scion and that everything was merely a product of their own misunderstandings, they would soon find themselves at a critical juncture. The results of the end-of-term examinations for the remaining years were announced prior to the summer break. As for the fifth year's results, they would be mailed to the students during the summer, along with their certificates. Meanwhile, Clarence began to pack his belongings, placing his notes on the disarming charm into the pocket of his jacket, preparing to present them to Snape on the train. Thus, it was improbable that Snape could develop a countercharm within a short span, especially since he had generously imparted this magic to his true avatar. Consequently, Clarence was reciprocating by saving Snape the time required to devise the countercharm. As for how Clarence acquired the countercharm for the disarming spell, it was undoubtedly the work of the simplification system. Once a skill is simplified, all knowledge pertaining to that skill is relayed back to Clarence, including the necessary countercharm. However, while he was busy organizing his belongings, he was interrupted by a note delivered by an owl. Upon reading its contents, Clarence found himself puzzled, unsure of why Arjada sought a meeting with him in the Truth Society's activity room, as she rarely took the initiative to arrange meetings unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Although Clarence could not fathom the reason behind Arjada's summons, he dared not procrastinate. He immediately dispatched a genuine doppelganger to continue his tasks while he himself proceeded to the activity room of the Truth Society. Upon pushing open the grand doors, Clarence discovered that a considerable number of students had already gathered within. However, upon scrutinizing the assembly, he discerned that something was amiss with these students, not in terms of their physicality, but rather regarding their identities. In essence, these students were all members of the Death Eater Reserves, with some having joined later. Notably, among the younger students, Clarence spotted Regulus Black, the younger brother of Sirius Black. The fact that he had been summoned to an assembly of mere Death Eater Reserves suggested a clear connection to the Dark Lord. With this realization, Clarence raised an eyebrow and directed his gaze towards Arjada, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, inquiring with a calm demeanor, "So, you members of the Walpurgis Knights have gathered and summoned me for what purpose?" Arjada, without any preamble, elucidated, "We have two matters to discuss with you. Firstly, regarding your true identity, and secondly, we wish to pledge our loyalty, vowing to follow you eternally." Upon hearing this, Clarence's expression darkened instantly. "You claim to know my true identity, a mystery even to myself? Furthermore, as members of the Death Eater Reserves, do you not fear that Voldemort might eliminate you for your allegiance?" To his astonishment, Arjada and the other members appeared unfazed by this concern, their expressions remaining unchanged. When Arjada expounded upon what she believed to be Clarence's true identity, he responded with a peculiar expression and gaze. "Have you not considered what would happen if you are mistaken? If I am not Voldemort's child, what then?" Arjada confidently presented various pieces of evidence that they believed substantiated Clarence's true identity. Yet, he retorted with the same incredulous expression. "I would have thought that individuals of your pure-blood lineage, concerned with the continuity of family legacy, would act with greater caution, especially in matters where even the involved party remains oblivious. Therefore, allow me to remind you of something. You are somewhat familiar with the admission process of Hogwarts, are you not?" At this point, the countenances of Arjada and several other reserve members darkened, as they seemed to have overlooked this crucial detail. Hogwarts enrolls students through the admission book and the acceptance quill, which means that any young wizard born in the United Kingdom, possessing magical abilities, will have their name inscribed in the admission book. As for the principles governing the admission book and the acceptance quill, as well as any additional functions they may possess, we need not delve into that at the moment. It is worth noting, however, that the names inscribed therein are always true names. What does this imply? It suggests that even if a young wizard is unaware of their surname, the admission book and the acceptance quill are capable of recording it. Moreover, this true name cannot be concealed. Thus, if a young wizard were to change their name due to special circumstances, the admission book would merely append a new name to their original one. Therefore, if Clarence were indeed the child of Voldemort, his true name should be Clarence Stewart Riddle, rather than simply Clarence Stewart. Perhaps the school, for reasons of its own, intentionally obscured part of Clarence's true name. Yet the true name would still be inscribed on the admission book and the acceptance letter. These reserve members may not have access to the admission book and the acceptance quill, but they can glean clues from the acceptance letter. Furthermore, when Clarence first enrolled, he would not have known Voldemort's true name. So if his true name contained an unfamiliar surname, he would undoubtedly be curious. Yet he would not comprehend the significance of that unfamiliar surname and thus would not know to conceal it. However, according to the understanding of these reserve members, Clarence's name appeared to be merely a straightforward combination of a surname and a given name, with nothing more to it. Chapter 92. The revelation to this indicates that Clarence indeed bears no relation to Voldemort whatsoever. At this revelation, the smile on Arjada's face could no longer be maintained, and her expression began to contort. Upon witnessing this, Clarence, filled with compassion, remarked, "Today, let us pretend this conversation never occurred, and you may continue your allegiance to Voldemort as you see fit. Otherwise, should he learn of this matter, you shall not fare well." With that, Clarence resolutely turned to leave the activity room. However, just as he reached the doorway, Arjada called out to him. Curiously glancing back, he observed that her formerly twisted expression had returned to normal, yet her face bore no trace of a smile. "Regardless of whether you are related to Voldemort, we have already accepted you as our young master. Therefore, please accept our pledge." Without waiting for Clarence to respond, she knelt before him, initiating a ritual of wizardly allegiance. The expressions of the other reserve members were equally complex, yet they understood why Algida had made such a choice. Aside from the current Clarence, they found themselves devoid of any alternative, even if Clarence's status as the young lord was merely a product of their misunderstanding, resulting in a farcical situation. Yet, for them at this moment, what else could they do but cling to the hope of a dead horse being treated as a live one? Thus, the remaining members swiftly made their choice, participating in the oath of allegiance just as Algida had. This left Clarence feeling somewhat constrained to intervene. For the ritual bore magical potency. Should it be disrupted, he would remain unscathed, yet Algida and the others would inevitably suffer a backlash. Though it would not be fatal, it would certainly be unpleasant. Humph, were it not for our ongoing collaboration, I would hardly be inclined to engage with you. Unfortunately, they had already pledged their loyalty, and Clarence found himself powerless to alter the situation. His annoyance was palpable, for their actions directly positioned them against Voldemort. Even without their involvement, Clarence was bound to confront Voldemort eventually, and even Dumbledore, but he yearned to delay that inevitable clash for as long as possible. He desired more time to cultivate his strength, yet that was now distinctly unattainable. Clarence, though unaware of the specific rituals wizards performed to swear allegiance, could infer that the ceremony conducted by Algida and the others possessed the power of a binding contract. This indicated that once they had sworn their oaths, betrayal would be impossible. Should they dare to defy their vows, it would not require Clarence to punish them as Voldemort would. The very essence of the contract would render their existence a torment. The power of the pact ensured that one's fortune was intertwined with another's, creating a true sense of kinship. Clarence indeed required a cadre of loyal allies, making it implausible for him to forsake the strength offered by Algida and her companions. His discontent was genuine. However, neglecting them was not an option. Thus, it seemed they had become his subordinates. He could not simply disregard them, especially since he was likely to confront Voldemort, or even Dumbledore, in the future. Having made preparations to accumulate strength during his time at school, the sudden urgency thrust upon him by their oaths had propelled him into the spotlight. What were their family's thoughts on this matter? Upon hearing Clarence mention the likelihood of facing Voldemort, and even Dumbledore, Algida and the others found their previously heavy expressions somewhat alleviated. They remained unaware of Clarence's true thoughts regarding Voldemort, and they could not be certain whether he would indeed confront him. After all, Clarence had exhibited considerable strength, and with their allegiance now pledged, they had a fighting chance against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Once the forces of both sides engage in conflict, if a clear outcome cannot be determined swiftly, it is in accordance with Voldemort's modus operandi to first placate the formidable faction led by Clarence, lest they align themselves with Dumbledore or the Ministry of Magic. At that juncture, it would be uncertain whether Clarence would persist in his antagonism towards Voldemort. Should Clarence genuinely wish to avoid perpetual hostility with Voldemort, the repercussions for him might be minimal. However, for Algida and his associates, the specter of retaliation from Voldemort and the Death Eaters would loom ominously. Thus, for those among them who have resolutely betrayed Voldemort, the demise of Voldemort remains the most desirable outcome. This explains why Algida and his companions displayed a modicum of relief upon learning of Clarence's initial intentions to confront Voldemort and even Dumbledore. However, upon realizing that their actions had directly disrupted Clarence's meticulously laid plans, concern etched their faces. Consequently, Algida, with determination, spoke, "Young master, our family has reached a decision in their hearts, though they have yet to act. Therefore, if you require time to grow, our family can remain under Voldemort's command and even relay intelligence from within the Death Eaters." Clarence regarded him with a cold smile, remarking, "You are indeed ruthless." Why did he say this? Because the fact that they could no longer contain their confrontation with Clarence signified that their family's standing within the Death Eaters had deteriorated to a precarious state. While there may not be immediate threats to their lives, this respite is fleeting. Should Voldemort discover their covert transmission of intelligence, their very lives would be at stake. Hence, Clarence's remark about Algida's ruthless decision stemmed from this understanding. Yet, did Algida not comprehend the peril inherent in this approach for their family? Was he unaware that a single misstep could lead to Voldemort's wrath? He was certainly aware, but what recourse did he have? As Clarence had articulated, he recognized his current inability to contend with Voldemort, and thus had devised plans to afford himself more time for growth. However, their recent actions had directly thwarted Clarence's strategy. This was precisely why Algida proposed this course of action, so that Clarence could continue to develop. Nevertheless, Clarence was not inclined to pursue such a path, for the truth could not remain concealed indefinitely. Once any among them formally joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, they would inevitably be compelled to pledge their allegiance to Voldemort. Even if they feign loyalty, bound by the constraints of the contract's power, they cannot commit any act of treachery against Clarence, and thus their duplicity will inevitably be revealed. If there were but a single individual unable to pledge allegiance, Voldemort might not give it much thought. However, if 2, 3, or even 4 individuals are unable to swear fealty, then even a fool would discern something amiss. Such concealment cannot endure for long, particularly since among those present are several recent graduates. Voldemort will surely uncover the truth in due time. My father has mentioned that in recent years, Voldemort has indeed behaved as you, young master, have described, with many Death Eaters subjected to the excruciating punishment of the Cruciatus Curse. After some reflection, Algida recalled snippets of information he had previously heard during discussions with his father regarding Voldemort. Clearly, the peril of your family remaining among the Death Eaters is excessively grave. Furthermore, the sins committed alongside Voldemort must be absolved, for if he were to fall, your family's existence would not be any less miserable. Clarence sighed heavily. Upon hearing Clarence's assertions, Algida tightened his fists. He harbored a deep aversion to Voldemort's deeds, not merely to the actions themselves, but to the fact that such behavior would expose their true identities. As Clarence indicated, should Voldemort ultimately prevail, these transgressions would become a form of credential for them. But could Voldemort truly succeed? Consider how fiercely the Ministry of Magic resists, and think of Dumbledore, who vanquished the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Reflect upon the international stance towards Voldemort and the Death Eaters. All these factors indicate that Voldemort's success is utterly out of reach. Thus, should he fall, what sort of life could those Death Eaters, who participated in such malevolence, expect to lead? When Clarence articulated this notion, Algida could not help but react, especially when it came to the idea of finding a means to absolve their family. His heart swelled with joy. It was not that he genuinely believed Clarence could accomplish such a feat, but rather it reflected the new leader's attitude, one of valuing and cherishing his subordinates. After all, it is said that comparison breeds fear. Voldemort pales in comparison to Grindelwald and falls short of Clarence. In every aspect of comparison, he is found wanting. One wonders if their families were blind to have chosen Voldemort. Since Clarence has made his position clear, Algida and his fellow subordinates felt compelled to express their loyalty. Therefore, even though Clarence had previously declined their family's continued association with the Death Eaters in exchange for more time, Algida once again proactively broached the subject. However, this time he was met with Clarence's refusal. I can afford to wait, but your family may not be so patient. Do you truly believe that Dumbledore is dead? He is undoubtedly devising a strategy to outmaneuver Voldemort. Do not underestimate Dumbledore. His cunning far surpasses that of the youthful Voldemort. Furthermore, this individual has descended into madness due to certain dark magic, losing even the semblance of rationality. How could he possibly be a match for Dumbledore? Should Voldemort fall victim to Dumbledore's schemes, and your family remains tarnished, the consequences are best left unspoken. Indeed, Clarence nodded, revealing a secret he had learned from Professor Horace. According to Horace, even while attending Hogwarts, Voldemort had begun to delve into dark magic, particularly in pursuit of immortality, which led him to study a profoundly wicked form of dark magic known as Horcruxes. The other members had not heard of this magic, but Algida appeared contemplative. Young master, are you referring to the vile Horcrux? Clarence confirmed. Precisely, it is a dark magic devised by the despicable Tom Riddle that grants immortality. However, this magic is exceedingly malevolent, as it requires the act of murder to fracture one's soul into pieces. These fragments are then extracted and sealed within vessels, known as Horcruxes. Consequently, no matter how grievously the wizard may be harmed, he cannot perish, for a portion of his soul remains intact in the world, allowing for the potential reconstruction of his body even after physical demise. Yet, the soul must remain whole. Its division is an act of defiance against nature's order. Historically, many dark wizards, despite their capabilities, have refrained from creating Horcruxes, preferring to embrace death rather than endure the instability that accompanies a fractured soul. Voldemort exemplifies this phenomenon. Given his fear of death, he may have not merely created one Horcrux, but several. Upon hearing Clarence's revelations, the members present gasped in unison, both appalled by the malevolence of the Horcrux creation process and astounded by Voldemort's madness in producing multiple Horcruxes. The question of evilness was of little concern to them. What mattered most was, as Clarence elucidated, as long as Voldemort's Horcruxes remain intact, even if his corporeal form perishes, he will have the opportunity to resurrect. The most terrifying aspect is that Voldemort's Horcruxes are not limited to a single one. Who knows where he has concealed them? Does this not imply that he has indeed achieved immortality? At this moment, Algida and the others have begun to comprehend why Clarence previously expressed the belief that pure-blood families would exercise greater caution when making decisions, rather than wagering their entire fortunes without understanding the situation. Upon learning that Voldemort, due to the existence of Horcruxes, might truly attain eternal life, they have begun to regret their oath of allegiance to Clarence. Despite Voldemort's madness and his cruelty towards his subordinates, given sufficient time, these issues could be mitigated. Unfortunately, they have already undergone the most advanced loyalty ritual, rendering them incapable of betraying Clarence. Thus, even if they now feel remorse, it is too late. Chapter 94. Confrontation 4. However, despite the flicker of regret within their hearts, they dare not reveal a hint of it. Upon reflection, even individuals like them, purebloods who would risk everything for their own interests, would not wish to live a life that chills the soul merely by contemplation. A single misstep could lead to Voldemort's lethal wrath. What would become of their families after death? Could their bloodlines and legacies endure? Therefore, having a competent leader is, at the very least, a source of solace for them. Clarence, of course, remains oblivious to the inner thoughts of Algeta and the others. Even if he were aware, he would not be concerned, for each individual harbors their own thoughts. No matter how extensive his oversight, he cannot govern the innermost feelings of his subordinates. Thus, he remains indifferent to Algeta's sentiments, focusing instead on the fact that matters have escalated to a point where he must step into the spotlight. Although he currently lacks the strength to rival Voldemort, achieving a balanced contest is not beyond his capabilities. After all, his abilities cannot be viewed through the lens of a typical wizard. In fact, should conflict arise, Clarence could temporarily gain the upper hand in battle, albeit not for an extended duration. As for stepping into the open now, what would Dumbledore's reaction be? Clarence is unconcerned, as he too can hold his own against Dumbledore, even if slightly disadvantaged. Yet, Dumbledore would not be able to deter him. Moreover, if he desires to leave, he can forcibly apparate even within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. His apparition magic, bolstered by his wizarding template, proves exceedingly formidable. The castle's mere anti-apparition enchantments cannot ensnare him. Thus, while it may be somewhat premature, it is not impossible for him to assert himself publicly. Additionally, as he mentioned earlier, if he wishes to effectively harness the strength of Algeta and his other subordinates, it is imperative to cleanse the names of their families without delay. Unless he intends to abandon Algeta's kin, he cannot afford to neglect them. However, the prerequisite is that their families must also pledge their allegiance to me in the manner demonstrated by Algeta. Otherwise, Clarence shall not assist them in shedding their past. Now that you have sworn your loyalty to me, you are no longer identified as Death Eaters, but rather as members of the Truth Society. Additionally, during this summer break, I require your families to pledge their allegiance to me through the same ritual, or I shall not aid them in their redemption. Furthermore, we must seize this opportunity to bring the Truth Society into the limelight, ideally engaging in a few confrontations with the Death Eater faction to showcase our organization's strength. It is imperative that I find an opportunity to confront Voldemort in a one-on-one duel. This presents a chance for your families to prove their innocence to the world, demonstrating that they are not Death Eaters. Subsequently, you pureblood families must unite and communicate with the Ministry of Magic, seeking ways to secure compensation for the wizards persecuted by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Do not fear the expenditure. Consider it an investment in your reputations. This will prevent the Ministry from holding you accountable once Voldemort falls. After articulating this, Clarence turned to Algeta and stated, regarding your families, and even those bearing the dark mark, I shall lift the mark after we have engaged in battle with Voldemort and the Death Eaters. I truly cannot comprehend why you have made such a foolish choice when there are methods available to nullify the mark's effects. To claim that there are no contingencies from Voldemort within that mark is something even a dog would not believe. Following this, Clarence produced the complete and official version of the Truth Grimoire and distributed it to the members present, stating, henceforth, we shall communicate through this grimoire. Similar to the incomplete version, your blood must be used to establish the contract. This is the official version of the grimoire, which not only facilitates communication but also possesses other functions for you to explore at your leisure. Once the official members of the Truth Society had signed the contract with the grimoire, Clarence began to discuss subsequent matters with Algeta. Naturally, the first step is to ensure that their families perform the allegiance ritual, otherwise, any future plans are moot. The time and place for this ritual will be set at Algeta's residence, specifically within the Greengrass family estate. Moreover, to avoid any suspicion from Voldemort's side, they must conduct the oaths in batches. In summary, until we have formally confronted Voldemort and the Death Eater faction and demonstrated our formidable strength, we must remain concealed. Afterwards, they gathered their belongings, prepared by the real decoy, and proceeded to the platform to board the train, directly finding their way to the compartment occupied by Lily and Mia. When he arrived, he discovered that Snape was already inside the box, engaged in a spirited conversation with Lily. Their voices were raised, and even though Clarence stood outside, the barrier of the door allowed him to catch faint snippets of their dialogue, such as references to a werewolf. Could it be that such events were indeed unfolding this very year? Contemplating this, Clarence opened the box door and slowly stepped inside, placing his belongings down. Once seated beside Snape, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What were you discussing just now? I could hear you from outside." Without a hint of hesitation, Snape bluntly revealed the truth about Lupin's werewolf identity, criticizing Dumbledore for allowing a werewolf into the school. He warned that if the man were to roam the castle during a full moon, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Clarence seemed unfazed by this concern, reassuring, "Do not worry, Severus. The castle is protected by numerous enchantments. Thus, Even in his transformed state, Lupin would not be able to breach its walls. Moreover, while his werewolf nature poses a threat, it is only during the full moon. After all these years, he has never harmed a student, has he? This is different, Clarence. You must understand that I am not merely speaking of mortal danger, but of the fact that those bitten by a werewolf may also become infected and transform. Do not tell me you are unaware of the standing of werewolves in the magical community. It can ruin a wizard's life. Unbeknownst to them, James Potter and his companions had just arrived outside the box and faintly overheard the conversation within, causing Lupin's complexion to turn ashen. At that moment, the four heard Clarence's voice resonate from inside the box. I believe, Severus, that if you are aware of such matters, you should also know that the majority of werewolves do not choose to be so. In fact, they dread the prospect of harming others during the full moon. Yet you understand that once transformed, a werewolf loses all rationality of humanity. Chapter 95. The Revelation 5. Thus, he ought not to attend school. That would be the wisest choice, rather than knowingly placing a werewolf within the castle, especially when considering the oblivious students. Upon hearing this, Lupin grasped James tightly, who was seething with anger and ready to storm in. With a pale countenance, he pleaded, James, please, let us not go in. The snotty one is right. The best decision is that I should not be at Hogwarts. So let us leave. Regrettably, due to Lupin's insistence, the four were unable to enter the box and chose to depart, thereby missing out on the subsequent conversation among Clarence and the others. Their discussion revolved around a new potion capable of allowing werewolves to retain their rationality during transformation on a full moon. This potion, known as Wolf's Bane, had indeed been invented in the mid-1970s. However, due to the substantial quantity of aconite required in the potion, a herb notoriously toxic, improper administration could not only fail to suppress, but potentially jeopardize one's very life. Within the compartment, Clarence and Snape engaged in discourse regarding this Wolfsbane potion. Not about the brewing techniques, but rather its enhancement. Until the train's departure, Clarence found himself incredulous at the unexpected tranquility of the journey. It was almost unfathomable that James Potter and his entourage had not sought them out, lingering insistently within their compartment. Yet, despite his disbelief, this proved fortuitous. And Clarence chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he proceeded with his luggage to Diagon Alley, as per his usual routine. He even paused his potion brewing and alchemical endeavors, dedicating the numerous genuine projections he had conjured to honing his skills, particularly focusing on practicing the wizard template. Indeed, he intended to seize the remaining time to practice fervently, enhancing his levels as much as possible so that when the time came to confront Voldemort, he would be better prepared. Thus, Clarence toiled day and night, though it was truly his projections that labored tirelessly, while his original self enjoyed well-deserved rest. By the appointed day, his wizard template had ascended to level 15, and his other special skills had similarly elevated several levels, significantly amplifying his prowess. If previously, his combat capabilities against Voldemort had been evenly matched, now Clarence could confidently assert an advantageous position when they faced each other. After a leisurely breakfast, Clarence retrieved the key that Arjeda had gifted him during their time at school. The enchantment of the key allowed activation only after 6 a.m., rendering it an ordinary object until that hour. Upon activating the key, Clarence was instantly transported to a grand hall where the Greengrass family, including Arjeda, awaited his arrival. Upon his entrance, Arjeda promptly bowed in welcome, while her father and other family members followed suit with their greetings. However, Clarence, wishing to avoid unnecessary formalities, swiftly inquired about the arrival of the first group of individuals prepared to pledge their allegiance. After speaking, he gestured for Clarence to take the sole seat in the hall. Once seated, he further inquired about the total number of groups and how they were organized. After hearing Arjeda's explanation, Clarence sighed, acknowledging, so, it seems that in merely today's span, it may not be feasible for everyone to have the opportunity to come. Is that correct? Arjeda nodded and said, indeed. Young master, according to our plans, considering various unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that it will take 3 days for everyone to have their turn. 3 days, you say? Clarence murmured thoughtfully, then continued, since we are bound to delay for 3 days, a little extra time will not matter. Find a way to inform those individuals that they need not rush. They should take their time and ensure that Voldemort remains unaware of anything amiss. I certainly do not wish to meet my demise at Voldemort's hands before even witnessing their oath of loyalty to me. Naturally, Clarence's orders were conveyed by a member of the Greengrass family, eliminating the need for Arjeda or his father, the current head of the family, to manage it personally. Just as he was about to articulate further thoughts, a multitude of figures abruptly appeared in the hall, clearly having arrived at the appointed time via their port keys. Some of these individuals could only come at this opportunity, making the timing quite urgent. They dared not linger, and all moved with the precision of a rehearsed performance. Including the members of the Greengrass family, they all knelt before the sole chair in the hall, commencing the ceremony of allegiance to Clarence. Among these individuals, several familiar faces were present, such as Lucius Malfoy and his father, but not the yet unborn Draco. The entire Black family was represented, except for Sirius and Regulus, along with steadfast followers of Voldemort, like young Barty Crouch. Indeed, not only in the original storyline but also in this present time, loyalists to Voldemort included Barty and Bellatrix, the latter being known as Bella. One might wonder why these characters, who were staunch supporters of Voldemort in the original narrative, were now present here to pledge their loyalty to Clarence. Upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. The Death Eaters were not an organization that formed solely during the time of James Potter, Lily, and Snape at school. They had their origins during Voldemort's own school days. Thus, in terms of membership, Barty and Bella were merely part of the second generation of followers. While it is true that some of these second-generation members may have become fervent loyalists to Voldemort, this is a minority. The vast majority had yet to succumb to such madness. At the very least, considering figures like Barty and Bella, one must ponder what drove them to such fanaticism and unwavering loyalty to Voldemort in the original narrative. However, at this current juncture, coupled with Clarence's significant influence, a veritable butterfly effect, the ramifications had already begun to manifest. For instance, Barty, as Clarence's junior, had joined Ravenclaw House. Under the circumstances involving Clarence, young Barty would resemble his counterpart in the original narrative, rebelling early and joining the Death Eaters due to a deficiency of paternal affection. He might even come to view Voldemort as a surrogate father. With Clarence's presence, the trajectory of this child's fate has already undergone a profound transformation. Furthermore, had it not been for Algeta, who, under the guise of Clarence, persuaded young Barty to enlist in the Death Eater Reserve, he might still be merely an ordinary member of the Truth Society. This implies that both Bella and young Barty, along with others of their ilk, have not yet fully pledged their allegiance to Voldemort. Some have not even officially joined the ranks of the Death Eaters, thus rendering their presence here rather unremarkable. Clarence, upon spotting young Barty and Bella amidst the crowd, felt a modicum of surprise, though it was fleeting, and he quickly dismissed the thought. The ceremonial proceedings progressed swiftly, leading to several individuals hastily exchanging a few words with Clarence, the young master, or offering a brief greeting before vanishing with a disapparition. It was evident that these departing members had taken advantage of an opportunity to attend and could not linger for long. Of course, while some were in haste to leave, others were under no such pressure. For instance, the Malfoy father and son, along with the entire Blanco family, and young Barty himself, who, as a student enjoying summer vacation, felt no urgency whatsoever. The Black family, too, was in no rush, as apart from Bella and Regulus, no other members had joined the Death Eater ranks. Regulus had already taken his oath during his time at school, and as for Bella, though Voldemort held high expectations for her, this was merely predicated on her lineage from the Black family. Currently, she was regarded favorably but had not yet been extensively cultivated. Additionally, her abilities still required considerable development, rendering her presence at the Death Eater headquarters unnecessary, leaving her ample free time. The remaining official members approached to greet their young master, exchanging pleasantries in hopes of familiarizing themselves. Once Clarence noted that no one else was departing, he cleared his throat, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the hall. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Algeta, when will the second batch arrive? Noon, you say? Then let us seize this moment to discuss your plans for rehabilitation and arrangements, as well as strategize on how to confront Voldemort and the Death Eater faction, thereby showcasing the strength of the Truth Society to the entire magical community. Clarence articulated. Upon hearing Clarence's words, the official members in the hall began to engage in hushed discussions among themselves. Before long, several pureblood heads of families stood forth to voice their thoughts. Certainly, the ideas they proposed were merely focused on how to cleanse their reputations, rather than contemplating an opportunity to confront Voldemort and the Death Eaters. After listening to the various thoughts of the pureblood patriarchs who stood up, Clarence found them quite agreeable. He then remarked, "Your methods are commendable, and thus, they can be pursued concurrently. Additionally, I must emphasize one point. Do not fret about the financial implications. This expenditure is an investment in your esteemed reputation. Otherwise, the misdeeds you committed alongside Voldemort will inevitably lead to a reckoning in the wizarding community of England. Furthermore, should you assist me, it is imperative that you possess a respectable reputation rather than operating under the shadow of a former Death Eater. In summary, if you have taken lives, you must find a way to compensate the living relatives of the deceased. If no relatives remain, then compensation should be directed to those who share a bloodline. Ultimately, it is essential that the victims receive your reparations and publicize this matter. If the victims benefit from your compensation, it will become significantly more challenging for anyone to hold you accountable in the future." The official members nodded in agreement, though many bore expressions of discomfort. Upon observing their pained faces, Clarence recalled that not all among them were affluent. "Do you believe that your Death Eater faction was a legitimate organization? You cannot even engage in corruption properly. It is no wonder you suffer from poverty." Upon hearing this, the official members' mouths twitched. Yet they could only lower their heads in silence. "Huh. Clarence scoffed at their muted demeanor. Very well, as your leader. I shall not allow you to reach such depths of destitution, so I will illuminate a path for you. However, before I unveil this path, I must pose a question. At this moment, even those members who were initially distressed found their eyes sparkling with anticipation, fixated on Clarence. After all, no one would ever complain of having too much wealth. They harbored no doubts regarding Clarence's ability to offer them a promising course of action. The reserve members still attending school had partnered with Clarence, which enabled them to amass considerable galleons. Consequently, none present doubted this, all eagerly awaiting Clarence's revelation of the so-called enlightened path, particularly the question he wished to ask.